On the bustling north shore of Yanggu Lake, a man in tattered clothes sat by the street. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at him as they walked past. Time swept by like the wind, leaving no trace of dust. He stirred up chaos in the world, fearless and bold. In the blink of an eye, I destroyed all things, slaughtering anyone who dared to face me and mock the mortal world. For this I earned the title. Zhu Gui, standing amidst a sea of corpses and blood, Zhu Gui simply scratched his head with a calm expression. How boring. This was the title of the strongest in the world. As he was walking, his feet were suddenly frozen in place. Another person looked at him with a smile. The moment he looked up, he knew who it was. It was the Eight Immortals, those righteous guardians of justice. One of the Eight Immortals spoke to his companions. He cannot escape the fate of a killer star, having committed countless sins. We must punish him immediately, but this truly perplexes me. It's unbelievable that no one could stop him. How tragic that not a single person could kill this fiend. His body was gradually being frozen solid. The Eight Immortals surrounded him and said, Zhu Gui Duan Yuxuan shall be sealed in the deepest part of Danjing Lake. In the end, 1,000 years passed since he was captured and imprisoned by the Eight Immortals. The name Eight Immortals sounds grand, but in reality they're just a bunch of guys who do nothing but eat, drink, and be merry. To think I'd be stabbed in the back by them, he thought to himself. No, I was too weak. Everyone I knew is no longer in this world. After all, no one can live for 1,000 years. I have nowhere to go and no home to return to. I wander like a drifting cloud or a wild crane, trying to live out the rest of my days, yet I feel trapped by the shadows of my past. I don't know if 1,000 years of imprisonment has changed me too much. In this world, Duan Yuxuan was walking down a road when he came across a little girl lying on the ground on the verge of death. A thief, he wondered. He stepped forward and checked the little girl's pulse. Her pulse is weak, but it's still there. It doesn't look like she's about to die, but she has at most 4 hours left. Sensing someone nearby, the little girl's eyes fluttered open. He saw a familiar figure from his past in the little girl. He scratched his head, frustrated, not knowing what to do with her. You're lucky, kid. He began to use his own life force to heal her, a force that should help her pull through. The problem was the little girl hadn't eaten in days and her stomach rumbled. It gave him a headache to think that life force couldn't provide nourishment, and there didn't seem to be any food nearby. He took out a pill. This pill is 1,000 years old. I wonder if it still works. What if it doesn't? The worst that could happen is an upset stomach. In the absolute worst case, she might die, but if I leave her, she will surely die. The rest is up to your luck. After feeding the little girl the pill, Duan Yuxuan left. The little girl watched his retreating figure. A while later, as Duan Yuxuan was resting under a tree with his eyes closed, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. He opened his eyes to see Duan Sume handing him a steamed bun, her big eyes full of expectation. So he asked, "What is it?" She froze for a moment, then replied, "A steamed bun." But that wasn't what he wanted to ask. "I didn't mean that. I meant, why are you giving it to me?" But the more he spoke, the more eagerly Duan Sume wanted him to eat the bun she offered. Through this gesture, he realized she wanted to repay him, but he didn't want to eat it. He turned his head away, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. Someone who neither feared nor hated me. The next day, Duan Sume brought him a steamed bun. Later, Duan Sume and Yuxuan started eating together, and they continued to do so in the days that followed. Half a month passed like this, with me eating the food this child brought me every day. Her smile was innocent and pure, something foreign to me. Foreign, but I didn't dislike it. Later, Duan Yuxuan went into the city and heard someone scolding and beating a person. "Hey, you little brat, you dare steal my things. You've stolen from me many times, and today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Hey everyone, gather around. This kid has stolen from me many times. What do you think should be done?" The little girl bowed her head and apologized. He continued to berate her. "How dare you steal from a good person like me? You'll have to pay for what you took. How dare a little brat like you steal?" This annoyed Duan Yuxuan, because all the food she had given him was stolen. As the man was about to strike again, he rushed forward, knocked the whip from his hand, and quickly left, leaving the shopkeeper on the ground with a sore hand. As he walked, he felt agitated. "For the past month I've lived on the food she gave me. I didn't know where it came from. I just ate it to survive. Who would have thought she got it by stealing and getting beaten? I don't like this. What is it that I don't like? Why am I unhappy about this?" After walking for a while, he began to wander aimlessly again, unknowingly walking a great distance. But when he saw his surroundings, Yuxuan was shocked. He had unintentionally walked to the cage that had imprisoned him for a whole 1,000 years, Danjing Lake. "I can't believe it. I, who was called the god of war, slept at the bottom of a lake in such a desolate place. I have nothing more to do with Danjing Lake." Suddenly, Duan Sume peeked out from the bushes, her face bruised and battered. She walked out wearily and said, "I finally found you." Seeing her without shoes and beaten up like this, Yuxuan was puzzled, as he had only helped her once. "Why does this girl keep following me?" So he asked her, "Why were you looking for me?" She replied, "I don't want to be alone anymore. Please don't leave me." At this moment his heart was in turmoil, for he was destined to live a life of solitude. Even after 1,000 years it was still so, but in the end he decided to ask for her name. "What's your name?" she stammered. "Duan Sume Mei." Hearing the name, he extended his hand, thinking that if everything she had been through was fated, then perhaps this child could create a world that needed the person I am now. Then he patted her head and introduced himself. "All right, my name is Duan Yuxuan. Follow me." That night, Duan Yuxuan started a fire and let Duan Sume rest her head on his lap as she slept. He thought, I told her to follow me, but I don't have a place to live either. It seems I'll have to build a house. When I was young, I always dreamed of living peacefully in a house. Is it time to make that dream come true? The next morning, as soon as Duan Sume woke up, she saw a huge house before her with Duan Yuxuan in the middle of building it. This astonished her. Seeing that she was awake, he approached and asked, Awake? She came closer, looking around curiously, and asked, Sir, do you have a house here? He immediately replied, Yeah, I guess you could say that. But this felt very strange to Duan Sume because it clearly wasn't there yesterday. Hearing this, Yuxuan changed the subject and replied, It was here yesterday, just a bit run down. I fixed it up a little, but she was certain it wasn't there yesterday. Because Yuxuan said so definitively that it was. Seeing his certainty, she thought maybe she had remembered wrong. He must be right, why would he lie to me? Besides, such a beautiful house couldn't have appeared overnight with walls made of hard-to-find red clay. Then, with a sparkle in her eyes, she smiled at him and said, This is amazing, the house is so big, like a garden. Seeing her so happy made him happy too. I'm glad you like it. I put a lot of effort into building it. When Duan Sume heard him say building, she tilted her head and looked at him with confusion. Seeing this, he hastily corrected himself. No, I meant repairing. Hearing this, she smiled because he looked so cool. But then she said, There's no fence here, maybe that's why it was abandoned. This statement displeased him, and his face immediately darkened. The next day, he built a massive wall for her, which made her ecstatic to have a fence. Yuxuan said proudly, It was already there, it really was. Seeing this, Duan Sume giggled and replied, I didn't say anything, I just think this wall is really high. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky, then sat down on the ground in frustration. Seeing this, he asked her what was wrong, and she replied, Isn't it a bit empty? There are no flowers or grass here. Hearing this, he did as she wished. The next day, the courtyard was decorated with many plants. Flowers, grass, and a pond added a lot of life to the house. Seeing this scene, Duan Sume couldn't help but say, Oh, because none of this was here yesterday. He immediately said it was, and she went along with him and agreed. Seeing a pond nearby, she went over to play. Duan Yuxuan watched her and thought, There's still a lot to do. The bed and furniture need to be made one by one, and I can't let her go hungry. I need to go fishing. This busy life isn't so bad. Just as she was about to say something else, he covered her mouth, telling her to stop talking. Then he turned to chop wood to make a bathtub. Hearing this, she tried to run, but he called her back. Stop, I sold a wild boar and some wood to buy some clothes. If you want to wear new clothes, you have to wash yourself first. Seeing this, she replied reluctantly, I can wear them without bathing. That might be true for him, but not for her. But Duan Sume didn't want to bathe and was still caught by Yuxuan to be washed. A short while later, Duan Sume was still caught by Duan Yuxuan to be washed. He asked her, How long has it been since you bathed? Why are you still so dirty? But she didn't know. After her bath, she became fair and clean, much prettier than before. Seeing this, he thought with satisfaction, Finally, you look like a human being. Do the clothes fit? Duan Sume twirled around and found that the new clothes fit perfectly, and she had never worn such attire before. Seeing her bright smile, he was pleased. I'm glad they fit. I was worried they would be too tight. With new clothes, Duan Sume smiled happily and said, It's okay even if they don't fit. It's better than wearing ragged clothes and starving. I'm really happy. Just being by your side is enough for me. Her words made him a little happy, and he said, You little brat, you have a way with words. It would be nice if we could live peacefully like this forever. Hearing this, Duan Sume smiled even more brightly and replied, We can make it a reality. As the two reveled in the warmth of the house, they were completely unaware of some figures lurking in the darkness outside the gate. Nowadays, rumors about the villa by Danjing Lake began to spread through the streets. Hey, have you heard? There's a new mansion near Danjing Lake. Another person responded, What are you talking about? I was setting up my stall there last week and didn't see anything. The man continued, Yeah, that's what's so strange about it. The other person quickly cut him off. All right, shut up, it's broad daylight. Be quiet if you're not drunk. In a room, Hong Yunzhang sat in a chair, finding it hard to believe what he heard. Is the rumor true? A subordinate knelt and replied. To answer you, my lord, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but there are indeed such rumors. He looked at him with interest. Interesting, a mansion built in just a few days, another baseless rumor. I'll take a walk and check it out myself. He was a man of his word. While patrolling at night, the subordinates following him whispered among themselves, The prefect seems to be in a bad mood these days. Another person replied with difficulty, It's all because of a group of bandits running rampant in the south of the lake. Even the imperial court is worried about this, so the prefect must be very concerned. The man asked in surprise, What? It's gotten to this point and no one has taken action? He then told the man, It's all because of that Zhang Beixi. The man had never heard of the name. Zhang Beixi, the other person cleared up his confusion. The leader of that group of bandits is Zhang Beixi. He's a first-rate martial artist. Even assassins don't dare to get close to him. His horsemanship is also excellent. He can escape even when pursued by more skilled cavalry. When someone sent him the heads of his family members, Zhang Beixi, filled with resentment, became brutal and uncontrollable. But he'll be wiped out by the court soon enough, you don't have to worry. Hong Yunzhang hoped so too. I hope so too. What a troubled time. As he walked, he noticed a mansion ahead. He looked up at it in astonishment and said to the others, Look, am I seeing things? His subordinate replied in surprise. It's real. The others also exclaimed in surprise. Oh, there really is a mansion. Some thought it was haunted and knelt on the ground in fear. Amitabha, Amitabha. Amitabha, please, please spare us, he reassured himself and the two men. No, it can't be a ghost, he said calmly. Of course it can't be, let's go inside. He suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent from behind. When he turned around he saw Duan Yuxuan holding a rabbit and looking at them. He said calmly to them, I don't remember inviting any guests, he said to him in a flustered manner. Are you the owner of this mansion? Though he appeared calm on the surface, he was quite flustered inside. I feel a bloodthirsty gaze. He stepped forward and replied, Yes, who are you? He confidently introduced himself. I am the prefect of Yueyang, Hong Yunzhang. He looked at him with his chin up. I can't show weakness. I am an official of the court. He also introduced himself. My name is Duan Yuxuan. He pointed at the mansion behind him and asked him, Did you build this mansion? He immediately corrected his words. I didn't build it. I just repaired an abandoned house. He questioned him angrily. Are you kidding me? This is government land. You can't build or live here without permission. Don't tell me you didn't know. He looked down at Hong Yunzhang. So what? You're not allowing it now? Hearing his question, he asked in surprise. What? He suddenly threw the rabbit in his hand to the ground. Turn a blind eye. He was stunned by his action. He immediately ordered his men, seize him at once. Surrounded by the crowd, he felt it was very troublesome, and thought about how to resolve it. Should I just endure it to avoid more trouble? Fortunately, Duan Sume was already asleep. He was tied up and taken away by them. As Hong Yunzhang walked, he turned back and said to him, You picked the wrong person today. I won't let you off easy. Be prepared. How dare you talk back to me, the prefect? The punishment won't be as simple as being thrown into the lake. You'd better survive. Hearing his words, he remained calm, not paying much attention to what he said. After speaking, seeing his gaze, he fearfully adjusted his hat and turned away. My God, this guy's eyes are so fierce. I need to deal with him quickly and then go back to rest. He suddenly sensed someone approaching. Seeing him standing still, one of them shouted at him, What are you doing? Are you thinking of resisting? As soon as the words were spoken, an arrow pierced through his neck. Hearing the commotion, Hong Yunzhang quickly turned to check the situation. What happened? Which bastard did this? Before he could finish, countless arrows were shot, instantly killing everyone in the group except for Hong Yunzhang and Duan Yuxuan. He collapsed on the ground in fear. What's going on? Who is it? Zhang Beixi laughed loudly. Hong Yunzhang, you've got some nerve daring to wander around outside, he cried out in fear. You're Zhang Beixi, Zhang Beixi said grimly. You're bold enough to walk around outside alone, huh? His words made Hong Yunzhang tremble as he replied. You are? Hong Yunzhang looked directly at the man and cried out. You're Zhang Beixi. Zhang Beixi gritted his teeth and said, Today is the day you die. He emphasized the name Hong Yunzhang. Hong Yunzhang gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I miscalculated this time. It's been over half a year since his family was killed. I didn't expect him to make a move now. A child is sleeping there being too loud. Hong Yunzhang glanced at Duan Yuxuan and thought, This guy seems useless. The only weapon in my hand is a sword. I can't possibly fight dozens of men with just this. Hong Yunzhang thought, What's more, they are elite troops commanded by Zhang Beixi. Others shouted, Boss, kill them. We must avenge our sister-in-law. Another said, Boss, I'll cut off his hands and feet and feed them to the dogs. Hong Yunzhang trembled and cried out, Please spare me, Zhang Beixi roared. I've been wondering when I'd hear those words. Today is the day. Zhang Beixi laughed heartily. There is no happier day than today. He gritted his teeth and said, I really want to see your panicked face forever, but unfortunately I can't because today is your funeral. He grabbed Hong Yunzhang's head and whispered. Hong Yunzhang screamed in fear. Zhang Beixi ordered the others, Take him away quickly. I want him to taste hell. The others dragged Hong Yunzhang away and replied, Yes, boss. Duan Yuxuan still stood there while Hong Yunzhang wailed, Save me, I'll do anything, please save me. A subordinate turned to ask Zhang Beixi, Boss, what should we do with this guy? Zhang Beixi looked at this prey and thought, Hong Yunzhang is all tied up. Zhang Beixi muttered, I see. He cut the ropes binding Duan Yuxuan's hands and said, You're lucky today. If it weren't for us, you'd be in big trouble. One of Zhang Beixi's subordinates turned back and said, You're lucky, kid. Duan Yuxuan rubbed his hands. Hong Yunzhang begged with tears streaming down his face, Please save me. I promise I'll do anything, just save me. Duan Yuxuan scratched his head with a troubled look and said, Wait a minute. Zhang Beixi turned back confused and asked, Are you talking to me? Duan Yuxuan replied without fear, That's right, I'm talking to you. What are you going to do with him? Zhang Beixi replied, I will take his life just as he took my family's lives. Duan Yuxuan said, Just by looking at your murderous aura I can tell you've killed many people, perhaps even more than him. Duan Yuxuan said, To put it bluntly, this official is just avenging those you killed, isn't he? Zhang Beixi's men shouted angrily. What the hell, is that guy crazy? Zhang Beixi signaled them to stop. He asked, So you want to save him or what? Duan Yuxuan silently looked at Hong Yunzhang's tear-streaked face. Duan Yuxuan thought, There are about 50 of them. Duan Yuxuan asked Hong Yunzhang, Hey official, do you want to live? Hong Yunzhang was surprised and confused. Duan Yuxuan added, If you want to live, there's one condition. Don't come and bother my estate again. Zhang Beixi's men cursed angrily. That lunatic, what nonsense is he spouting? Are you crazy? Hong Yunzhang thought of the estate. He remembered he was referring to the house from before. Duan Yuxuan asked again, What do you think? It's not a bad offer. Hong Yunzhang shouted, As long as you save me, I'll do anything. The subordinate kicked his shoulder from behind and roared, Shut up, this bastard. Duan Yuxuan warned, That's enough, back off if you don't want to get hurt. Zhang Baixia's men retorted. How, what do you mean that's enough? What nonsense are you talking, you bastard? He rushed forward to attack Duan Yuxuan. Duan Yuxuan easily dodged his attack and even sent him flying. The other subordinates stepped forward looking confused at their companion who had just collapsed on the ground. They shouted his name loudly. This scene also surprised Hong Yunzhang. Others asked in confusion, how is that possible? He's one of the top 3 fighters on our side and he was defeated just like that. Zhang Beixi thought, I couldn't even see his movements. How could a guy like him surrender and be tied up so easily? He cursed angrily under his breath. This damn kid, he might be stronger than me. But it's one against many now. We have the advantage in numbers, he thought. Haven't I also survived after facing countless enemies stronger than me? Zhang Baixia's men surrounded Duan Yuxuan. He thought smugly, it's best to take his life immediately. Zhang Beixi roared, kill him, Duan Yuxuan, and Zhang Beixi prepared for a life-or-death battle. In an instant the group knit high into the air and attacked him. At that moment a thought flashed through Duan Yuxuan's mind. Should I kill them? Killing is effortless for me. They'll die in a single blow. Suddenly he paused, but the thought of seeing blood again makes me uncomfortable. I don't want to do it. With that thought he closed his eyes, and in a flash he grabbed a bandit's neck and snapped it in two. Beixi, who was next to him, was terrified. He didn't even take a second. Zhang Beixi couldn't believe his eyes. After throwing away the sword in his hand, Duan Yuxuan began to attack with stones and quickly defeated all of Baixia's men, he thought with some fear. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to see what he's doing. How can a human do something like that? His level is completely different from the martial artists I've seen. Forget about revenge. If I make the slightest move, I'll be killed instantly. The moment Zhang Beixi realized this, he shouted, this kid, and began to run for his life, abandoning his men. For the first time since he was born he ran this fast. Yuxuan threw the stone in his hand and thought, he ran, what a coward, doesn't match his appearance at all. Suddenly, Hong Yunzhang pleaded, no, don't let him get away, you must catch him, please, please help me catch him. Thought, what a coward. I don't usually chase after those who have already fled, but catching him will settle the dispute over this mansion. I guess I'll have to listen to him. He leapt up and caught up with Beixi in just a few steps. He was stunned. When did Yuxuan? Yuxuan didn't give him much time to think, reaching out and smashing his head into the ground, knocking him unconscious on the spot. After the fight, Hong Yunzhang was hung from a tree. Yuxuan said, hey prefect, our agreement ends here. I think you should understand my words. Hong Yunzhang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, of course. With a threatening expression on his face he said, remember, if you have any more ideas about this mansion, he quickly said. I won't, I wouldn't dare. You don't have to worry, he continued. Also you must keep what you know about me a secret. Suddenly he paused, remembering Duan Sumei's advice. Uncle, you should smile when you talk to people. Your expressionless face is terrifying, he thought, then forced a twisted smile. As long as you understand. Seeing him like this, Yunzhang trembled in fear. A monster, he's truly a monster. What is someone like him doing here? I can't make an enemy of him. I must satisfy that monster's demands. I will never go near that mansion again. No, I won't even go near that mountain in Yueyang of North Lake. Yu Zhan was taking Duan Xiaomi for a walk. The little girl watched with great interest as people laughed and chatted. It seems the bad guys in this area have all been caught. I was a little scared before when it was just us in the forest. He glanced at her and asked, you were scared even with me? The little girl was a bit embarrassed. Just a little, but he's been caught now. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma caught the little girl's attention while he fell into deep thought. The bandits had been caught, and the one who was spying on the mansion had also disappeared. Now I just need two. Suddenly he felt an emptiness beside him. Well, it turned out Duan Xiaomi had been drawn away by the scent of candied fruit skewers. Uncle, that looks so delicious. He clasped his own hands thinking, it's only now that I realize I forgot, raising a child requires money. Lots and lots of money, especially when I have to take this little girl shopping. He recalled his own childhood. I was all alone back then. I could sleep soundly as long as I had something to lie on. I even hunted wild boars in the mountains to fill my stomach. That's how I've lived since I was a child. I don't know what to do to actually make money, but supporting another person will require a great deal of it. Seeing the little girl's excited expression, he reproached himself. How could I have only remembered this now? Without another thought, Yu Zhan quickly called Duan Xiaomi back. Okay, the little girl replied, reining in her interest. His pace was fast, and as he walked, he absently told himself he had to figure something out. This forced the little girl to chase after him, shouting, wait, all the while, but he was too busy thinking of ways to make money quickly. Amidst the rolling hills, a loud cry rang out, Uncle, look here. The clear voice came from Duan Xiaomi. The little girl was deftly digging at the dirt with her bare hands, telling Yu Zhan to wait. She plopped down on the ground and dug, muttering nonstop, almost there. He asked quizzically, what are you doing? Aren't we on our way home? The little girl, though covered in dirt, happily pointed to what was in front of her and said, I want to take this flower back and plant it. He put on a teasing expression. Can you even do it? Looking at the ground, it seems to be rooted quite deeply. The little girl nonchalantly flexed her muscles. I can definitely do it. Duan Xiaomi is very strong, despite her words. The little girl was sweating profusely as she dug up the flower, and it looked like quite a struggle. Yu Zhan seemed to have noticed something, a flash of surprise in his eyes. It was the footprints left on the ground. Those footprints aren't ours, but we're the only ones who take this path back to the mansion. The little girl was still struggling to pull out the flower while he noticed that the grass around the flower had also been cleared away. Was this flower intentionally planted by someone? After much effort, the plant was finally uprooted. Duan Xiaomi laughed triumphantly. See, I told you I could do it, but why is there a bag tied to it? I see it, look what this is. With that, she held it up. I'll open it and see what's inside. Before she could finish, a harsh scream came from not far away. How dare you touch that? A young man shouted. Wielding a knife, he charged swiftly toward Duan Xiaomi. The little girl was still in shock as the tip of the knife was about to reach her. Fortunately, in that life-or-death moment, Yu Zhan grabbed the man's wrist, causing the weapon to fall to the ground. With his hand caught, the young man demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" He couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled, wondering who this person was, before he could even resist. His hand was squeezed so hard that he cried out in pain, his pupils constricted, unable to hide his inner terror. What is this? How is he so strong? With a powerful tug, he wordlessly flung the man into the air. The man landed heavily on the ground with such force that the ground caved in, and the impact knocked him unconscious. It all happened so fast that Duan Xiaomi was stunned, and the next moment she involuntarily slumped over. He caught her just in time, guessing to himself, "Did the child faint from fright? I knew someone was approaching, but why target a child like Duan Xiaomi?" At this thought, an angry look appeared on his face. If they had intended to harm Duan Xiaomi, that man would be dead already, but they probably just meant to scare her. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had no malicious intent. Looking at the bag wrapped under the flower, he couldn't help but wonder what was inside that they were so desperate to protect. As soon as Yu Zhan opened the bag, whatever he saw inside made him laugh sinisterly. He glanced at the unconscious young man, hoisted him over his shoulder, and carried the little girl in his other arm. Heading home with the two youths in tow, he thought to himself, "This fellow should still be useful." As dusk fell, the young man began to groan. He snapped his eyes open, looked around, and asked in confusion, "Where is this?" Yu Zhan spoke up. "You're awake." It was this voice that made him blurt out, "Who are you?" He replied immediately, "I am Yu Zhan," and shot him a chilling, cold gaze. He pondered, "What kind of look is that? Just looking at it is not only dangerous but also filled with murderous intent." He felt as if he were trapped in the coils of a giant python, unable to move his body. "When you attacked Duan Xiaomi, I was going to kill you on the spot, but I changed my mind. Do you know why?" Faced with Yu Zhan's questioning gaze that seemed to say, "You don't know?" he shook his head repeatedly, indicating he truly had no idea. He closed the distance, sitting down beside him. "Everyone has their price. How much do you think your life is worth?" he said. He thought about 1,000,000 taels and felt the answer was reasonable. Yu Zhan said his value was quite high, but he believed he was worth that much. Yu Zhan cut him off. "I think not," he replied. "Is that so? It seems all you do is steal things. I'll make you an offer, 1 silver tael at most, but you've chosen your own value. It seems you're quite confident in yourself." He smiled and decided, "Then your life is worth 1,000,000 taels plus the crime of attempting to murder Duan Xiaomi, for a total of 5,000,000 taels." Hearing this number, he couldn't help but be shocked. Yu Zhan was a true tyrant, raising the amount to an astronomical figure and deciding that was the price he had to pay to live. The maids brought in food, each with a look of adoration for the prefect on her face. "You've worked hard, my lord." "Here, Lord Prefect, please try this dish." He smiled and agreed. "All right." He maintained a calm demeanor, charming all the girls. "I'm very sorry, but I can only accept your kindness in spirit. I still have unfinished business." With that, Yunzhang shut the door firmly and left. His actions once again earned the admiration of the girls. The prefect is so cool. He was so graceful in the room, but the moment he stepped outside, he clutched his hair, wanting to scream. "This is a pain. No, it's beyond a pain." Yunzhang knelt on the ground, clenching his fists, thinking, "The way everyone looks at me is different from before. Right, they think I was the one who caught the infamous Zhang Beixi. The problem was everyone was treating him like a hero, which was a bit much. Countless admiring gazes were directed at Yunzhang, not to mention the trust placed in him by the imperial court. They had tasked him with investigating the case of a golden Buddha statue that had gone missing from the palace, a feat that must have been the work of some highly skilled thief. At the time, the official had even smiled and instructed him that this incident required absolute secrecy. "I was thinking if you could lend me a hand, this matter should be simple for you. You even captured Zhang Beixi single-handedly after all your subordinates were defeated. I'm glad to have someone like you in the prefecture." Hearing these words, he couldn't refuse and could only force a smile. The man deliberately reiterated, "You can do it, I'm sure of it." With things having come to this, he could only agree. "Yes, please rest assured." Back to the present, Yunzhang cursed under his breath in frustration. "If you're going to steal something, do it in a way that no one would ever find out. This is torture. How could you let them discover it was missing? Which bastard was that stupid thief?" Elsewhere, a bruised and swollen Zhang Xintai was meekly sweeping the floor. He wondered why the heavens were giving him so many trials and tribulations. Just last night he was still dumbfounded by the 5,000,000 silver taels. "How does 1,000,000 plus 1,000,000 equal 5,000,000 taels? Besides, I've been stealing and selling treasures my whole life, but I've never even touched 1,000,000 taels of silver." He sized up Yu Zhan. From the look in his eyes it didn't seem like he was joking. He had to tell the truth. I don't have a single coin on me. I'll be sure to bring it next time. I beg for your mercy. He made his intentions clear, prostrating himself with his hands on the ground and begged for mercy. I'll do anything you ask. I can do anything, cleaning, laundry, whatever you need. Zhang Xintai couldn't understand why every time he looked into the man's eyes he felt that if he took him lightly, the man would kill him without hesitation. I haven't lived long enough yet. He emphasized again, I'll do the housework. If you need cooking, I can do that too. The moment he heard the word cooking, he remembered Duan Xiaomi's disastrous meals. He would rather lie about not being hungry. Not because it looked too unappetizing, but because he simply didn't dare to take a single bite of her cooking. He was pleased with this. In that case, he ordered, I will confiscate all your belongings until you've paid off your debt. If you dare to run, the debt will double. Understood. He appeared submissive, but inwardly he cursed. You damn swindler, talking as if everything will go your way. Once I get through this, there will be a chance to escape. Back to the present, this was how I became a slave. A week had passed since then, and that damn bastard had been working me non-stop. He glanced sideways at Duan Xiaomi, who was peeking at him, and thought, if it weren't for that chubby little brat, I wouldn't have been caught while stealing, and I wouldn't be saddled with this huge debt. He was extremely annoyed and didn't understand why she kept poking her head out. He clicked his tongue and thought, I don't have much time. I have to get that thing back before that group of black market merchants reaches the meeting point. The thing he had risked his life to steal and carefully hidden in the bag was the golden Buddha statue. The very thing the imperial family was trying everything to recover. When it was time to eat, the table was filled with dishes that were a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Seeing the father and daughter pair staring with wide eyes and drooling with anticipation, he felt a surge of pride. Even Yu Zhan had to admit, you've really got some skills. This suits you much better than being a thief. He rubbed his hands together fawningly. Are you satisfied, my lord? He took a bite and praised, it tastes good. I'm raising your monthly wages to 3 silver taels. He could only suppress his inner rage and say with a dry laugh, thank you, my lord, while thinking, as if I'm going to stay here forever. He glanced up secretly. I've already located the item. Now I just need to wait for the right moment to get it back. Yu Zhan put down his chopsticks and probed, Xiaomi, have you heard? The legend says that no matter how many times Sun Wukong revived, he could never escape the palm of the Buddha's hand. The little girl, chewing her food, asked in confusion. Really? He then asked Zhang Xintai, you should know that too, right? Xintai replied respectfully, yes I do. It wasn't wrong to say that he was like the pitiful Sun Wukong at this moment, he thought to himself. Don't you know, if it weren't for the golden fillet, Sun Wukong would have long escaped the Buddha's palm. He wrung the remaining water from the rag and swallowed his pride, bending over to scrub the floor while inwardly roaring, do you think I'm the kind of person who does things like cleaning and laundry? He thought, I am the greatest thief capable of stealing from the imperial palace that no one dares approach. While thinking this, his hands were busy huffing and puffing to fan the flames. I, who prides myself on being a peerless thief, am actually cooking non-stop. He buried his head in a pile of dishes to wash, making a resolution, once I decide to escape, who in this world can catch me? Easier said than done. He threw down the rag with force, though he couldn't help but cry out, no, this isn't what I should be doing. Why am I so dedicated to these things? Another 3 days passed. The black market merchant had arrived and was waiting. He bit his finger and thought, if I'm late, I'll probably lose my life. But if I hide in this manner, I won't be caught. Even if I am, I'm not worried because he's here. The person he was referring to was Yu Zhan. He fantasized about lying on mountains of gold and silver. I am a thief. I steal from others, sell it, and live a life of luxury with the money I earn. I am not a servant. Yu Zhan's shout pulled him back to reality. Are you here? As nimble as a squirrel, he ran up to him and called out, Master, of course I'm here. He said, I'm planning to go fishing with Duan Xiaomi. We'll be gone for a long time, so remember to look after the house. He hadn't heard such unexpected news in a long time and was momentarily at a loss. The opportunity had come so suddenly. It seemed that a few days of good food had made him let down his guard. This was a golden opportunity. He smiled humbly, cupped his hands respectfully, and said, understood. Don't worry, great master, I'll keep the place spotless. He warned, I've said it before, but remember, running away will only double your debt. He immediately denied his words. What are you saying? I would never defy your orders. He didn't care if he ran away. But you will understand why Sun Wukong was trapped in the Buddha's palm. At this moment, his mind was entirely focused on escaping and he paid no attention to what he said. He pretended to be obedient. Yes, of course. He bid him farewell. Finally gone, farewell forever. Duan Xiaomi followed him, very puzzled. But uncle, why are we suddenly going fishing? We still have plenty of food. He just said, it's nothing, and did little else besides scribbling randomly on the ground. He instructed the little girl to continue fishing. I have something to take care of, and answered her question. Of course I'll be back soon. The little girl wasn't scared at all and asked, I just have to stay inside this circle, right? He replied gently. That's right, you're so smart, little one. I'll set up a protective array here to prevent any beasts or strangers from seeing you. Put her at ease, he promised. I'll be back soon. The little girl was also very obedient. Xiaomi will catch lots of fish. Only then did he leave with peace of mind. I'm looking forward to it. He teleported to Yunzhang's location. He was still holding his head and wailing, what can I do on my own? I wasn't the one who caught Zhang Beixi. This heavy burden is crushing me. It really is, he deliberately coughed from the side, catching Yunzhang's attention. He turned his head and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" He smiled slightly. "I have some good news for you. Care to give it a try?" Meanwhile, Xintai, unaware of what was to come, was still gleefully escaping. The next morning he took the Buddha statue to be sold. The owner saw it and said, 2,000,000 silver taels for this treasure and not a penny more. This thing is hard to sell. All right. Zhang Xintai felt the price was reasonable. The owner suddenly said, "But little brother, do you think you can get away with stealing this? Be careful. After Zhang Beixi was caught, the 6 ministries are on high alert. It's very dangerous." Hearing this, he became curious. "Oh, was it Zhang Beixi?" The owner replied. "It's because of him that things got so messy. He was a powerful bandit who ruled the entire Hunan region, and because of that, there are rumors that the governor-general here is being transferred to the capital." Hearing this, he said confidently, "I understand. Don't worry, even if I get caught, I won't reveal a thing about you." Seeing him say this, the owner smiled and replied, "Oh, okay, I understand." Suddenly, an apprentice came in and shouted, "Something's happened. The officials have surrounded the place. It seems we have a traitor among us." At the mention of officials, he immediately jumped out, saying, "Then I'll be on my way." He grabbed the owner's money pouch and fled quickly. After he left, the officials rushed in, ordering, "Arrest them all." Yunzhang strode in with his head held high and saw that the Buddha statue was indeed here. At this, the owner asked angrily, "Damn it, tell me who was the informant." But Yunzhang just smiled smugly and replied, "You don't need to know." Hearing this, the owner said angrily, "You bastard, I won't let this go easily." Seeing him still so arrogant, Yunzhang sneered, "The criminals who stole the temple's Buddha statue won't be let go easily. That's right, if I can find and bring back this precious item, I'll gain the trust of the nobles and the emperor." At first, Yunzhang thought what Yu Zhan said was just a joke, but his words had come true. That person, who is he exactly? No matter the case, it was very serious, but it still couldn't compare to the case of Zhang Beixi. Meanwhile, Zhang Xintai was being pursued relentlessly. He hadn't expected them to be so persistent. Weighed down by the money pouch, he couldn't run fast. He had to focus, because this was reality. If he were caught now, he would be executed after all sorts of torture. Because in a little while he would reach the edge of a cliff. By the time he reached the cliff's edge, he was panting with exhaustion, but thankfully he had made it here and shaken them off. Suddenly, Yu Zhan appeared before him and said calmly, "You're later than I expected." Seeing him, Zhang Xintai backed away in fear, asking, "How are you here?" He laughed mockingly. "What do you mean, didn't I tell you?" Sun Wukong is still in the palm of the Buddha's hand. Seeing this, he resolved that he absolutely could not be caught in a place like this. So he leaped off the cliff thinking, "The moment I land, I'll run and live a wonderful, rich life." But just as he was falling, his foot was caught by him. He smiled sinisterly and said to him, "Be careful when you go down a cliff, your clothes are all wrinkled." Despite this, he quickly escaped, wondering to himself, "What in the world is this guy? Here and there too. Why does he appear wherever I go?" After running for a whole day, he collapsed on the ground exhausted, feeling like he had the worst luck. Seeing that he could run no more, Yu Zhan said, "I told you, you're still in my palm. As I said, because you ran away, your debt has doubled for a total of 10,000,000 silver taels. You can use that money pouch to pay off 2,000,000 first, which means you still owe 2,000,000. Seeing him holding the money pouch he had worked so hard to steal, Zhang Xintai charged forward and punched him in the face while he was busy calculating. "Speaking of which, I forgot to collect the bounty for Zhang Beixi. I'll use that money to buy some snacks." As Zhang Xintai cleaned the house, he felt incredibly annoyed because Duan Xiaomi kept staring at him while he worked. She looked at him that way because he was polishing the floor until it shone. At this moment, Zhang Xintai was recalling everything that happened after he was caught and brought back. "He worked me to the bone and only gave me 3 silver taels, and that money was snatched from me in the first place." Seeing him cleaning so well, Yu Zhan was in a good mood and gave him a few gold coins. He cooperatively bowed his head. "Thank you, master." He had also given up on his plan to escape after that. "I tried to escape many times, but each time I was beaten half to death and never once succeeded." While checking supplies, he found that they were out of ingredients, so he had to make a trip to the market. Afterwards, as he walked down the mountain, he complained, "Why does this mansion have to be built in such a remote place? I want to get back before he returns from his hunt, but even using the swift foot technique, I can only just barely make it back in time. And that little girl." He looked back and there she was hiding behind a tree. She was comforting herself that she hadn't been discovered yet, but when she looked up, she found Zhang Xintai standing right in front of her, asking, "Hey kid, why do you keep following me?" She stammered without answering, just giggling foolishly, which made him say impatiently, "Stop laughing and stop following me. Go back. If anything happens to you, I'll probably lose my head." But Duan Xiaomi hugged his leg and said pitifully, "But I don't want to be alone." This put him in a difficult position. "Hey, do you even know where I'm going?" She knew clearly that he was going to town. Hearing this, Zhang Xintai sighed and said, "Yeah, sorry, but I can't take you somewhere crowded. I told you if anything happens to you, that bastard won't let me off. But I'll stick close to uncle." Seeing her so stubborn, he found it hard to refuse and just grunted, scratching his head in thought. "I think that guy who went hunting will be back soon, but it's not good to let a child go back alone. Most importantly, there are a lot of wild beasts around here." After a moment, he decided to let Duan Xiaomi sit on his shoulders, saying, "You have to stick close to me, you hear?" She immediately agreed. The two then headed to town together. Along the way, Duan Xiaomi was very interested in the surrounding scenery. There were fruits, wild animals, and beautiful flocks of birds nearby. Seeing her asleep, Zhang Xintai tsked in annoyance but continued walking with her on his back. When they arrived in town, Duan Xiaomi woke up and laughed excitedly. "Wow, we're here, be quiet." As they walked, he looked around and noticed several people staring at them, which put him on guard. "This place seems more dangerous than I thought. Maybe it's normal since the head of that black market was arrested. That guy got caught for selling the emperor's golden Buddha statue, so he must have been executed by now. Wait, what if I get caught? Who was it that stole that thing anyway? Aren't they going to let me die in peace?" As he was lost in thought, he didn't notice someone behind him reaching out for Duan Xiaomi and snatching her away. Only then did he notice and quickly gave chase. Seeing this, Zhang Xintai was terrified. "No, I'm dead for sure today." So he immediately chased after them, shouting, "Hey, you bastard, do you know who you've just grabbed?" He then used the swift foot technique. But the guy also knew the move, which made him think this was troublesome. After a short chase, the man led him into a forest, which caught Zhang Xintai's attention. "Something feels off. Is that bastard luring me into a trap? But why? Actually, even if I do nothing, that bastard will come and save this kid, but if I let that happen, he'll take my life too. Damn it, I'm such an idiot. Why did I have to bring this brat out? Why did something have to happen? Calm down. Luckily, I have the swift foot technique. My speed is second to none. I just have to catch up before falling into a trap." After that, he used the technique and snatched Duan Xiaomi back, saying, "Hey, you bald bastard, give that kid back to me right now." Seeing this, the man laughed smugly. "Before you act so tough, take a good look around you." The two of them were completely surrounded by assassins. At this moment, Yu Zhan had returned home from his hunt. He sat in a chair waiting for the two to return, thinking, "Has this house always been this big? I used to think being alone was normal, but somehow I've grown used to the liveliness. It seems Duan Xiaomi and Zhang Xintai went to town, but it's really dangerous there now. Just in case Duan Xiaomi might be in danger, I guess I have to go find them." Right now, Zhang Xintai was shielding Duan Xiaomi with his own body, protecting her from being beaten by them. After beating them for a while, they looked at him, panting. "Why won't this guy give up?" Another guy looked down at him. "So stubborn." Another one noticed something and spoke up. "It seems that little brat is important. Pull that brat out. I'm going to skin her bit by bit right in front of this bastard." Zhang Xintai remembered an old memory. "Brother," a little girl who looked just like Zhang Xintai lay in bed last year, smiling as she said to him, "Brother, what are you doing?" Then, just a child, he smiled at his younger sister and said, "You're awake. I'm counting the things I stole today." The little girl walked over to the pile of items in amazement. "Wow, that's a lot. It must have been dangerous to steal so much." He boasted to his sister, "What are you worried about? Mom and Dad are gone. From now on, I'll protect you. You don't have to worry about a thing, just stay healthy and live a long life. I'll take care of you until the day you die," the little girl replied happily. "Okay, brother." One day, he brought back a beautiful, colorful dress for his sister. "Wow, brother, this dress is so pretty." He proudly scratched his nose. "There was a rich merchant in town today. I stole this from him. It was the most expensive thing he had. But after taking out the dress, he wouldn't let his sister wear it. Those guys look tough. I'm sorry, but you can't wear this for at least a month or two. Not until those people leave here, okay?" The little girl puffed out her cheeks in a huff but finally agreed. "Tisk, but I want to wear it now." He could only smile dotingly at his sister. "Looks like I'll have to hide it well." That night, my sister didn't come home. I turned the whole town upside down before finding her in a narrow, deserted alley. It seemed she had found the dress I'd hidden and wore it out. From that day on, I began to hate children because they never listen. He held Duan Sui tightly in his arms, staring directly at the group of men. They looked at him menacingly. "Because of what you sold, our boss was executed. To avenge our boss, we can do far worse than this." They snatched Duan Sui from Xintai's arms. The little girl struggled in terror, trying to break free. "Let me go," the man shouted impatiently. "Hey, stop struggling." Though covered in wounds, Xintai still tried to protect Duan Sui. He grabbed the man's leg tightly. "What do you think you're doing to this child, you bastards?" The man kicked him hard in the head, cursing, "Let go, you piece of trash." He groaned in pain. Seeing him hurt, Duan Sui grew very worried. "Slave uncle." She bit down hard on the man's hand. Yelping in pain, the man threw her violently to the ground. "Damn it, this little brat." The little girl fearlessly stood in front of him, spreading her arms to protect him. Xintai looked at Duan Sui in shock. "Go, what are you doing?" The man furiously drew his sword. "You little rat, you dare to bite me?" He frantically yelled at the little girl. "What are you still doing here?" Grung, the little girl stubbornly stood her ground in front of him. "No," in her. Xintai seemed to see the shadow of his own sister. "Please listen to me or you'll die too." The little girl still refused to run. "No, if I do that, you'll be left here all alone, uncle." The man charged with his blade, looking contemptuously at the little girl. "Ha, is this crazy little rat putting on a show? Die." But just then, Duan Yuxuan appeared. He tightly gripped the arm the man had raised to strike the little girl. The man groaned in pain. Duan Sui looked at him in surprise. "UNC," he noticed the cut on the little girl's cheek and flew into a rage. He threw the man aside and turned to the others. "It seems none of you will be getting a quick death," Zhang Xintai thought. "Maybe my sister also hated waiting for me all alone in that rundown house." Then he opened his eyes and saw Duan Sui looking at him cheerfully, saying, "Slave uncle, you're awake." Seeing this, he woke with a start and immediately sat up, asking in a panic, Hey are you okay? Your cheek, what happened? I told you to run, why did you get involved? You should have just run away. Hearing this, Duan Suwei calmly replied, Slave uncle, your injuries are much worse than mine. Only then did he realize it. He recalled how Duan Yuxuan had arrived just in time yesterday and had coldly turned to him saying, take her and go, or if you can't stand, die here. Because of those words he had run for his life and he didn't remember much after that. So Zhang Xintai said to Duan Suwei, don't do that again, your life is more important than anyone's. But she refused, saying firmly, I refuse, I'll do it again next time. I don't want to lose my family again. You were probably only thinking of running away, uncle. I will never do that. I will become strong and protect everyone, so don't say things like that anymore. Hearing this, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Was he really being lectured by a little kid? That night Hong Yunzhang was on patrol with his soldiers, his mood complex. Damn it, these last few days have been a mess and now there's a gang fight near the village. Why does everything land on my plate? Just then, a man spoke up. Governor, there's a strange report from below. The victim's wounds, all of them have their left cheeks caved in. Hearing this, he felt like he was going crazy. What now? And the perpetrator was none other than Duan Yuxuan. Hong Yunzhang was astonished to see him. The soldiers behind him were about to shout, how dare you, but were stopped by their superior. He approached Duan Yuxuan and asked in confusion, greetings sir, what brings you here? He explained his purpose. They were attempting kidnapping and murder. They're the mountain bandits who were previously involved with those black merchants. Hearing this, Hong Yunzhang ordered his men, what are you all standing around for? Arrest them. This confused his subordinates. Governor Zhang, who single-handedly captured Zhang Beixi and found the stolen golden Buddha statue with his supernatural abilities. Suddenly he asked him, why is he fawning over this riffraff? What do you know about the Black Sword Society? Why do you bring them up, the Black Sword Society? One of the many gangs in Shu. What's special about them is that their members include both convicts and ronin. Their existence has been a headache for the Imperial Palace for years as they use their exceptional skills to commit all sorts of crimes. This bunch of scoundrels and that black merchant were scouts for the Hengshan branch of the Black Sword Society. Hengshan is their base in Hunan. Since I had something to return, I decided to help you out on the way. At that moment in Hengshan, Yang Hedong said to his subordinate, what's going on? Why haven't we heard from them yet? The subordinate quickly explained, don't worry, Commander. I'm sure they'll be here soon. Hearing this, he said, the higher-ups are complaining, just think of how much money and time we spent on that black merchant. But they weren't just common thugs, they were connections handpicked from the elite. There's no way they could have failed. And yet it wasn't enough to wring that thief's neck. Recently, Zhang Beixi, a guy I've been keeping an eye on, got caught. On top of that, a black merchant I relied on heavily also died. It seems everything is going against me. Suddenly the wall collapsed and Duan Yuxuan entered holding a man. He said, catch him, and they did. They thought he was also a member of the Black Sword Society. Seeing the gold coins falling from the man, he remembered Zhang Xintai and Duan Suwei starving at home. He told the men to wait and started picking up the coins one by one, thinking, I hope there's something valuable. I need to buy Suwei some snacks. After searching for a bit and taking everything, Duan Yuxuan said contentedly, I'll be going now. None of the men dared to stop him. They bowed respectfully. Thank you, sir, please take care. And so, to properly raise Duan Suwei and Xintai, he decided to go out and plunder for money. 3 months later, the forest was lush and green and summer had arrived. He stood in his residence and mused that thanks to the things he'd taken from the Black Sword Society, their lives had become more prosperous than ever before. Suddenly he turned around. But the problem is, at that moment a chubby figure was meticulously sweeping the courtyard with a broom. It was Xintai, who had gone from having a tall and lean build to a round one. He glanced to the other side. There, Duan Suwei was also chubby, holding a rice ball in her hand. She stared droolingly at the water. Hee, hello there, Mr. Carp. Hee, you look so delicious. The fish, as if it understood her, shivered in fear. Yuxuan sighed. The problem is Duan Suwei and Xintai have gotten too fat. The cause of this was Yuxuan bringing back any and all food he saw without a second thought. Every coin he earned each day was spent on their 3 meals. This was the result. Usually those who have starved are the most eager to eat. And Xintai's superb cooking skills turned simple food into gourmet feasts. It was only natural that they would get fat, even if they didn't want to. Duan Yuxuan watched in silence as the two of them devoured every dish on the table like a whirlwind. He thought, they are both ordinary people with no martial foundation. If this continues, they'll have health problems. After some thought, Yuxuan decided he had to solve this problem. You two, come here. Hearing him, they immediately ran over. Yes, sir, he said to Xintai. From today on, I will teach you martial arts, he thought in astonishment. What, a master like him is going to teach me martial arts? He said the same thing to Duan Suwei. The little girl said happily, wow, okay, I'd love that, he gestured. Then go out and buy some manuals, Xintai said. Master, the problem is that the ones sold outside are worse than third rate, he smiled slyly. That's why I'm telling you to buy them, he teased. They're a perfect match for your level. After going out and buying a large stack of manuals, the two were already out of breath. Hey, is that all? He glanced at them, then picked up a book and opened it. Tai Chi and Tai Chi Sword. I think I've heard of them, but I don't seem to remember, Xintai said in surprise. You don't know, it belongs to the Wudang school, one of the 9 major sects, he chuckled. Ha, Wudang. Zhang Sanfeng, an interesting name. Zintai smiled and said, I'm afraid you're the only one who would dare say that. He secretly feared if a Wudang Taoist heard that, they'd probably draw their sword and fight to the death. Yuxuan flipped through a few pages of the book. Let's see. After a moment he closed it. Alright, let's begin. The two began a series of basic movements, and after just a short while both were drenched in sweat. He watched from the side with a blank expression. Why are you two flailing around like shamans performing a ritual? Zintai was confused. But that's how it's written in the book, he said. Just following the book isn't enough, that's no fun. There is no set path in martial arts. People created martial arts, so they created manuals to prevent others from stealing what they created. You must move in the way that feels most comfortable to you. That's how you'll forge your own path. The two looked at him with admiring eyes. Yes, sir. By evening, Zintai's gasps echoed in the courtyard. I can't go on, just kill me. Beside him, Duan Suwei was still full of energy, swinging a wooden stick. Uncle, look, it sounds like the wind. He clapped and praised her. Well done. I'll see a glimpse of martial arts in you, he thought. I never intended to teach Duan Suwei martial arts. I just wanted her to exercise and get healthier. Hearing this, the little girl happily continued to run, not noticing that she had stepped on Zintai's foot. Ouch! Yuxuan's lips curled into a smile. If this goes well, they should return to their original figures soon. However, there was an unexpected flaw in the plan. With a dark expression, Yuxuan looked at the fragrant, gleaming dishes on the table as Zintai said with a laugh, Come on, eat up, we deserve a big meal today. Duan Suwei drooled. Then the two of them began to wolf down the food. Watching the two fight over the food on the table, Yuxuan cursed inwardly. Damn it, they just barely lost the weight after all that hard training. In a certain gang's headquarters, a cup was mercilessly smashed. The Grand Commander of the Black Sword Society, Shen Chang, raged. What the hell is this? Zhang Beixi and the Duan Suwei herbal shop, do you have any idea how much money they brought in each year? The subordinate hurriedly said, Of course I know. But before he could finish, Shen Chang sent his head rolling to the floor. The Hunan branch, I've lost contact with all of them, including the men I sent to capture Zintai. Hunan was the most stable province, not just because of its strength, but its terrain is also ideal, providing access in all directions. Thanks to Zhang Baixi's madness, it became easier to absorb new forces. He frowned. Someone is interfering with my plans. I'm very curious who that fellow is, another man said respectfully. We will take action, Grand Commander, Shen Chang said menacingly. Start with Governor Hong Yunzhang, then Zintai. Capture and torture them, and they'll naturally spill what they know. The subordinates hurriedly accepted the order. In Yuxuan's courtyard, he was meditating quietly when he suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a premonition. Storm is coming. Books were scattered on the ground. Zintai gasped for breath and said, I'm really going to die. Starting this morning, Yuxuan had been expressionlessly ordering him around. Get up, it's time for breakfast. Go wake up Duan Suwei, then we'll eat. Zintai said lazily, I'm exhausted. Can't you let me rest a bit? He looked up, saw Yuxuan's clenched fist, and immediately backed down. I'll go right away, sir. On the other side, Duan Suwei was meditating peacefully, surrounded by little birds. One had even built a nest on her head. Yuxuan walked over and said, The little one is awake. Get up, wash your face, and let's go have breakfast. Upon hearing the word food, Duan Suwei excitedly threw herself into his arms. Food, I love food, he sighed. I suppose you do. He looked thoughtfully at the little girl as if he had something to say. He maintained that expression the whole way, and Zintai noticed it too. What's wrong? He replied. The wind seems strong today. Zintai thought in confusion. It is. What on earth is he talking about? Yuxuan told Zintai to go see if anything had changed in Yueyang. He was stunned. What? But I haven't had breakfast yet. But he was met with a sharp gaze. Go check now. Zintai had no choice but to obey and run out. Damn it, at least let me eat first. At this time in Yueyang, southern Hunan, Pan Kaguo, leader of the Black Sword Society's Stormcloud Regiment, was devouring a delicious meal. Suddenly another person spoke up. Chief, word is that Governor Yunzhang will be escorting Beixi to the Imperial Palace tomorrow. She mused. Oh, is that so? It was already strange enough that he kept Beixi locked up in Azhou for 3 months, that governor, trying to torture him for more information, but we of the Black Sword Society won't bow to a mere governor even so. It will be a problem if they take him to the Imperial Palace. The people in the palace are not on the same level as a governor. That leaves only 2 options. She gave a cunning smile. What are the chances of rescuing him? She mulled over the 2 quickest solutions. A rescue or silencing him permanently. Her subordinate said, based on the number of soldiers and the escort party, the chances of success are less than 40%, she said with a smile. Kill him, the subordinate replied. As you command. Kaguo stretched and thought, it's so easy to dispose of those who get caught. Now all that's left is Governor Yunzhang, Zintai, and the hermit who caused all this chaos. I wonder what kind of person is a has-been cultivator these days. Suddenly she saw a familiar figure. It's him, it's Zintai. I saw him on a wanted poster. He might know something about that hermit. She immediately gave chase. Damn it, how is he so fast? When he turned into an alley, she rejoiced inwardly. Got you. That's a dead end. But when she entered, she saw no one. He had vanished. Meanwhile, Zintai had already returned to Yuxuan and was reporting what had happened. The atmosphere in town is really unusual. I was even followed by some strange person. I'm sure the Black Sword Society won't let me off the hook. Yuxuan said. I see, so what have these Black Sword Society people done? Explain in detail. Zintai said. There's nothing particularly special really. The Black Sword Society was founded about 50 years ago by an unidentified man. No one knows who the founder is. There are rumors that a disciple of the demonic cult founded it after a crushing defeat by the 9 major sects, but in the end they're just rumors. Yuxuan's expression turned cold. So you're saying we have no clues, he replied. Yes, sir. No one paid them any attention until now. However, their Grand Commander must be very capable, judging by how quickly he has expanded their influence to contend with other major powers. Yuxuan said dismissively, the sudden appearance of the Black Sword Society has made them uneasy. For those major powers, there's nothing more troublesome than this. After all, it disrupts their policy of maintaining stability. Xintai, holding Duan Sui, said as he ran to keep up with him. That's right, in the end the Wulin Alliance had to intervene under pressure from the powerful families. And the guys who were lucky enough to escape are now members of the Black Sword Society, he replied faintly. Such as the Zhonghu, he thought. I've heard the Wulin Alliance was established by the core members of the orthodox sects. If the Grand Commander of the Black Sword Society really managed to escape from under their noses, he is indeed clever. In the past, something like this would never have happened. The Wulin of today is still the Wulin, but it's too peaceful. In my era, if there was even a rumor of a wandering warrior establishing a sect, that sect would be crushed immediately because there were too many people wanting to show off their power for no reason at all. From that perspective, the current Wulin is boringly peaceful. Xintai followed behind and asked, So what should we do? The governor must be having a real headache. After listening, he replied, Speaking of which, I just remembered I forgot about that guy. Somewhere, Kaguya was smiling sinisterly. Yunzhang had been captured by her. She asked with a smile, You must be Governor Hong Yunzhang. He frowned. I am. After he confirmed it, Kaguya smiled and said, I assume you know who we are, so let's skip the pleasantries. I brought you here because there are a few things I'd like to ask, he thought. How careless of me. I expected something to happen during Zhang Baixia's transport, but I didn't think they'd move this fast, he asked. What do you want to know? She said with interest. You see, I've thought about it for a long time and I just can't figure it out. Although Zhang Beixi and the black merchants were working together for a branch of our Black Sword Society to be taken out by people like them. Isn't that odd? There must be someone else behind you bastards. Hearing this, he thought of Yuxuan, and his face instantly turned pale. Kaguya was intrigued. He definitely remembered something, she said. So while I'm still being nice, why don't you just confess everything, or do you want me to put in a little more effort? Yunzhang froze for a moment, then shut his eyes tightly. After hesitating, he said, I don't know anything. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes as he thought, I'm a dead man. But Kaguya looked at him with mad scorn. Oh, so you mean you'll take that secret to your grave? A gentleman's word is his bond, is that it? Well, then I have no choice. She sized him up from head to toe. Hong Yunzhang looks quite sturdy on the outside, but he doesn't know martial arts and is psychologically weak. The shock of torture alone would be enough to easily kill him. She sat down with a savage grin and took out a cloth pouch. Do you know what this is? As she spoke, she blew the powder from the pouch into his face. It's truth-telling elixir. Watching this from his hiding spot above, Xintai clenched his fists. Damn it, if that guy dies here, things will get complicated. Damn it, if it weren't for the master's orders. Xintai recalled Yuxuan's reminder, we need him. Hong Yunzhang, at the time he had been stunned. Why? Yuxuan had repeated. I said we need him. He had cleaned out his ear. Oh, so that's what you meant, Yuxuan hadn't said anything more. Just narrowed his eyes at him, making his hair stand on end. Back in the present, Xintai was in a dilemma. If I had asked again, I definitely would have been beaten. So now if I abandon that guy and run, he'll surely beat me to death. Absolutely. I have to find a way to save him, but how? At that moment, his whole body was enveloped in an annoying yellow light. Well, it doesn't matter if I die sooner or later. Xintai transformed into a stream of air and flew towards the group. Kaguya was stunned. What was that? By this time he had returned to his original form and kicked one of the men away. He thought, the only thing I can do is launch a surprise attack and then run. Following his plan, he grabbed Yunzhang and ran. She, Kaguya, looked at the two of them murderously. After them, it's Zhang Xintai. Outside, a group of people gave chase. Get him, he was in a panic, and forgetting all dignity, he cried out, Master, come save us. I can't believe the day has come when I have to pin my hopes on a guy like that. Yuxuan was already prepared. He drew his sword and watched the fleeing Xintai with a smile. Time to get some exercise in the dim forest. Yunzhang groggily woke up. When he opened his eyes, a hand was covering his mouth. Xintai whispered beside him, If you stay quiet, I'll let go. Yunzhang asked, Who are you? He replied, Zhang Xintai, a subordinate of Master Duan. That man, sigh, if it weren't for him, I'd never have survived this long. You have no idea how many times he's saved me. Xintai stuck out his tongue and thought, I should make this sound more serious so that Duan Sui can live more comfortably. But first I have to use this guy to get out of here safely. Xintai whispered, Those guys will chase us to the ends of the earth, so be prepared. We need to get away first and find a chance for revenge later. Suddenly several sharp gazes shot towards the two. Xintai and Yunzhang froze for a second, then he grabbed Yunzhang and ran. Damn it, why do things always go wrong? After running for a long time, the two were surrounded. He cursed inwardly, Damn it, we're trapped. Just then, Kaguya also ran up, panting. You scurrying bastard, die. A group of Black Sword Society members pushed forward as if to tear him to pieces. Though he was trembling all over, he put on a brave face. Bastards, come and get me if you want to fight. Suddenly a figure appeared behind them. It was Duan Yuxuan. He dispatched most of the enemies with a few casual moves. They were panicked. "Who are you?" Before the man could react, he was cut in half. Kaguya was scared out of her wits. In the long history of Shu, only one person has ever been granted that title. The only man in history, Sun Feng, the founding patriarch of Wudang, who later became an immortal, and Damo, who founded the Shaolin Temple. Even the heavenly demon who created the demonic cult and reached the peak of the 100 ghost soldiers could not obtain that title, but undeniably, they were all martial arts masters who shook their eras. Kaguya was terrified of his power. But only the invincible god is truly undefeated, and that is why he became a legend, Zintai whined. "What took you so long?" Yuxuan said. "Tisk so noisy." Zintai pointed at the group. "It's all their fault." Kaguya and her accomplices groveled before his power. "But we didn't do anything," Duan Yuxuan asked. "Are you from the Black Sword Society?" She trembled. "Yes, we're disciples of the Black Sword Society. Now that you know, do you still intend to stop us?" he muttered to himself. "He brought back a pile of trash and they'll only produce more trash," she wanted to retort. "We're not useless," he cut her off. "You talk too much. If you have a problem with it, prove me wrong." Guo Sao was stunned. Beside him, Hong Yunjang's eyes shone with admiration as he said, "My word, he's a true hero." On the other side, Duan Yuxuan swung his sword, each strike taking a life. Zintai, standing nearby, pursed his lips. "Hero my ass, he's a piece of shit, a monster, not a human." Yunjang glared at him, displeased. "A piece of shit? How dare you speak of your master that way?" Zintai clicked his tongue. "TCH, I'd say the same thing behind the emperor's back. What's the problem?" Yunjang clenched his fists. "What? Look at this lowborn." Zintai and Yunjang started to argue. "What's wrong with being a lowborn? Have you forgotten who saved you? You bastard, how dare a slave speak ill of his master? You deserve a beating. I've never met someone who causes as much trouble as you." Suddenly, a deep voice cut in. "Silence." The two looked up to see Yuxuan grabbing Guo Sao. "We're going back," he said. Early the next morning, the government soldiers were in a state of chaos because nearly all the incarcerated prisoners had been killed. The few survivors who were found were barely breathing, and the governor had vanished. There was no trace of any intruders at the scene. A search party was dispatched to find him, throwing all of Yueyang into an uproar. At that moment, in a tavern, people were discussing the recent events. "It's the Black Sword Society again. Tisk, that poor governor. I bet he's already dead somewhere," someone said upon hearing the grim news about the governor. "They don't say that. He was a great man. He pressed on with the campaign against the Black Sword Society even though he knew they'd retaliate. Yeah, he was so brave." Another man clenched his fist and said with determination, "I'm thinking of joining the search party. I refuse to believe such a great man would die at the hands of the Black Sword Society." Hearing this bold declaration, another man laughed through his tears. Yes, you're so right, just the thought of it drives me mad. Governor, please be safe." Meanwhile, in another location, the governor, though covered in wounds, appeared before two people with a smile. Duan Sume, being held in someone's arms, looked at the unfamiliar man with a mix of confusion and apprehension, thinking, "A stranger is staring at us." The governor, seeing her puzzled expression, also thought to himself, "That child must be my benefactor's daughter," but then again, they didn't. Yuxuan, looking at Duan Sume, gestured toward him. "Go on, greet him, this is Governor Hong." Duan Sume finally realized the identity of the stranger before her, the governor. Hong Yunjang looked at the child Duan Sume and thought, "She seems very shy." Now knowing who he was, Duan Sume shyly turned to greet him. "Hello, my name is Duan Sume." Seeing such an adorable child, Hong Yunjang's heart softened, but he still returned the greeting. "Haha, I'm Hong Yunjang. I have a child your age too. You should come and play with her sometime. I think you'd become good friends," Duan Sume shyly repeated in a small voice. "Friends." Yuxuan also turned to Duan Sume with a pleased look. "You can go if you get bored." And Governor Hong, looking at the lovely Duan Sume, thought to himself, "She's so cute, if only she could be my daughter-in-law." Yuxuan saw right through him and shot him a glare which made Governor Hong avert his eyes and laugh awkwardly. "Haha." That moment, back at the Black Sword Society, a loud shout was heard. "We can't get in touch with them." The subordinate also stammered in fear. "Yes, master," the master demanded angrily. "Didn't you say all the prisoners were dealt with? The governor is missing, so I don't think they failed." The subordinate continued to report haltingly. "Yes, our men have searched the entire area, but no one saw anything." The master's expression changed as he said coldly, "Do you think they're dead?" The subordinate still offered his own thoughts. "The possibility is minuscule. They completed their mission, the only thing left was to return," but the master didn't care, roaring unreasonably. "But we can't be sure that the mysterious martial artist or someone else didn't take them out." Seeing this, the subordinate stammered again. "But according to the last message we received, it didn't mention anything of the sort. Besides, if that mysterious martial artist really exists, there's no way they could have silently killed all the prisoners and then kidnapped the governor." The master finally accepted this. He looked up at the sky and slowly said, "Really?" He frowned, thinking angrily, "How did things get so complicated? I don't like this situation." Just then, the subordinate spoke up. "This subordinate will send out another search party." Hearing this, the master snapped out of his thoughts. "Find people who are skilled in stealth. We need to turn all of Hunan upside down. Pick experienced ones," the subordinate replied without hesitation. "Yes, master." Back at the residence, Yuxuan began assigning tasks. Zintai, guard the estate. You watch the person I tied up. As for the governor, return to Yueyang, gather your troops, and in 3 days we'll head to that place. The governor was bewildered. That place, you mean? Yuxuan immediately clarified. Tianzi Mountain, the Black Sword Society's headquarters. I heard it from Guo Sao. As he spoke, a look of firm resolve appeared on his face. I'll go there myself. Xintai and Hong Yunzhong were too shocked to speak. Sir Yuxuan reassured them. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourselves. It's pathetic that you couldn't even beat those guys. Being told so bluntly, their pride was wounded. As Yuxuan left, he added, you should at least train until you don't get beaten anymore. At your age, aren't you ashamed? The two gritted their teeth in anger. Damn it, he always uses himself as the example. After giving his disciples their instructions, Yuxuan set off immediately. Arriving at his destination, he felt a bit emotional. After spending so long in the estate, coming to a place like this was truly breathtaking. When I was young, I used to walk through places like this alone, knowing nothing but martial arts. He raised his hand to the sky, spreading his 5 fingers, and wondered, why was I so obsessed with power back then? But then Yuxuan's thoughts turned to the people back at his home. Now this too is one of life's pleasures. Suddenly a voice shattered his thoughts. Hey kid, I opened this road, I planted these trees. If you want to pass, hand over the toll. He felt a touch of nostalgia. It's been a while since I last ran into a situation like this. Yuxuan retorted brazenly. What if I have nothing? Seeing this, the men prepared to make their move, saying arrogantly, don't pretend to be Nangang Duanhui. Grab him and search him. Suddenly a girl's voice cut them off. You scoundrels, so you're the bandits who have been terrorizing this area. Yuxuan looked curiously toward the girl who had spoken so forcefully. A group of you ganging up on one skinny man, have you no shame? Ah, it's the Nangang family, one of the 8 great families. Nangang Duanhui, a member of the Wulin Alliance. Nangang Duanhui furiously scolded the bandits. I can't believe it, a group of able-bodied men bullying the weak. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Instead of being scared, they said with curiosity. And who are you supposed to be? What's a woman doing here? You want to pick a fight with us all by yourself? Hearing them discuss Nangang Duanhui, Yuxuan merely made a calm deduction. Suddenly, while everyone was still wondering, Nangang Duanhui wasted no more time and leaped down from a tree, longsword in hand, and charged forward. Sure enough, she moved like the wind, felling all the bandits. After taking them down, Nangang Duanhui landed gracefully, her beauty complemented by the falling cherry blossoms. Nangang Duanhui proudly dusted off her clothes and said to Yuxuan, you're lucky. If I hadn't come along, you would have been in big trouble. But Yuxuan didn't reply, which made Nangang Duanhui ask curiously, hey, why are you staring at my face? Nangang Duanhui finally understood what Yuxuan was looking at. Oh, he's looking at my sword. After staring at the sword for a moment, Yuxuan finally offered a compliment. Your swordplay is not bad. Seeing this, Nangang Duanhui immediately thought with pride, I bet he's stunned by my extraordinary sword skills. She shook her head and replied with a smile, I've heard that one before. Just as she finished speaking, she realized Yuxuan wasn't paying her any attention at all, but was instead walking over to the bandits. Nangang Duanhui immediately asked him, what are you doing? Yuxuan stated flatly, can't you see I'm picking up money? Hearing his reply, Nangang Duanhui was confused. Why are you doing that? Yuxuan looked at the money in his hand and answered coldly, this money was surely stolen from others. I'm just taking it back. After speaking, he tossed her a single copper coin and said, this is for you. Nangang Duanhui stared at the coin, too shocked to speak. What is wrong with that guy? He was basically robbing them himself. She couldn't help but go up to him and shout, hey. Yuxuan didn't offer any more and said coolly, that's all. Seeing this, she cursed him angrily. You're lying. I saw you take a whole pile of money. I did all the work, but you're taking all the credit and ignoring me. After saying that, she muttered to herself, honestly, what can you even do with a single tael of silver? Hearing this, Yuxuan's expression changed, and he said coldly, a single tael of silver. I take it you're quite wealthy? Nangang Duanhui replied proudly, well, I've never gone hungry a day in my life. Yuxuan now understood her background and turned to say, I see, so that's why your swordplay is so arrogant. Hearing him say that, Nangang Duanhui frowned in confusion. What did you just say? But Yuxuan said nothing more, leaving Nangang Duanhui completely bewildered. As a gust of wind blew past, she asked, where did he go? What the hell? At that moment, Yuxuan had already reached a small village at the foot of the mountain and entered a restaurant to fill his stomach. Proprietor, a bowl of noodles. The noodles arrived quickly. He picked up his noodles, lost in thought. Trouble, I just wasted time on a troublesome woman. But there were some strange people in the restaurant who deliberately walked past Yuxuan, their gazes odd. Yuxuan paid them no mind, put down his chopsticks and left the restaurant to the proprietor's farewell. Safe travels, esteemed customer. After walking a few steps, Yuxuan stopped again, recalling the strange looks from the people in the restaurant. Then he raised a hand to his mouth and suddenly noticed something red on it. Yuxuan stood with his longsword in hand, bodies strewn about the room. I knew this place was suspicious. They must have tampered with the food. As he walked, he thought, what a strange village. The villagers' eyes are dull, and the atmosphere is grim. He remembered that when he had interrogated Guo Sao, the man had confessed that this entire village was a stronghold for the Black Sword Society. He was silent for a moment, then murmured, they're here. The words had barely left his lips when numerous figures leaped down from the rooftops to attack him. At the Black Sword Society headquarters, a subordinate rushed in with a panicked look. Chief, we're in big trouble, Shen Chong said impatiently. What is it? Did you find the location of the missing men? Men said hurriedly. No, we're under attack, Shen Chong frowned. An attack? Are you saying some martial artist is here causing trouble? The man said fearfully. This subordinate is not sure, there's only one enemy. But he's a powerful master. Shen Chong closed his eyes, suppressing his anger. Only one person? You expect me to believe that? The man said fearfully. It's true, Chief. He's already taken down over 100 disciples and is heading this way. Before he could finish, a loud crash echoed through the building. Shen Chong looked toward the source of the sound and saw Yuxuan covered in blood push open the doors and stride in. Shen Chong recognized him. That bastard who caused a ruckus at the Black Sword Society. He looked at him in disbelief. Did he kill everyone on the first floor? What is this aura he's giving off? It feels like he's looking at me like I'm an insect, but there's only one way to find out who's stronger. Shen Chang's fingers rested on the hilt of his sword, but before he could even draw it, a single blow sent him flying into the wall. A short while later, Yunjiang's army arrived. Arrest them all, don't let a single one escape. Tie them up securely. A few men asked with confusion, Governor, who are these people? He said. They are the fiends of the Black Sword Society. This is their headquarters, so don't let your guard down, the men replied. Yes, sir. Suddenly, one of them realized, wait, the Black Sword Society? They're the Black Sword Society? He said, that's right, don't let a single one get away, the men roared with high morale. As you command, sir, Yunjiang said leisurely. You can't believe what you're seeing, can you? Hey, neither can I can't believe a single man took care of something that even the Imperial family and the Great Woolen Alliance were helpless against. His eyes sparkled. Just who is that man? Suddenly, Shen Chong was thrown from somewhere, landing on the ground near him, which made him freeze for a second. Just then, Yuxuan walked over and said, the chief of the Black Sword Society. Yunjiang said happily, great hero. He smiled and said, I guess my business here is done. I'm leaving. I promised Duan Sume I'd be back early. Yunjiang bowed respectfully. Understood, thank you, sir. I will pay you a visit after everything is taken care of. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Right, don't forget. He froze. Yes, what is it? After thinking for a moment, he said, yes, I will be sure to keep this matter confidential. He said, no, I'm talking about the bounties on these guys. Yunjiang stared at him with a speechless expression. At that moment, the members of the Black Sword Society were being escorted back. The common people cheered. They've finally been caught. Go to hell, you villains. From a high vantage point, Nangang Duanhui murmured in disbelief. I can't believe it. The Black Sword Society has been annihilated. The governor has performed a great service. He'll surely be summoned to the palace soon, right? Suddenly she frowned. Something isn't right. Nangang Duanhui, captain of the Woolen Alliance's Phoenix Squad. She thought to herself. He found the Black Sword Society's headquarters on Tianzi Mountain, something even the Woolen Alliance couldn't uncover. There's no way he could have defeated the masters of the Black Sword Society with just a group of government officers. There must be someone behind him. But who could it be? At the Woolen Alliance, Nangang Chun gazed at the clouds in the sky and said, I suppose the rumors of the Black Sword Society's destruction are not unfounded. Another person walked over and said, there must be a powerful martial artist allied with that governor. This achievement is too great for an ordinary governor, isn't it? Nangang Chun frowned. I think your speculation is correct. Send the captain of the Phoenix Squad to investigate this matter, he replied. Understood, Nangang Chun mused. If there really is a reclusive master, we must find and recruit him. The martial world is going to be in an uproar for a while. At that moment, strategist Zhu Guan said, if she does indeed encounter this rumored master, I believe we'd best be prepared in case we need to persuade that person to come here. Woolen Alliance leader Nangang Chun said, we don't know if that person is friendly or not. I suppose that's something we'll have to find out. In the courtyard, Yuxuan was observing Xintai and Duan Sume practicing together. In another corner, Nangang Duanhui was clutching her stomach. I'm such an idiot. I shouldn't have eaten so many sweets. She recalled her image as the captain of the Phoenix Squad. How did I end up in this pathetic state? Back in my day, she thought with a grimace. If my grandfather saw me like this now, he would kill me. What should I do? Suddenly, a steamed bun was offered to her. Duan Sume walked over happily, her eyes sparkling. I'm full. She was surprised. What a kind child. She accepted it happily and asked, little girl, what's your name? The little girl replied, Duan Sume. My name is Duan Sumeme. Nangang Duanhui knelt on one knee and said gently, that's a beautiful name. I'm Nangang Duanhui. Where are your parents? I'd like to thank them properly. The little girl said, I don't have parents. Suddenly a large hand rested on the little girl's head. Yuxuan walked over and said, I'm her father. The little girl looked at him in surprise, and Nangang Duanhui was also taken aback. It's you, the man from before. He just glanced at her, saying nothing with an air of indifference. She was silent for a moment, then smiled, thinking, I'm sure heaven sent him to help me. She hurried forward. Excuse me. I think it was fate that brought us. He cut her off. Forget it. She followed him with a pout. I haven't even said anything yet, he said coldly. Whatever it is, forget it. She chased after him. Please help me. Yuxuan asked unhurriedly. Why should I help you, she said. I saved you from the bandits, don't you remember? At that moment, Duan Sume, being held in his arms, remembered him admitting he was her dad and felt very happy. The little girl pleaded on Nangang Duanhui's behalf. That big sister looks pitiful. We should help her. He was silent, somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, the little girl shyly called out, Dad. In his courtyard, Xintai was chiding. Hey, hurry up, are you going to spend all day washing clothes? Nangang Duanhui said irritably. What can I do? This stain just won't come out. Zintai lay leisurely in a chair enjoying bullying the newcomer. That's not how you wash clothes. How many times do I have to tell you have to put some muscle into it? She grabbed him by the collar in anger. You want to try it, you bastard, he said calmly. Hey, I'm just teaching you how to wash clothes. Why are you trying to kill me? You think it's easy to get help from others? Then he chuckled. Nangang Duanhui collapsed to the ground muttering, why am I being treated like this? She recalled what Yuxuan had said. I can't help you for free. If you help with the chores while you stay here, I'll pay you a wage. She gritted her teeth in agony. I only need a few silver coins. On the other side, a chest full of gold was delivered to Yuxuan. Yunzhang said, here are 100 taels of gold. Yuxuan was also surprised. I never expected you to gather so much in just a few days, he said. It's nothing compared to what you've done. Yuxuan asked, what about those guys? He replied. The imperial court personally took them into custody yesterday. They'll probably be sent to the Eastern Depot and won't make it out alive. He smiled and picked up his teacup, thinking that this matter was finally over. Yunzhang replied yes. Suddenly, both of them looked out the window where Duan Sume was playing happily outside. Yunzhang said, she's such a kind and lovely child. He said calmly, of course I know. Suddenly he asked, but shouldn't you be taking her to an academy by now? He tilted his head in confusion. An academy? Yunzhang was surprised that he hadn't sent Duan Sume to school. In this day and age, education is very important for a child. It's absolutely necessary. What's more embarrassing than a child who does nothing but wander around all day and can't even read a single word? Yuxuan turned his face away. Is that so? Yunzhang continued to urge him. Wouldn't it be nice for her to play with friends? I know a very good academy in the village. Let me introduce you. He was silent for a moment, then said, I'll think about it. Hearing this, Yunzhang's lips curled into a smug smile. Everything is going smoothly. I can tell he's wavering. If this child is to become my daughter-in-law, she at least needs to be literate. At that moment, Duan Sume was playing at Yunzhang's residence. She dipped her feet in the water, thinking, these are koi fish. There are so many interesting things at the governor's mansion. Suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, who are you? This is my house. Who are you to be here? What do you want? She looked up to see a boy with a disgruntled face questioning her. Boy pointed at Duan Sume and said loudly, I asked what you want. Suddenly, Yunzhang walked over and scolded him. You brat Hong Chenlin, who gave you permission to speak so loudly? The little boy turned around stunned. Father. Duan Sume looked at Yunzhang with a wronged expression. Uncle, he said angrily, how dare you make a little girl cry? Is this how I raised you? The little boy was stunned. No, Yunzhang said sharply. Not only did you neglect an honored guest, but you also dare to cause a scene here. The little boy was at a loss. That it's my fault. Duan Sume stepped in to mediate. Uncle Sume is okay, Yunzhang asked doubtfully. Him, are you really okay? The little girl said in a low voice. I'm fine, just a little surprised. But is he the friend you mentioned, Uncle? He replied. He's the one. He added. What are you standing there for? Come over and say hello. The little boy looked at them both, trembling. Why does father treat that girl better than his own son? Then he ran off. Father, I hate you. Yuxuan held Duan Sume's hand as they walked home. On the way, the little girl asked, was that boy Uncle Hong's son? He replied, it seems so. What do you think? Do you think you can be friends with him? The little girl said. Sume will definitely become good friends with him. He was silent for a moment, then asked again, what about the academy? The little girl said in surprise. The academy? Can I go to the academy? He smiled dotingly. Of course you can if you want to. The little girl jumped with joy. I want to go to the academy, he decided. All right, it's settled. That evening in their own courtyard, Duan Sume and Zintai were practicing martial arts while Yuxuan observed them. Suddenly, Nangang Duanhui walked over and said, is this really okay? The Pine Tree Academy is very famous in Yueyang. Don't you care? What if it's famous? What's so great about that place? She sighed. You really don't understand how the world works. The more famous an academy is, the more arrogant the children who study there are, he said. You seem to know a lot about it. She glanced at him, pursing her lips as she thought, I had to change my name and switch academies back then. It was really chaotic. When Nangang Duanhui was 10, she had caused a huge ruckus at an academy. Dad, of course I taught them all a lesson, he said. In any case, Sume will be fine. She's much stronger than you think. And if something happens that Sume can't handle herself, I'll handle it for her, she asked. Because you're her dad, he affirmed. Yes, because I'm her dad, Nangang Duanhui said seriously. Are you confident you won't back down even when facing the powerful and noble? She thought to herself. Besides his outstanding martial arts, I don't think he owns anything other than this estate. Can he really deal with those prestigious families or bureaucrats? But it's none of my business anyway. I'm just staying here temporarily. Yuxuan said with certainty. Of course, I'll protect that child to the very end, even if the whole world becomes my enemy. A red glint flashed in his eyes, and Nangang Duanhui felt it. Because she was standing behind him, she didn't know the aura came from him. She asked, did you feel a strange aura just now? He replied, no, I don't know, I didn't feel anything. Nangang Duanhui speculated, thinking, that kind of killing intent can only be sensed by a master like me. As expected, the master who annihilated the Black Sword Society must be nearby. Just you wait. I'll find you soon. The next day, Duan Sume put on her new clothes and was taken to the academy by Nangang Duanhui. Along the way, the little girl hummed and skipped non-stop. Nangang Duanhui asked, are you that happy? The little girl replied with a bright smile. She recalled what he had said. Don't worry about Sume. Just take the child to the academy. Don't you have business in Yueyang too, she thought to herself. He's such an irresponsible fellow anyway, what kind of father is he? But that's not my concern. Nangang Duanhui offered some encouragement. You'll definitely make lots of good friends, Duan Xiaomei replied cheerfully. I'm looking forward to it, Nangang Duanhui added a warning. If you run into any mean kids, just go ahead and hit them, the little girl responded. Yes ma'am. But inwardly Nangang Duanhui was worried. It's easy for me to say, but I don't know if this innocent, kind-hearted child can handle it. She watched as Duan Xiaomei walked through the main gate. Duan Xiaomei sighed. Now that the child is settled, I suppose I should go and investigate, but she was unaware that someone was already watching her. Later, Duan Xiaomei introduced herself. My name is Duan Xiaomei. It's a pleasure to meet you. When the others saw her, no one paid her any attention, so Duan Xiaomei said with some disappointment, I hope we can all be good friends. Seeing this, the teacher said, All right, you may go to your seat. As she approached her desk, she saw a familiar face. It was Hang Chenlin. She looked at him excitedly, which made him click his tongue and turn away impatiently. Meanwhile, Nangang Duanhui said excitedly, I finally found the martial artist behind that disturbance. Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan, who was fishing, calmly offered his opinion. I don't think you found the right people. This prompted her to quickly explain her reasoning. It's absolutely true. When I was out investigating, I overheard the common folk whispering that they saw the ones who wiped out the Black Sword Society. After I begged them repeatedly, they finally agreed to tell me where those martial artists lived. I'm going there tonight. Have you ever heard of the Five Swords of Hunan? If possible, I'd like to invite them to join the Wulin Alliance. But I don't know who they are. At this, he hesitated for a moment before replying, The Five Swords of Hunan? I've never heard of them. Hearing this, she said to him triumphantly, See, they must not have done anything major, which is why the Wulin Alliance couldn't identify them either. Perhaps they operate in secret. As soon as I report this to the Alliance, I can finally say goodbye to my days of looking after Duan Xiaomei. The thought made Nangang Duanhui dance with joy. Seeing this, Duan Yuxuan decided, I'll go with you. I'd also like to see who these Five Swords of Hunan are. His desire to go made her lean in excitedly and say, Fine, if you behave I'll take you with me. And when we get back you have to give me lots of money. Alright, let's go and observe. That evening, Duan Xiaomei returned from the academy and told him all about her day. I learned the basics of the heavenly scripture. I don't know what it is, but it was very interesting. I also learned calligraphy. It was my first time holding a writing brush. She then chattered on about many things until late at night when she unknowingly fell asleep on him. With Duan Xiaomei asleep, Nangang Duanhui approached and shared her thoughts. It seems she likes the academy, but did you notice? Her question left him unsure of what she was getting at. She explained, she talked about what she learned, but she didn't mention any friends. The words struck a chord in his heart, and he thought of the possibility that Duan Xiaomei was being isolated at school. But he quickly composed himself, stroking Duan Xiaomei's head and saying, Don't worry, it was only her first day. Nangang Duanhui felt that was possible too. Anyway, I'm heading to the residence of the Five Swords of Hunan. Are you sure you want to come? Yes. I'll set off as soon as I've taken this child back to her bed. He carried Duan Xiaomei on his shoulder, put her to bed, and then went to meet the Five Swords of Hunan. Nangang Duanhui stepped forward and asked them, Are you the Five Swords of Hunan who wiped out the Black Sword Society? But they feigned ignorance. I don't understand what you're talking about. Though they said this, she continued with great confidence, I've investigated thoroughly. You are the ones who supported the governor and eliminated the Black Sword Society, correct? They replied. I don't know where you heard such nonsense, but please leave. Before they could finish, she quickly added, I am Phoenix Lord Nangang Duanhui, a leader of the Wulin Alliance. I understand you wish to remain hidden from the world, but the Grand Master of the Wulin Alliance wishes to meet you. When they heard Grand Master of the Wulin Alliance, their interest was piqued and they turned their heads. Seeing this, she said with some delight, Yes, I hope you will not refuse this request or the bounty for the Black Sword Society. Hearing this, they said, I don't know who leaked the information, but yes, it was we who eliminated the Black Sword Society. Really? In that case, please. Upon meeting them, she thought with some surprise, Is it really them? Their auras don't even feel second-rate, let alone first-rate. I think even I could defeat them easily. Puzzled, she asked, Well, before that, could you show me the technique you used to defeat the Black Sword Society? Hearing this, Ma Yishang questioned her with great displeasure. Are you doubting us? Immediately, with a simple stomp of their feet, the tree behind them was destroyed. The Five Swords of Hunan asked her, Do you still doubt us? Seeing this, she was utterly astonished. That's incredible. They destroyed that tree without making a sound. For martial artists this powerful, hiding their strength must be child's play. After the demonstration, Ma Yishang began to walk away, saying, If you still have doubts, please leave. Seeing this, she chased after him to explain, but to no avail. And behind her, Duan Yuxuan inspected the branch from the tree and found not a single crack. Elsewhere, Ma Desi was drinking as he spoke. After the Black Sword Society was defeated, a rumor spread that they were the ones backing the governor, and that name suddenly appeared. I've never heard of them. Quan Wu chimed in. Neither have we. He was immediately struck by a fist. Ma Desi roared with fury. Did you think we came here to talk nonsense? Hearing this, Zhang Xintai quickly apologized in fear while Ma Desi continued. But regardless, there's a high probability that the Five Swords of Hunan did wipe out the Black Sword Society. When he received no answer, he angrily strode over, kicked him in the stomach and said, "You damn bastard, how dare you ignore your master's words? Tisk, I'll go verify it myself, follow them." "Yes, master." His guards immediately complied, while Zhang Xintai, outwardly submissive, thought to himself, "If I ever had the chance to choose my own master, I would never serve a man like you." Nangang Duanhui began, sounding very disappointed. "It's so sad that I can't say goodbye to Duan Xiaomei in person. It's a real shame, but I need to bring the 5 swords of Hunan back to the Wulin Alliance as soon as possible." Duan Yuxuan responded to her. "I'll pass on your farewell to Xiaomei. Take this." He tossed her a small pouch. She looked at it curiously, not expecting him to give her a whole bag of gold coins. "Wow, I thought he'd only give me a few silver coins, but he gave me a whole bag of gold." Nangang Duanhui looked at him with sparkling eyes. "You look completely different today from your usual grumpy self." He could only look at her, speechless. She turned to leave, waving goodbye. "Anyway, thank you for everything you've done. Take care." A moment later, Duan Xiaomei sadly tugged on Yuxuan's hand. "Does this mean I'll never see that big sister again?" He knelt down to comfort the little girl. "Those fated to meet will meet again. Those not fated will not recognize each other even if they stand face to face." The little girl looked up at him, puzzled. What does that mean?" He looked at the little girl with a gentle smile. "I don't think this will be the last time you see her. You'll see her again soon, don't you think?" The little girl looked at him with great excitement. "Really? You wouldn't lie to me, would you, father?" He replied to the little girl with certainty. "Never." The little girl recalled the happy times she had with Nangang Duanhui. "HMPH Duan Xiaomei began. "It would be even happier if we could all live together." He asked the little girl another question. "So, is everything okay at the academy?" The little girl cut him off with a radiant smile. "Yes, it's wonderful." He gently stroked the little girl's head. "I know it's not easy to fit in with everyone, but they aren't the only people you'll ever meet in your life." The little girl took his hand away and hugged it tightly. "It's okay, I'm your daughter. I won't get discouraged that easily." He looked at the little girl with a kind smile. "That's right, such a strong child." He glanced at the little girl. "Even though she's only 7, she's far more mature than others her age. That's not a bad thing, but in a way, I feel quite sorry for this child." Yuxuan knelt down. "I am Duan Yuxuan and you are Duan Xiaomei, my daughter. I will protect you at any cost, so you don't have to worry about a thing, just live your life happily." The little girl stared at him blankly. "Duan Xiaomei," he gently pinched the little girl's cheek. "Understand?" the little girl answered happily. "I understand." In town, people were chattering, excitedly looking in one direction. Among the crowd, the one leading the group had an extremely ferocious look. Yuxuan happened to be there, and seeing them, he was quite surprised. "But the aura they're emitting is truly astonishing." Over there, a man reported to Ma Desi. "Big brother, we've confirmed the location of the 5 swords of Hunan. They are about 18 li north of Yueyang, currently heading towards Hubei." He smiled cunningly and gritted his teeth. "Good. Let me see just how strong they are." The entire group vanished in an instant. He finished his food and wiped the corner of his mouth. "A decent aura. I happened to overhear their conversation, and it seems I've heard something rather interesting." He stroked his chin, thinking, 18 li to the north. Nangang Duanhui had been running for a long time, but she wasn't tired at all. On the contrary, the others were already gasping for air. Hearing their panting, she turned back and looked at them with a friendly smile. "Well, let's take a short break." One of them, though drenched in sweat, forced himself to say to her, "If the young lady says so. We have no choice, although we could walk for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping." Nangang Duanhui smiled and replied, "If you gentlemen aren't used to walking, we could use our lightness skill." Hearing this, the man was startled and denied it. "No, not at all." Hearing this, she found them very suspicious. "Their behavior is truly suspicious, but I witnessed their abilities with my own eyes. Although there are many suspicious things about them, I'll set these doubts aside for now." Just then, she noticed something unusual. She swiftly drew her sword to block a hidden weapon flying towards her. A hidden weapon? Seeing this, the men hid behind her in fear. What was that? What just happened? She saw a group of people standing on a tall tree. "They are from the Royal Martial platform." She nervously placed her hand on her sword. "That man must be one of the top 50 masters of the Royal Martial platform, Ma Desi. His reputation in the martial world is known to all." She began. "It is an honor to meet Senior Ma Desi," he sneered. "It seems even the young rising stars know my name." She pressed her lips together, observing worriedly. "And next to Ma Desi is the fist master, Quan Maojun." He asked with a cruel look on his face, "Are those fellows behind you the ones who took down the Black Sword Society?" It dawned on her. "That's right, if I join forces with these masters who defeated the Black Sword Society, I still have a chance of winning." But before she could say anything, the men answered first, "That's right, we are the 5 swords of Hunan." But when she saw their faces, she was instantly filled with despair. "Perhaps today is the day I die." A few days ago in the woods, the 5 members of the 5 swords of Hunan were discussing how to defeat a powerful opponent. Ma Yishang was trying hard to persuade everyone. "This is our chance to make a fortune even though our opponent is the Wulin Alliance." Mention of the Wulin Alliance made Ma Yishang a little apprehensive, but for the sake of that huge sum of money, he quickly puffed out his chest with confidence and said loudly, "Who do you think my big brother is? I am Ma Yishang, and you are Ma Ershang, Sanshang, Xishang, and Wushang. We are brothers and sisters bound by blood. Have we ever failed before?" The other members stopped what they were doing and gathered around the determined Ma Yishang. "We'll claim the bounty for eliminating the leader of the Black Sword Society, and then we'll flee to the west." Faced with Ma Yishang's near-perfect plan, some were still hesitant. "But big brother, our opponent is the Nangang family." Despite his subordinate's warning, Ma Yishang answered calmly, "To hell with the Nangang family. We're going to fool the entire Wulin Alliance." Although everyone wanted to earn this huge sum, they were still intimidated by the power of the much stronger Great Family. Everyone returned to their posts, completing their previously assigned tasks in a tense atmosphere. With their own thoughts, no one spoke to anyone else. They were all lost in their own fears. Ma Yishang was no exception. Though he appeared firm and confident on the outside, inwardly he was also thinking fearfully. Although running into Nangang Duanhui was just a coincidence, for those of us who know why she came to Yueyang, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity from the heavens. If this operation succeeds, we can live in wealth for the rest of our lives. In front of the 5 swords of Hunan was none other than Nangang Duanhui, who was asking probingly, "Are you the 5 swords of Hunan who defeated the Black Sword Society?" Ma Yishang answered without hesitation. "I don't know where you heard that, but yes, we are the ones who wiped out the Black Sword Society." Hearing their big brother's answer, the other members looked at each other and grinned smugly, as if they had already won a glorious victory. Suddenly a loud bang came from behind them as if something had crashed down. Nangang Duanhui turned around in surprise. Ma Yishang clenched his fist triumphantly. The tactic was a success. At this moment another opponent appeared before Ma Yishang, but to get that huge sum of money he couldn't give up, he reassured himself. "I've come this far, I can't fail. We even fooled Nangang Duanhui. There's no reason Ma Desi won't fall for it." Ma Yishang shouted loudly, "You bastard, how dare a fly from the demonic cult like you stand in our way?" The one who had just appeared opposite him was Ma Desi of the demonic cult, who was laughing heartily. "A fly from the demonic cult? Ha, you're quite interesting," he suddenly shrieked. "I rushed here all the way from Shaanxi just to meet you. Now hurry up and show me what the people who defeated the Black Sword Society are made of." Faced with his powerful presence, Ma Yishang's younger brothers called out to him in fear. He reassured them, telling them not to worry and that he had everything under control. Ma Yishang drew a longsword from his waist. Its blade was slender and its tip sharp, seeming to glint with a green light. "My sword is undefeated. You will die with one swing. Are you ready?" Faced with Ma Yishang's imposing air, Ma Desi was also ready to fight. He said, "Bring it on." Ma Yishang took his stance, preparing to strike, but not forgetting to warn his opponent, "Do you really not value your lives? In that case." Ma Yishang swung his sword, and it was as if heaven and earth were split apart. He roared the name of his technique, "Heaven and Earth Red Sword." Nangang Duanhui looked back in surprise at the vast white smoke, a question forming in her mind. "A smoke bomb?" Ma Yishang looked back and shouted, signaling his men to run. The 5 members of the 5 swords of Hunan scrambled to flee for their lives, disappearing deep into the forest, leaving a stunned Nangang Duanhui behind. As the white smoke gradually cleared, she still didn't seem to understand what had happened, asking herself, "What in the world was that on a tree branch?" Ma Desi and his men let out a sigh of relief, then burst into laughter. "The Wulin Alliance is about to fall. Who would have thought that the Phoenix Lord leader would be fooled by a bunch of idiots?" Nangang Duanhui was both furious and ashamed, gritting her teeth. This can't be happening. Faced with Ma Desi's ridicule, she couldn't believe that she, the esteemed Phoenix Lord, had been so thoroughly deceived. Ma Desi, for his part, had turned angry. He demanded, "How dare you make us flee like this?" He immediately ordered his men, who were ready for battle, in a stern tone, "Kill them. Leave no trace." His 2 subordinates responded with, "Yes, sir," and immediately dashed into the forest like the wind, chasing after Ma Yishang's group. Ma Desi turned to Nangang Duanhui with a displeased look on his face. "Now you will at least entertain me, or you can choose to die without a complete corpse." Hearing his threat, her gaze sharpened. Elsewhere, one of Ma Desi's men, Zhang Xintai, found Ma Yishang's corpse lying gruesomely on the ground. He couldn't help but think with annoyance, "Damn it, the mysterious martial artist from the rumors doesn't exist at all. I thought it would be a master who could bring Ma Desi to his knees, but instead I was fooled by this bunch of bastards." He frowned in anger, muttering curses as he kicked the already stiff corpse on the ground hard. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Alas, he ended up dead after all." The voice startled Zhang Xintai. Appearing before him was a young man radiating a golden aura. It was Duan Yuxuan. He walked over, picked up a piece of wood, and after examining it, recognized the trap that the 5 swords of Hunan had painstakingly made. He glanced at the man before him, his eyes seeming to surge with a power that bore down on his opponent. "By the way," he said, "it's been a long time since I've seen such a clever trick." The gaze sent a chill down Zhang Xintai's spine, filling him with fear. He quickly adopted a defensive stance, his eyes fixed sharply on Duan Yuxuan as he asked warily, "Who are you?" Outside, swords clashed with a piercing clang. Nangang Duanhui's strength was no match for Ma Desi's, and she was forced to wield her sword with both hands to block his attacks. Although she knew her strength was no match for her opponent's, she was still determined to fight to the end. As she parried, she thought, "The way he wields his sword with one hand is astonishing enough, but his speed is even more incredible than his technique. He truly lives up to the title of the Brute." Ma Desi spoke with taunting words as he fought. "How disappointing. Is this all the Nangang family's swordsmanship amounts to?" As Nangang Duanhui struggled to block his downward slash, she replied, "My weakness doesn't mean our entire family is weak." The more he fought, the more excited he became, delivering fierce slashes while continuing to mock his opponent, still talking tough. "Don't get too proud just because the Sword King is from your Nangang family." Ma Desi seemed to pour all his strength into this one slash. After consecutively blocking his sword moves, Nangang Duanhui's strength was spent and her sword flew from her grasp. She herself was thrown back a distance and fell to the ground. When she opened her eyes, his blade was already at her throat. Ma Desi stood proudly, one hand on his hip, the other pointing his blade at her. The martial world belongs to the strong. The defeated have no right to speak and must bow before the victor. Yes, those are the rules of the martial world. It's a world of fighting and killing, where the strong survive and the weak face certain death. Nangang Duanhui was the same. She would rather die than bow her head and beg for mercy. Her gaze remained firm as she said to Ma Desi, "Kill me." At her resolute words, he let out a laugh. "Oh really, if those are your last words?" Ma Desi abruptly raised his blade high, preparing to strike with all his might, veins bulging as he roared at her, "Die!" Then a cloud of white smoke obscured everything. Duan Yuxuan's voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of a copper coin hitting the ground. "You forgot a silver coin. You said you wanted to go to Henan, but you haven't even made it out of Yueyang." He was dragging the corpse of Zhen Quanwu and he spoke coldly. "I told you, but your eyes were so blinded by reputation that you couldn't see a thing." Ma Desi was stunned. What happened to him? Duan Yuxuan threw the unconscious Quan Maozhen to the ground like an inanimate puppet, his face expressionless. "Judging by the way you defeated Quan Maozhen, you are completely mistaken. You actually came looking for me, Ma Desi. For your own gain, you really aren't afraid at all, are you?" Ma Desi stood with one hand on his hip, his other hand resting his greatsword on his shoulder as he confronted Duan Yuxuan with confidence. After her initial surprise at Duan Yuxuan's appearance, Nangang Duanhui asked herself, "I can't believe he took down Quan Maozhen. He knows martial arts, come to think of it. The first time I saw him was on the way to Mount Tianzi, and shortly after the Black Sword Society was captured." The image of meeting Duan Yuxuan on Mount Tianzi and the scene of the Black Sword Society being escorted back to the city by soldiers flashed through her mind. Could it be that he is? "Who are you?" Duan Yuxuan did not answer. He simply bent down and picked up Nangang Duanhui's sword. "I'll borrow your sword for a moment." Clutching her injured left arm, Nangang Duanhui asked Duan Yuxuan in disbelief, "What? Don't tell me you plan to fight Ma Desi alone?" "Don't worry, I'll make this quick." Duan Yuxuan confidently held Nangang Duanhui's slender sword and pointed it directly at Ma Desi. Being treated so lightly by a stranger, Ma Desi's face was filled with rage. "You arrogant bastard," he roared, spinning the greatsword in his hand at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. "Do you have any idea who I am? Get out of my way," he asked. Nangang Duanhui cried out in alarm to warn him. "It doesn't matter how strong he is, that fragile sword won't be able to withstand Ma Desi's greatsword. It can't possibly block that blade." Ma Desi, greatsword in hand, had already leapt in front of Duan Yuxuan, and with a powerful gust of wind he brought the blade down fiercely, kicking up a strong gale. The kicked-up dust made it difficult to see anything. "Do you know who I am?" It wasn't until the dust began to settle that the tip of a slender sword could be seen, gently blocking the massive greatsword. "I know perfectly well. You're just an overconfident weakling, aren't you?" He blocked Ma Desi's sword so easily with my sword. As Nangang Duanhui watched in disbelief, Ma Desi was even more incredulous at what was happening. He desperately swung his sword at Duan Yuxuan, but every blow was effortlessly blocked by Duan Yuxuan with Nangang Duanhui's slender blade. "Impossible! Impossible! How can he fight me so easily? I thought you might try to compensate for the greatsword's monotonous patterns with speed." An interesting idea, however. By focusing on speed, you failed to develop the power you should have. As he trembled with exhaustion from attacking Duan Yuxuan with excessive force, he desperately tried to overpower the sword in Duan Yuxuan's hand with sheer force. But when he heard Duan Yuxuan point out the weakness that prevented him from mastering the greatsword, Ma Desi became even more frantic, attacking with fury. "One day I began to feel the limits of relying on the greatsword's weight. From then on, I focused entirely on increasing my speed to break through that limit. As a result, I can wield this greatsword as easily as a tree branch." "What the hell do you know?" Accompanied by Ma Desi's curses, he once again tried to leap up and attack Duan Yuxuan wildly. "How dare you look down on all my efforts?" Ma Desi's all-out strike went straight for Duan Yuxuan. "I never looked down on them. It's just that your speed can't match mine and that greatsword isn't strong enough, so I was simply stating the fact that you're a good for nothing." As his words fell, the force of the two swords collided violently. Under Ma Desi's stunned gaze, he shattered his greatsword and struck him down with a single blow. "Train for another 1,000 years before you challenge me again." To the astonishment and surprise of everyone present, Ma Desi collapsed to the ground. "There, I've returned the favor. Are you the one who defeated the Black Sword? Why didn't you tell me? Stop worrying about such useless things. Sometimes a person needs to turn a blind eye to what they see and hear. Just consider what happened today, a stroke of luck. You were lucky to face that opponent with the swordsmanship you pride yourself on and still be alive." With those words, Duan Yuxuan turned and left, leaving Nangang Duanhui sitting paralyzed on the ground. Duan Yuxuan was very annoyed because someone had been tailing him. "Why are you following me?" The scene before him left Zhang Xintai astonished, The world is full of powerful masters, but how many could handle Ma Desi as if he were a child? He clenched his fists in excitement. After so much hardship, I've finally found him. Someone who can excite me and push me to new heights. He extended his hand to Duan Yuxuan. Please allow me to serve you. There was only silence from the other side. This made him speak up awkwardly. Hello. The other person seemed to completely ignore him, which left him quite puzzled. He asked again, hoping for a clear answer from Yuxuan. Did you not hear me? Please take me in. With an annoyed look, he cut him off with a single word. No, faced with such a blunt refusal, he seemed a bit embarrassed, but still couldn't accept the outright rejection. He pleaded again firmly, please let me follow you. Just like before, Duan Yuxuan refused decisively, stating matter-of-factly, I said no. How could a setback this small possibly make him give up? It's so hard to find someone as special as you. He sighed heavily but remained stubborn. It doesn't matter. Even if you refuse, I will still follow you. In response, he was met with silence again. The other man seemed completely oblivious to the person struggling before him. He approached him and said, if you won't accept me, then you might as well kill. Before he could finish his sentence, the other man struck preemptively, knocking him to the ground. To be honest, Zhang Xintai hadn't expected this at all. He gurgled in pain and collapsed helplessly where he stood. The man left nonchalantly, leaving him lying dazed on the ground. Despite that, he had taken notice of this guy. The kid was skilled for his young age, but the hatred in his eyes reminded him of his past self. He could easily see that those eyes showed he would do anything to achieve his goals. Pride is important, of course. But the more hatred he has, the more dangerous he becomes. If he can't control his emotions, he won't live long. He leapt onto a tall tree, crossed his arms and looked down at the chaotic scene below, lost in thought. What happened today reminds me of the martial world of the past. A while later, in that place, a basin of cold water was suddenly thrown at him, jolting him awake. Xuanwu couldn't help but cough violently. An angry voice came from in front of him. Awake? Before he could process what was happening, he was struck hard in the stomach. Traitor! The group of brutes yelled at him furiously, then vented their anger with a barrage of punches and kicks. We all saw it. You bastard, you ungrateful wretch. When you were on the brink of death, I took you in and raised you, and this is how you repay me. He laughed contemptuously through the pain. Raised me? Who? He retorted indignantly. You threw me away like a dog. You're just a pathetic piece of trash, lashing out in shame because you realized my reputation far surpassed yours. Like a beast whose weak spot has been poked, the big man in front of him scowled, glaring at him. You despicable bastard, how dare you talk back to your master? A look of utter disgust crossed his face. Master, TCH, you're just a bug who wants to kill his own men. No, you're worse than a bug. He pushed the man's anger to its peak. The man trembled with rage. Bastard, you and your filthy mouth. He pointed his massive weapon at him, and at the same time his men began to make their move, unaware that he had already managed to break free from his bonds behind his back. The moment one of the men attacked, he instantly counterattacked, catching him off guard. At that moment, the big man could no longer hold back and rushed toward him. Trash, you're at death's door and you still want to struggle? He swiftly dodged the man's attack. I must stay calm. He has internal injuries, his movements will be slower. In an instant he seized upon the man's weakness. Without hesitation, the tip of his sword was already pointed at the man's face. The last strike was astonishingly fast, piercing straight into his eye. He screamed in agony. This made him fall to the ground immediately. My eye, he cut my eye. Seeing him leap away, the man roared in fury. Damn it, what are you all doing? Go after him and bring me his head, bastard. While waiting for her steamed buns, Duan Suman's attention was caught by someone's rapid breathing. Curious, she followed the sound to find its source. I heard the sound coming from here. The little girl tiptoed gently, tilting her head to look at the source of the strange sound. At night, the city was lit up with beautiful lights. Yuxuan searched everywhere for Duan Suman, worried. It's already past her class time. Could something have happened to this child? He went up to a man he knew and asked, Hey, have you seen my daughter? Recognizing the familiar face, the man smiled and said, Oh, it's you, sir. The young lady and her friends came by for a snack. I saw them buy steamed buns an hour ago. After getting his answer, he immediately turned to leave. An hour ago, thank you. He found the bun shop and heard a rustling sound coming from a dark corner before him. Duan Suman was covered in dirt, surrounded by medicinal herbs, bandages, and bloodstains. She was sobbing uncontrollably, but when she saw her father, her eyes lit up as if she had seen a guiding light. What are you doing out so late? He stopped in his tracks when he saw the children applying herbs to a familiar young man. It was Zhang Xintai. Duan Suman had found him unconscious in the corner. The little girl cried out, pleading, Father, help me, I want to save him. Three children stared anxiously at the unconscious man, Zhang Xintai. The children anxiously debated how to treat the heavily injured young man. What should we do? We've used all the herbs, but this uncle isn't getting any better. What on earth did he do to get hurt so badly? Isn't he a warrior? Jin Lang stopped complaining. Suddenly, Zhang Xintai stirred, though his body was still very weak. Seeing him awake, the children touched his nose to see if he could still be saved. The little girl asked anxiously, Shouldn't we call the governor? If this goes on, Uncle will die. The little boy replied, It's no use even if we call them. It looks like a conflict between warriors. The 6 ministries don't care about things like this. Looking at the pitiful Zhang Xintai, the little girl Duan Suman was reminded of her own past hardships. She thought, This person is just like I used to be. Feeling sympathy for him, she said to the others, I want to save this uncle. A while later, Duan Yuxuan walked over and saw the little girl asleep next to Zhang Xintai. Duan Yuxuan watched for a moment and thought, That guy. Duan Yuxuan looked at the severe injuries on Zhang Xintai's body. Duan Yuxuan thought, he said his name was Zhang Xintai or something, right? He recalled Zhang Xintai's earlier plea, please let me follow you. Duan Yuxuan knelt down and asked the little girl, do you want to save this person? Duan Suman answered him with determination. He then asked the little girl curiously, why? The little girl, full of sympathy and emotion, told him it was because this uncle looked so lonely. She paused. Duan Yuxuan asked again, and the little girl cried out to Duan Yuxuan, I'm sure he's scared. He doesn't want to die. The little girl, Duan Suman, threw herself into Duan Yuxuan's arms and cried even harder. He held the little girl in his arms, moved by her kindness. He replied, all right, I understand. You all must be tired. I'll take care of this man. Go to the inn over there and wash up. The children obeyed Duan Yuxuan and replied in unison, okay. The children headed for the inn, comforting Duan Suman as they went. Don't cry, let's go, Duan Suman. Duan Yuxuan looked at Zhang Xintai and sighed, thinking, this guy is really lucky. That night a waning moon hung in the night sky, yet it was still bright and beautiful. Under the moonlight was a brightly lit magnificent inn. Duan Yuxuan said to Duan Suman, who was lying in his arms, what's wrong, you seem very sad. Duan Suman asked timidly, can that uncle be saved? Duan Yuxuan replied, I'm not sure, I've done all I can. Whether he makes it or not is up to him. Duan Suman looked up at him with hopeful eyes and said, I hope he makes it. Duan Yuxuan comforted Duan Suman, saying, you took care of him so diligently. I'm sure he'll pull through, the little girl said happily. Really? Duan Yuxuan replied cheerfully. Yes, because you're a child who brings good luck, the little girl asked innocently. Is there really good luck? Duan Yuxuan smiled and reassured her. Don't worry. Duan Suman ran off quickly, saying to Duan Yuxuan, then I'll go take care of that uncle now. Just then a servant sweeping the courtyard nearby overheard the conversation between Duan Yuxuan and little Duan Suman. He asked curiously, sir, he's hovering between life and death. If you say that and he ends up dying, won't the young lady be even more heartbroken? Duan Yuxuan gave a sly smile. I know she'll be sad if that happens, but who knows, what if he survives and makes her happy, he answered. If he lives, I'll give you everything I own. Duan Yuxuan asked, really? The young man was startled and said, Duan Yuxuan pressed him. I'm asking you, is it true that you'll give me everything you own if he lives? The young man froze, not daring to speak. He thought, is he trying to bait me into a bet? Looking at Duan Yuxuan's serious, unfeigned expression, he wondered, will he really survive? Lacking confidence, he laughed it off to smooth things over. Oh, of course I was just kidding. Duan Yuxuan was disappointed. Is that so? What a shame, the man wondered curiously. But will he really live? He looks like he's about to die. Don't you know that child was born with great fortune? He continued to ask Duan Yuxuan. What do you mean? Few babies are born without reason, let alone with the blessing of the stars. Those born with the blessing of the stars and great fortune are destined to live unfortunate lives until their good luck arrives. And for that day to come they must lose their parents or come to the brink of death. But that child met me, someone also born with a destiny of the stars, and that great fortune has begun to take effect. Even everything she touches will be blessed with good luck. A few days later, the same bright waning moon hung in the night sky. Under the moonlight, fish swam in the water. A scene of peace and tranquility. Just then, Zhang Xintai awoke. His eyes slowly opened to find himself in a warm room. He woke with a start. Where am I? No, more importantly, am I still alive? Duan Suman said happily. Uncle, you're alive. Zhang Xintai asked in surprise. Did you save me? Duan Suman's eyes sparkled with joy as she said excitedly. I found you, uncle, but it was my father who saved you. The little girl happily told him. I'll go tell my father and that servant that you're awake, uncle. Zhang Xintai, having just woken up and not knowing what had happened, said, Little girl, wait. Father, you, servant, what are you talking about? The little girl ran off happily to deliver the news, ignoring the words of the heavily injured man lying there. Meanwhile, at the Millennium Alliance, a person was reporting to the elder, who was none other than the Alliance leader, Sword King Nangong Chun. He asked, so you found the one who defeated the Black Faction? There are always people in this world who need to turn a blind eye to what they see and hear. He must have said that, the girl said to the Alliance leader. Yes, I found him. Nangong Duanhui reported to the Alliance leader that she had found him. The Sword King Alliance leader replied, you found the person who conquered the Black Sword Society, but why did you come back alone? Nangong Duanhui was silent, merely lowering her head in silence. The Alliance leader guessed, did that person say he wouldn't come to the Millennium Alliance? Nangong Duanhui just kept her head down and answered in disappointment. Yes, she continued her report. He said that in the martial world one must sometimes pretend not to have heard or seen anything. The Sword King asked Nangong Duanhui tentatively, is he strong? Nangong Duanhui recalled the fight between the two and replied, he fought Ma Desi as if he were dealing with a child. The Alliance leader's face fell, and the atmosphere instantly became one of surprise and tension. The Sword King Alliance leader thought in alarm, the tyrant Ma Desi, one of the top 50 in the Golden Martial Pavilion, he mused to himself. So he refused the Millennium Alliance's offer. Is he a member of the demonic cult? If not, does he want to live a quiet life? As the Sword King was deep in thought, Nangong Duanhui spoke up, interrupting his thoughts and surprising him. Also, Nangong Duanhui continued, he said my swordsmanship is full of arrogance. The moment she finished speaking, the Sword King shot to his feet. He clenched his fists in anger. He thought about how he had cared for, played with, raised and taught little Nangang Duanhui since she was a child. He recalled the times they played carrying Nangang Duanhui on his back holding a green gourd. Duanhui, eat this. And the times he doted on his stubborn granddaughter holding her, Grandpa, don't. And when he held Nangang Duanhui in his arms as she resolved to become a great martial artist like him. With all these memories of his granddaughter flooding his mind, how could that man have the heart to belittle her swordsmanship? The Sword King said angrily, "How dare he say that to the child I raised?" Then the Sword King calmed down, sat back, and thought. However, he saw something that even I, the Sword King, did not. Of course, he might just be spouting nonsense, but this is rather interesting. He encouraged Nangang Duanhui. "Good, you did well. Go back and rest." Nangang Duanhui lowered her head and replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Zhang Xintai, who had been heavily injured and unable to move, was slowly waking up. He raised his hand, feeling to see if he was dead. Feeling the warmth of the room and seeing the bright light, he woke up with a start, thinking, "I'm alive." He took in his surroundings, confirming once again that he was alive. He laughed happily. "When I couldn't move, I really thought I was dead back then." He checked his body again and smiled to himself. "I can still make a fist. I can do it because I'm alive." He was ecstatic, filled with hope and strength. He thought, "I will do everything I can to improve my skills." Suddenly a voice spoke. "You're awake." It was Duan Yuxuan. "Seeing you move like that, you should be fine." Zhang Xintai was startled and suddenly recognized Duan Yuxuan. You're the man from before," he replied to Zhang Xintai. "I am Duan Yuxuan, that child's father and the one who saved you." At that moment, little Duan Suman was outside looking for medicine, determined to heal Zhang Xintai. "I have to dig up the herbs." Zhang Xintai sat up abruptly, unable to believe his eyes, and asked Duan Yuxuan back. "You saved me," Duan Yuxuan replied. "Thank Duan Suman. If it weren't for that child, you would have been dead long ago." He lowered his head, his eyes thoughtful, seeming to be in contemplation and deeply grateful to Duan Suman. He replied, "I understand," he continued. "Thank you very much. I owe you my life." At that moment, little Duan Suman was still innocently searching for herbs that could cure Zhang Xintai. "If he eats this, uncle will get better." Duan Yuxuan looked at Zhang Xintai and deduced. "By the way, judging by the nature of your wounds, you were probably attacked by your own allies." As soon as he said that, Zhang Xintai looked surprised and worried, his eyes wide with shock and a hint of panic. Beads of sweat formed as he seemed to wonder how Duan Yuxuan could be so accurate. If he bought a lottery ticket, he'd surely win the grand prize. Duan Yuxuan continued, "The martial world is a place like that. To survive, people will do whatever it takes, even betraying others." At this mention, Zhang Xintai once again recalled the past memory of being forced to kneel helplessly. Duan Yuxuan went on, "Don't hold a grudge. If you were in their shoes, can you guarantee you wouldn't have done the same?" Zhang Xintai understood this and said quietly, "I understand." Duan Yuxuan watched him silently without replying. Duan Yuxuan continued, "Forget everything." Zhang Xintai was surprised by that statement, too surprised to speak. Duan Yuxuan continued to advise him, "If your heart is tainted by hatred, so too will be the tip of your sword, and in the end a sword filled with hatred is the easiest to break." Lying in bed, Zhang Xintai replied quietly, "It seems you have attained some enlightenment." "I will remember that." Duan Yuxuan replied, "Then stay here and recover. You know that if you go out in your current condition you'll end up a corpse, right?" Duan Yuxuan said as he walked out the door, "Of course I can't let you stay for free." Duan Yuxuan looked back at him and said, "Do what you can to earn your keep here." Zhang Xintai was very happy. He agreed and didn't forget to thank Duan Yuxuan. Thank you." Zhang Xintai breathed a sigh of relief. He had just cheated death. Zhang Xintai thought, "Duan Yuxuan, Duan Suman, has anyone ever been this kind to me before?" The next day, in the magnificent inn, the servant who had been sweeping the day before was watching Zhang Xintai helplessly, at his wit's end. Zhang Xintai, however, paid no mind. He was busy with his work, which was smashing things. Oh no, it was doing laundry. The servant panicked and urged Zhang Xintai to stop. Wait. Zhang Xintai asked back, puzzled. Why?" the servant replied. "Why you ask? If you wash clothes like that they'll turn into rags." Zhang Xintai replied coldly. "Stop nagging and get back to your own work," the other person retorted. "My job is to watch you, because I'm your superior. I'm not a subordinate like you," the servant thought smugly. "This rude bastard, ever since that girl left I've been doing all the chores by myself, so I was happy to have another slave arrive." The servant watched Zhang Xintai clumsily smashing the clothes and thought helplessly, "But this guy is terrible at his job. He's been washing for an hour already." Zhang Xintai wiped his sweat, looked at the servant and said, "You're the servant. Why do I have to do this?" The servant scolded Zhang Xintai angrily. "You punk, don't look down on me. Have you forgotten what the master said?" Those words from that night. "Of course I can't let you stay for free. Do what you can to earn your keep here. In short, you're a servant too, and I'm your senior who was here first, so you have to listen to me." Zhang Xintai said angrily, "I'm not taking orders from you anyway. If you want me to listen, why don't you beat me in a fight?" The servant and Zhang Xintai started to bicker. "You came after me. You think saying that will scare me?" Suddenly the servant ran off shouting, "Master, I don't know what to do with this guy you picked up. He's rude and he's trying to kill me. Goodness, it's so scary." Zhang Xintai cursed at the bastard. "Didn't expect that guy to do that, did you?" He chased after the servant yelling, "Hey you bastard." The servant running ahead also shouted, "Oh my Duan Suman, save me," the servant said proudly. "My lightness skill is faster than you think, isn't it? You're shocked, aren't you? Even the famous Zhang Xintai of the little twin swords can't do anything right." Zhang Xintai said angrily, "You just wait, you're dead when I catch you." Zhang Xintai and the servant chased each other around Duan Yuxuan's house. Suddenly the servant saw a group of people and stopped in his tracks, startled. Isn't that Hong Yunzhang? What's he doing here all of a sudden? Hong Yunzhang announced angrily. This is a warrant for the arrest of Zhang Xintai. Bring the criminal out at once. Now that the Black Sword Society has collapsed, the fleeing bandits are all running for their lives. Which bastard is it this time? After reading the notice, Yunzhang unexpectedly saw a familiar face. He was stunned. It's this guy. The portrait is a bit ugly, but that's Zhang Xintai, Duan Yuxuan's servant. The governor clenched his fist in anger, crumpling the paper in his hand, and thought, this despicable bastard, there must be evidence since he cursed his own master. I won't let him get away this time. So Hong Yunzhang brought a group of guards to Duan Yuxuan's residence to see Zhang Xintai. The governor ordered the criminal to be taken away immediately. Zhang Xintai panicked, not knowing what was happening. He thought in terror, trying to calm himself. Criminal, what's he talking about? It can't be that I'm being arrested for being a bandit in the past. No, it's not certain yet. Be shameless. Run away. Be shameless. Zhang Xintai said to the governor. Me? Are you talking about me? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Xintai kept denying it. What are you talking about? Hong Yunzhang kept his finger pointed at him and asserted. Stop playing dumb. You've played enough tricks. Hong Yunzhang drew his sword and declared, today before he could finish, Duan Yuxuan arrived just in time to save Zhang Xintai, slapping the governor hard on the back. Duan Yuxuan asked with a blank expression, what in the world is going on here? Hong Yunzhang looked at him blankly and managed only one word. Who? The governor pointed at Zhang Xintai and explained to Duan Yuxuan in pain, that kid. Duan Yuxuan replied angrily. I mean, what are you talking about? Why did you suddenly barge in here and cause such a scene? You said you were going to Beijing. Did you hit your head on something to end up here? Zhang Xintai began to defend himself vehemently, even though he had indeed done some less than honorable things in the past. Is there anyone with a better background than me? Ha, he is indeed a bit suspicious. Lord Zhang suddenly pulled out a red cloud-wanted poster and said loudly, after seeing this, do you still dare to argue? The poster pointed directly to the person in the drawing. The information identified him as Zhang Xintai, with crimes including murder, opium trafficking, human trafficking, embezzlement of public funds, and market manipulation. Zhang Xintai looked closely at the portrait and recognized a familiar face. Zhang Xintai, isn't that my name? Just then, Duan Xiaomei hurried over. Little Duan Xiaomei asked him, Uncle, what does it say? Duan Yuxuan said angrily, it's you, go turn yourself in. When did you become so depraved? From selling opium to trafficking people, you're scum. Zhang Xintai stared blankly at the notice, asking in confusion, what the hell is this? Seeing this, Duan Xiaomei vehemently defended Uncle Xintai, saying innocently, he's not scum. The uncle who serves us would never be that kind of person. Lord Zhang of Red Cloud asked the little girl, is that so? But Xiaomei, take a look at this. Before he could finish, the little girl interrupted him. The artist must have drawn it wrong. The good uncle is definitely not a bad person. Lord Zhang was still trying to explain no, but the description fits him perfectly. Little Duan Xiaomei still refused to accept it, saying, they probably just have the same name. Zhang Xintai looked at little Duan Xiaomei, his gaze filled with emotion as he mumbled, Xiaomei. Then he made up his mind, determined to clear his name. All right, just Zhang Xintai and Duan Xiaomei both pointed resolutely at Lord Zhang. He said, wait, I'll prove that's not me myself. HMPH, I'm going to catch that bastard with my own 2 hands. Duan Xiaomei also said, Xiaomei will help you, uncle. Let's go catch the real culprit together. Zhang Xintai smiled and said, as expected, Xiaomei cares about her uncle the most. Let's go, Xiaomei. And so the little girl went with Zhang Xintai to find the perpetrator. The little girl agreed, okay. On the way, she asked Xintai, uncle, where are we going? Carrying Duan Xiaomei on his back, he walked listlessly, lost in thought, while the little girl kept calling out, uncle. He thought in a panic that he didn't have a concrete plan at all. He stammered in reply to Duan Xiaomei, Xiaomei, look, Zhang Xintai thought regretfully. I spoke impulsively without thinking, but it's my fault for bringing Duan Xiaomei along to catch a criminal. Even so, I can't just leave her behind. She's looking forward to it too much. At that moment, countless questions and thoughts flooded his mind. Besides, the face on that wanted poster really does look like me. Did I really do those things? What if I did and just don't know it? A voice called out, what on earth are you up to? It was Duan Yuxuan, who had followed them with his subordinate, who was in fact just Zhen Xuanwu. Xintai froze and said, ah. He let out a few awkward fake coughs and said, first, let's check places like casinos. He thought Duan Yuxuan was worried about his subordinate being helpless and in danger while they were out, but that wasn't it. He was angry because Zhang Xintai had brought along his precious daughter, radiating killing intent. Duan Yuxuan asked, why did you bring Xiaomei with you? Duan Xiaomei answered innocently, can't Xiaomei go? Duan Yuxuan picked up Duan Xiaomei and handed her to Zhen Xuanwu, saying, let's go together when you're older. He told Duan Xiaomei, if Xuanwu and I go to Yueyang, I'll take you with us. Duan Xiaomei replied excitedly, let's go eat some buns, uncle. Zhang Xintai replied, okay. Duan Yuxuan watched Xiaomei and Xuanwu leave with a look of relief. He turned to Xintai to hear his explanation, who defended himself. I really didn't do it. Duan Yuxuan replied with a smile, I know. Do you have the guts to do things like that? Xintai asked in confusion. Then why did you say it looked like me? Duan Yuxuan replied in a nonchalant tone. Just a joke. He looked at Duan Yuxuan so angry he didn't dare speak, cursing inwardly, that bastard. Duan Yuxuan said. Why are you overthinking it? He said. The criminal traffics opium and people. If we round up and interrogate all the bastards involved in those two things, the opium and human trafficking cases will be much simpler. Zhang Xintai stroked his chin and mused. All the bastards? Are they mountain bandits? Duan Yuxuan replied. That's right. The mountain bandits who live up in the mountains. Unless suppressed by the imperial court, they'll just hide in one spot. He analyzed the situation and asked, so where would the mountain bandits be? Duan Yuxuan looked at Zhang Xintai and asked him, you've been trying hard, haven't you? So what do you want? He said timidly. Oh, an image of Zhang Xintai wielding a sharp sword, fighting bravely and skillfully, flashed through his mind. He lowered his head shyly and replied, I want to become stronger too. Duan Yuxuan looked at Zhang Xintai's determined expression. He replied, I see, become stronger. Zhang Xintai asked blankly, how, what do you mean? Duan Yuxuan stared at him coldly without a word when suddenly a volley of arrows flew out from nowhere. Zhang Xintai was terrified. Before he could react, thinking he hadn't even had a chance to do anything, Duan Yuxuan had already pulled him to safety, saving his life. Duan Yuxuan flung him backward, and he was stunned by the strength in Duan Yuxuan's arm. Just then, several more arrows flew toward Zhang Xintai. Luckily he dodged in time, or his promising life would have been cut short. Zhang Xintai screamed in terror. What's going on? Then a strange man shouted angrily, damn it, you should have died long ago, you troublesome pest. The voice made both Duan Yuxuan and Zhang Xintai turn their heads. Zhang Xintai asked curiously, who? A group of armed men jumped out and surrounded Zhang Xintai. He looked in panic at the thugs holding weapons with cunning smiles, thinking, mountain bandits. Zhang Xintai scanned his surroundings to assess the situation. They came faster than I expected, but it's fine, he thought smugly. My master is right here. However, when he turned to look at Duan Yuxuan, he found he'd been hit by an arrow and had collapsed on the spot. He was utterly shocked, his hope plummeting from the peak of Mount Everest. Duan Yuxuan's face was blank, his expression somewhat indifferent, and his acting was incredibly half-hearted. He groaned, ouch, it hurts so much, I'm dying. Duan Yuxuan's performance was terrible, but he didn't seem to care, still saying naively, I've been hit by an arrow, I can't move. Presumably Zhang Xintai believed him. Right now he either had to believe it or was being ordered to. The ferocious bandits shouted, hand over all your money. Zhang Xintai whispered to Duan Yuxuan for help. Why have you suddenly started acting? Stop joking, what should we do? Lying there, Duan Yuxuan told him coldly, didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? Zhang Xintai stared at him in shocked silence. The bandits were getting impatient, they said. You two bastards, didn't you hear us? Zhang Xintai saw them making their move, preparing to attack him. He stood up and got into a fighting stance. He thought with some concern, does he want me to jump straight into a real battle? Zhang Xintai glanced at Duan Yuxuan and saw him lying there already asleep. He's not moving an inch. Is he really not going to help? Zhang Xintai thought. He knew he couldn't count on Duan Yuxuan anymore. He looked around to analyze the situation, thinking calmly, all right, let's see. He glanced to his right, so nervous that sweat poured down his back, then looked to the other side, analyzing the situation with a tremor in his voice. He thought, there are at least 10 of them. For a martial artist like me, this is way too many, but I'll never surrender without a fight. It seemed Zhang Xintai had made up his mind, ready to pour all his will and strength into this 1 versus 10 battle. A bandit burst out laughing and said, you want to fight? Your man is already dead. Don't you think you should just give up? The bandit was referring to Duan Yuxuan lying on the ground. Zhang Xintai thought in terror. Damn, he really looks dead. He's just closed his eyes. Seeing Zhang Xintai's determination, the bandit blurted out, what? He charged forward, cursing him for a fool. Zhang Xintai motivated himself. That's right, I've defeated martial artists far stronger than me before. These highway robbers were right in front of him. Duan Yuxuan's voice echoed in his mind. If you want to become stronger, don't run away. He began to channel his energy and charged forward. He dodged the bandit's move and launched an attack at him. The bandit was taken by surprise. His blade struck the ground instead of Zhang Xintai. The bandit looked left and right, saying, where did he go? They looked around but saw no one, exclaiming, what the hell? Zhang Xintai suddenly rushed out, saying, slower than my master, snapping his fingers. Then he unleashed a flurry of blows on the bandit. Zhang Xintai beat the bandit to a pulp. The bandit's accomplices witnessed this, trembling in fear as they asked, who is that bastard? Zhang Xintai was ecstatic. He was so happy he couldn't put it into words, clenching his fist in celebration. I did it. He recalled the moment. Although the force of my punch was too weak, this is what they call catching them off guard. Suddenly something came flying at him. Zhang Xintai sensed it and defended just in time. 2 arrows were shot at him. He dodged them in the nick of time and quickly moved to another spot. He channeled his energy and leapt up, discovering 2 men hiding in the trees, attacking from above. Seeing him appear, the archers were too stunned to fight back. He let out a loud cry, gathered his strength, and charged straight at them. He landed a heavy punch on one of the bandits' face. The bandit, hit by the powerful blow, fell from the tree. He crashed heavily onto the ground, hitting it so hard that it cracked. They reported to each other. The archers have been taken out by now. Zhang Xintai was also exhausted, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. He thought smugly, great, at this rate. Before he could finish his thought, a weapon suddenly flew toward him. He was startled but luckily managed to dodge in time. However, the weapon still grazed him, leaving a wound. The bandits had already spotted Zhang Xintai's weakness. This guy only knows how to dodge, he's nothing special, don't let him get away, they responded in unison. Then a group of men holding weapons closed in on Zhang Xintai. He thought in a panic, what do I do? Suddenly, Duan Yuxuan's voice came from nowhere. He said, 2 steps to the right. Hearing the command, Zhang Xintai immediately followed, moving 2 steps to his right. He narrowly dodged a bandit's strike. The bandit said angrily, "Bastard, don't think you can dodge." He charged forward and punched upwards, hitting the man on the chin. He knocked the man down with 1 blow and thought happily, "I did it." In his memory, the master lay on the ground with a bruised and battered face, while Xintai, who had defeated him, stood frozen, looking at him in disbelief. Seeing this, his former fellow disciples rushed forward, saying, "The boss lost, boss, you bastard." Xintai looked at his former peers charging angrily toward him, unable to react. At a loss for what to do, Yuxuan no longer hid himself and appeared, saying, "This should be a good experience." He said only that one cold sentence before charging forward and sending them flying before they even hit the ground. The moment Yuxuan landed, the men fell to the ground one by one. Xintai couldn't believe it. He turned around and asked dumbly, Didn't you say you were dead?" Yuxuan didn't want to answer and just chuckled. Hee. Xintai didn't press the issue and collapsed to the ground, sighing in relief. That was close. I survived somehow. Wow, I thought I was a goner for a second there. Yuxuan also encouraged Xintai. That's right, you survived. That's the point of a life or death battle. If your life isn't on the line, you can't overcome your fear and insecurity. Xintai hadn't expected Yuxuan to say that and sat up abruptly to retort. Does that mean, Master, if I couldn't win and ended up dying, you probably wouldn't have helped at all, would you? Is that so? Without a second thought, Yuxuan gave a cold answer. Of course. If you want to become stronger, you can't rely on anyone. The only difference between the strong and the mediocre is how they use their power. Hearing such a cold reply, Xintai thought in despair. Hey, damn it, he's so infuriating, but why is he so cool? Yuxuan looked at Xintai's perplexed expression and asked, "What's with that look? You're making me feel guilty. Anyway, this guy looks like the leader. Wake him up." Upon hearing this, Xintai immediately complied, replying, "Yes." He walked over and splashed water on the leader's face. After a moment, the man woke up, coughing repeatedly. Cough, cough. Seeing him awake, Yuxuan asked, "Oh, you're finally awake?" The drenched leader glared at them murderously. "You?" Yuxuan didn't want to drag things out and interrogated him coldly. "There's no time, cut the crap. I have something to ask you." With that, he took out the portrait on the paper, showed it to him, and asked, "Do you know him?" Seeing the portrait, the face seemed familiar, and he stuttered nervously. "This is..." The leader panicked for a moment, then quickly covered it up by pointing at Xintai and saying, "Isn't it this guy? He looks exactly the same." Falsely accused, Xintai shouted angrily, "Nonsense, you bastard." Yuxuan, also unwilling to joke around any longer, got straight to the point. "All right then, forget that question. We found opium on the bodies of your men. Where did you get that stuff?" Knowing he was caught, the leader said, "From the black market, of course." Yuxuan sighed upon hearing this, then furiously clenched his fist, veins bulging as he said, "Do you think I came all this way just to joke around with you?" Seeing the veins popping on his furious face, the leader's face went pale with fright and he backed away. Yuxuan continued to threaten him with a murderous aura. "If you don't tell the truth, I'll make you wish you were dead." He looked at the Yuxuan before him, then lowered his head, thinking in fear. This killing intent, this man, he's a master of the martial arts world. He finally gave in and confessed everything. "The Three Swords Clan." Xintai also found the name familiar and asked, "The Three Swords Clan?" But Yuxuan knew he hadn't finished and urged him, "Keep talking." He continued to recount the story. "It was after the Black Sword Clan was destroyed. It's only natural that restless people would start scrambling for territory, right? On the surface, things seemed calm. But in reality, the weak have been growing stronger behind the scenes. Among them is the Three Swords Clan, which operates in the Hunan region. They're the ones supplying this opium." After listening, Yuxuan pressed on for their identities. "What kind of people are they?" The leader answered clearly that they were extremely strong, and that even their regular members practiced martial arts. Also, they always wore masks, so no one knew who they were. To be honest, we didn't want to get involved in this opium business either. But those guys beat us to a pulp and forced us to buy it, so we had no other choice. But because of them, several other bandit gangs have already disappeared. Yuxuan finally understood everything and decided to set off, asking, "Where is their headquarters?" The leader said with difficulty, "I don't know either. It's true they come to see us once a month, but I don't know when they'll come." Hearing this answer, Xintai immediately scolded him angrily. "So in the end, you don't know anything, do you?" But Yuxuan interjected on his behalf. "It seems he isn't lying. Give me all the opium you have." Hearing Yuxuan say this, the leader thought he had misheard and asked back, "Ha?" Yuxuan, who had been speaking gently, had to put on a stern face and said with a changed expression, "Didn't you hear me? Hand over all the opium." Looking at the enraged Yuxuan before him, he was frightened into immediate compliance. Yes, at that moment on Mingren Street, beggars lay on the ground, moaning and on the verge of death. "Please, just give me a little more." Nangang Duanhui had also come to investigate. Seeing the people saying, "Give me a little more," she was somewhat surprised and thought with a hint of worry, "It's just as the rumors said. Not only Mingren, but opium has been transported to countless villages in the Hunan region. But for now, there's nothing I can do." Suddenly, someone passing by bumped into Nangang Duanhui, breaking her train of thought. She said angrily to the rude person, "Hey, you bumped into me, you should." Unexpectedly, she ran into a familiar face. It was Zhen Xuanwu holding Duan Xiaomei. She asked in surprise, "Zhen Xuanwu, what are you doing here?" Xiaomei. Little Duan Xiaomei saw Nangang Duanhui and greeted her with a radiant smile. "Big sister." Nangang Duanhui thought for a moment in confusion. What's with this combination? In a dark forest, inside a room, a man was sitting in a corner smoking. A mysterious person approached and asked, "Is everything going smoothly?" The man immediately laughed cheerfully. He, just wait, it'll happen soon, but before that, have you found out who toppled the Black Sword clan? The mysterious person immediately shared what he had found. Are you talking about Zintai? Not yet, but something strange. Although I tried to track that bastard, I didn't find anything. He's either hiding very well, or he's already kicked the bucket. Hearing the word dead, the man voiced his disbelief. Impossible. The person who toppled the Black Sword clan is already dead? The mysterious person immediately replied, "All right, I get it. Stop thinking about other things and focus on making the medicine. We will find him and kill that guy at all costs. Isn't that the reason we're working together?" The man remained stubborn and yelled, "That's right, otherwise what reason would I have to cooperate with trash like you? Hurry up and catch him, bring him to me." The mysterious person was humiliated but endured it, saying, "Understood. Hey, have you heard? It seems the government troops discovered opium while wiping out that gang of bandits." Hearing this, the man immediately stood up and asked, "That gang of bandits was wiped out, and by those damn government troops?" Seeing this, the mysterious person didn't know how to answer. "I don't know either, but it seems they're secretly trying to find a way to send the opium back to the imperial palace." Unexpectedly, the man continued to shout, "We have to steal it back at all costs. Otherwise they'll get on our trail. If anyone with even a little medical knowledge examines this stuff, my identity will be exposed sooner or later." The mysterious person thought with suppressed fury, "This noisy bastard. I really want to tear him to shreds, but he's still useful." Still, he had to swallow his anger and respond, "All right, I'll have my men handle it." Duan Yuxuan could only stand there stunned, not knowing what to say. Seeing his expression, Nangang Duanhui seemed pleased and laughed for a moment, but inwardly she was flustered, thinking to herself, "How did I get into this situation?" Backtrack to 30 minutes ago. Little Duan Xiaomei was running ahead, pulling Nangang Duanhui's hand, insisting she follow her. Nangang Duanhui ran along very confused and asked, "Xiaomei, where are we going?" The little girl didn't answer, just kept urging, "Hurry up, hurry up." It turned out Duan Xiaomei was taking Nangang Duanhui to see Duan Yuxuan. When Nangang Duanhui saw Duan Yuxuan, she was so surprised she couldn't believe her eyes, thinking to herself how she had ended up back here again. Duan Xiaomei, on the other hand, was very happy, and said excitedly to Duan Yuxuan, "I ran into Big Sister on the street, so I brought her here." Nangang Duanhui was so excited she was on the verge of tears. Duan Yuxuan asked with a cold face, "What are you doing back here?" Nangang Duanhui had been excited, but seeing Duan Yuxuan's unwelcoming attitude, all her good feelings vanished. She felt a bit annoyed and thought, "What's with that tone?" She began to ask, "Before I answer that, can I ask you a question?" Nangang Duanhui pointed to Zhang Zintai, who was standing not far away, and asked, "Why are you with that subordinate of Ma Desi?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "He's part of my household now." Hearing this, Nangang Duanhui questioned him angrily, "My household? How could you take someone from an evil sect into your family? Are you part of an evil sect too?" Ma Desi's former subordinate, upon hearing this, blushed with emotion and thought, "Family? He actually said I'm part of his family?" He retorted, "I'm not a member of an evil sect anymore, so watch your mouth." Nangang Duanhui scolded, "Wipe that disgusting look off your face." Duan Yuxuan also refuted Nangang Duanhui's words, "Why are you talking so strangely? When you're here, I'm from a righteous sect. When Yi's here, I become part of an evil sect." Duan Yuxuan thought to himself, "Maybe next time I should accept someone from a demonic sect into the family?" Nangang Duanhui couldn't argue back and could only stammer, "No, it's just..." Duan Yuxuan cut her off. "All right, now it's your turn to answer." Nangang Duanhui replied, "Fine." Nangang Duanhui began to recount what had happened. "A while ago we were tracking the person manufacturing opium in the black market. After investigating further, we discovered the situation here has become extremely serious. The villagers in the small villages here are all addicted to opium. There are always men collapsed on the ground in the villages, constantly in a daze." Nangang Duanhui added, "Even the larger villages have many addicts." After listening, Duan Yuxuan asked, "So you came to Hunan because of this?" Nangang Duanhui replied, "Yes, that's why I came here to track him down." She elaborated, "This is a major issue that the family sect governing this territory should have stepped in to solve, but the minor sect of the Martial Arts Alliance in charge of handling this matter has already collapsed due to opium addiction." Nangang Duanhui provided more information. "The Three Sword Sect, as they call themselves. The leader of that sect uses a disguise technique to change his appearance at will." As Duan Yuxuan and Nangang Duanhui were talking, a voice interjected, "I can't take it anymore." A young man holding a broom appeared, leaving both of them baffled. This person was one of Duan Yuxuan's subordinates. He excitedly grabbed Duan Yuxuan's clothes and said loudly, "Master that disguise technique. If he knows how to use that art, he could make his face look just like ours." The protagonist just replied calmly, I know." Duan Yuxuan's subordinate was very surprised to hear this and asked, "What? Then why didn't you tell me anything?" Duan Yuxuan replied with a cold face, "I didn't feel it was necessary." Hearing this somewhat heartless reply, the subordinate felt a pang of hurt. His eyes went wide, looking truly pitiful as he cursed inwardly. "This bastard," Nangang Duanhui demanded. "What do you know?" Duan Yuxuan speculated. "It seems someone is using his face to trade opium in people." Duan Yuxuan took out a bag and said, "This is the opium that person was selling." The female lead took the bag and asked, "This isn't ordinary opium, is it?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "It seems to have been made using a very special method. It was several times more addictive than regular opium." Nangang Duanhui asked in confusion, "How did you get your hands on this?" Duan Yuxuan, not wanting to reveal his source, replied, "I have my ways." Nangang Duanhui then asked, "Then do you have a way to catch that person?" Although he didn't have all the necessary information yet, he already had some leads. Nangang Duanhui pressed, "What is it?" Unwilling to satisfy her so easily, Duan Yuxuan set a condition. "Want to know? If you want to know, you'll have to pay a price, won't you?" The female lead was surprised by his words and retorted, What price?" Duan Yuxuan named his price. "Give me the bounty for capturing that sect leader." The female lead thought to herself, Yuxuan is driving a hard bargain. He wants the entire bounty just for helping a little. Seeing that the price seemed a bit high, Nangang Duanhui's face showed her displeasure. Noticing her hesitation, Duan Yuxuan raised the stakes, turning to leave. "Fine, if you don't want to, then forget it." The female lead weighed her options and decided that solving the opium problem was more important. So she hurriedly stopped the male lead. "All right, I promise you, I'll give you the money, but I also have one condition." Duan Yuxuan asked back. "A condition?" Nangang Duanhui replied. "That's right," with a hint of embarrassment. Nangang Duanhui stated her condition. "After this is over, all the credit goes to the Murim Alliance," she thought to herself. "It's so embarrassing to say this, but if things go well, the Murim Alliance can restore some of the reputation it lost because of that dark sect." Duan Yuxuan answered without hesitation, "As you wish." Hearing this, Nangang Duanhui was surprised and thought, "What?" He actually agreed. Duan Yuxuan continued, "Yes, do whatever you want. You want to save what little face those bureaucrats in charge of the investigation have left after this dark sect incident, right?" Hearing this, Nangang Duanhui was even more astonished, thinking, "Can he read minds?" She asked, "How did you know?" Duan Yuxuan called over the subordinate who had been holding the broom earlier, Zhang Xintai. He ordered Zhang Xintai, "Go and bring Hong Yunzhang here." The scene shifts to a forest where Hong Yunzhang is escorting several people. He orders his soldiers, "We're heading straight back to the imperial palace." The soldiers reply, "Yes, my lord." It turns out that Duan Yuxuan, Nangang Duanhui and Zhang Xintai are the ones being escorted, bound by ropes. Zhang Xintai, with his head down and a worried expression, thought about Duan Yuxuan. "My lord, please don't abandon me." Beside him, Nangang Duanhui was somewhat embarrassed, thinking, "After all, I come from a prestigious and righteous sect." Nangang Duanhui asked, "Are we really going to be able to meet that person by doing this?" Duan Yuxuan explained his motive. "Once people have done something, they always tend to linger near the scene of the crime. So if we transport this batch of opium to the imperial palace, we'll definitely be able to catch the culprits because they will certainly rush to stop us." Hearing this reasoning, Nangang Duanhui found it very plausible and had no more questions. A flash of admiration in her eyes, she thought. Come to think of it, strategist Nangang Chun said something similar, and he also urged me to get a sample of the opium. Nangang Duanhui secretly evaluated Duan Yuxuan. This man's breadth of vision is beyond imagination. He not only possesses extraordinary intelligence, but his martial arts skills are even superior to mine. He coldly draws a line in every relationship. His words and actions carry an air of arrogant superiority, yet he takes good care of his family and seems to be trusted by them. She looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, thinking, is there really no other way to find out his identity? Suddenly a sound came from the bushes by the roadside. Countless arrows whistled out from them. A palace soldier shouted in terror, "Enemies?" The ropes were snapped by Nangang Duanhui. She drew her sword, assumed a battle stance, and thought, "They've come, just as expected." A group of bandits appeared, blocking the way. Hong Yunzhang yelled, "You bastards, how dare you block my path? Do you know who I am?" The bandits were completely unfazed by his show of force. "Do you know who I am?" one of them replied. "Don't care." Seeing this, Duan Yuxuan spoke up. "Well then now," Duan Yuxuan turned to Zhang Xintai and Zhen Quanwu, saying to them, "You two capture him alive for me." Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, thinking, "Capture him alive?" They all looked up at the dozens of men surrounding them in the tree branches, thinking, in a situation like this, capturing someone alive is much harder than killing them, and there are far too many enemies. It seems Duan Yuxuan is trying to give them a hard time. Nangang Duanhui turned to Duan Yuxuan and asked, "Aren't you going to fight?" Duan Yuxuan silently ignored her, pretending to scratch his ear. Nangang Duanhui thought, "I don't know what he's planning, but it looks like he has no intention of joining the fight." Nangang Duanhui looked at Zhen Quanwu and thought, the only one who seems somewhat useful is that guy in black. As for the other one, it'll be good enough if he just stays out of the way." Holding her weapon, Nangang Duanhui sighed. "Honestly, what on earth are you people trying to do?" Zhang Xintai said. "A bunch of small potatoes is still just a pile of small potatoes." As soon as Zhang Xintai finished speaking, he charged forward under the stunned gazes of the other two. Nangang Duanhui and Zhen Quanwu stared blankly as Zhang Xintai initiated the attack. In an instant, Zhen Quanwu had already overwhelmingly defeated the enemies one by one. With his agility and strength, Zhen Quanwu had taken down more than half of the enemies. After finishing, he simply looked at everyone, sighed, and gave a contemptuous smile. Nangong Duanhui looked at him angrily, while Zhang Xintai looked completely resigned. Perhaps he had already anticipated this outcome. Zhang Xintai said, "Don't we just need a few of them alive to get information? There's no need to capture all of them right beside them." Nangong Duanhui replied menacingly, "I can't lose, at least not to him." Nangong Duanhui suddenly turned back to look at Zhang Xintai and said, "You know that people don't die even if their arms and legs are cut off, right? They just need to have a mouth, don't they?" Zhang Xintai was stunned after hearing this, both surprised and horrified. Not to be outdone, Nangong Duanhui charged forward with great momentum, laughing. "Hey, wait for me!" Zhang Xintai stood frozen in place, his face blank as he failed to grasp the situation, blurting out, "For real?" After a while, as beautiful light illuminated the sky, the area beneath the mountains had fallen silent. Duan Yuxuan suddenly called out, and below lay a large number of enemies tied up in twisted heaps. Zhang Xintai complained wearily. "I nearly died, master. This should be enough, right?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "Yes, very good. This will be enough for an interrogation." Afterwards, Hong Yunzhang gave an order. "All right, take off their masks." A soldier responded, "Yes, my lord." The soldier removed the enemy's masks and suddenly cried out, This is a man with a hideous appearance, his skin covered in cracks, scars, and dark spots." Nangong Duanhui looked at the man, stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Zhang Xintai was equally shocked, staring intently at the man. Hong Yunzhang interrogated, "Who are you? Who ordered you to do this?" Duan Yuxuan placed a hand on Hong Yunzhang and said, "Stop. They won't answer if you ask them like that." Duan Yuxuan said, "The rumor that the Inquisitor found an antidote has only circulated in Changsha." The men just listened, not saying a word. Duan Yuxuan continued, "It seems your headquarters is indeed in Changsha." At this, the enemy flinched. His eyes widened and his expression stiffened for a moment before he suddenly shouted, "I don't know what you're talking about. I won't say anything, so just kill me." Duan Yuxuan said confidently, "Then let me be clearer. You came because you heard the rumors from Changsha, so you are not from there? This means your sect is located nearby." Nangong Duanhui's face was blank as if she had realized something. She said, "His sect?" The enemy looked away angrily and said, "HMPH, you bastard." The man broke free from his bonds and swung his sword, shouting, "Die!" as he charged straight at Duan Yuxuan. With a single wave of his hand, Duan Yuxuan struck the man, severely injuring him. The man collapsed in front of Duan Yuxuan. Duan Yuxuan looked at Nangong Duanhui and asked, "Miss, after hearing our conversation, can you think of any places that fit the description?" She replied, "Yes, based on what you said, there are 3 sects that match, and they all belong to the Murim Alliance." Nangong Duanhui clutched her head in pain, thinking, "I can't believe it. The Murim Alliance has committed such a disgraceful act again. I was hoping it wasn't the case this time. Why do I feel like we are heading towards collapse step by step?" As she was thinking, another voice suddenly spoke. "All right, I'll help you this time." Nangong Duanhui was stunned. She looked at Duan Yuxuan and asked, "Really?" He replied, "That's right." He had taken the initiative to offer his help to Nangong Duanhui. He continued, "Of course, don't you forget the price for my help." Nangong Duanhui looked at him, smiled, and replied, "I understand, it's the money, right? Well, thank you then." Nangong Duanhui sighed, ran off, and replied, "Then let's go." Elsewhere, a stranger said, "What's going on? The men we sent have been gone for a long time. Why aren't they back yet?" Another person replied, "They couldn't have failed. Let's just wait a bit longer." The bald stranger continued, "We know that too. People like them couldn't possibly fail a mission just because of a few soldiers." Chu Bingji smiled slyly at the bald man. "Be patient. They were cultivated with the medicine I made. They'll be back soon, don't worry." Suddenly someone burst in. "Chu Bingji, it's not that I don't believe you, but..." The anonymous bald man was suddenly taken aback. The two turned to see who it was. The person walked in and said, "You are Nangong Duanhui." She drew her sword and the 2 men recognized her as Nangong Duanhui. She thought, "I was hoping his suspicions were wrong, but it's hard to believe they could commit such terrible acts under the watch of the righteous factions. One of them is the leader of a mid-sized sect affiliated with the Murim Alliance." Chu Bingji asked Nangong Duanhui, "Isn't she the captain of the Phoenix Squad? How did she end up here?" Nangong Duanhui looked at the bald man and thought, "This guy looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? I need to deal with the men camped outside first, then interrogate them." Chu Bingji's face suddenly turned pale with alarm. He thought, "Is that Zhang Xintai?" Thinking of Zhang Xintai, he mused, "He seems to be with the one who annihilated the Black Sword Society." Chu Bingji said angrily, "You bastard, I've finally found you." The bald man stopped Chu Bingji and said, "Wait, Chu Bingji. We need to figure out why they're here first." Chu Bingji turned to the man and said, "Can't you guess? They've already found out what we're doing." The bald man looked at Chu Bingji and remained silent, pondering for a moment. Chu Bingji spoke, "Don't worry, we just have to kill them, right? The guy we wanted to get rid of has walked right into our hands. You haven't forgotten, have you?" The bald man was still silent. Then the bald man asked, "Are you talking about that person?" A wicked smile appeared on Chu Bingji's face as he said, "That's right. If we can't take him out here, you can forget about getting my help in the future." The bald man agreed. "All right." The man drew his sword and declared war on Nangong Duanhui. Nangong Duanhui fought back, thinking, "I must eliminate at least one more person who has tarnished the name of the Murim Alliance." Nangong Duanhui counterattacked, but she was currently on the back foot, only able to defend without being able to attack. She thought, "But there are too many of them. At this rate, I'll be defeated." "Cut to the right," someone shouted. the person helped her block a sword strike. Nangang Duanhui turned back to thank him and saw it was Duan Yuxuan. He said, "Look over here first." Nangang Duanhui saw Chu Bingji, who was walking out on his own. Nangang Duanhui suddenly remembered. "That's right, I remember him, Chu Bingji." That Chu Bingji laughed loudly and said, "Since you're the captain of the Phoenix Squad, you must recognize this old man. Excellent. How is Nangang Chun? He looks like he's about to kick the bucket, haha. It's been a long time since I've heard from him." Nangang Duanhui roared in anger. "You shut your mouth," Duan Yuxuan spoke up. "The one in the middle is the person who used a replication technique to disguise himself as you." Duan Yuxuan pointed at Chu Bingji. Zhang Xintai asked, "Are you talking about him?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "That's right, there are still residual traces of the replication technique on his face. He does look quite a bit like you." After hearing this, Zhang Xintai couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at Duan Yuxuan and thought, "Asterisk, that old and ugly guy looks like me. I'm so handsome and suave. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Is there? Damn it, that really hurts." Duan Yuxuan said, "Now we need to catch that bastard first. You take the one on the left." Zhang Xintai pointed to himself and asked, "Me?" Duan Yuxuan replied coldly. "Should I do it instead?" Zhang Xintai gave a dry laugh. Duan Yuxuan just looked at him coldly. Zhang Xintai fumed internally. "There are so many people here, why pick on me, damn it?" Duan Yuxuan said, "Look closely at the one on the left you're supposed to fight. His stance is very stable, so he seems confident in his Qinggang. Don't you think, however, aside from me, your Qinggang is the best? You can do it right." After hearing this, Zhang Xintai thought in surprise, "After him, I'm number 2. Zhang Xintai charged forward and said confidently, "To catch the guy who imitated me, I'll give it my all." Duan Yuxuan thought to himself, "Great, that guy over there is taken care of. Now how should I deal with this bastard?" Chu Bingji said angrily. "You bastard, so it was you. No wonder that Zhang Xintai was so obedient to you. There's no mistaking it." Chu Bingji pointed at Duan Yuxuan and said, It was you who destroyed the Black Sword Society, right?" Duan Yuxuan said, "That's right. What are you going to do about it?" Chu Bingji roared in fury. "I'm going to kill you. I must kill you." Duan Yuxuan said coldly, seriously and angrily, "You're so noisy." Chu Bingji clutched his head in anger, his face filled with pain and hatred, and said, "You took my home, you killed the people of my 2 families, you took everything from me." He was consumed by hatred and negative emotions. Duan Yuxuan sighed, "Good heavens, it's been a long time since I've seen this red aura." A red aura that only he could see, a symbol of a person who brings fear, harms those around them, and is filled with sin. "I don't want to create more bad karma, but is this destiny?" Duan Yuxuan closed his eyes, having come to an understanding. He sighed and said, "Shut up, you old monster," Chu Bingji roared. "Go, I will tear your limbs apart and destroy what you hold most dear." Duan Yuxuan said, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Just then he looked up at the roof and a stream of blood trickled down. Not understanding what was happening, the bald man could only stammer in shock. What was that?" An image of Zhang Xintai and Nangang Duanhui watching in silent horror. "It all happened so fast," a terrified voice rang out. "No, impossible. What kind of monster is this guy?" A cold, handsome, tall and sturdy man with a scar at the corner of his eye. "Ah, that's Duan Yuxuan with his hair ribbon untied. He's so handsome that Nangang Duanhui didn't recognize him. Sorry everyone." A cold voice that sounded powerful and domineering rang out. Finally some quiet. In stark contrast to him, Nangang Duanhui was still shocked by the scene before her. A pile of twisted corpses that barely even looked human anymore. The bodies were contorted and deformed, their appearances horrific. A nauseating, foul aura emanated from those mutated things. She pondered as she observed, "I've seen a lot of death, but never a scene this gruesome." She couldn't believe her eyes. "I witnessed the process happen with my own 2 eyes." The images replayed in her mind. They were too terrified to even stand. Their dantians twisted, their internal energy flowed in reverse, and then they collapsed as their dantians exploded. Because of chi deviation, I'm sure of it. Due to the side effects of the drugs, they were much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Casting a cold glance, Duan Yuxuan turned away. "I'll leave the rest for you to handle." Elsewhere, the information hunter Shi Jijun was climbing a cliff on the north side of the 5 islands of Junshan in Danjing Lake. Phew, what a tough climb. He finally reached his destination. He collapsed onto the ground, contentedly gazing at the vast landscape and the freely soaring birds. "This is a place no one has been able to set foot on for thousands of years. This is why I came here. But I wonder what we'll find." Then, without warning, a crack sound came from where Shi Jijun was sitting. Just like that, Shi Jijun plummeted into the abyss along with the crumbling cliff. It happened so suddenly that he screamed in shock. Shi Jijun woke up in a cave, the bright moonlight from the night sky helping him slowly regain consciousness. "Am I still alive? So lucky, but where is this place?" Before he could get his bearings, a giant gleaming golden tail appeared before him. This truly made him ecstatic. "Are those the tracks of the legendary Great Python?" He laughed excitedly. "Haha, fantastic, absolutely fantastic." His eyes widened as he gazed enthusiastically at the strange sight before him. "If I just sell this information to the Murim Alliance, I'll earn enough money to live comfortably for the rest of my life." However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he saw another strange sight. It was 3 skeletons dressed in clothes, huddled together, bowing their heads. He stammered in surprise, Is that a person? It looks like they're waiting for someone." The 3 skeletons were sitting in front of a stone tablet. Overcome with curiosity, Shi Jijun couldn't help but approach to get a closer look. "Let me see." There were several names on the stone tablet, and the words on the wall gradually became clear in the light of his torch. We who revere the martial saint, now able to stand guard, cannot help but weep. We who revere the martial saint, let this stone tablet rest in peace. We who revere the martial saint, the three saints also rest in peace here. Shi Jijun was stunned, stammering, unable to speak. The martial saint, Duan Yuxuan. Elsewhere the weather was clear and the sun was scorching. Duan Sume was lying down sunbathing, complaining about the heat. It's so hot beside her. Zhang Xintai was hoeing the fields with Zhen Quanwu, complaining dejectedly. Tisk honestly hearing this. Nangang Duanhui, who was eating snacks, turned her head curiously. Why are you hoeing in this heat? Aren't you rich? Why not just hire someone to do it? Xintai glanced at her irritably. You think I don't know that? We're following orders. As he spoke, he put his hands on his hips in resignation. Quanwu looked up at Nangang Duanhui. Why don't you come down and help? Nangang Duanhui replied nonchalantly. Because it's hot. She turned to Duan Sume, who was lying on the ground, and said sweetly, Sume, come over here and sit next to me. Duan Sume, drenched in sweat, got up. No, Dad told me to do this. Nangang Duanhui thought to herself as she munched on her snacks. Asterisk, is he training everyone after the Three Swords Society incident? But Sume is still so young, isn't this too harsh? As she was resting comfortably, a cold voice from behind caught her attention. Don't you know the saying, no reward without work? Duan Yuxuan stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Nangang Duanhui. Sume is still working hard, yet you're worse than a child. Nangang Duanhui looked at Yuxuan in confusion. Don't just pop up out of nowhere. She shot up to her feet, put her hands on her hips, and said defiantly, Besides, I've already paid my money. I'm a guest here. A guest. Hearing this, Yuxuan pondered for a moment, then replied, How about we make a bet? Hearing the word bet, Nangang Duanhui couldn't help but get curious. Bet on what? He pointed to the fields. Whoever finishes plowing their field the fastest wins. The thought of plowing under the torch's sun made her hesitate. But I don't know how to. Before she could finish, Duan Yuxuan cut her off. The prize is 1 tael of silver. The moment the words 1 tael of silver left his mouth, Nangang Duanhui's eyes lit up. It made her instantly forget the reason for her hesitation. 1 tael of silver in a flash. The day was nearly over. The sun was no longer so scorching, and the gentle dusk was setting in. But Nangang Duanhui's unextinguished passion was still burning. I'm going to win. I'm definitely going to win. She swung the hoe frantically, working desperately, her body soaked in sweat. This amusing scene left both Quanwu and Xintai feeling both helpless and surprised. She's so gullible. Meanwhile, at the Murim Alliance, is it true? It's absolutely true. A man claiming to be an information hunter found the martial saint's secret cave on Junshan Island, Nangang Chun pressed, and at that place his subordinate seemed somewhat bewildered by this overly surprising news. Yes, that's right, the remains of the 3 saints, 3 skeletons in clothing, sitting before a stone tablet inscribed with Duan Yuxuan's name. It's the 3 saints. The Sword King Nangang Chun widened his eyes, astonished by the news his subordinate had brought. The remains of the 3 saints were discovered there. Understanding his shock, the subordinate opposite him bowed his head. Yes, the 3 saints, any martial artist knows of them. Zhang Sanfeng of the Wudang sect, Dharma monk of the Shaolin temple, and the heavenly demon of the demonic cult. These are the 3 most influential figures in the martial world. They were called the 3 saints because no one could reach their level, but much about them remains unknown to the martial world. The discovery of the 3 saints' remains on Junshan Island left Nangang Chun in deep, worried thought for a long time. I am certain this is no small matter. Once the news gets out, the entire Central Plains, including the righteous, unorthodox, and demonic factions as well as neighboring countries, will be shaken. It seems the Wudang sect must make a trip there personally. Elder Zigong interrupted the Sword King's thoughts with a single sentence and a direct gaze. He looked at Zigong, thinking, if that is truly the Taigong Shen who was a benefactor to the Wudang sect, then they certainly must go. Zhang Sanfeng was the founder of the Wudang sect and the creator of Tai Chi. But Taigong Shen was the one who helped Zhang Sanfeng comprehend the essence of martial arts. Zhang Sanfeng met Taigong Shen by chance at the 3-element sword assembly, grasped the essence of Taoism, and from it, created the martial arts of the Wudang sect as it is today. Therefore it is only natural for the Wudang sect to revere Taigong Shen. Elder Zigong continued with a grave expression. Moreover, since the remains of Tian Wuguang, the greatest warrior of the heavenly demon holy cult, are also there, the demonic cult is bound to make a move. One wrong step and a great war between the righteous factions and the demonic cult will break out. Elder Zigong's assertion plunged the entire room into silence. With no other choice, the Sword King turned to Elder Zigong and replied, The situation is urgent. I will dispatch 200 martial artists from the Murim Alliance. They will be under the command of the Wudang sect to bring the remains of Taigong Shen back to Wudang. I will also need you to investigate the martial saint's secret cave. Elder Zigong replied without hesitation, Thank you, Alliance Leader. Nangang Chun looked into the distance, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Taigong Zhen and Qian Wuguang's bodies would be handled by the Wudang sect and the demonic cult, but he was still troubled by the matter. That Nan Julian, who on earth is she? The image of a mysterious woman appeared in his mind, her face veiled in black gauze. She wore a flowing elegant dress with a vibrant rose pinned in her hair. She was also one of the 3 saints, yet she lacked the same illustrious achievements as the other 2. People didn't even know if she belonged to the orthodox path, the unorthodox path, or the demonic cult. This matter would surely draw in more people. Elsewhere, Zhang Xintai was lying on the ground, groaning. It's scorching hot. He sat up, his clothes caked in mud and soaked with sweat. Having to hoe the fields in this heat is exhausting. I really want to go play in the stream." As soon as Nangang Duanhui heard the words "play in the water," she chimed in. "I heard the water in Danjing Lake is very cool." And so the two began to bicker again. Xintai shot to his feet. "The water there is deep, you'll drown if you fall in." Hearing this, Nangang Duanhui lifted her chin. "You're the one who's scared, I'm not." Not only that, but she wore a provocative and mocking smile. "You're so fat you could be used as a flotation device. How could you possibly die?" Provoked, Xintai flew into a rage. Standing to the side, Zhang Xintai looked annoyed. "Stop arguing and sit up already." The two of them whipped around to face Xuanwu and Duan Sume, who were happily eating watermelon, and shouted, "You sit up, are you talking about yourself?" Nangang Duanhui turned her head, staring at the patch of field Yuxuan had assigned her. "Honestly, why did he even plow this land?" Xintai immediately jumped in to answer. "Isn't it obvious? It's much cheaper to grow your own food than to buy it from outside." Nangang Duanhui was incredulous. How could a man like him have such a simple idea, she thought. At the same time, Xintai and Xuanwu said in exasperated unison. "It's very possible, isn't it?" She continued hoeing. "Still, what is his real identity? To think he could defeat an entire gang in an instant." Xintai crossed his arms, a serious look on his face. "His martial arts are so powerful, be careful, he might have been an assassin in the past." Standing behind them, Xuanwu watched the two of them spout nonsense, unable to help but feel a mix of frustration and annoyance. Duan Sume cheerfully cut into their conversation, answering, "My dad is a carpenter." Xintai and Nangang Duanhui turned in surprise to look at the petite Duan Sume. Seeing their incredulous expressions, Duan Sume beamed and boasted, "It's true, Dad even fixed the house and built the shed. He does all the chores at home." She pressed the little girl in disbelief. "Impossible." "Really?" Duan Sume affirmed with conviction. "Really? He's so powerful, yet he's a carpenter?" Imagining Duan Yuxuan as a carpenter, Xuanwu found it too ridiculous to believe. Duan Sume excitedly showed off the small hoe in her hand. "Dad made this too." From a distance, Duan Yuxuan's voice cut through their conversation. "Stop prying into other people's pasts." Nangang Duanhui was startled and shot him a glance. "When did you get there?" he answered with his arms crossed. "A while ago." "How can anyone believe a man like you is a carpenter?" Nangang Duanhui stared at him, scrutinizing him as she said, "A man like you is a carpenter." Yuxuan glanced at her. "That's enough. Yueyang has been quite lively recently. Do you know what's been going on?" Nangang Duanhui shook her head. "I don't know, I haven't left this place," Xuanwu asked tentatively. "Could it be related to the Three Swords Society?" he replied. "It seems not. They appear to be waiting for something." The story sounded familiar, and Duan Sume excitedly raised her hand. "I know, my classmates at school were talking about it. Everyone is looking for something." Duan Yuxuan sat down gently and softly asked the little girl what it was, thrilled to know something that had piqued everyone's curiosity. The little girl said, "Hee, Dad, take a guess." After a while, a carrier pigeon brought a short note to Nangang Duanhui. "Is that an urgent message?" Yuxuan asked upon seeing it. "What is it?" After reading the note, she fell silent for a moment. "It seems I have to return to the Wulin Alliance." She bid everyone farewell and prepared to leave. Duan Sume was reluctant to see her go. "Remember to come back and see your little sister, okay?" She smiled and waved. "Of course, Duan Sume." Xintai stood beside Duan Yuxuan, scratching his head. "She's really gone. It must be serious." "I wonder what it is." Without a second thought, Yuxuan ordered, "Xintai, go and find out what happened." He raised his eyebrows in resignation, a look of annoyance on his face. All right, I'm on it. It's me again." After leaving, Nangang Duanhui rushed toward a cave at top speed. "A trail leading to the martial sage? I've heard the legends, but I never thought his secret cave and the remains of the three saints would actually be found." Meanwhile, upon receiving the news from Xintai, Xuanwu's eyes widened in utter amazement. "The martial sage's secret cave?" Xintai confirmed. "Yeah, I knew something big was up the moment I saw her expression." Hong Yunzhang confirmed it himself. Hearing this, Xuanwu's excitement was written all over his face. "This is no small matter. The legendary martial sage is also known as Zhu Gui, but no one knows if he truly existed 1,000 years ago or if it's all just a story." Xuanwu's and Xintai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "We have to go. It's proof that the martial sage existed. If we're lucky, we might even find something good." Hearing Xuanwu, Xintai immediately agreed. "Exactly. Master, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I heard about it at school too. But what is the martial sage's secret cave?" Duan Sume was thrilled by this new information. The little girl sat on Yuxuan's lap, full of anticipation, and asked one curious question after another. "Is it something to eat? Is it tasty?" The corners of Duan Yuxuan's mouth turned up slightly. It seemed he found this matter somewhat interesting. Without hesitation, he asked, "Where is it?" The martial sage, also known as Zhu Tianguai, was a figure shrouded in rumor. It was said that countless people in the Central Plains had been killed by him. Not only were his martial arts supreme, but he was also known as the Undying, able to tenaciously survive any situation. In the end, however, he was rumored to have died at the hands of the Eight Immortals. The thought of finding the whereabouts of a figure who existed only in legends and obtaining his legacy, wasn't this an incredibly interesting event in the martial world? Zhang Xintai watched pensively as Duan Yuxuan calmly asked for the location, which only deepened his confusion. This man wasn't flustered in the slightest. It made him even more suspicious and curious about Duan Yuxuan's true identity. Is he really a carpenter? Before Xuanwu could answer, Xintai jumped in. It's on Jinshan Island, are we going now? Hearing this, Yuxuan immediately turned away. Too far, just as I suspected. I'm not going. Xuanwu responded impatiently to Yuxuan. If you act on a whim like this, we'll be late. We have to get there before the Wulin Alliance or else the others. Before Xuanwu could finish, Yuxuan cut him off with a remarkably casual statement. There's no point in going. There's nothing there. Duan Yuxuan's answer pushed Xuanwu's suspicion to its peak. How could you? He couldn't help but be bewildered by his true identity. What is going on? He acts as if he knows everything. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Don't tell me he's... Perhaps he was once an ordinary carpenter, but could it be that he received guidance from the martial sage, which is how he became so powerful? As if reading his mind, Duan Yuxuan immediately broke Xuanwu's train of thought. I don't know what you're imagining, but it's not like that. It's not, Xuanwu said awkwardly. The corners of Yuxuan's mouth turned up with a hint of amusement as memories of the past came flooding back. Jinshan Island, was that the place with the legendary giant serpent from 1,000 years ago? I can only vaguely recall. On Jinshan Island there was a 1,000-year-old giant serpent and many other strange things. The island was overrun with all kinds of weeds and poisonous insects. Even the animals that lived there were several times larger than normal. The aura emanating from that giant serpent was filled with negative energy. It took me decades to handle everything and leave that place. I entered at 15 and was only able to leave at 35. Duan Yuxuan endured countless failures and life-or-death struggles before finally defeating that giant serpent. In the end, Duan Yuxuan survived. The only things left in that place were the training marks carved deep into the stone slabs. Duan Yuxuan never wanted to go back to see them again. Xintai was dissatisfied with his decision not to go. He insisted on giving his reasons. Wait, Master, the Wulin Alliance will also be heading there from Hunan. So a lot of people will be going to Jinshan Island to find the martial sage's legacy. If we don't get there early, before Xintai could finish, Yuxuan interrupted him. No, do you think the martial sage's legacy is so easy to obtain? Right now you can't even control your own power. So what use would there be in obtaining that power? His words were so logical that the two were left speechless, unable to say another word. Duan Yuxuan glanced at them. Instead of standing here spouting nonsense, you should go train. If you're lucky, you'll soon grasp the truth in a place closer than you think. He turned around and admonished the two disappointed figures behind him once more. If you understand, then just stay put and behave. Unwilling to give up, Xintai braced himself and added, even if we go and don't get the martial sage's legacy, it would still be worth it. This is our only chance to see the remains of the three saints. This statement made Duan Yuxuan turn back to confirm. What did you say? Xintai repeated. The remains of the three saints. This news successfully piqued Duan Yuxuan's interest. When he heard the remains of the three saints, his eyes widened in surprise, seeing Duan Yuxuan's unusual reaction. Xintai was a bit bewildered. Besides the memorial tablet for the martial sage, I heard there are also the remains of the three saints. What's wrong? His initially calm face had unknowingly grown heavy. A solemn expression washed over him, completely different from his usual calm and carefree demeanor. He glanced away. I've changed my mind. We're going to Jinshan Island. The next day, they finally set off by boat. Curled up in a small corner, Hong Yunzhang looked deeply aggrieved. I know nothing about the martial world. How did I end up here? Xintai, holding the helm, shouted. Master, we're here. We've reached Jinshan Island. The vast sea gradually came into clear view, and they met Nangang Duanhui again. Her face showed a mixture of surprise and resignation. What are you doing here again? Where's Duan Sume? Yuxuan answered calmly. The child is playing at Hong Yunzhang's house. I really didn't expect to see you in a place like this. Nangang Duanhui tucked her hair behind her ear and looked away. You must have heard the rumors too, Duan Yuxuan simply replied. To be honest, I'm not interested. Hearing this, Nangang Duanhui immediately retorted in disbelief. Not interested, yet you came all the way to this remote island. Liar, Yuxuan said firmly. I'm more interested in finding the remains of the three saints. This answer made Nangang Duanhui ponder for a moment. The remains of the three saints, not the martial sage's legacy. You came all this way for that? Yuxuan glanced at her. What is it? I assume you've already started searching. She sighed. I already checked. A man called the Dark Hunter destroyed all the entrances and exits to the cave so we can't get in. It's also been raining a lot recently, and the ground is getting soggy. It might just collapse completely soon. He looked at her with his arms crossed. So you haven't found the entrance yet? No, not yet. I really wanted to meet that Dark Hunter. Nangang Duanhui sighed again. That guy, he's dead. No idea who killed him, but when his body was found, his limbs had been torn off. If it weren't for his clothes, we probably wouldn't have even recognized him. Duan Yuxuan mused for a moment. The first to make a discovery usually gets something. It's only natural he'd be targeted by many people. Xintai looked around with great interest. Speaking of which, don't you think it's much quieter here than usual? Nangang Duanhui heard him and replied, That's because this is the martial sage's sanctuary, and it's also where the remains of the three saints rest. No one would dare cause trouble here. Duan Yuxuan looked up, sighed, and the corners of his mouth lifted. The martial sage's sanctuary. How pretentious. Hearing this, Nangang Duanhui couldn't help but speak up. Pretentious? Even if it's just a legend, he was a prodigious martial artist. To be honest, I don't fully believe all of it myself. It's rather unreasonable, isn't it? He killed countless people, was unrivaled through the heavenly realm into chaos, and angered the Eight Immortals, yet he couldn't defeat the three saints and ended up dying. There's also a rumor that the Eight Immortals appeared to punish him for his sins. He fled for his life, but was caught anyway. Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan couldn't help but let out a chuckle. This caught Nangang Duanwui's attention. This is the first time I've ever seen him laugh like that. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are the legends about the martial sage really that funny?" Duan Yuxuan glanced at her. "Every story gets exaggerated, so yes, it's quite funny. Anyway, what are you doing here?" Nangang Duanwui tilted her head. "I'm just checking to see if any strange people show up. Fortunately, the Wulin Alliance and the demonic cult have already come to an agreement. They won't draw their weapons here, nor will they fight over anything." Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted their conversation. "I found it." She and Zintai turned their heads in surprise. "Did they find the entrance to the cave?" the man continued, speaking to Duan Yuxuan's group. "It's the martial sage's cave." Nangang Duanwui was shocked to hear this. She hurried off, calling back over her shoulder without a second glance. "I'm going," Zhang Zintai said. "I heard that between the Wulin Alliance and the demonic cult, only the first to find it gets to go in. What should we do?" Duan Yuxuan replied with a tense expression. "I'm not sure about that either," Duan Yuxuan ordered. "You all wait here and observe the situation," Zhang Zintai asked. "Ah, okay, then what are you going to do?" Duan Yuxuan replied with complete composure as if nothing was wrong. "I'm going to take a nap." Duan Yuxuan's audacious reply left Zhang Zintai dumbfounded, though not completely floored. He asked, "A nap?" Xuanwu stood aside and chuckled, looking at Duan Yuxuan with admiration as he exclaimed, "As expected of the master, to be so calm in a situation like this." Duan Yuxuan then said something else that left everyone speechless. "Yeah, that boat ride was long. I'm tired now, go on." Duan Yuxuan left the group and went to a forest by himself, thinking, "Let's go take a look." He looked towards the mountains and asked himself, "I heard they found an entrance on the northwest side. Is this it?" Suddenly, a ray of light entered Duan Yuxuan's vision. He looked ahead and faintly saw the figure of a boy running with a sword. After running for a while, the boy began to practice his sword forms. The boy was an image of Duan Yuxuan as a child. Recalling what he looked like back then, Duan Yuxuan sighed to himself, 1,000 years. Watching the falling leaves and feeling the tranquility of nature, Duan Yuxuan was moved by the scene. A flood of emotions washed over him as he recalled the years gone by, and he thought, "It's been a long time." Just as he was lost in his memories, Duan Yuxuan was startled back to reality, reminding himself, "All right, sentimental melancholy doesn't suit me. I have to be quick before those guys get here." After a while, Yuxuan was standing on the north side of the Junshan Abyss at the far end of the island. He surveyed the area, asking himself, "Is it around here?" Duan Yuxuan gathered his strength and leapt from the high cliff. A moment later, he landed on the ground below, assessing to himself, "Asterisk 1,000 years, and these haven't disappeared. It seems no one has set foot here yet." Duan Yuxuan walked and observed, gradually moving deeper into a place that resembled a mysterious cave. "From here to there," he noted to himself. The deeper he went, the more Duan Yuxuan began to hesitate. "Should I go deeper?" Duan Yuxuan mused, touching the rough marks on the wall. "The traces of my training are all carved here." He figured no one would be able to recognize them. Deep inside the cave, he saw a stone lantern and a length of rope used as a surrounding decoration. As Duan Yuxuan approached a certain spot, the lantern lit up and 2 plumes of white mist rose, revealing a horrifying sight: 3 skeletons in full attire sitting cross-legged. Looking at these 3 seated skeletons, the clearest proof of time's passage, Duan Yuxuan spoke, "It's been too long. I should have joined you by now." Duan Yuxuan sat down cross-legged beside the 3 desiccated skeletons and continued, "But I still have things to do in this world." Duan Yuxuan recalled a time long ago when there were always those who coveted his power. They were constantly chasing and searching for him, and some would draw their swords the moment they laid eyes on him. The thought of his enemies, Duan Yuxuan also thought of his disciples. "Although I'm not qualified to be called a master, they are still my friends and my disciples." With this thought, Duan Yuxuan closed his eyes and the scene shifted from the dim cave to a clear blue sky. Zhang Zintai yawned and complained, "I'm bored to death." Unable to find Duan Yuxuan, he asked, "Where the hell did that guy go to take a nap?" Xuanwu, who was behind him, didn't answer. He likely had no idea where Duan Yuxuan was either. 2 strangers recognized Zhang Zintai and huddled together to talk. One said, "Hey, wait, isn't that little twin swords Zhang Zintai?" The other replied, "I think so. What's a member of the unorthodox path doing here?" A lively discussion broke out among the crowd. One person said, "Taigang Zhen's remains will go to the orthodox path and Qian Wuguang's to the demonic cult." Another said, "Nan Julian doesn't belong to any side. Has the demonic cult set its sights on her?" Xuanwu suddenly spoke to Zhang Zintai. "I may be bored, but one shouldn't show any weakness. This is the first time I've been stared at like this." Zintai retorted, "So what if they're looking? If someone as handsome and cool as you were standing there, I'd stare too." Xuanwu's expression turned serious again. "So where else do you want to be the center of attention?" Zintai responded, displeased. "Can't you tell I don't like this?" Xuanwu said teasingly. "Ha, how would I know?" As he spoke, he pointed a finger at the governor. "Thanks to your fame, His Excellency, the governor here has to stand as still as a stone statue." The governor, who was standing there, heard this and cursed angrily. "You bastard, who are you calling a stone statue?" "Oh, it's fine, Zintai began to mock. Of course the governor doesn't know martial arts. He must be terrified standing among all these martial arts experts. Mocked and belittled, the governor was fuming. He shot back. "Aren't you pretty weak yourself?" Zintai defended himself. "Don't underestimate me. I'm getting stronger every day." Seeing Zhang Zintai, the pot calling the kettle black, Xuanwu interrupted. "Quiet down, you're no different." That successfully shut the loudmouth up. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, Xuanwu said, "Wait, what is that?" The governor heard him and asked, what did you say?" Xuanwu replied, "There are a dozen or so sailboats equipped with Shegong cannons heading this way on the surface of the sea. Ships that had been faint silhouettes in the mist gradually came into view." The governor turned pale when he saw them, shouting, "What?" Still in disbelief, he retorted, "Stop joking, how is that possible? You must be seeing things. How could anyone bring out Shegong cannons without permission from the imperial court?" Xuanwu stood his ground. "No, it's true, my eyesight is perfect." The distant sailboats drew closer and closer, heading toward where Xuanwu, Zhang Zintai and the governor were standing, the muzzles of their cannons growing larger and larger. Zhang Zintai pointed at the fleet. "That sounds terrifying. Have they turned? Why does it look like they're coming right for us?" The governor beside them remained optimistic, laughing carefreely. "Haha, you guys are such jokers, don't kid me. Even if they have Shegong cannons, they wouldn't dare open fire so publicly. That's a capital offense, punishable by beheading." However, as a certain reporter once said, it was a beautiful script, but that's not what happened. The sailboats aimed their cannons at the three men. The cannons were loaded and began to fire. Cannonballs rained down on the part of the island near the three men. After the first volley, the three were unharmed, though dust and debris flew up all around them. Despite being under fire, Zhang Zintai remained remarkably calm and composed. He said, "See, they're really Shegong cannons." Xuanwu at his side said, "I told you those ships were coming for us." Only the governor was now breaking out in a cold sweat. He never thought they'd run into people who had a death wish, who weren't afraid of being beheaded. He said in a trembling voice, "Damn it, none of that matters now." The governor shouted to the men in his party. "We're under attack," he yelled. "Everyone run!" Then took off at a full sprint with Zhang Zintai and Xuanwu. Zhang Zintai glanced back to observe the attacking fleet. He wondered, is it the heretic cult? They must have been searching for the martial sage's cave for a long time. The one having the toughest time is probably Xuanwu. An image of a great elder flashed in his mind. As he ran, Zhang Zintai thought, "Forget it, I can't figure it out anyway." Tisk, the cannonballs fell with increasing density around the three of them. Zhang Zintai gave up on guessing, thinking, "I just have to get out of here first." That's right. The most important thing now was to save their own skins. Hearing the explosions from a distance, Nangang Duanhui was also startled. What was that? She wondered. She looked in the direction of the cannon fire and asked worriedly, "Is it an attack?" "Which bastard has so many cannons?" a man in her party said to her. "Now is not the time to be surprised." Nangang Duanhui replied, "You're right." She recalled what the demonic cult members had said. "Miss Nangang, something feels off. Let's look around the area first, since we know where the entrance is." "And I thought the demonic cult was just being paranoid," Nangang Duanhui recalled saying aloud. She was sweating with anxiety. "Tisk, what do we do now? We were so close to the entrance and then this happens." Nangang Duanhui calmed herself and thought, "Let's look at this differently. All we have to do is protect this area," she said to the man who had just spoken to her. "I think it would be better to concentrate our forces and deal with them first." "What do you think, branch leader?" The man from the Henan Martial Alliance who was traveling with the branch leader agreed with her idea, saying, "We don't know how much deeper we have to go to find that cave, so it's best to stop them first." "Master, what are your thoughts?" Yang Yi, the sect leader of the Wudang Seven Swords, said, "Of course. Wudang is also a part of the Martial Alliance, though I wish to see the ancestral master's remains as soon as possible. Dealing with these bastards who set fire to this sacred land is our top priority." Hearing this, Nangang Duanhui agreed. "All right, in that case, seeing this forest scorched by cannons, we've decided to deal with them immediately." Zhang Zintai leapt forward. Zhen Xuanwu flew along with him. Zhang Zintai shouted, "Everyone do whatever it takes to clear a path." Only the governor fled in terror. He abandoned his two companions who were charging into danger and hid behind a tree, silently praying, "You have to win. When will the reinforcements get here?" A massive red flame erupted from the cannon's muzzle. The people on the island panicked when they saw the huge cannonball fired from the cannon. Someone screamed, "It's falling!" Seeing the dire situation, Zhang Zintai thought to himself, "Damn it, I can't stop that in time." He shouted to the crowd, "Take cover." One person swiftly rushed toward the formation. It was Yang Yi, who landed in an open area. Someone recognized him and said, "It's the master, the sect leader of the Wudang Seven Swords. We're saved." The master issued a threat to the assassins who had just attacked with the cannon. "You must be the ones causing trouble in this sacred land. Where are you from? Spit it out if you want to live." A man in the assassin squad scoffed at this, clicking his tongue contemptuously. Another assassin said, "Enough talk, kill them." The battle between the assassins and the allied forces of the righteous and demonic factions began. Meanwhile, as the masked assassins were attacking the alliance, the western side of the island was unusually quiet. Since most people had run off to stop them, only a few were left to guard the cave entrance. But a group of assassins was rapidly approaching. 3 assassins in black raced toward the cave like a bolt of lightning. The assassins initiated their attack by throwing darts at a guard at the cave mouth. After taking out the guard, the lead assassin ordered, "Go in, we only have 30 minutes left." The other 2 replied, "Yes sir," and entered the cave. The 3 assassins ventured deep inside, passing a glowing lantern. One of them complained, "This cave is really long, it's taking longer than I thought." Another said, "No, the flow of chi has changed." Another said, "We're almost there." Suddenly, the man shuddered, his eyes widening in shock. Before the 3 assassins stood Duan Yuxuan and 3 skeletons sitting cross-legged. The 2 assassins drew their swords defensively, asking, "Who are you?" Duan Yuxuan spoke with an exceedingly calm expression. "It seems I have some uninvited guests. I was hiding here for some peace and quiet, but I didn't expect people like you to be the first to arrive. Fine, this saves me some trouble." Hearing this, the assassins broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing what they were about to face. Duan Yuxuan leisurely looked at the men shrouded in black cloths and said, "I was just about to deal with you for the commotion you caused with that cannon earlier." He assessed the situation, evaluating each assassin one by one, thinking, "Their stances are solid, just like the assassins of the past." Duan Yuxuan said, "Uninteresting. You seem quite strong, but coming here was your mistake." One of the 3 masked men attacked first, saying, "Enough talk, kill him." As soon as he spoke, the others moved on his command, running around Duan Yuxuan to dazzle him and make it impossible to pinpoint his opponents. He praised them. "A fine formation, perhaps even better than the Shaolin Arhat formation." The strangers watched Duan Yuxuan analyze the situation, thinking, "From the aura he's emitting, he's definitely a master." The man continued to think, "But our combat formation can defeat even the greatest masters of the martial world." He was smug, perhaps thinking that in this battle their superior numbers would prevail. The masked man thought confidently, "No one has ever survived our coordinated attack." Duan Yuxuan remained standing, watching to see what tricks they could pull. The anonymous man thought again with confidence, "We'll definitely make him regret this." Duan Yuxuan still stood there, showing no sign of attacking or defending. Suddenly an assassin took the initiative and attacked from behind, raising his sword to strike him from the back. The man charged forward, yelling, "Die!" Duan Yuxuan's expression was cold, without a hint of fear. He calmly raised a hand, turned, and with a single move the man's sword flew from his grasp. As he fell to the ground, he struck the man's chest with his palm and blood gushed from his mouth. The remaining assassins were somewhat intimidated, thinking one of them was taken down in an instant. His moves are too fast and powerful, but one of them seemed to have figured something out, thinking smugly, "Thanks to that, he's left an opening." They drew their daggers, threw them from all directions, and attacked Duan Yuxuan together. He smiled confidently. "Trying to take me down with you? How foolish, rushing in to die without knowing your enemy or yourselves. You remind me of someone." Far away, Zhang Xintai was also startled and asked, "What?" Duan Yuxuan continued, "If you had used your brains a little, you might have lived longer." Holding a dagger, Duan Yuxuan said, "But this is quite interesting." He moved with incredible speed, felling the other 2 assassins in the blink of an eye. In just a few moves, within seconds, the men were down, either unconscious or too severely injured to move. Bloodstains colored Duan Yuxuan's robes. A masked leader, gasping for breath, said painfully, You, looking at the dagger in his hand. Duan Yuxuan said, "Having strength doesn't mean you can't fail. This is how you properly use a dagger." The anonymous man asked, "What kind of monster are you?" He walked forward coldly and struck the man again. He didn't stop until the man collapsed. Unable to get up, Duan Yuxuan commanded with cold indifference, "Be quiet. You shouldn't wake those who are resting in peace, should you?" Suddenly something fell from the anonymous man's body. He saw it, picked it up, and looked to see what it was. "Is this a signal flare?" The anonymous assassins had suddenly attacked the righteous and demonic alliance on Junshan Island. At that time, a chaotic battle had also broken out where Zhang Xintai and Nangang Duanhui were. It was clear from the scene that she and he had already cleared out those masked assassins. Suddenly, a loud sound pierced the sky, whistling as it flew upwards. They wanted to use this to divert their attention in order to seize what was hidden in the secret cave. This meant they wanted to use the signal flare to inform their comrades fighting the alliance that the plan was complete, signaling that they had already secured what they needed. Duan Yuxuan pocketed the signal flare and smiled. This makes things much simpler. On the other side, Nangang Duanhui and Zhang Xintai were also fighting outside. Nangang Duanhui wondered what that sound just now was. Suddenly the assassins fighting Nangang Duanhui and Zhang Xintai abruptly ran away. She asked, puzzled, "Where are they going?" Li Huang of the demonic cult said, "They suddenly stopped and retreated." "Why would they retreat?" Yang Yi, the sect leader of the Wudang Seven Swords, answered, "I'm not sure either. Damn it, we still don't know who sent them. The ones we captured all committed suicide with poison. They're no ordinary warriors." Another person said, "Hey, I heard a sound before they retreated. It was very loud, like it was warning them or something." Yang Yi exclaimed in alarm, "A signal flare. The secret cave, we must go there at once." Everyone immediately ran toward the place where the signal flare was fired. Upon arriving, Nangang Duanhui said in astonishment, "How could this be? The martial sage's secret cave was completely empty." Nangang Duanhui witnessed it all in shock. Yang Yi collapsed to his knees in despair. He vented his anger on a nearby rock, pounding his hand against the huge rocks. He said furiously, "Damn it, to think we were fooled by such a simple trick." Li Huang said, "There's no time for regrets after them." The others agreed with him, replying, "Yes, you're right." Everyone ran off, telling Nangang Duanhui, "Miss, you stay here in case they come back." Disappointed and frustrated, Nangang Duanhui said, "Left alone again." She sat down dejectedly and sighed wearily. "It's so helpless. Why has nothing been going right lately?" Suddenly she noticed something and looked up. It was the stone monument engraved with Duan Yuxuan's name. She picked up the monument and stared at it blankly. Nangang Duanhui seemed to realize something. In her mind, an image of Duan Yuxuan appeared. At that time he was sitting on a boat, his back to three skeletons dressed in different clothes. She could hardly believe her eyes, exclaiming, "Duan Yuxuan." Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the dungeon, Nangang Chun also appeared. He looked up at the rolling mountains and said, "So in the end, we still don't know who launched the attack or who disposed of the bodies," his deputy replied. "My deepest apologies, Alliance Leader." As he walked, Nangang Chun thought, not only has Nan Julian's body vanished, but we also haven't found any traces or artifacts left by the martial sage. Considering the effort and money we've poured into this, we've truly invested too much ambition into a fruitless endeavor. He clenched his fists in anger and helplessness, not expecting things to come to such a stalemate. Another deputy said, "But we can be certain of one thing," he retorted. "And what is that?" He replied, "This assassination wasn't the work of the evil sects. We've been monitoring their every move from the start. Therefore, the culprit is likely an unknown faction or foreigners." The Alliance Leader looked at him, listening to his analysis. He had a sudden realization from these clues and said, "It's also possible they are people from the demonic cult." The two deputies asked in astonishment, "What? Did you say the demonic cult?" Nangang Chun replied calmly, "No, it's just a guess, but we cannot believe anything without seeing it with our own eyes. Haven't I reminded you of this many times? We must be cautious about all speculations." The other deputy chimed in. "Because we have never discussed the demonic cult before, your subordinate truly did not consider it. I will investigate the demonic cult as well." Nangang Chun, a member of the Nangang family, was considered the strongest of the 8 great clans. Known by the title Sword King, he was one of the strongest in the Central Plains, possessing unparalleled strength and foresight. The deputy in the green robe thought with pride, "I am fortunate to have such a profound person as our alliance leader, but it's a pity his term is about to end. If a new leader takes over, this martial alliance will likely fall into chaos. It's truly worrisome," they observed as they walked. The deputy noticed something strange and asked the alliance leader, "Alliance Leader, what are these sword marks?" He replied, "Useless. It seems someone deliberately left these sword marks to cover up the previous tracks." He touched the marks on it and said, "We can't get any more information from this." He looked at it for a moment, then fell silent. After a moment he thought, "And here I thought my intuition would finally lead me to something useful. Which bastard was it that stole my opportunity?" At that moment, in another forest, Zhang Xintai's voice rang out. "I think something big must have happened for them to summon us here so secretly, right?" Zhen Xuanwu followed behind and replied, "It seems so, but what are you doing now? If you need to take a dump, I'll keep watch for you." Zhang Xintai said angrily, "Can't you tell I'm training you, idiot, you brainless oaf?" Zhen Xuanwu's eyes lit up, full of hope, as he said, "Also, why isn't the master a man who wakes up at the slightest sound asleep yet? He must be observing what we're doing on this island. He wants to teach us higher-level martial arts," Zhang Xintai roared. "Don't be ridiculous, stop talking nonsense." They came up with another fantasy. "Maybe he went into the martial sage's secret cave to get something good to give us." The two imagined Duan Yuxuan saying, "Come back first, I have something to give you." They were lost in their own unrealistic dream. Zhang Xintai asked, "Well?" Zhen Xuanwu replied airily, smiling, "I wonder if it's true, Tisk, we have to perform well here." Suddenly a voice called out, "You're here?" It was none other than Duan Yuxuan, carrying a very large sack on his shoulder. It seemed their guess was somewhat correct. Zhang Xintai and Zhen Xuanwu eagerly ran over, saying excitedly, "Yes, master, your subordinates were waiting for you." Duan Yuxuan said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, I had something to take care of." The two were so surprised they couldn't believe their eyes, thinking, "My God, he apologized so easily. Am I dreaming?" Duan Yuxuan threw the heavy sack from his back down and said to them, "Open it and see." When Zhang Xintai saw it, his eyes lit up with excitement and he nimbly opened the sack. Finally they saw it. The big event they were talking about had finally arrived. Alas, they thought it would be something grand, but it was just 2 shovels. Duan Yuxuan's 2 subordinates froze, utterly disappointed, their faces blank. They asked Duan Yuxuan, "What are these for?" Duan Yuxuan crossed his arms and replied, "They're shovels. Have you never seen one before?" Zhang Xintai replied, "No, that's not what I mean, but why are you giving us these?" Duan Yuxuan replied coldly in a way that was hard to comprehend, "Start digging." The two were stunned, their mouths agape, not understanding what was happening. Duan Yuxuan continued, "I told you to dig," and so the two had no choice but to pick up the shovels in disappointment and start digging. The gloom in their hearts must have been overwhelming. Zhang Xintai and Zhen Xuanwu, unconvinced and still disbelieving this reality, both thought, "Is this for real?" while Duan Yuxuan stood there. He commanded them loudly, "Put your backs into it." After a long time, when evening came, they finally asked Duan Yuxuan, "What is this for?" Duan Yuxuan praised them, "Not bad, at least you have a talent for digging." Hearing this, Zhang Xintai's anger flared, but he still smiled and said, "Thank you, sir." Duan Yuxuan pointed in another direction and said, "All right, Xintai, carefully bring me what's hidden in the bushes." He went into the bushes to get what Lord Duan Yuxuan wanted, he thought angrily, ordering me to do these strange things again. What the hell could be in these bushes? He went in to search but found nothing, so he reported to Duan Yuxuan, Master, there's nothing here." Duan Yuxuan replied, "Reach your hand in." Though he didn't understand what was happening, he did as he was told, asking in confusion, "Why?" Suddenly, a miracle happened. Was something emitting power from his hand? He thought, "What is this? Is there a trap here?" As soon as he waved his hand, 3 clothed skeletons appeared. He thought, if it were me, I would have fainted on the spot. Zhang Xintai froze, then staggered back in shock, stunned, stumbling and confused. He called out to Duan Yuxuan, Master, what's with these skeletons?" Duan Yuxuan remained silent, not offering a single word of explanation, and ordered, "Bury them. Be respectful." That night at the Henan branch of the Martial Alliance, Nangang Duanhui was tapping her fingers on the table, seemingly waiting or thinking about something. In the flickering candlelight she contemplated with her chin in her hand. "Duan Yuxuan, that stone monument, they said they saw it when they first discovered the secret cave. It must have been brought into the cave by the 3 sages to express their gratitude to the martial sage, and the name recorded on the monument is none other than Duan Yuxuan." The image of the monument engraved with Duan Yuxuan's name surfaced in her memory. She thought of the living person with the same name. She thought, it can't be that Duan Yuxuan, right? It's most likely just 2 people with the same name. The Sword King entered the room, and Nangang Duanhui smiled. "What has my granddaughter so lost in thought?" Nangang Duanhui's thoughts were interrupted, and she turned around saying, "Grandfather." She was about to bow to him when the Sword King said, "It's all right, stay seated." "Are you worried about what happened on the island?" Nangang Duanhui replied. "Partly, but now there's one more thing giving me a headache," he replied. "Tell me about it." Nangang Duanhui slumped onto the table and said, "I just don't know if it's possible for someone to live for 1,000 years. The Sword King smiled and replied, "How interesting." Nangang Duanhui said shyly, I'm not kidding," the Sword King said. "Qin Shi Huang spent a great deal of effort trying to create the elixir of immortality, but in the end he could not escape death." Nangang Duanhui said, "I suppose so." The Sword King continued, "Everyone must follow the law of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Although there are some exceptions." "Are you talking about the 8 Immortals?" he smiled and replied. "That's right, I'm talking about the 8 Immortals who, after achieving immortality, have long protected the martial world of the Central Plains. Although these are just baseless legends, I think if one reached that realm it might be possible to live for 1,000 years. Nangang Duanhui thought, perhaps my idea is too absurd. Even though that guy is incredibly strong, how could he be the martial sage, the strongest person in the history of the Central Plains martial world? Since ancient times, the strong have had a noble character like my grandfather. A weirdo who steals from thieves could never be compared to the 8 Immortals." The Sword King asked her, "Is your trouble resolved?" She smiled happily and replied, "Yes, thank you, grandfather." The Sword King smiled. "It's wonderful. It's been a while since we've had time alone. How about we take a walk by Danjing Lake?" She smiled and replied, "Okay, Danjing Lake." After carefully building a tomb and burying the 3 masters, Duan Yuxuan and his followers paid their respects and poured a libation for the deceased elders. Duan Yuxuan poured the wine before the seniors' graves and said, "This was your favorite drink when you were alive. I never thought I would be pouring a libation for you like this." Zhang Xintai and Zhen Xuanwu just watched quietly, silent. A deep silence enveloped the place. Suddenly Zhang Xintai took a step forward, clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "May I offer a cup to the sirs?" Duan Yuxuan looked at him, then nodded in agreement. Go ahead." Zhang Xintai poured the wine with a heart full of sincerity and respect, saying, "I just felt I should do this. The master's back looked especially lonely today." He lifted the wine cup to his nose and sniffed it, thinking, "But this wine must be expensive, right? It smells so good." Duan Yuxuan angrily smacked Zhang Xintai, asking sharply, "Who told you to drink it?" The wine cup hit Zhang Xintai in the mouth and he nearly choked on the wine. That night in the residence, Zhang Xintai said loudly, "Do you think I'm a fool? I'm not blind." Zhang Xintai was talking to Duan Yuxuan and Zhen Xuanwu, saying, "Taigang Shen Tianwu Guang Nan Julian." Their names were clearly written on the stone monument. It was those dried-up skeletons. Anyone would know they are the 3 sages. Duan Yuxuan crossed his arms behind his back and replied, "You're mistaken." Zhang Xintai refused to give up, continuing, "Do you think I'm stupid enough not to recognize them?" Duan Yuxuan, annoyed and fed up, threatened him. "I can turn you into a skeleton like that too if you'd like." Zhang Xintai seemed to back down a bit, saying, Master, don't be like that, just tell me. How did you get those bodies?" Duan Yuxuan turned away, denying it. "I already said it wasn't me." Zhang Xintai was still persistent, pressing, "Are you telling the truth?" Zhen Xuanwu watched as Duan Yuxuan grew angrier, clenching his fist tightly. He thought, this idiot should stop. The old man is already very angry. Suddenly Duan Xiaomi called out, "Uncle Tai." Hearing her, Zhang Xintai asked, "What is it?" The little girl replied, "My ball rolled over there and I can't find it. Can you help me find it, uncle?" Hearing this, Zhang Xintai said with difficulty, "I need to ask the master about this first. Why are you pulling me away?" Duan Xiaomi tugged at his hand pleadingly. "But that's my ball." Hearing this, Zhang Xintai's heart softened and he followed the little girl, running off and saying, "All right, uncle, we'll get it back for you right away." Duan Xiaomi smiled cutely and replied, "Thank you, uncle." After Zhang Xintai left, Duan Yuxuan picked up the little girl and asked, "Do we have a ball?" Duan Xiaomi giggled, the little girl having saved her father from a predicament. Duan Yuxuan hugged the little girl and said, "Lying is bad, but sometimes a little white lie is okay." Duan Xiaomi hugged him and said, Xiaomi understands what daddy means. He smiled and replied, good, you truly are my daughter. Then Duan Xiaomi said to him, but Xiaomi is also curious about something. He asked, what is it? The little girl asked him. How is big sister Duanhui? Duan Yuxuan replied coldly to the little girl. I don't know, he thought. The martial alliance returned empty-handed. They must be furious right now. He thought for a moment when suddenly the main gate shook as if someone had arrived. He then held Duan Xiaomi tightly, walking and smiling as he said, she's probably busy. He walked to the door, opened it and said, it seems we have guests. Speak of the devil. Oh, it's Nangang Duanhui. The little girl Duan Xiaomi saw her and called out happily. Nangang Duanhui looked at Duan Yuxuan and replied with a shy smile, hello, are you well? The reason I came here so late is… Duan Yuxuan looked at her coldly, then noticed who was behind her and replied, it seems I have another distinguished guest, the Sword King Nangang Chun, accompanying Nangang Duanhui. He smiled and said, you flatter me, Nangang Duanhui said, confused. Ah, we were looking for an inn with a view of Dongjing Lake, but there were too many people. Before she could finish, Duan Yuxuan replied, come in. She was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Why was Duan Yuxuan so strange today? Not at all like she had imagined. She replied, Nangang Duanhui thought he's not angry. As Duan Yuxuan led Nangang Duanhui and Nangang Chun inside, he said, I thought the martial alliance would be busy, but you two seem quite leisurely. Nangang Chun replied with a cheerful smile, these old bones of mine enjoy such things, how could I live without a little fun? Hearing this, Duan Yuxian said to him, how interesting, you can still laugh in a situation like this. He turned serious, his tone laced with anger as he asked, what do you mean by that? A silence fell between them, and Nangang Duanhui also felt at a loss. Duan Yuxian led the grandfather and granddaughter to see their rooms, saying, the rooms are expensive, but I'll waive the cost of your meals here. Nangang Chun looked at his granddaughter and said, this friend of yours is quite interesting. Did he really eliminate those guys from the Black Sword Society? Nangang Duanhui replied unhappily, he won't admit it, but I'm sure it was him, and he's not my friend. As she spoke, she recalled the terrifying sight of a serious and immensely powerful Duan Yuxian. The energy he emitted had overwhelmed all his opponents, and she found him incredibly mysterious. Nangang Chun shared his granddaughter's sentiment. The moment our eyes met, I knew he was no ordinary man. Nangang Duanhui asked him worriedly, is this really okay? The alliance is in complete chaos right now, and yet here we are. Nangang Chun smiled and soothed her, it's fine. I'm just an old man on the verge of retirement. It's all right to be a little lazy. Nangang Duanhui said to him. Strategist Jie Yuan wouldn't think so. Meanwhile, Duan Suwei ran to Duan Yuxian's room saying, Suwei wants to see big sister. Wow, I'm going to see the pretty big sister. Nangang Duanhui, he replied. Not now, she's not alone, I already told you, Duan Suwei said. Is it that old grandpa from earlier? Duan Yuxian nodded. Duan Suwei's face fell, her expression melancholic and disappointed. Big sister, Zhang Xintai appeared and said to Duan Yuxian, my lord, I'm very concerned. Duan Yuxian asked, concerned about what? Just then, Duan Suwei, missing her sister too much, ran off. I can't take it anymore, the little girl said. I have to go sneak a peek, Zhang Xintai said fearfully. Why would he show up here? That's the Sword King. Duan Yuxian was also surprised to hear this, only now learning the truth, he said. The Sword King, Zhang Xintai reported. Yes, and he's also the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. I know for sure, because I was part of an unorthodox sect. I know that the 5 kings, including the Sword King, are considered undefeated beings, no different from Yama, the king of hell. Upon hearing this, Duan Yuxian said, I see. So he's the Sword King that Nangang Duanhui was always going on about, he thought. He recalled how Nangang Duanhui's eyes had filled with pride whenever she mentioned the Sword King. Let me tell you about my grandpa. Not just anyone can be called the Sword King. Duan Yuxian immediately began to analyze him. His aura is completely different from other martial artists, but that's it. I can't feel even a hint of a sharp edge from him. He hasn't fully comprehended his own martial arts yet. Zhang Xintai asked him, are they here because of the Junshan Island matter? He replied, I doubt it. If they were, things wouldn't be this quiet. He continued, whatever it is, let's just let nature take its course. Meanwhile, Duan Suwei had snuck over to Nangang Duanhui's room to see her. On a clear morning, the air was warm and fresh. A man was fishing by a beautiful dreamlike waterfall. That man was none other than the Sword King, Nangang Chun, sitting by the stream. He was enjoying the gentle breeze, sitting quietly and fishing when someone approached. The person struck up a conversation. You seem to enjoy fishing. Nangang Chun turned to see it was Duan Yuxian. He smiled and said, when I was young I could sit and fish all day without getting tired. It's been a long time since I've been able to fish so peacefully. As soon as the words left his mouth, he thought, come to think of it, to be honest, I haven't had a single moment of peace since I grew up. When I was 20, I competed with other talented youths with my sword. At 30, I fought for the honor of my family. Time passed just like that, and before I knew it, I've lived to this age, but looking back I have nothing to show for it, he said with a smile. I enhanced my family's reputation and became the leader of the Orthodox faction, but I never did anything for myself. I was being a bit greedy, hoping the Junshan Island affair would proceed smoothly. Duan Yuxian listened to his story without a word, he continued. But in reality, I myself have nothing. Then a silence fell. Duan Suwei caught a large golden fish and happily showed it off to everyone. Look, Suwei caught another one. She ran over, wanting to show her father. Dad, let's cook it and eat, she said excitedly. Seeing her run over, Nangong Chun praised, "My, that gave me a start, the child has such a lovely voice." Duan Yuxian praised her, "You did great, try to catch an even bigger one." Duan Suwei happily told her father, "Okay, Suwei will catch a really big fish and share it with everyone." Duan Yuxian was delighted and smiled. He picked up the little girl and said, "Alright, sounds good." Duan Suwei replied happily to her father, "Okay." The Sword King witnessed the blissful scene between father and daughter. The image of little Duan Suwei sharing with her father saying, "The fish bit Suwei's hand, so I taught it a lesson. See, it looks like a little dragon." Seeing this, Nangong Chun thought, "I feel he's like me, empty inside. I was worried he would repeat my mistakes, but it seems that was a needless concern." He then recalled a memory from his youth of the old Nangong Chun. His children had folded paper cranes for his birthday. The children presented the paper cranes, saying, "Father, happy birthday." Nangong Chun said nothing. He turned away coldly, saying, "If you have so much free time, why don't you go practice your swordsmanship?" He walked away, leaving his children in disappointment. He continued angrily, "The weak are useless." The words had unintentionally wounded his two children. Looking back, Nangong Chun felt happy for Duan Yuxian. "He has gained so much more than I, who only knew how to chase power, money, and fame." How painful, he thought. Just then, Duan Yuxian noticed him, watching Nangong Chun's contemplative expression. Then he turned to Duan Suwei and said, "Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. If you want to overcome something, first observe your surroundings. There's bound to be something useful." Sitting nearby, Nangong Chun seemed to have a sudden realization after hearing him say those words to little Duan Suwei. He stared at his own reflection in the stream, suddenly enlightened. The Sword King smiled and commented on him. "You're a truly interesting person." Duan Yuxian replied humbly, "You flatter me." Just then, Nangong Duanhui came running to find Nangong Chun, shouting loudly. "Grandpa," panting, she reported to Nangong Chun. "Something terrible has happened," he asked. "What is it?" she replied. A message came from the Alliance. Strategist Jie Yuan was ambushed and is gravely injured. As soon as he heard this, his face turned pale with shock. Nangong Chun stood up and immediately turned to leave. He said, "Get ready. We're going to the headquarters now." Nangong Duanhui replied, "Yes, sir." Duan Yuxian stood there, witnessing and hearing everything. He sensed something. Though it's faint, there's already an aura of killing intent around him. You truly can't judge a person by their appearance. Duan Yuxian spoke to Nangong Chun. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be arrogant or death will be waiting for you." Nangong Chun smiled and replied, "Thank you." He turned to look at Duan Yuxian and said with conviction, "An old man like me won't die that easily." Seeing this, Duan Yuxian remained silent. He continued, "It's a shame I have to leave so soon, but thank you for letting me rest in this beautiful place." Duan Yuxian replied, "Come anytime." Then Nangong Chun and Nangong Duanhui mounted their horses and set off immediately. Just then, Duan Yuxian added another sentence. "If you're still alive, that is." At that moment, Nangong Chun and Nangong Duanhui rode off at once for the Martial Arts Alliance. Zhang Xintai asked Duan Yuxian what happened. His face was pale as he packed his things. He answered, "I don't know either, it seems important. Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with us. Pay it no mind." Zhen Quanwu replied, "Yes, but my lord, when I went to Yueyang yesterday, I heard that a martial sect is planning to establish itself there." Duan Yuxian asked again. "A martial sect?" he replied, "Yes. Haven't Hunan and Yueyang been quite bustling lately?" Duan Yuxian answered indifferently. "Is that so? I've been busy taking care of Duan Suwei, so I haven't heard anything." Zhen Quanwu said, "In any case, someone wants to control Yueyang, and that person also wants to investigate something on Junshan Island." Hearing this, Duan Yushin's expression turned serious, his eyes sharp as he thought coldly. "Troublesome. If a martial sect or a family gets involved in this, they'll surely be snooping around here. Although I like Yueyang because of its proximity to Danjing Lake, the biggest reason I'm raising Suwei here is that it's a peaceful place with no martial artists nearby." Duan Yuxian spoke. "The flies are starting to gather." Duan Suwei heard everything but didn't understand what had just happened. Zhang Xintai also joined their conversation. "I agree, my lord, isn't Yueyang ours? Let's drive them out." Duan Yuxian sighed and said, "It's a nuisance, but it's just a rumor for now. Let's just observe." Zhang Xintai obeyed, replying, "Oh yes, I understand." The two servants looked at their lord with blank, helpless expressions, silently pleading for him to take action. "Even though we aren't publicly a martial family, aren't things going so smoothly because we're in Yueyang *, they thought. Then suddenly, a star seemed to sparkle between the two of them. "We are the ones who protect and lead Yueyang, the strong backbone of Hunan *, they thought, their determination set. A glimmer of hope shining above their heads as they looked at Duan Yuxian. He continued to ignore them both, reminding his daughter, "Hey Suwei, that's not food." At that moment, on Nangong Duanhui's side, the situation was extremely tense. A carrier pigeon landed on her arm. Nangong Duanhui opened the letter and read. Nangong Chun asked, "What does it say, granddaughter?" She replied, "They are pursuing the ones who attacked the strategist and are advancing towards Anxiang. There have been many battles along the way." Hearing this, Nangong Chun made a cautious and serious assessment. "It seems they are quite strong." The sound of horse hooves gradually changed direction. Then Nangong Chun said, "I'll go directly to Anxiang. You go to the Alliance's local branch." Nangong Duanhui asked worriedly, "Will you be all right?" The old man smiled and replied, "Are you worried I'm too old?" Nangong Duanhui thought for a moment, feeling she might be worrying too much. She replied, "But anyone who dares to challenge you must also be strong, very strong." Nangong Duanhui made up her mind, turning her horse to leave. She took the opportunity to say, "All right, I don't know who they are, but you teach them a lesson." "I'll go check on the strategist," Nangong Chun replied. Be careful." He watched as Nangong Duanhui rode off into the distance. He, Nangong Chun, stood there silently, seemingly worried about something. He quietly watched her go, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. Then he too departed. Just then, at the branch office of the Martial Arts Alliance, Nangong Duanhui had already arrived, immediately running at top speed towards the support post. He entered and asked the girl, "Where is strategist Jie Yuan?" The girl stammered, Captain, he's in the main hall." As soon as Nangong Duanhui heard this, her heart pounded, feeling a sense of foreboding. Then a group of people rushed in saying, "Captain." Nangong Duanhui replied, "What is it?" She then pushed open the doors and rushed into the main hall. At that moment, Nangong Duanhui was stunned, for she saw Jie Yuan still leisurely reading a book. Seeing Nangong Duanhui enter, panicked and out of breath, he didn't understand what was happening and asked, "Ha, Nangong Duanhui, is that you? Why are you so out of breath? Where's the alliance leader?" Nangong Duanhui was also surprised. She said, What?" Nangong Duanhui ran over and asked Jie Yuan, "Are you all right?" He didn't understand why she was saying that either. He replied, "Goodness, what do you mean? Do you want me to be injured?" Nangong Duanhui answered in confusion, "No, that's not it, but the letter said you were attacked and on the verge of death." Mr. Jie Yuan was shocked. He froze, speechless, and then finally shouted, "What in the world are you talking about?" And at that very moment, the alliance leader, Sword King Nangong Chun, was riding towards Anxiang in the silent dark night. The sound of his horse's hooves was still fast and weary, relentless and urgent. While galloping down the road, Nangong Chun suddenly felt something was wrong. That was indeed a carrier pigeon from the Martial Arts Alliance, but following the route in the letter, I haven't seen any trace of the Alliance. Then suddenly a rope was stretched across the path he was on. The horse he was riding fell into the trap, lost its balance, and threw him from the saddle. Nangong Chun reacted in time and jumped off. He suddenly realized, "Good heavens, I'm getting old to be fooled by such an old trick." Then suddenly a cloud of greenish-black gas flew towards him. "Is this poison gas?" he guessed. "That's right, I can no longer gather my internal energy. This poison is hard to find. How did they get it?" Then suddenly some very sharp objects flew from out of nowhere. Seeing this, Nangong Chun reacted quickly, dodging all the arrows. As he dodged, he thought, "Arrows? Damn it, my internal energy." Unable to use his internal energy, Nangong Chun was struck by the arrows, which all pierced his arm. A voice rang out. "Can a Sword King without his power still be called a Sword King?" He suddenly heard it and thought, "I think I've heard this voice before." 3 figures with covered faces and bows and arrows emerged from the hazy mist. Apparently the ones who had attacked Nangong Chun. He thought, "It's too blurry, I can't see a thing." The men declared, "This place will be your grave." He cursed angrily. "These bastards, were they targeting me from the very beginning?" He said, "I, Nangong Chun, will not die so easily." "If I die here, the masked man continued. "Of course, I think so too." Nangong Chun unconsciously continued the thought, "The Martial Arts Alliance will collapse." He drew his sword and the men began their attack. "Get them," he said to the men. A boat was sailing on the river of Danjing Lake. Duan Yuxian observed it. To be on a boat on Danjing Lake by chance, after watching for a long time, he thought, "Would Sui like it?" Feeling it might be a good idea, he said, "Looks like I'll have to find a boat." A loud voice came from the forest, "Quick, find the alliance leader." Then a group of people from the Martial Arts Alliance rode up on horseback. Leading them were Nangong Duanhui and strategist Jie Yuan. He ordered them to search everywhere. As Nangong Duanhui searched for her grandfather, she thought, "They deliberately lured me away." Nangong Duanhui thought worriedly, "Who could it be?" Suddenly the horses stopped. The men from the Martial Arts Alliance found traces of a struggle on the ground and said, "Strategist, over here." He looked and said, "There are signs of a fight. Something definitely happened here." Seeing it, Nangong Duanhui worried for her grandfather, telling herself to stay calm. "I can't be hasty. There's no way Grandpa could be defeated." Strategist Jie Yuan dismounted, examined the scene, and analyzed. "These are traces of explosives. It's difficult to obtain gunpowder unless you're part of the imperial court. There must be other clues left behind." He continued digging around the spot. Suddenly he caught a scent and recognized it. This is poison gas." Nangong Duanhui asked in shock, "What? Poison gas is a fatal poison for martial artists. Weren't they supposed to have stopped producing it long ago? If it really is poison gas, then..." She didn't dare to think any further. She spurred her horse into a gallop, shouting, "Grandpa!" Strategist Jie Yuan called after Nangong Duanhui but couldn't stop her. She raced off to find her grandfather, fearing for Nangong Chun's life. And at that very moment, back at Duan Yushin's inn, Zhang Xintai said, out of breath, "Duan Sui, it took me 2 whole days of hard work to make that," the little girl replied innocently. "But I just wanted to help you, Uncle," he scolded the little girl angrily. "This time Uncle really has to scold you. Why do you always mess things up?" The little girl fell silent timidly. He said furiously, "You?" The little girl's big cute sparkling eyes looked pitiful as she said, "Is Uncle really going to scold Sui?" Zhang Xintai was at a loss, unable to look the little girl in the eyes. Then, due to her cuteness, Zhang Xintai forgave the little girl, saying, "Forget it. What's the use of scolding you? Let's just finish it quickly." Duan Sui happily ran over, saying, "Sui will keep helping." He stopped the little girl, saying, "Don't you?" Duan Yuxian appeared and asked, "Why are you yelling at her? Are you looking to die?" Seeing him, Zhang Xintai said, "Ah, you're here, my lord. It's not like that. It's because Sui keeps getting in the way." Duan Yuxian cut him off, asking, "What about the boat?" He replied, "We're almost done with that." Duan Yuxian continued to ask, "The boat?" He answered, "Yes, another 15 minutes. Exactly 15 minutes passed and there was a newly built boat." Duan Yuxian praised, "To get this much done in 2 days isn't bad." Zhang Xintai and Zhen Quanwu bowed their heads and replied, "Thank you." Zhang Xintai said smugly, "He praised me. I'm more talented than I thought, aren't I?" In reality, he had been lying around procrastinating, saying, "I'll do it later." Zhang Xintai glared at him and said, "Shut up, Zhang Xintai. It's because I work 10 times harder than when I practice martial arts without even sleeping." Duan Yuxian carried Duan Suwei onto the boat and said, "What are you two doing? Hurry up." The two then followed Duan Yuxian's command and quickly boarded the boat. It was a peaceful afternoon. The stream foamed below and the sunlight made the water sparkle, enhancing the charming beauty of the scenery. A gentle breeze blew. Below was a boat carrying Duan Yuxian, Duan Suwei and his 2 attendants, Zhang Xintai and Zhen Quanwu. Sitting on the boat, Duan Yuxian contemplated the seemingly endless expanse of Danjing Lake. "Is this what life is like? While fighting with a sword isn't a bad thing. I've seen so much blood in my past that I never imagined happiness could exist." Suddenly, Duan Suwei pointed and said to him, "Dad, look," he replied. The view is beautiful." Duan Suwei shouted out with joy. "Riding a boat is so much fun." Suddenly, the boat rocked. Zhang Xintai asked in alarm, "Did we hit something? The boat is shaking so much." Duan Yuxian suddenly saw something. He thought seriously, "I told you we'd meet again if you didn't die." Beneath the silent surface of the lake, a stream of blood suddenly converged and flowed toward them. "That's the body of the Sword King Nangang Chun." Duan Yuxian continued to think, "But I never thought we'd meet again like this." That night at the Martial Arts Alliance, they had been searching for the leader's trail for days but had found nothing. Yes, not a single trace. Not even a speck. Strategist Jie Yuan was sitting and talking with another person. The man said, "There are many people who want to get rid of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, from the Grand General to the gangs of the martial world, but it's hard to believe it's been a month and a half and we still haven't found any clues. It's a real pity, but too much time has passed. Shouldn't we give up?" Strategist Jie Yuan listened without saying a word. The man continued, "Word about the Junshan Island affair has also spread and the Martial Arts Alliance is just being humiliated. That was Murong Huan, a swordsman from the Murong family, the second most powerful family in the empire," he went on. "The situation is already complicated. Are you planning to let it be known that the Martial Arts Alliance leader was attacked and has gone missing?" Strategist Jie Yuan stood up helplessly, remaining silent. Murong Huan continued, "The Nangang family has already sent their own people. Our top priority now is to sort out the alliance." Strategist Jie Yuan said, "I know it's time to hand this matter over to the Nangang family. I also want to drop everything and search for the alliance leader, but I'll return to the alliance first." At that time, in the alliance, a knock came from Nangang Duanwi's room. A man, her father, walked in and asked, "Why are you still awake, Duanwi?" With a sorrowful face holding a blood-stained cloth, she said in a sad tone. "Good grandpa," her father placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Child, he won't die that easily." Nangang Duanwi recalled the happy times with her grandfather and replied, "You're right, Dad." With tears of anguish, Nangang Duanwi said, "I'll do everything I can to find Grandpa, no matter what." The next morning in his villa, Nangang Chun awoke wondering, "Am I still alive?" Suddenly, he recalled the battle with the strangers the night before. "I survived even after they used poison gas despite facing so many enemies at once." Suddenly, he laughed and thought to himself, "Fate does not wish for me to die." Suddenly, a stern voice asked him, "It seems you still have the strength to laugh?" The question startled him. It was Duan Yuxian looking at Nangang Chun with his arms crossed. Nangang Chun immediately looked at Duan Yuxian and asked, "Who are you?" He answered in a soft, low voice, "My name is Duan Yuxian." Nangang Chun asked him, "Did you save me?" Duan Yuxian immediately denied it. "No, you're the one who deliberately crashed into my boat." His answer surprised Nangang Chun. He replied, "Is that so? In any case, thank you." He couldn't help but smile. "Then things are just as you said." The back of Nangang Chun was shown, one arm now missing. Duan Yuxian immediately said, "The Sword King Nangang Chun is dead. If you wish, I can inform the Martial Arts Alliance." Nangang Chun hesitated, lost in thought again. Images of everyone, all the people who admired and respected him, flashed through his mind. "Alliance leader, we all respect you so much. The Nangang family exists entirely thanks to the Sword King." After a moment of thought, Nangang Chun refused Duan Yuxian's offer and made a request. "Forget it. Can you let me stay in this place for a while?" He was silent for a moment before replying, "As you wish." Upon hearing Duan Yuxian's reply, the Sword King immediately said, "Thank you very much." Then Duan Yuxian immediately added, "But there is one condition," he said sternly. "You must work. I won't allow you to just eat and lie around." Nangang Chun's eyes widened in bewilderment. "Are you saying an old man on the brink of death like me still has to work for a living?" Duan Yuxian turned and walked away, saying as he went, "Yes, because in this place, men and women, old and young, are all equal." Reaching the door, he added, "If you're well enough, you can start working now." Duan Yuxian closed the door and left. Nangang Chun sat up, lost in thought once more, his eyes filled with disgust. He recalled the scene from the night before when he fought the group of men in hats and masks. "Those bastards seem to have planned the ambush for me. Who is the mastermind behind all this?" he continued to wonder. Especially with the election for the next martial arts alliance leader about to take place. The only one with a motive is, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. He wondered to himself, could the culprit be an enemy from within? From a city tower, Nangang-chun had sneered, I'm old now, what on earth are they plotting? Beneath the open sky, at the very spot where Nangang-chun had fought the day before, the ground was cracked open. A young girl's hand caressed the shattered earth. Standing behind her was a long-haired man who said, this ambush was secretive and meticulous. The young girl was none other than Nangang Duanhui. She sighed at the man, first father and now grandfather. As she spoke, she pressed her lips together tightly. The long-haired man looked at her with eyes full of trust and said, no, he's still alive. Hearing this, she asked in confusion, you mean grandfather is in grave danger, right? The man replied, yes. At his words, Nangang Duanhui clenched her fists. She seemed to have regained her hope and confidence in finding her grandfather. She stood up and said to the person before her, I'll do anything if it helps me find my grandfather. Suddenly, someone shouted, family head, there are bloodstains here too. The two of them froze at the sound. A long-haired man touched the blood with his hand, raised it to inspect it, and wondered, where will these bloodstains lead us? Abruptly, a thought struck him, and he continued, Anxiang, there's a stream here that flows into Dongjing Lake. With that, his expression turned grave, and he said with a sharp gaze, search the waterway immediately. Suddenly, an image of Nangang-chun standing alone before a forest of swords surfaced in her mind. The Sword King was the symbol of the Nangang family, but if even he was wounded so badly, it seemed her father's internal energy had already dissipated. I suspect that with his status as the Sword King, grandfather would not want to reappear at the martial arts assembly in his current state, with all his internal energy gone. Following the blood trail, the man and Nangang Duanhui arrived at a riverbank. The man determined, he was here. Nangang Duanhui said, the blood trail ends here. The man gave an order to dispatch all their manpower to search the vicinity thoroughly. Nangang Duanhui replied, the Alliance's strategist Zhu Guan is conducting the search. Hearing this, the man's face soured with displeasure as if angered. Didn't I tell you to find him? Use every resource at your disposal to find him. At these words, Nangang Duanhui's eyes reddened and welled with tears, and she looked on the verge of weeping. At Nangang-chun's resting place, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly rang out. It was Nangang-chun playfully holding the petite Duan Xiaomei, and the two were having a wonderful time. This scene left Zhang Sante and Zhen Xuanwu, who were standing nearby, feeling utterly helpless. They exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. Nangang-chun laughed heartily and said to the little girl, let's have another fishing contest today. Hearing this, Duan Xiaomei beamed and said to him, okay, I'd love that. Seeing this, Zhang Sante and Zhen Xuanwu had displeased looks on their faces. Suddenly, Zhang Sante asked in confusion, what's that old man up to? He continued, he suffered a near-fatal injury and he's already up and about after just half a month. Hearing Zhang Sante's words, Zhen Xuanwu, who was beside him, didn't know what to say and just mumbled noncommittally in response. Duan Xiaomei held an eel right up to her father's face. Then she turned her head back to Nangang-chun, smiled and said in a very keen tone, grandfather, let's work hard to catch eels today. They're very nourishing for you and daddy. He smiled and replied to the little girl with extreme gentleness, those eels are hard to catch. Hearing that, the little girl hopped down from his lap and said, don't worry, she continued in an excited tone, flexing her muscles and posing like a strong man, Xiaomei will hold on tight for you. With that, she puffed out her chest, trying to look strong. Seeing this, a blissful smile spread across Nangang-chun's face and he burst into laughter. Suddenly, the little girl called out to him, startling him slightly and causing him to open his eyes. Grandfather. The little girl recalled the image of Nangang-chun fishing with one hand and said, with your super strong right arm we can catch any fish. With that, she grasped his hand with her own tiny one and asked, right? Nangang-chun was stunned. It seemed to be the first time in his life he had felt the small warm emotions of family that he had long since lost. On a beautiful morning, warm sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees. Beside him, two people were walking together. It was Nangang-chun. He asked little Duan Xiaomei, Xiaomei, is there anything you're not used to living here? The little girl didn't understand why he was asking and said in confusion, what do you mean? He was holding the little girl's hand as they strolled. He said, this estate is far from the market and the study hall, and there are no friends your age here, are there? Little Duan Xiaomei replied, well, grandfather, do you feel uncomfortable having only one arm? Hearing the little girl's response, Nangang-chun fell silent. It seemed Duan Xiaomei's words had given him pause for thought as well. Then he answered somewhat sorrowfully, perhaps a little. He thought with emotion, what a good child, is she worried about this old man not having an arm? Duan Xiaomei looked at him affectionately and replied, even if there's nothing here, Xiaomei doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. She proudly recalled the scene of sitting beside her father and reading to him, and told Nangang-chun that even though she had no friends here, she had her father and the others. An image of children Duan Xiaomei's age appeared, saying, if you go to the study hall in the morning you can meet your friends. Then she remembered her two big friends, Zhang Sante and Zhen Xuanwu. The little girl continued, besides, when I come back from the academy, my family is always there. She looked at Nangang-chun affectionately, her face radiating pride. She said happily, so I've never felt uncomfortable living here. Then she encouraged and comforted Nangang-chun, grandfather, even if you don't have your left hand anymore. And then she took his right hand fingers in hers and replied, you can use your right hand to hold my hand and we can walk together just like this. Holding his hand, she walked and laughed happily, her face full of radiance and vitality. Perhaps she knew that at this moment she was a child who had the most complete love and care. Nangong-chun was moved to silence, looking at the little girl with deep emotion. He replied, "Yes, you're right." By evening the setting sun was sinking in the west, casting its light on Duan Yuxuan's magnificent inn. Sunlight passed through the leaves, shining directly on the basin of eels that the grandfather and granddaughter Nangong-chun and Duan Xiaomei had just caught. The peaceful afternoon was filled with everyone's happy laughter and playful noises. Little Duan Xiaomei held up an eel, showing it off to two of the servant big brothers, saying, "This one is Duan Xiaomei's." At that moment on the other side Nangong-chun was gazing at his own reflection on the body of his sword. He pondered in silence for a long time. He remembered the little girl's words from earlier. Xiaomei doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. He kept holding the sword, looking at it, saying nothing. He then recalled little Duan Xiaomei's words again. "Grandfather, even if you don't have your left hand anymore, you still have your right hand." Those words had deeply touched his heart. Nangong-chun broke into a happy smile. "To think I would be taught a lesson by a child." His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, and holding it horizontally before him he thought, "That's right, I still have my right hand." That afternoon Nangong-chun began to practice his swordsmanship with his only remaining arm, practicing until his arm trembled uncontrollably. His will was firm and his eyes held immense hope. He continued to grip the sword in his hand, took a deep breath to calm himself and resumed his practice. He continued practicing with his right arm, refusing to give up, his every movement filled with hope. His every move was decisive and sharp, filled with the majesty of a commander. Nangong-chun practiced from dusk until deep into the night without stopping. He trained arduously until the dawn appeared. At that time he did not feel discouraged but merely gazed quietly at the sky. He then continued his practice, not allowing himself a moment's rest. His sword forms were fierce and powerful. Then Duan Yuxuan appeared. Seeing him, Nangong-chun said, "That's right, you were right." He pointed his sword at Duan Yuxuan and proposed, "So I'd like to ask you to spare some time to practice with me. Would that be all right?" Duan Yuxuan replied coldly. With that arm, he just gave a slight smile and said, "You can go easy on me. Anyway, I'm confident I've gotten quite used to it now." Duan Yuxuan pondered for a moment, assessing the situation. Even if he can't use sword chi, his fundamentals and fighting style are still the heaven and earth red sword. This is completely different from Zhang Sante and Zhen Xuanwu. Zhang Sante, being mentioned, cursed angrily in his thoughts. "What about me?" Duan Yuxuan thought for a long time, continuing his analysis. "I have seen the Nangang family's swordsmanship before through Nangang Duanhui, but now the Sword King himself will use the same martial art before me." He smiled and agreed to Nangong-chun's request. "All right, I accept," he replied. He bowed his head to thank him. "Thank you." Then the two began to spar. Their movements attracted the curiosity of Zhang Sante, Zhen Xuanwu and Duan Xiaomei. They hid in the bushes, secretly watching the two spar. Zhen Xuanwu suddenly asked Zhang Sante, "Who do you think will win?" He answered confidently, "The Lord of the Manor, of course. Even for the Sword King it's too hard to win with just one arm." Zhang Sante, sweating, replied, "Well, that's how it should be, right?" They watched as Duan Yuxuan and Nangong-chun fought for a long time. The two were surprisingly evenly matched. Despite his missing arm, Nangong-chun showed no sign of weakness. They continued to fight under the watchful eyes of the three onlookers. Duan Yuxuan asked him, "Why aren't you using your full strength?" Hearing this, Nangong-chun was also fired up. He suddenly rushed toward Duan Yuxuan at extreme speed and launched an attack. The sharp blade aimed straight for Duan Yuxuan in a fierce chop. He clenched his teeth in fury. The pride of the Sword King. Suddenly the sword flew from his hand. Nangong-chun froze. He couldn't believe his sword had slipped from his grasp. The longsword flew through the air and landed on the ground in front of him. Zhang Sante, Zhen Xuanwu and Duan Xiaomei were also stunned, their faces etched with astonishment. Was it all over? Had victory tilted in Duan Yuxuan's favor? Duan Yuxuan said coldly, "It seems I was mistaken." He beckoned coolly, challenging Nangong-chun, and declared with confidence and clarity, "Show me everything you've got." Hearing this, Nangong-chun stood there stunned, speechless. With his sword already on the ground, it seemed he had never suffered such a humiliation. He thought, "Ah, the Sword King." Nangong-chun once thought he had reached the supreme realm. However, in the vision, Nangong-chun and Duan Yuxuan continued to fight. The blades clashed with a clang, sending out flashes of sword light. They continued to trade blows, neither giving an inch. But from the look of the battle, it was clear Duan Yuxuan had the upper hand. They fought on until Nangong-chun was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted and gasping for breath, while Duan Yuxuan remained cold and expressionless. Suddenly, Nangong-chun revealed an opening, his sword swinging at empty air. The onlookers outside grew anxious. Zhen Xuanwu, with Duan Xiaomei on his back, said, "What's going on? If it were me, this would have been over long ago. They've been playing around like this for an hour." The fight continued until Nangong-chun was completely exhausted. He collapsed to his knees, unable to fight anymore, panting heavily. Unable to accept reality, he thought. Impossible. His hands trembling, he thought. How could I? Nangong-chun, looking at the unharmed Duan Yuxuan, he thought, this man has transcended the mere concept of power. With a cold expression, Duan Yuxuan asked, "Is it over?" Nangong-chun was exhausted. Haggard, defeated, and weak, he stood up, picked up his sword, and said, "No, I can still go on for a while longer." He continued to charge straight at Duan Yuxuan, who this time did not resist. Nangong-chun charged forward with tired, helpless, and bewildered eyes. Then he passed out, waking up to find himself lying in bed. He couldn't accept what had happened. "So did I really lose?" a voice rang out. "Old man, don't be too disappointed." He looked toward the door in surprise. It was Zhang Sante. He waved at him and said, "Just surviving a fight with that man is impressive enough, old man." He closed his eyes, unwilling to accept reality, and said to Zhang Sante, "What did you just call me, old man?" He pointed at Nangang-chun. "I called you old man." "Got a problem with that? What am I supposed to call you?" he added angrily. "And I'm quite disappointed. I thought a duel between two martial arts masters would be earth-shattering, but it ended so boringly." Nangang-chun glanced at him and asked, "You use a sword too?" Zhang Sante laughed smugly. "Me, old man, don't even think about fighting me," he continued. "I won't go easy on you like the lord of the manor did." All of this was overheard by Zhen Xuanwu, who was behind him. He broke into a sweat and remained silent, not telling Zhang Sante that the person lying there was the Sword King. Zhang Sante continued to tease him. "Seeing as you're still alive and well, I'll be on my way." Nangang-chun stopped him, asking furiously with a murderous aura, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" A wooden sword flew straight at Zhang Sante's face. A moment later his face was black and blue, swollen beyond belief. This was the price for daring to anger the Sword King. Later everyone ate together, though poor Zhang Sante was a pitiful sight. He sat at the dinner table with his bruised and swollen face right next to the person he had just provoked. Nangang-chun carefully began, "So would it be all right if I imposed on you for a while longer?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "Yes." Sitting at the table with everyone, Nangang-chun heard the reply and thought, "He agreed so readily. Is he pitying my situation?" He looked at Duan Yuxuan playing with little Duan Xiaomei and thought, "To be honest, I'm completely useless right now." A look of radiance and happiness appeared on his face as he thought, "But regardless, after losing my left arm, I have finally encountered." He watched Duan Yuxuan helplessly refuse the eel in Duan Xiaomei's hand. "I don't want any more." But the little girl insisted he eat it, saying, "Just eat a little more." And he thought, the high wall that I must overcome. That morning at the estate, Nangang-chun was taking a walk with Duan Xiaomei. He bought the little girl a giant grilled squid skewer and many other snacks, asking her, "Do you like this so much?" The little girl replied, "Yes, I really love coming out with grandfather." She happily ate her grilled squid. Nangang-chun watched her, recalling Duan Yuxuan's proposal. "Could you take Xiaomei to and from the study hall?" He thought, "I'm only doing this because he asked, but unexpectedly it's quite fun." The little girl suddenly said to Nangang-chun, "Grandfather, look." He glanced over at the little girl. She pointed in another direction and said, "This one looks so cool." It was a shop with masks of all kinds, colorful and with various expressions. He walked in thinking, "Is this a mask shop? This child is at an age where she likes everything." The little girl said to him, "Grandfather, look at this one." She pointed to a black and white patterned mask and asked, "Do you want to try this one?" Duan Xiaomei handed it to him, saying, "This is the super cool mask of the swordsman of Junshan." He took the mask. Nangang-chun stared at it for a moment in silence. The cheerful laughter and chatter of common folk and children echoed through the marketplace. Everyone was playing as usual. "There's a mask like this in the world. It really looks like the swordsman of Junshan." A silver-haired man wearing a striking black and white mask that covered his entire face curiously inquired of a portly commoner. "Ah, customer, may I ask who this mask is modeled after?" The friendly commoner pointed ahead without hesitation and replied, "Ah, that one. See over there, that's where they perform puppet shows. This mask is the kind the main character uses. That protagonist is a righteous hero called the Swordsman of Junshan, and he's really famous among the kids now," he thought to himself. "They actually gave a puppet show such a grand name?" Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Look, it's the Swordsman of Junshan." He turned in surprise, and before he could react, a crowd of children swarmed him with a "Wow!" The children chattered and shouted joyfully, clinging to his legs. "It's the Swordsman of Junshan. He looks so majestic. The Swordsman of Junshan is the best. I love you." Suddenly a familiar voice approached from behind. "Amazing, he's so tall." As the voice drew closer, he immediately glanced behind him. It was Duan Xiaomei. Little Duan Xiaomei's eyes were shining with adoration as she looked at him. He immediately bought the mask without hesitation. The owner said happily, "Thank you, please come again." Duan Xiaomei was overjoyed and followed along, holding his hand. Nangang-chun chuckled, "Heh heh, 1 silver coin for this mask. I suppose this is what people mean when they say raising a child is expensive." Back home, Duan Xiaomei ran happily to Duan Yuxuan. "We're back." Yuxuan was sitting cross-legged on the floor. Good girl." The black and white mask in the little girl's hand caught his attention. Yuxuan looked up and pulled Duan Xiaomei into his arms. "So you ended up buying it after all?" Nangang-chun was puzzled. "You knew Xiaomei wanted that mask?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "Of course. Every time we pass the mask shop she stares at it, and she's always singing some song about the swordsman of Junshan. How could I not know?" The Sword King felt a little awkward and helpless. "I see." Duan Yuxuan looked at Duan Xiaomei with doting eyes and asked, "You must be happy now that you've got what you wanted, right?" The little girl immediately answered, "Nope, Xiaomei doesn't like it that much. This is for grandfather." He looked helplessly at the little person in his arms, thinking, the old man is probably already sick of it. Of course, Duan Xiaomei picked up the mask. "I'm going to give this to grandfather." As the little girl turned to leave, she still looked a bit reluctant. "Well, Xiaomei is going inside to study now." He let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Nangang-chun looked at him with a smile. "I finally understand how hard it is to raise a child." After the little girl was gone, a silence fell. Nangang-chun rested his chin on his hand and asked tentatively, "Do you know anything about the chi-scattering poison, anything at all?" Hearing this, Yuxuan was curious. How could someone like the Sword King come to ask him about such a thing? He squinted and smiled faintly. "This old man once thought he knew everything, but I've now realized there's still so much to learn." He chuckled happily and said, "Besides, didn't you tell me that learning has nothing to do with gender or age? Your knowledge must surely be greater than this old man's, right?" He just gave a frank smile. "I'm not sure." He looked up at him, but his gaze sharpened. "The chi-scattering poison. I know of it. I've encountered it a few times." The Sword King was somewhat surprised, thinking, "He's actually encountered the chi-scattering poison. When we sparred before, I could tell his movements weren't those of someone whose internal energy was gone. If that's the case, does it mean he's already cured that poison?" At this thought, hope rekindled in his heart. Nangang Chun swallowed and pondered, Maybe I can also fully recover my internal energy?" The Sword King took an excited step toward him. "Can you tell me the method for making the antidote to the chi-scattering poison?" Startled by this sudden reaction, Duan Yuxuan glanced sideways at the Sword King. "The antidote. If you want to make an antidote, you must first know how to concoct the poison. But I don't know the formula for the chi-scattering poison." This left Nangang Chun deeply disappointed. He asked with a face full of disappointment, "Then how did you?" Yuxuan stood up. "Do you really think the chi-scattering poison can completely disperse all of your internal energy?" Nangang Chun was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" He slowly paced forward. "The chi-scattering poison doesn't disperse your internal energy. It merely blocks the flow of chi and blood in your body," Yuxuan continued to explain. "Therefore, the internal energy you possess is still intact within you. It's only because you can't neutralize the poison in your system that its circulation is obstructed." Nangang Chun's eyes widened in shock. "You mean I can be cured?" Yuxuan turned to look at him. "Yes, however, because your meridians are blocked, acupuncture is needed to clear them." Hearing the word acupuncture, the Sword King hesitated with acupuncture before he could say more. Zhang Sante came running from a distance shouting, "Lord of the Manor, something terrible has happened." Yuxuan, with his arms clasped behind his back, stood in stark contrast to the panting man before him and asked calmly, "What's gotten you so worked up?" Zhang Sante, gasping for air, managed to say, "The Martial Arts Alliance has chosen a new leader." As if he had anticipated everything, Duan Yuxuan showed no surprise and simply replied, "I know." Zhang Sante was confused. "Pardon?" Yuxuan replied calmly. "Isn't it obvious? It's not surprising." Yuxuan glanced at the Sword King. "Are you surprised by this?" He let out an awkward "And you?" "Ahem, this was bound to happen sooner or later. They even know I'm still alive, and they've probably spent the last 2 months tracking me down. If the position of Alliance Leader remains vacant for too long, it will only create more chaos." "So did the position of Alliance Leader pass to that high monk from Shaolin?" "If it's him, I can't think of anyone more suitable. He has always sought to uphold justice for the people of the martial world." This unfamiliar name confused Zhang Sante, who tried to recall it. About that, the Sword King immediately thought of someone else. "No, then it must be the Kunlun sect." Zhang Sante clutched his chest, struggling to catch his breath, and said, "It's neither of them. The one who has been crowned the new Sword King is him." Nangang Chun was utterly shocked. "What?" Zhang Sante was flustered. "The one acclaimed as the new Sword King is the Sword Saint from the Murong family." Nangang Chun was stunned beyond belief. "What? Murong Huan?" The news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Nangang Chun momentarily unable to believe what was happening. He violently grabbed Zhang Sante's collar and asked frantically, "What are you talking about? Has Zhu Yuan already approved this?" Zhang Sante recoiled in confusion. "That strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance. He resigned as soon as he returned to Henan. Wan Haoyong took his place." He shouted in disbelief. "Wan Haoyong?" Nangang Chun's face darkened, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought over the matter. Shi Zhen of the Shaolin Temple, Guanzhong Li of the Kunlun sect, and Zhang Xintai of the Wuding sect were all people I considered suitable for the position of Alliance Leader. Not only were their martial arts skills supreme, but their character was also outstanding. However, Nangang Chun's hand loosened slightly. "No matter how skilled Murong Huan is, he is absolutely not fit to be the Alliance Leader. And that Wan Haoyong, although a brilliant merchant, always has a look of cunning and greed in his eyes. If he gets his way, I fear the entire treasury of the Martial Arts Alliance will be swallowed up by the Murong clan. Wouldn't that be like giving a pair of wings to a greedy scoundrel like Wan Haoyong?" A series of unpredictable events occurred, leaving Nangang Chun in deep thought for a long time. His face was grim as he lowered his head and asked himself, "What on earth are the others up to at a time like this? Why has the entire Martial Arts Alliance been turned upside down so suddenly in such a short period?" Suddenly, as if realizing something, he widened his eyes in shock. Wait, could it be that they were waiting for this moment all along? Duan Yuxuan simply remained silent as if pondering something. The scene changes at this moment. Murong Huan was pruning his flowers and plants, but what he cut was not a withered leaf or a wilted flower, but a large, beautiful rose. The flower fell to the ground, a pleasant smile still on his face as he glanced at his son. "Have you found him?" Hewen's son shook his head awkwardly. "Reporting to father, not yet." Murong Huan was displeased. "What? How many times have I reminded you that you must find his body?" Sensing his father's displeasure, he hurriedly and anxiously explained. "He was afflicted with chi-scattering poison, lost his left hand, and fell from a cliff. Under those circumstances, it's impossible for him to be alive." Murong Huan shot his son an angry glare, then mercilessly took the beautiful but thorny rose in his hand and struck him across the face with the force of a thunderclap before cursing, "You fool, I've told you 1,000 times, everything must be perfect from start to finish. We cannot leave any loose ends." A large gash was cut across the handsome face of the young master of the Murong clan, with blood streaming down and a trace of shock on his face. "I was wrong, father." Murong Huan turned his face away and sighed. "Sigh, what's the situation with the Nangong clan?" "They are still in Hunan, searching for any trace of Nangong Chun." Murong Huan raised his sharp shears, his face dark with anger. "The Nangong clan is a nuisance, but the real problem is Zhuge Yuan. Come to think of it, that fellow resigned even before hearing the news of Nangong Chun's disappearance. He must have anticipated some of the current situation." His son asked in surprise, "Then, where is Zhuge Yuan now?" "He has already left Henan and is heading towards Hunan. It seems he plans to join the Nangong clan in their search for the Sword King." He turned his head to look at the garden again. "I see." Then he snipped off another rose. A frightening cruelty and killing intent flickered in his eyes. The martial world is now in chaos, so it wouldn't be strange at all if someone were to die a sudden, violent death elsewhere. Nangong Chun was practicing his swordsmanship with all his might, trying to dispel the worry and frustration in his heart. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught his attention. "It seems you don't plan on returning to the Martial Arts Alliance, is that right?" He looked at Duan Yuxuan standing behind him, his hand dropping as he lowered his sword, panting for breath. He frowned in frustration, looking at Duan Yuxuan with regret. "Even if I went back now, what could I solve? I've lost all my power. Even if I returned, those people wouldn't listen to a useless old man." In the end, didn't Murong Huan secure the position of alliance leader through his strength? Duan Yuxuan crossed his arms and turned his head to the side. "This Murong Huan fellow seems pretty strong, huh?" Nangong Chun gave that familiar bitter smile again. "Indeed, even when I was at my peak he was a formidable opponent. That must be why the Martial Arts Alliance chose him. I know he's not fit to be the alliance leader, but what can I do now?" Nangong Chun looked at him with a helpless expression. Duan Yuxuan looked at him with understanding eyes. "I understand if this is your decision. I don't intend to interfere." Hearing Duan Yuxuan mention the word interfere, Nangong Chun couldn't help but take notice. He looked up to see Duan Yuxuan calmly gazing at the vast sky. He said leisurely, "It's like letting things take their natural course." Hearing this, the Sword King laughed in relief. "Heh, it's quite rare for you to show concern. In that case, let me tell you something interesting. Have you ever heard of a man called the Gold King?" He immediately replied, "No, the Gold King is the #1 thief in the Central Plains. There's no place he can't infiltrate and nothing he can't steal. His lightness skill is so fast that no one in the Central Plains can match him. Once this old man wanted to have some fun, so I tried to capture him, and this is what I got." Nangong Chun tossed a scroll at him, which he caught swiftly. He gripped the scroll, asking with some curiosity, "What is this?" Nangong Chun looked at Duan Yuxuan seriously. "I know I can't be of much help to this estate, so I'm giving you this at least. It's the Gold King's treasure map." Duan Yuxuan clutched the scroll, a look of excitement appearing on his face. At the dinner table, Zhang Xintai asked Duan Yuxuan in surprise, "Where did you just say you were going?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "I'm going to Hubei." Duan Xiaowei immediately stood up excitedly and said to him, "Xiaowei knows about Hubei too. I learned about it in the study. Everyone says there's a place there called the Wudang sect." Zhang Xintai asked him, "Master," as Xiaowei said, "that is the territory of the Wudang sect. The atmosphere there has been very tense these past few days because they can't find the bodies of the 3 saints. Why would you take us there?" Duan Yuxuan cut him off, ordering, "You and Duan Xiaowei are not going." Duan Xiaowei disagreed with Duan Yuxuan's decision and pressed, "Why not? Xiaowei wants to go too." Duan Yuxuan crossed his arms and said sternly, "It's too far and I can't take too many people. Besides, you have your studies, don't you?" He continued, "Besides, I can't just leave this estate unattended." Zhang Xintai looked at him helplessly as he added irritably, "If everyone leaves, all the flowers and plants will wither and die." Duan Xiaowei and Zhang Xintai looked at him with disappointment and replied, "So that's all you can think of?" They glared at Duan Yuxuan, who grunted, "HMPH." Just then Nangong Chun overheard them and suggested, "In that case I'll stay here with Xiaowei." Duan Xiaowei was delighted to hear this, her sparkling eyes fixed on him. Duan Yuxuan wanted to confirm, so he asked him, "Are you sure you don't mind not going?" Nangong Chun happily held Duan Xiaowei in his arms and said with a smile, "Of course, I lost interest in such things a long time ago." Then he said to Duan Xiaowei, "While your father is away you can keep this old man company." Duan Xiaowei threw herself into his arms and said with a laugh, "Thank you, Grandpa." Duan Yuxuan watched the old man and the little girl playing happily together and remained silent. Then he sighed. And then he decided, "Then I'll leave Xiaowei and this estate in your care." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Yuxuan got into the carriage and immediately set off for Hubei. Duan Yuxuan had also brought Zhang Xintai along, who asked him, "Master, I'm a bit curious. May I ask a few questions?" Duan Yuxuan agreed. "Go ahead." Zhang Xintai was a little timid and asked hesitantly, "Why are we going to Hubei? It's very far." Duan Yuxuan replied, "Have you heard of a man called the Gold King?" Zhang Xintai thought for a moment and replied, "The Gold King, I've heard of him. He's said to be an extraordinary thief. Duan Yuxuan took out a piece of paper and said, "This is why we're going to Hubei." He opened the paper, which was a map. He said, "This is a map Nangang Chun gave me." He said, "It points to the location of the Gold King's hidden treasure." Zhang Xintai thought in astonishment that since the former alliance leader Nangang Chun said it, it must be true. Duan Yuxuan said, "If we find the treasure, I'll buy you whatever you want. You have a share in it after all." A glimmer of hope shone in Zhang Xintai's eyes, and he happily thanked him. "Thank you, master. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life." Duan Yuxuan, sitting in the carriage, also smiled with interest and said, "We haven't found it yet, so don't get your hopes up." Zhang Xintai replied with great enthusiasm, "I will do my utmost to find it for you." 7 days later, the face of a weary and listless Zhen Xuanwu appeared, panting heavily as he followed behind Duan Yuxuan with a staff. He looked with a pale face at Duan Yuxuan walking calmly ahead and thought, "Isn't the master tired at all?" Duan Yuxuan held the map and stopped in front of a house. He said, "Let me see." He looked at the map and said, "It says here this place is called Hanshan." Zhang Xintai replied breathlessly, "Ah, I see it." Suddenly a burst of loud laughter came from the house. Cheers, cheers. The closer they got, the clearer the voices became. "What a great haul today, I knew it." Walking inside, they saw a group of people happily drinking and feasting. Zhang Xintai asked him wearily, "Are they all bandits?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "What do you think?" Zhang Xintai said, "For a group of bandits to come to an abandoned manor, could they be after the treasure too?" Duan Yuxuan didn't answer. Suddenly he charged forward without warning. Zhang Xintai cried out in alarm, "Ma master!" Suddenly a scene of chaos unfolded before them, filled with the piercing screams of the bandits. "Who's there? Are you crazy?" In no time they were all lying on the ground. Duan Yuxuan lifted one of them up with a single hand and interrogated him. "How long have you been here?" The man cried miserably, sobbing, About a year." Duan Yuxuan asked, "When you came, did you find any signs that someone had lived here before?" The man replied, "No, none at all." Duan Yuxuan asked again, "Did you find anything?" The man replied, "No, nothing at all." "It seems Duan Yuxuan has really gone mad for money." Duan Yuxuan threw him to the ground and said, "Then scram." The man and the others quickly kowtowed and fled as if their lives depended on it, saying, thank you, my lord." Zhang Xintai looked at the menacing Duan Yuxuan and thought, "The master is serious about this treasure." Duan Yuxuan commanded, "Zhen Xuanwu, check the surroundings. There must be a clue here." He acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." Afterward, Duan Yuxuan and Zhang Xintai began to search the area. They searched for a long time but still found no clues. Then Zhang Xintai even started digging into the ground to search. They kept at it until evening. Suddenly a voice called out, "Found it?" Zhen Xuanwu, who was digging, heard it and ran over. He asked happily, "Did you really find it, master?" Zhang Xintai looked on in surprise and said, Isn't this a stone statue?" Duan Yuxuan looked at the statue and asked, "Don't you find anything strange about it?" He explained to Zhen Xuanwu, "There are no decorations in this manor as large as this, yet this thing stands alone in the middle of this filthy pond." Duan Yuxuan took out a piece of paper and continued, "I knocked on this thing and only heard a hollow sound, so I was about to smash it, but I found this in its mouth." Zhang Xintai's eyes lit up as he asked, "Well, is it the location of the treasure?" Duan Yuxuan and Zhang Xintai opened the note together and said, "Not entirely sure, but it looks like it marks something." They looked at the map and analyzed, "About 5 li west of this manor." They were ecstatic, thinking of the mountains of gold and silver, and said, "Looks like we're about to get it. The treasure of the Gold King." After trekking through mountains and rivers following the map, Zhang Xintai was completely exhausted. He said, "Ma master, wait for me." Duan Yuxuan said angrily, "Hurry up." Duan Yuxuan continued walking menacingly. Zhang Xintai thought, "We're heading towards the location on the map, but why do I feel like we're gradually getting lost?" Zhang Xintai was disheartened and resentful, crying out for help in despair. He was too tired and said, "Damn it, I really want to give up and go home right now. I just want to take a bath and sleep in a warm, comfortable bed." Suddenly, Duan Yuxuan said, "Looks like we're almost there." Hearing this, Zhang Xintai said happily, "Really, master?" Duan Yuxuan raised a torch to light up the path ahead. Zhang Xintai followed behind and asked curiously, What's this, a pattern? It looks like it's pointing in some direction." Zhang Xintai looked at Duan Yuxuan and thought, "I feel like the master's patience is at its limit." Duan Yuxuan handed him the torch and said, "Hold this." Zhang Xintai took the torch from Duan Yuxuan's hand and replied, "Yes, sir." He asked curiously, "But what are you going to do?" Duan Yuxuan rolled up his sleeves and replied, "Destroy it." Zhang Xintai said in a panic, "Wait, right here?" He warned Duan Yuxuan with a tremor in his voice, "The cave will collapse." Duan Yuxuan didn't listen at all, gathering all his recent anger and smashing the symbol with a single punch. A loud bang like an explosion echoed, and they finally saw light. Zhang Xintai was stunned, still holding the torch, completely frozen as he said, "The cave didn't collapse, but it was blown open." Light appeared before them. Zhang Xintai cried out in surprise. "Ah," he said to Duan Yuxuan, "Master, isn't this the same stone statue we started with? We ended up back where we started?" Duan Yuxuan's face turned livid with rage as he snarled, "Don't say a word." Zhang Xintai could only obey. "Yes, sir." He collapsed to the ground and sighed, "Damn it, so we've been running in circles this whole time. I'm so gullible." Duan Yuxuan watched coldly, thinking ** lion statue. He looked at the statue quietly, analyzing it in contemplation for a moment. Bam! An astonishing scene appeared before Zhen Xuanwu. Duan Yuxuan had shattered the head of the lion statue. Zhang Xintai shouted, "Master!" He rushed to Duan Yuxuan's side and said, "Ma master, even if you're angry, isn't destroying everything a bit much?" Suddenly, Zhang Xintai stopped, looking in astonishment toward the lion statue. "There's a treasure chest inside the lion statue's head. Did we find it?" Duan Yuxuan said. "You should have told me to smash this statue from the start. How dare you make me run in circles with a fake map?" At this point, Duan Yuxuan looked absolutely furious. Duan Yuxuan thought, "This is honestly the first time I've been this angry since I entered the Blood Demon era." He let out a terrifying laugh. Duan Yuxuan suppressed his rage and walked over with a murderous aura, saying, "Whatever. Since I've found it now, I'll postpone finding that Gold King and tearing him to shreds." Zhang Xintai trembled with fear, not knowing how to appease Duan Yuxuan, and said, "Ma master." Duan Yuxuan walked over and kicked the chest open, only to find a few copper coins and a letter inside. They were stunned and fell silent for a moment. Then Duan Yuxuan opened the letter. Zhang Xintai, both disappointed and terrified of what terrible things the master might do if there was nothing again, trembled and said, trying to save his own skin, Don't tell me that thing is another map or something." Duan Yuxuan picked up the paper and read it. To their surprise, it said, "My condolences, better luck next time." After reading it, the two of them immediately froze like statues. Meanwhile, not far away, the strategist Zhu Yuan and a group of people were engaged in a chaotic battle, and it seemed he was at a disadvantage. Zhu Yuan said angrily, "Do you think you can get away with this unscathed?" Beside him was his daughter Zhu Yuan. The men, numerous and armed with various weapons, laughed. "And do you think I can get away unscathed? Nonsense, don't state the obvious." The strategist Zhu Yuan said nothing. The leader of the thugs said, "I already have the protection of the Murong clan. As long as I take care of you, Zhu Yuan, that lord will reward me with 500 taels of gold and be my backer." Hearing this, he said, "It seems these bastards' confidence isn't baseless." "Yuan or run?" Zhu Yuan, holding a longsword, fought hard to protect him and replied, "No, father, you stand back. No matter what, I will." Before she could finish, the men charged straight at them, saying, "Taking the lives of two from the Zug family will be a piece of cake. If you have to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too weak." A familiar voice rang out. "So noisy this early in the morning." A fist landed squarely on a bandit's face. It was Duan Yuxuan. Perhaps because he was so angry about the treasure, he was venting all his fury on these thugs. They were sent flying for several li, crashing against the rocks. Zhu Yuan and his daughter were stunned, turning their heads with looks of utter disbelief. Zhang Xintai thought, "It looks like the master is taking out all his anger on that guy." Duan Yuxuan denied it. "I am not." Zhang Xintai replied helplessly, "Yes, sir." The thugs, sweating profusely with pale faces, asked, Who is that bastard?" Duan Yuxuan glared, glancing at the men with a terrifying expression, and said nothing as he assumed a fighting stance. Duan Yuxuan leapt directly into the crowd. He brandished his sword, attacking them one by one, catching them off guard. One by one the swords were knocked from their hands and they were struck down by him. Another man leapt up and said arrogantly, "Daring to charge in alone, you really have a death wish, don't you?" Then the man threw several flying daggers at Duan Yuxuan, saying, "You're too arrogant." With a loud bang, amidst the swirling smoke, Duan Yuxuan was seen leaping out as Zhu Yuan, his daughter, and Zhen Xuanwu watched. Duan Yuxuan emerged from the smoke. Zhu Yuan couldn't believe his eyes and blurted out, What is this?" The thug's accomplices were also shocked. Duan Yuxuan walked out of the smoke and went straight for the man who had thrown the daggers, holding those same daggers in his hand. The man asked in terror, How can this be?" Then those flying daggers shot straight toward that man. Zhu Yuan asked, stunned, "Where in the world could such an expert have come from?" Zhang Xintai, standing nearby, thought, "I didn't expect to run into Zhu Yuan in a place like this." He looked at Zhu Yuan's surprised face and guessed, "Is he in danger because of the former alliance leader's disappearance?" Duan Yuxuan walked over and said, "What are you still gawking at?" Zhu Yuan replied with a tremor, "Yes." Duan Yuxuan, exuding a cold and terrifying aura, asked sternly, "Do you know where the man called the Gold King is?" They all looked blank, terrified and confused about what Duan Yuxuan was saying. We don't know." Hearing such a disappointing answer, he was angry but helpless. He turned and said, "Let's go." Zhen Xuanwu. Seeing him so angry, Xuanwu followed him in confusion. "Yes, sir." Zhu Yuan, who had been confused this whole time, asked, "Where on earth did he come from?" Zhu Yuan seemed to know who the man was and said to her father, "The one following him must be Little Twin Swords." Hearing Xuanwu's identity, Zhu Yuan was even more shocked. "What? Little Twin Swords? Isn't he an unorthodox martial artist? If so, does that mean that expert is also from an unorthodox sect? Why would he appear at a time like this?" Zhu Yuan also worriedly told her father the truth. "Daughter believes he is not from an unorthodox sect. Zhen Xuanwu, Little Twin Swords, is no longer with the unorthodox sect. It's said that Zhang Xintai is dead, father." Upon learning this, Zhu Yuan was instantly shocked and said, "What?" He thought with great concern, "What the hell is going on here?" After pondering for a moment, Zhu Yuan finally made a decision, saying, "We can't let this continue. We must meet up with the Nangang clan as soon as possible and find out what exactly has happened." Zhu Yuan also complied with her father's wishes and replied, "Yes, father." In a marketplace, Duan Xiaowei was happily holding food, skipping and singing, This squid is so tasty." Suddenly, Zhu walked over anxiously and called out to her. Duan Xiaowei, with her mouth full of squid, she asked indistinctly, "What's wrong?" Zhu ran over and said worriedly to Duan Xiaowei, "We should go where the adults are. Let's not go over there. There are a lot of scary strangers on the streets these days." Hearing Zhu's worried words, the innocent Duan Xiaowei didn't understand. "Uncle, are they scary?" But just then she turned her head happily and saw a frightening sight. Ju looked so small among those adults. Duan Xiaowei remembered what her master once said. "Xiaowei, why do you dislike martial arts so much? If you try to learn it, you'll like it right away." Duan Xiaowei didn't want to learn and protested. "But Xiaowei hates fighting," Nangang Chun gently explained to his little disciple. "Martial arts isn't just learned for fighting. We learn it to cultivate our minds and spirits or to strengthen our bodies. For example, it becomes very useful when you want to protect something precious to you." Recalling this, Duan Xiaowei immediately made up her mind, saying, "I really should learn martial arts." Ju, standing beside her, had no idea what grand resolution she had just made. After thinking it over, Duan Xiaowei returned home and announced cheerfully, "I'm back." Suddenly, she turned and saw that Yuxuan had returned, and she ran over happily. "Ah, Daddy." Yuxuan also hugged his beloved daughter tightly and asked, "Haha, have you been well?" Duan Xiaowei happily replied to her father, "Yes, Xiaowei has been very well. Did Daddy return safe and sound?" Yuxuan leaned closer to Duan Xiaowei and said gently to her, "Haha, of course. I was a little angry, but as soon as I saw you, all my anger vanished." Duan Xiaowei immediately asked her father with concern. Daddy was angry? Why? The two of them heard Duan Xiaowei's question but didn't want to answer, so they could only freeze on the spot. Nangang Chun walked over, making the atmosphere even more tense. Nangang Chun finally spoke, asking, "Yuxuan, why were you angry? Don't tell me you didn't find anything." Hearing this, Yuxuan looked as if he'd been found out. He turned away and said, "Haha, I'd rather not talk about it." Zhang Xintai also chimed in, "Please don't ask." Seeing this, Nangang Chun understood and replied, "All right." Just then, Xintai ran out happily and said to Yuxuan, "Oh master, you're back." Yuxuan greeted him as well. "Yes, it's been a while." Xintai immediately followed up with more greetings. "Hee, how was your trip?" Yuxuan didn't want to go into detail and just said vaguely, "It went very smoothly." Suddenly, Xintai saw the drawing in his hand and asked curiously, It's been a long time since I've seen that. Where did you get this?" Yuxuan didn't expect Xintai to know about it and curious. "Do you know what this is?" "Xintai wants to take a look too. May I see it please? This feels so new and interesting. I went through a lot of trouble to make it." Hearing this, Yuzan was a little puzzled. "You made it?" Xintai immediately said, "Ah, yes. We have a rule in our group to make these kinds of maps to trick people." He laughed out loud and said, "A treasure map to deceive those foolish treasure hunters. I'm the one who made it. Ha ha ha." With tears in his eyes, Xintai continued, He. Back in the day I planned to smear shit on the statue that the treasure hunters would eventually find, but I couldn't do it because the shit was too filthy even for me." As he spoke, Xintai suddenly paused and began to think, Wait a minute." A cold wind blew past and the group remained silent. "Wait, why do you have this in your possession?" The moment he finished asking, the faces of Yuzan and Zhang Xintai filled with killing intent, making Xintai nervous. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Xintai turned to flee, saying, "I have some urgent business I need to take care of right away, so..." Yuzan couldn't be bothered to say more and simply ordered, "Seize him." Zhang Xintai replied softly, "Yes, sir." A blood-curdling scream that pierced the heavens immediately rang out from the distance. Meanwhile, by a stream, a man from the Windsword sect was questioning his disciple. "So, did you find anything?" The disciple immediately reported everything he knew. "Yes, I asked a nearby boatman, and the lake here is the deepest body of water around," the leader of the Windsword sect asked, a bit puzzled. "Are there any residences near the bottom of the lake?" the subordinate immediately said. "There is a villa nearby." After hearing this, the Windsword sect leader pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, "A villa?" After some thought, the Windsword sect leader continued, "All the land around here belongs to the imperial family. Logically, commerce and new construction should be forbidden." His subordinate also responded, "My investigations revealed that the villa has dealings with the magistrate, but strangely, no one knows the specific identity of the villa's owner." At this, the Windsword sect leader immediately said to his subordinate, "Have you heard that rumor? The one that says the martial god is sealed in the deepest part of Donjing Lake. At first it was just a groundless legend, but then traces of the martial god were found on Junshan Island. That is why I quickly arranged my sect's affairs and came here to Yueyang." Hu Jialiang also told his story. "Because of the previous incident, the martial god is no longer just a legend. If I can find a trace of him, our Windsword sect will become the overlord that unifies the 9 great sects. No, I might become something even greater. So prepare yourselves. We must go and meet the master of that villa." His subordinates immediately replied in excitement, "Yes, sir." At that moment, Xintai was beaten black and blue and Yuzan asked indifferently, "What are you doing, thinking of putting your hands down?" While being punished, Xintai said with a sense of grievance, "No, master." Seeing this, Yuzan glanced up from his book and replied cheerfully, "Very good." Xintai thought angrily, "This is torture to death. Who could have imagined that map would fall into this man's hands? No, wait, how is this my fault? When it comes down to it, wasn't it your fault for coveting someone else's dried blood sausage?" And so they remained, one reading a book, the other being punished. After a while, Xintai said, Master, it seems we have visitors outside." Unexpectedly, Yuzan just replied coldly, "Go and see." Released from his punishment, Xintai tiptoed away happily, thinking, "Oh yeah, I can finally put my hands down now." But Yuzan wasn't going to let him off that easily and glared at him with murderous intent. Shin Tai was struck again, which made Xuanwu step away worriedly, saying, "I'll handle this." Cautiously opening the door to check, he was initially surprised, then drew his sword warily and stepped outside, thinking, "This aura, there's more than one person out there." Looking at the group of people before him, Xuanwu thought in surprise, "Who are these people?" Jialiang stepped forward and asked with a smile. "Haha, hello, are you from this villa?" Xuanwu said with killing intent. "I am, who are you?" Jialiang warmly introduced himself. "We are from the Wind Sword sect, and I am the sect leader, Hu Jialiang." Xuanwu took a wary step back, suspicious. "The Wind Sword sect." Jialiang didn't want to waste words and immediately said, "My introduction should be sufficient. I would like to meet the master of this villa." Seeing this, Xuanwu stopped him and went inside to announce his arrival. "Please wait a moment." After entering, Xuanwu saw Shin Tai's condition and thought, "What happened to this guy? How did he end up in such a state?" Yuzan came out and asked Jialiang, who stood before him, "You said you wanted to see me." Looking at the man in front of him, Jialiang thought to himself, "So this is the master of the villa?" He stepped forward and greeted Yuzan in a friendly manner. "Ahem, I am the sect leader of the Wind Sword sect." To his surprise, Yuzan cut him off coldly. "I've already heard." "Get to the point," interrupted Jialiang thought angrily. "Look at this fellow daring to treat me as sect leader this way." Jialiang immediately stepped forward and said arrogantly, "In that case, I'll be brief. Sell this villa to me." The three of them were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Before they could react, Jialiang threw down a money pouch and said, "Go on, count it." Having done this, Jialiang confidently pictured the scene of a greedy Yuzan accepting the money. He also said to Yuzan with confidence, "I've put a considerable sum in there. I trust you will find it interesting." But Yuzan merely glanced at the money pouch before him and then kicked it away. The men of the Wind Sword sect felt as if they had been trampled on and insulted. Yuzan just said coldly to the pouch, "Not enough." Feeling insulted, a subordinate shouted in anger, "This guy is insane. Does he know who we are?" Jialiang stopped his subordinate and said calmly, "No, stand down, maintain order." "Then tell me, how much would be enough?" Yuzan also stated frankly, "About 10,000 taels of gold should be enough." Jialiang was shocked by his audacity and retorted, "That's an outrageous price you're asking for." Yuzan replied frankly again, "Does it sound like a joke?" Knowing it was hopeless, Jialiang turned to leave, saying, "Joking like this means you have no intention of selling, right? We will take our leave for today. If you change your mind, come and find me." Seeing him say this, Yuzan just watched him leave without a word. As the subordinate followed Jialiang away, he asked the sect leader, puzzled, "Looking at him, it seems he won't give up easily." "What should we do?" Jialiang just replied softly, "Go and get that old fellow." After hearing the report, Nangang Chun also pondered and said, "HMPH, the Wind Sword sect. I heard about them when I took Little Wei to the academy. Rumor has it that those Wind Sword sect fellows now control all the streets of Yueyang." Xuanwu also spoke up, "This is the first I've ever heard of that sect. How could that be?" Nangang Chun was also somewhat puzzled. "It's not uncommon for sects to rise and fall, but for them to act so recklessly is truly strange." Yuzan didn't want to dwell on it and said, "When one has power, it's only natural to want to use it. It must be the same for them." Nangang Chun asked, puzzled. "Besides, seeing how he left so quietly, there shouldn't be a major problem, right?" But Yuzan didn't think so and said thoughtfully, "No, he appeared for a reason, and it seems he needs this villa to achieve that purpose. They will be back." Xuanwu, on the other hand, was watching Zhang Shin Tai playing foolishly with Duan Xiaowei. At that moment, in Jialing's residence, he was racking his brain for a countermeasure. Reading a piece of paper, Jialiang mused, "His daughter attends the Songchu Academy, and he himself is unemployed, is that right?" His subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Puzzled, Jialiang continued, "To settle down in a place like this, he must have paid a large bribe to the county officials, and the academy fees are not small. Where did he get so much money?" The subordinate also offered his opinion. Could it be an inheritance? Jialiang had thought of that as well. "I originally thought about 200 taels of silver would be enough, but now we're at a stalemate." He finally said, "We have no other choice. Let's start with the matter of the academy." The subordinate immediately went to carry out the order, saying, "As you command." Jialiang also mulled over his plan. "If we go and harass his daughter, he'll have no other choice. What do you think?" School was out at the academy, and Duan Xiaowei watched forlornly as her classmates were picked up by their parents or older siblings. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes lit up and she cried out, "Grandpa!" Ahead of her was Nangang Chun waiting. She ran quickly to her grandfather's side. Nangang Chun asked with a smile, "Hee, did you have fun at the academy?" The little girl replied, "I did." Just then a voice called out, "Excuse me, are you Duan Xiaowei's guardian?" He looked at the academy's headmaster for a moment, then followed him inside to talk. Nangang Chun spoke first. "HMPH, so what is the reason you wished to see me?" the man said with a dry laugh. "Haha, you see, Duan Xiaowei's recent behavior has had a negative impact on the academy." He pressed, "A negative impact," the man said. "Yes, because Duan Xiaowei sits on the floor to eat." He was surprised. "Sits on the floor to eat? What's so serious about that?" the man said. "Perhaps you simply think it's a little girl's habit, but it has started to spread like a bad influence. Now most of the children are copying her," he added. "Moreover, Duan Xiaowei is always at the center of everything." His face darkened slightly as he asked, I have nothing to say about her misbehavior, but isn't this something that could be resolved with a small punishment? The man bowed sincerely. Not only do the children of officials attend our academy, but also the children of many prestigious families from the Central Plains. But Duan Xiao Wei is disrupting the atmosphere here, and many parents are very worried. Nangong Chun cut him off. So what are you trying to say? The man said directly. So what I'm trying to say is, our academy can no longer continue to enroll Duan Xiao Wei. He was silent for a moment, then said, I understand. I will inform the master of this matter, the man said hastily. Thank you very much, Nangong Chun thought. Up until now this man has never complained once, but now he's come up with such a flimsy excuse. Could this be the doing of that group who came by not long ago? Nangong Chun found Duan Xiao Wei still waiting for him outside. The little girl smiled and held out her hand. Let's go, Grandpa. Holding her grandfather's hand as they walked home, she asked a little shyly, Grandpa, can I not go to the academy anymore? He said, sweating. Well, about that, the little girl comforted him. It's okay, Xiao Wei. I like the academy, but I also like Dad, Grandpa, and the uncles. He said, that's right, what's so great about an academy? This old man will teach you everything. The little girl waved her hands and said, I'd love that. Nangong Chun smiled. On the road, the little girl looked greedily at some sweet cakes by the roadside. He said with a chuckle, Hee hee, does my little Wei want some sweets? The little girl bounced and said, Nangong Chun said, we'll take one. The vendor hesitated. Oh well, we're not selling today. He frowned. You're not selling? The vendor made an excuse. I'm sold out of sweet cakes for today. His face fell. What do you mean? If these aren't sweet cakes, what do you call them? The vendor hastily made an excuse to slip away. My parents are sick, I have to go see them right away, that's all. By now, he was in a very bad mood. Good heavens, what nonsense is this guy spouting? He observed everyone around them quickly packing up their things and leaving, and his whole body filled with rage. After returning home, he told Yuzan about the incident. He stroked the little girl's head and said, so that's what happened. On the other side, Shin Tai was also angry. Damn it, what the hell are those guys trying to pull? He crossed his arms and asked calmly, what's wrong? Shin Tai walked over and said, I mean, we went to the market to buy things but couldn't get anything. They all said they were sold out and wouldn't sell anything to us. Is this all because those bastards are messing with us? Nangong Chun also agreed. I think so too, but it might not be that simple. They are supposed to be an orthodox sect after all. I don't think they'd resort to such tactics. Shin Tai pouted. Is the Sword King still living in a dream? He stood up and cursed. What did you just say? Xuanwu spoke up. Shin Tai is right. Whether they're a prestigious orthodox sect or not, isn't there always a rotten apple in the barrel? Nangong Chun pondered. HMPH. Yuzan said, I don't know what you're all worried about. Shin Tai shouted, what do you mean by that? At this point, what are we going to eat and where? Duan Xiao Wei raised her little hand. It's okay. We can sew our own clothes and hunt for food. That's how we used to live. Yuzan took her into his arms. Yes, you're right, nothing has changed. Shin Tai is very resourceful, he'll take care of everything. The little girl laughed loudly. Uncle Shin Tai is the best. His face froze. With all due respect, he said no more and left, holding Duan Xiao Wei. Well then, meeting adjourned. Shin Tai cried out, what do you mean by that? Even if we can make everything ourselves, where are we supposed to find seasonings now? How are we going to get bedding and clothes? Nangong Chun responded. I'm going fishing. Hee hee, Yuzan said. Let's go together. Shin Tai shouted, wait, master, master. A few days later in the villa, Jialiang mused to himself, HMPH, how strange. I've used my influence to get his daughter kicked out of the academy. Not only the surrounding merchants, I've also threatened the commoners they regularly trade with. So why hasn't he come crawling to me for mercy yet? Seeing his subordinate enter, he sat up and asked, have they packed their bags and fled? The subordinate reported what he had observed over the past few days. Regarding that, there is evidence that they can live without money. They fish in Donjing Lake for food, not only sewing their own bedding and clothes from animal hides, but also meticulously cultivating crops to supplement their diet. Jialiang was stunned after hearing this. Do such bizarre people really exist? The subordinate also said. That is the situation. He slumped onto his bed. Then what is the deputy magistrate we bribed doing? The subordinate reported. The officials have all refused to cooperate with you. That person known as the master must be like a divine being to them. They all said we shouldn't provoke that villa. Jialiang said, how absurd. It seems I have no choice but to drive them out myself. He ordered his subordinates to disguise themselves as government officials and sent them to the villa. The next day, a group of people surrounded Yuzan's villa, led by Deputy Magistrate Cha Jun. I order you to leave this villa by tomorrow, Cha Jun said confidently. Therefore I order you to leave this villa. Shin Tai scratched his head. But who are you? He got angry. What? Who am I? Are you so muddle-headed that you don't even recognize the deputy magistrate? Yuzan and the others walked over. What's all the noise? Shin Tai said. Master, these lunatics are ordering us to leave the estate. Cha Jun yelled at this. What lunatics? Yuzan asked. Didn't you hear anything from Zhang Hongyun? He frowned strangely. Zhang Hongyun, you dare to speak the magistrate's name directly? Furthermore, since the magistrate is not here, I have the authority to act in his stead, he said calmly. All right, so what? He pointed at him. I order you to leave this villa immediately, he said. I have nowhere to go, he shouted arrogantly. That's your problem. How dare you build a villa on imperial land? Do you want to be beheaded? Suddenly, Duan Xiao Wei spoke up. No, Daddy didn't build the villa himself. It was here from the beginning, right, Daddy? He smiled after hearing this. Indeed, Cha Zun still coughed arrogantly. Whether it was newly built or renovated is irrelevant. Living in this villa is illegal. You must leave immediately. Yuzan was silent for a moment and then said, All right, it's late today. We will leave tomorrow morning. Shin Tai and the others were surprised. With all due respect, Master. Cha Zun was smug. HMPH, why couldn't you have just been like this from the start? Let's go. As you command, the group began to murmur. Master, are we really leaving? Is it okay to just leave like this? If we leave now, where will we end up? What should we do now? They'll be back to check tomorrow. He smiled slyly. Don't worry, I have a thorough plan. In the marketplace, Cha Zun was swaggering around. Peasants, I told you, if you want to keep doing business here, you have to pay us taxes, an old woman pleaded. The magistrate never said that. He roared. The magistrate isn't here now, so you have to follow the orders of me, the deputy magistrate. After saying this, he left. As expected, these old folks only know how to live comfortably. Tisk tisk, people came forward to help the old woman up. Are you all right? When the cat's away, the mice will play. When the master is away, the servant tries to imitate the master. That's exactly what he's doing, everyone whispered. I pray the magistrate returns soon. The king suddenly summoned him to the palace, so we don't know when he'll be back. In a tavern, Cha Zun was laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, a serving girl next to him poured wine and asked, You seem to be in a good mood, deputy magistrate, he said. Of course, how could I not be in a good mood? I have nothing to worry about anymore. Now that I have a solid backer, I'll soon be in possession of a great fortune. As he drank, he thought, I'm so lucky to have such a great opportunity right after taking office. I never thought the Wind Sword sect would be able to establish connections with the regions neighboring Yueyang, and they've also promised to take care of the magistrate, then his position will naturally fall to me. Condition the Wind Sword sect proposed was that villa. Now that's been taken care of, this place will soon become my little kingdom. Suddenly, the serving girl spoke up. By the way, have you heard the recent rumors, deputy magistrate? It seems to be about a villa to the west. He froze upon hearing this, thinking, what's this? The way she brings this up is suddenly giving me goosebumps. He sighed, HMPH, what a pity. Just then, the serving girl continued, people say a hermit lives there, and there are rumors that the massive estate was built in just one day. Moreover, whether it's Zhongbeixi or the Black Sword Society, they've all vanished without a trace since that villa was built, so no one dares to cause trouble there. I also heard that the magistrate himself goes there every 15 days to pay tribute. Cha Zun laughed. What utter nonsense. Do the common folk still believe that kind of stuff? She said. We don't know if it's true or not. He waved his hand. Just some boring nonsense. Don't mention such things in front of me again. He slumped over, his vision gradually blurring. Why do I feel so dizzy at night? Cha Zun slowly woke up. What in the world is going on, HMPH? When he realized he was hanging upside down from a tree branch, he screamed. Yuzan approached and said, You're awake. He roared in anger. You insolent commoner, do you think you can get away with doing this? He asked. Insolent commoner, you say. Do you recognize us? He struggled. Aren't you the people from that villa? You dare to mock me? Let me down at once. Hurry. Yuzan ordered. HMPH, he still has a lot of energy. Shin Tai, bring the whip. Understood, master. Cha Zun said angrily. So it was you, What do you think you're doing? Shin Tai whipped him without changing his expression. Cha Zun was in agony, but he was still defiant. Bastards, I'll kill you all, I'll have all of your heads. After a thorough beating, he finally wilted. Spare me, Yuzan said. Now you know how to talk. But he still didn't tell Shin Tai to stop. By now, his face was distorted and his body was covered in welts. Please spare my life, please, great hero, he said. Why should I listen to you? He said hastily. It's about the villa, right? Hu Jialiang arranged everything. The villa is yours, you can do whatever you want with it now, he said. HMPH, I don't know what villa you're talking about, but thanks anyway. Beside them, Nangang Chun was sweating, thinking, he said he had a thorough plan, but I never imagined it would be this kind of plan. This isn't something one should do, but this feels amazing. To have such a novel experience in his old age, he felt completely rejuvenated. Yuzan said, How invigorating. Shin Tai, untie him, he asked. So soon? Cha Zun thanked him profusely. Thank you, great hero. Shin Tai reached out. Phew, I'll untie it, just a second. Suddenly, the rope holding him snapped and he fell. Yuzan was surprised. Oh, Shin Tai also didn't react in time. What the hell, damn it, he had fallen down a deep cliff. It seemed fate did not want him to live. Xuanwu and Nangang Chun were stunned. But he remained calm and expressionless. 10 days later, Hu Jialiang sat waiting impatiently. Something strange. Those bastards who were supposed to be driven out are still living as usual, and the deputy magistrate who was supposed to handle them has suddenly vanished without a trace. He thought with a headache. How did things turn out this way? To be honest, I could give up on that estate and just order my men to scout around Danjing Lake. But the problem is my pride. I've already spent too much money and time on that estate, so I have to get my hands on it no matter what. Suddenly, a subordinate burst in. Sect leader, he asked. What's with the panic? The man said. We have a huge problem. A body has been found at the bottom of the Yuelu mountain cliffs. He was puzzled. So what? The man said. The body is that of Deputy Magistrate Cha Zun. He was shocked to hear this. What? In the magistrate's office, Hu Jialiang stood panting in front of the gate. A guard asked, What is your business here? He cut straight to the chase. I heard that the deputy magistrate has passed away. Is it true? The man replied. Yes, his body was just discovered today. I know who the killer is, he said. The man frowned. What do you mean by that? The vice governor committed suicide. the man raged. What suicide? What nonsense are you spouting? Why would a man who was perfectly fine do something like that? We've already reached our conclusion. Zhao Liang snapped. A conclusion? I told you from the start this was a murder case. The man lost his temper as well. Have you brought any evidence? I'm already swamped with official duties and now you show up out of nowhere chattering on about a killer who doesn't even exist? Stop this nonsense and go home. Hearing this, Zhao Liang's veins bulged with anger. You bastard, do you have any idea who I am? Suddenly a voice cut in. What's with all the shouting? What happened? Zhang Hongyun walked in and the man immediately tattled. Ah, Governor, you're here. You see, this man keeps insisting that someone murdered the vice-governor. Isn't this absurd? Zhang Hongyun said, stroking his chin. HMPH, I'd like to know who the killer is too. Zhao Liang said. Are you aware of the mansion near Danjing Lake? He replied. Of course. Zhao Liang continued. The person living there is the one who assassinated the vice-governor. He is, by title, the leader of the Wind Sword sect. As the guardian of Yueyang, I will not sit idly by. It seems you're not yet aware of the situation, so I have no choice but to report this matter to the king. The two stared at each other for a moment before Zhang Hongyun spoke first. I've heard about what's been happening recently. Something interesting has indeed occurred, but listen to me carefully. If you want to continue living in peace, do not get involved with that mansion. It's not a place for someone like you to covet. I'm saying this for your own good. With that, he turned and left. If you understand, then stay out of it. Go home. After returning home, Zhao Liang clenched his fists in anger. One after another, why were they all so afraid of that mansion? It had come to this. He would have to show them just how the Wind Sword would rule Yueyang. He ordered, Gather my men. The man replied, Yes, sir. Bristling with killing intent, he said, Tonight we will raze that mansion to the ground, leaving not a single stone or blade of grass. That night, Zhao Liang and his men arrived at Yuxuan's residence. He glanced at it and commanded, We're here. Leave no one alive. His men acknowledged the order and leapt inside. The moment they entered, Yuxuan's calm voice drifted out. See, I told you they would come. Just then a stone flew out and struck down one of the men. Zhao Liang frowned. What was that? Before him stood the masked Nangang Chun. Zhao Liang asked, Who are you? He replied. I was about to ask the same thing. Why would I be climbing someone else's wall in the middle of the night wearing a mask? He laughed. Ha, isn't that the mask of the Junshan swordsman the children are always talking about? Old man, you have some very peculiar hobbies. I'm not an old man, he said. Zhao Liang frowned. What? He declared with certainty. I am the Junshan swordsman. Hearing this, the men fell silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha, it seems you've really lost it, old man. In that case, let me send you on your way. Kill him. As the crowd rushed toward him, Nangang Chun said, Very well, let me show you the way of Junshan. One of the men mocked his words. Ha, he really is a crazy old man. You talk like you're the hero of a puppet show. He remained silent, recalling his earlier conversation with Duan Yuxuan. At the time, Duan Yuxuan had said, What will you do if they gather their forces and march here? He hadn't believed it then, retorting, Impossible. They're part of the martial arts alliance after all. So they can't possibly act so shamelessly. Duan Yuxuan asked, But what if they do? In that case, he had said, I will take care of them. Duan Yuxuan had been blunt. With just one arm and your weakened body? Back in the present, Zhao Liang was already swinging his sword at him. Die! With a single light block, he sent one man flying back, causing the entire group to stare at him before charging in a frenzy. This crazy old man! He observed their swords and the killing intent they exuded. Thinking that this was not the first time they had done something like this, he asked himself, How could I have been so oblivious for so long? I once held such a high position, so high that I was blind to what was happening right beneath my feet. I used to believe that the righteous and the unrighteous were fundamentally different, that the prestigious orthodox sects would never commit acts worthy of demonic heretics. I never imagined that these so-called righteous men would storm the house where Duan Sume lives and do something like this. Beside, I've been such a fool. This is all my fault, so I will be the one to clean up my own house. He swung his sword, cutting down another man. At that moment, Zhao Liang was sneaking up on him from behind. Inside the mansion, Yuxuan was sitting and drinking while Duan Sume slept soundly on his lap. The battle outside was still fierce, but it remained a one-sided affair. Seeing him approach, Zhao Liang shouted to his men, He only has one arm, attack that arm. The men complied, rushing forward one after another. He cut them all down with his own sword techniques. By then, Zhao Liang had slipped behind him for a surprise attack. He said smugly, Now just lie down obediently in your coffin. Inside, Chen Xuanwu asked with concern, Master, will that old man be all right? It's not easy to fight a sect leader without any internal energy. Yes, he said, he'll be risking his life. Then he asked, Do you know the difference between someone born at the finish line and someone who doesn't have that luck? I'm not sure, he said. Is it effort? He closed his eyes and gave his answer. No, it's instinct. Instinct, you say, he murmured. That's right, Duan Yuxuan affirmed. A naturally gifted martial artist, no matter the situation they're in, will always find the path they must overcome through instinct. A drop of blood fell to the ground with a drip. The masked Nangang Chun was panting heavily, his mask stained with blood, looking terrifying. His face was deathly pale, making him look no different from someone who had clawed his way out of the underworld. Seeing this, Zhao Liang let out a laugh. My, Nangong Chun clutched his sword, gasping for breath as he replied, "It's certainly not easy." The sect leader replied contemptuously, "You think you're so great after swinging your sword a few times?" The man spoke smugly to Nangong Chun. "Your swordsmanship is indeed impressive." Looking at his haggard state, he then asserted, "But you're about to be finished." Then the two charged at each other again. Swords clashed in a relentless flurry of attacks. The sharp sword techniques even seemed to flash with light. The sect leader thought confidently, "This is the difference in level. This old man's fundamentals are good, but he's a novice who can't even use internal energy." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the man channeled his internal energy, and a surge of power radiated from his blade. He swung his sword back, gathering his strength before launching a ruthless attack. But Nangong Chun was also fiercely combative. His former honor would not allow him to lose now. "How can I lose to someone like this?" he thought. Unfortunately, a sword struck him square in the chest and blood sprayed out. He plunged his blade into the ground to steady himself, managing to stay on his feet, but he was old and exhausted, and with only one arm, how could he possibly endure? Blood poured from his mouth, and the hand gripping his sword trembled. Seeing this, the man said, "You're still coming at me in that state? Are you trying to die?" The man pointed the tip of his sword at Nangong Chun's face. He thought dazedly, powerlessly, "I don't stand a chance. The difference in strength with and without cultivation techniques is this vast, and I dared to call myself the Sword King." Just then he remembered the distant past. "But what is this feeling? This feels like when I was a child, just starting to stumble my way through learning the sword, facing opponents I couldn't beat with my own strength, yet burning with the ambition to defeat them no matter what. I thought I'd never feel this again. This joy." He thought for a moment, then continued, "Hey, what are you standing there for? Come on." Enraged by his audacity, the sect leader said, "This bastard is getting up again. Fine, if you want to die sooner, I'll grant your wish." Then he warned Nangong Chun, "Don't regret this." The day after that, on a bright morning below the house, a haggard man was gasping for breath. The door opened to reveal Duan Yuxuan and Chen Xuanwu. They saw Nangong Chun below, his body as terrifying as a zombie's, drenched in blood, trembling and panting as he said in a shaky, weak voice, "I'm back." As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed at their feet. Zhang Xintai was stunned, thinking, did he actually win, without any cultivation techniques? Duan Yuxuan looked at him silently, then said with a smile, "You must have learned a lot, haven't you?" As he walked, he ordered Chen Xuanwu, "Go report this to the authorities." Chen Xuanwu quickly acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." A loud shout came from Governor Zhang Hongyun. "What are you all doing? Arrest these men and escort them to the Ministry of Justice." The troop of soldiers stood at attention and complied. "Yes, sir." The people didn't know what was happening. They whispered amongst themselves, "I heard they were arrested for slaughtering innocent people. They're going to rot in prison now. It's about time. We've suffered enough because of them." The sect leader said nothing as he was led away. Just then, Duan Sume came to Nangong Chun's bedside and asked, "Grandpa, who did you fight with?" Nangong Chun smiled awkwardly and replied, "I didn't, Sume. Do I look like the type of person who likes to fight?" Duan Sume looked at him without a word, but her expression clearly said, "Yeah, right," with her hands on her hips. Duan Sume said angrily, "You're lying. You were in a fight, weren't you? Fighting is bad." "That's what my daddy said." Nangong Chun, Chen Xuanwu and Zhang Xintai were all stunned by the little girl's words, their faces etched with disbelief. After all, the person who fought the most was now giving advice. Duan Sume went to Duan Yuxuan's side and asked, "Right, Daddy, we shouldn't fight, right?" He answered, "That's right, fighting is bad." Zhang Xintai chimed in, "Yes, our master never fights, he just beats people up one-sidedly." And then, 4 new bumps appeared on Zhang Xintai's head, the price for messing with the wrong person. Duan Yuxuan said coolly, "In any case, the matter of the Wind Sword sect has been resolved." Zhang Xintai replied in pain, "Ah yes. Since the governor cleaned up the scene, this incident won't be leaked." Chen Xuanwu said, "But we can't let our guard down. If a new sect comes to Yueyang, something similar could happen again." Nangong Chun offered a solution, and everyone listened. "I propose, since there are no major powers in Yueyang right now, why don't we hang a plaque and become a renowned family?" Scene shifted to a grand hall where several high-ranking individuals were talking. "The Junshan Swordsman, I've never heard that name before. Isn't that the name of a puppet show that's popular with the kids lately? That guy wiped out the Wind Sword sect." "Yes, but during the investigation we found the master of the residence, Duan Yuxuan, to be suspicious as well," another man roared. "Everyone is suspicious. The Sword King's disappearance is already driving me bad. I'll have to pay those bastards a visit." That man was the leader of the demonic cult Duan Daohe. On a sunny day below Duan Yuxuan's massive residence, which was known as an inn, everyone was discussing the matter of establishing a renowned family. "So how about we hang a plaque and establish our family? If word spreads that a prestigious family is growing its influence in Yueyang, troubles like this won't happen as often." Zhang Xintai and Chen Xuanwu's eyes shone, their faces filled with anticipation and hope that Duan Yuxuan would establish a family. Duan Sume, meanwhile, was too innocent to understand what they were talking about. Duan Yuxuan replied, "Impossible. Don't think it will lead to fewer troubles. Things like that will happen even more frequently," he refused firmly. "Besides, people who want to use us will come flocking." Hearing this, Zhang Xintai and Chen Xuanwu could only sigh in disappointment. Nangong Chun chimed in, "If the master had intended to do that, he wouldn't have needed Zhang Hongyun in the first place. There will be a better way in the future, so let's wait." since you put it that way very well. With that, Duan Yuxuan also began to walk away. Let's put this topic to rest then, he said. Nangong Chun silently watched Duan Yuxuan's departing figure, thinking, since the master has no interest in establishing a martial family, I should at least guide Duan Sume onto the path of martial arts. Duan Sume, held in Duan Yuxuan's arms, innocently looked back at Nangong Chun. Nangong Chun looked at Duan Sume and gave her a bright smile. That afternoon in Duan Yuxuan's residence, Nangong Chun was with Duan Sume. He was telling her a story. The Central Plains has an incredibly long history. Little Sume asked, how long? He stroked his beard and grinned smugly, saying proudly, HMPH, over 1,000 years. Little Sume exclaimed excitedly, wow, that's so long. Nangong Chun looked at the little girl and said, in any case, the history of the current martial world began a very, very long time ago. It can be said that the pioneers who paved the way for today's martial world were the martial god, the three sages and Shaolin's patriarch Bodhidharma. Duan Sume asked him, confused. The martial god? The three sages, Nangong Chun explained. The three sages were great figures who had a massive influence on the martial world. To this day, only 3 people have earned the title of sage. Duan Sume listened to his explanation intently. Duan Sume looked at him and asked, if the 3 sages were such great figures, how amazing must the martial god be? Duan Sume's eyes sparkled as she listened to him with great interest. The martial god was the embodiment of a legend. Even after 1,000 years, no one has been able to surpass his legacy. The little girl gasped. Wow, was he that strong? Yes. Legend says a single swing of his sword could cleave the heavens and one stomp of his foot could shatter the earth. It was said that he once faced 10,000 martial artists and emerged unscathed. Little Sume was so surprised she could hardly believe it. How could someone like that possibly exist? Nangong Chun said with a smile. Indeed, even I would have wanted to become his disciple if we had lived in the same era. Duan Yuxuan, who happened to be passing by, chimed in. I have no intention of taking you as a disciple, so stop spouting nonsense. Nangong Chun froze, so surprised he couldn't believe what he had just heard. I didn't say I wanted to be your disciple, he said. Duan Yuxuan sat down, crossed his arms and replied, even the martial god wouldn't have taken you. Nangong Chun was lost for a moment, then asked, how would you know? No, I know, he replied. Amidst the grandfather and granddaughter's confusion and bewilderment, Duan Sume said, Grandpa, there's something I've been curious about. If what you say is true, then the martial god was the strongest person and the supreme ruler of the martial world, right? He replied. Yes, that's right, everyone thinks so. Duan Yuxuan interrupted and countered. No, you're wrong, old man. Why do you keep butting in? What do you mean I'm wrong? He replied. Duan Yuxuan looked at him coolly and said, it's true that the martial god was the strongest, but he was not the supreme one. Nangong Chun said. Then who was? Was it that person from the Shaolin temple? No, that can't be right, Nangong Chun asked, puzzled. Then who was it? Duan Yuxuan just listened, sipping his tea. He didn't answer. Suddenly he crushed the teacup in his hand and a gloomy atmosphere descended upon the surroundings. He was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, the blood demon, he was the supreme one. That night, a bright moon hung high in the sky, its reflection shimmering on the lake. Nangong Chun sat on a tall rock quietly looking down below. As he sipped his wine, he thought, well, this is my first time here. I never expected there to be such a nice spot behind the residence. Nangong Chun looked down, silent. He recalled Duan Yuxuan's words. The blood demon, he was the supreme one, Nangong Chun said, perplexed. It's so strange. How does he know things that even I'm unaware of? Who is he and where did he come from? If he's so powerful, why has he never revealed himself? He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He sighed, stroking his beard. The longer I sit here, the more I think. As Nangong Chun was walking and thinking, he suddenly froze in surprise. He walked forward and saw 3 graves. He wondered why there would be graves in a place like this, and they didn't look like they had been built long ago. He moved closer to examine the names on the tombstones. Taigong Chen, Tianwu Guang. He froze, then continued reading. Nan Julian. He ran forward in shock, thinking, there's no mistaking these names. These are the names of the 3 sages. He was so stunned he couldn't believe his eyes, asking himself, why are the graves of the 3 sages here? Weren't their bodies stolen by the demonic cult? He remembered Nangong Duanwi's words. Grandpa, can a person live for 1,000 years? Nangong Chun realized something, thinking, it can't be. The door opened and Nangong Chun walked in. Duan Sume. Grandpa, you're back. Nangong Chun asked Duan Yuxuan. Are you related to the martial god in some way? Nangong Chun pressed on, analyzing. You possess extraordinary internal energy that doesn't match your age, and you speak as if you know what happened 1,000 years ago. Even the tombstones of the 3 sages are erected next to your residence. Duan Yuxuan denied it. I don't know what you're talking about, old sir. Those 3 graves are not of the 3 sages. Nangong Chun didn't believe him. Don't lie to me. Those graves look like they were just put up a few months ago, right around the time the bodies of the 3 sages were stolen. Duan Yuxuan replied quietly, firmly denying it. I don't know. What can a few names prove? By that logic, there must be countless 3 sages in Yueyang. He continued to press him. Don't try to evade the issue. By my guess, you, he pointed at Duan Yuxuan and said confidently, are definitely a descendant of the martial god. Duan Sume's jaw dropped, while Zhang Xintai seemed worried and remained silent. Nangong Chun and Duan Yuxuan stared at each other silently as a heavy quiet fell over them. Pacing back and forth, Nangong Chun analyzed, you must have found the martial god's legacy here in this lake. That's also how you know about the blood demon. He pointed at Duan Yuxuan and concluded, and that's why you brought the bodies of the 3 sages here. As a descendant of the martial god, you must have wanted to pay your respects to their spirits. A silence once again enveloped them. A smile tugged at the corner of Duan Yuxuan's mouth, and he let out a sigh. Duan Yuxuan burst out laughing. That's certainly an interesting hypothesis, he said. But that theory is both right and wrong, Nangong-chun asked angrily. What do you mean wrong? If you're not his descendant, then who are you? You can't possibly be the martial god himself, can you? Right, who in the world are you? He replied. My name is Duan Yuxuan, and you are all my family. Whatever my identity may be, that fact will not change. Is there anything else you want to know, old sir? Do you not acknowledge that? Junshan swordsman. Nangong-chun froze, unable to retort. As Duan Yuxuan walked away, he said, If you're going to keep spouting this nonsense, I'm leaving. The remaining people whispered amongst themselves, Is he really a descendant of the martial god? He must be. That's the only way it makes sense. Nangong-chun cleared his throat and said, Ahem, I think so too, Zhang Xintai said in amazement. Then the person we're following is, yes, Nangong-chun replied. Perhaps the greatest in the world. The next morning at Duan Yuxuan's residence, one person was hard at work, Nangong-chun. He was making a plaque that read Duan family of Hunan. Duan Sume was there too, saying excitedly, Wow, that's so impressive. I've never seen such powerful calligraphy before. He replied with a smile. Thank you, it was worth all the hard work. Duan Sume raised her hand excitedly. Sume wants to learn calligraphy too, he smiled blissfully. Of course, this old man will teach you everything I know. Duan Yuxuan appeared behind him like a menacing ghost and threatened. Old sir, what do you think you're doing? He answered nervously. I was just making a plaque, Duan Yuxuan roared angrily. Didn't I already tell you firmly that we're not establishing a martial family? Nangong-chun smiled and placated him. Don't worry. Lots of places have plaques. It doesn't have to have any special meaning just because it's not a martial family. I'm relieved to hear that, but he replied. Duan Sume cut him off saying, Daddy, we're going to hang this plaque at our front door, right? It looks so cool. Unable to resist his daughter's cuteness, Duan Yuxuan could only agree. Yes, we are, narrator. His tune changed so fast. Duan Yuxuan may be powerful, but he still has to listen to his daughter. Duan Yuxuan said angrily, Putting that aside, you still don't plan on going back? It's been months. Nangong-chun smiled and said, I'm sorry, I don't plan on going back yet. Just think of me as an old man looking for a place to rest in peace. There's no room for your grave here, he refused. Nangong-chun replied with a smile, I'd be grateful if you could bury me next to the 3 sages. I already told you they're not the 3 sages, he said. All right, maybe so, he conceded. Then he added, I probably have a year left at most. That's the limit for this body. Now that my internal chi is scattered, my body will also age rapidly. I think I have lived a full life. Duan Sume tugged at his sleeve and asked with concern, Grandpa, are you going to die? Nangong-chun bent down to comfort the little girl. Don't worry, Sume. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are a natural part of life. It's a fate that no one can prevent. He smiled gently at the little girl. Just think of this old man once in a while. For me, that's more than enough. Grandpa, Duan Sume cried sadly. The little girl burst into tears on Nangong-chun's hand at a loss. He looked at Duan Yuxuan with a plea for help. Duan Yuxuan smiled and said, You can comfort her yourself. By the way, is that thing called chi-scattering poison really that potent? As he comforted little Sume, he said, I'm not sure. Perhaps it's because I'm not strong enough, but I think it's quite powerful. Duan Yuxuan thought for a moment and said, You could recover if you use a spiritual herb. He asked blankly, A spiritual herb? Nangong-chun asked in astonishment. Are you saying you can heal me as long as you have a spiritual herb? Duan Yuxuan replied. A full recovery would be quite difficult, but with a spiritual herb I can at least help you unblock your clogged meridians. Nangong-chun was stunned, his face filled with surprise. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaomei clung to him, crying as she asked her parents, Dad, what's a spiritual herb? Looking at the little girl, Duan Yuxuan could only answer helplessly, A spiritual herb is a flower or medicinal plant that contains spiritual energy. Nangong-chun immediately asked, Then which kind of spiritual herb do we need? Duan Yuxuan replied, It doesn't matter. Any kind will do. Nangong-chun asked again, Will an elixir work too? The Nangong family has a divine pill called the Azure Pill, Duan Yuxuan warned. But you shouldn't covet what belongs to others. A simple spiritual herb growing wild in nature will have the same effect. Hearing this, Nangong-chun broke out in a worried sweat and said, This is going to be a big problem. Spiritual herbs were extremely rare and precious items, so they were hard to come by even with a fortune. In short, the only way to obtain them was to find them yourself. But where on earth am I supposed to find a spiritual herb? Nangong-chun thought with a heavy heart. It'll be hard to find one unless I get lucky. Then Nangong-chun looked at the sniffling and silent Duan Xiaomei. The next day, the group entered the forest to search for spiritual herbs. Zhang Xintai complained wearily. Good heavens, waking everyone up so early in the morning, Zhang Xintai asked. Are there really spiritual herbs on this mountain? Holding Duan Xiaomei, Nangong-chun said, You two just follow me quietly. There are bound to be some on this mountain. Nangong-chun looked from side to side thinking, This mountain is treacherous. Herb gatherers probably don't venture here. The towering peak emanated an air of palpable danger. Gazed at the majestic mountain, convinced that a spiritual herb was very likely growing here. Then everyone continued forward. The lively Duan Xiaomei walked at the very front. Nangong-chun chased after the little girl, saying, Xiaomei, it's dangerous around here. Don't run off. Duan Xiaomei skipped along and said, Okay, don't worry. I'll only go where it's safe. Surprised, Nangong Chun asked, are you searching too? Duan Xiaomei quickly replied, of course I'm helping Grandpa. He smiled happily and praised her for being a good girl. Then Nangong Chun walked with Zhang Xintai and said, Zhen Xuanyu, I'll leave Xiaomei in your care then. Zhang Xintai replied, don't worry, take care. The little girl also waved goodbye. Good luck, Grandpa Nangong. They searched all morning until evening but found nothing. A piercing scream rang out. My God, it was Zhang Xintai panting. Is there really a spiritual herb in this place? It's been hours and we haven't seen a trace of one. Nangong Chun, also panting, said exhaustedly, I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult to find. They climbed to the highest peak, gasping for air. Zhang Xintai sighed. It was never going to be this easy to find a spiritual herb. Even a master herb gatherer can only find a few a year. Good grief, at this rate we'll never find anything. Why don't you ask the Nangong family for help? Nangong Chun's expression darkened as he said silently, I've already cut all ties with my family, so that's impossible. Leaning on his hand in frustration, Zhang Xintai said, Anyway, I just don't get you righteous sects. There have been a lot of strange rumors going around lately. Hearing this, Nangong Chun asked, What are you talking about? What strange rumors? Zhang Xintai turned around and sat cross-legged, saying, Isn't it because of the current Wulin Alliance leader, Murong Huan? What about him? Zhang Xintai replied, I heard he doesn't bother with his duties and just abuses his power. Rumor has it that hundreds of merchants have been threatened into handing over their fortunes to the Wulin Alliance. Nangong Chun was shocked to hear this, both surprised and angered that he would commit such an injustice. He blurted out, How dare he? Zhang Xintai could only reply, I don't know any more than that. Didn't I say it was just a rumor? Anyway, that's why everyone thinks the Murong family is undermining the authority of the imperial family and living in luxury with the wealth squeezed from those small merchants. Hearing this, Nangong Chun immediately grew worried. Meanwhile, where Duan Xiaomei was, dusk had also fallen. Zhang Xintai pointed in another direction and said, Xiaomei, I'm going to go look over there. You be a good girl and sit right here, okay? Duan Xiaomei sat obediently on a rock and replied, Okay. Then Zhen Xuanyu walked away. The little girl quietly watched his receding back. Then she sat there leisurely, lost in thought without a word. Suddenly, the rumbling of her stomach made her realize she was hungry. She looked down and saw grass growing on the ground. Her eyes lit up. Is this Solomon's seal? This is edible, she thought in surprise. Then she pulled it out, put it in her bag, and smiled happily, saying, I should bring more back to share with everyone. Then she saw a large patch of Solomon's seal on the other side. Her eyes sparkled, and her mouth started to water as she exclaimed, Wow, there are so many edible plants. By evening it seemed Nangong Chun and Zhang Xintai had not found what they were looking for. Zhang Xintai followed behind him dejectedly, sighing, The sun sets much faster on the mountain. Let's go down and come back tomorrow. What a waste of a day. Nangong Chun also walked on in silence, not saying a word. Zhang Xintai looked at him and covered his mouth, recalling what he had just said. Maybe I went a bit too far. The old man hasn't said a word since then. He chided himself. I shouldn't have told him those rumors, my big mouth. At that moment Nangong Chun was indeed walking while thinking about Murong Huan. What are you really after? He wondered. Then he was startled to see Duan Xiaomei and Zhang Xintai making a fuss over something over there. He blurted out, Xiaomei. At that moment the little girl was gathering a large pile of Solomon's seal. He asked in surprise, What are you doing? Duan Xiaomei's eyes lit up, and with Solomon's seal still in her mouth, she called out, Grandpa, Grandpa. Nangong Chun asked, What are you digging up? As she dug, she said, Oh, this. He picked up the plant and looked at it. Duan Xiaomei offered the Solomon's seal and asked happily, Grandpa, do you want to try some? He smiled with delight. Was this Solomon's seal? He saw a large bag filled with it and said in amazement, You dug up so much? The little girl smiled and replied, Yes, I'm going to take it back to Daddy. Nangong Chun replied sadly, Then is there none for Grandpa? Hearing this, the little girl seemed to remember something and replied, Then she rummaged through the bag for something. She took it out and handed it to him, saying, This. The kind-hearted little girl smiled sweetly and said, I dug this up because it looked so pretty. This is for you, Grandpa. He gasped in shock. Could it be this? This is 10,000-year-old ginseng. Zhang Xintai and Zhen Xuanyu, who were there, were also startled and asked blankly, What? The little girl looked blankly and touched her cheek, asking in confusion, 10,000-year-old ginseng? Nangong Chun shouted excitedly. That's right, you actually found this 10,000-year-old ginseng here. Among all types of spiritual herbs, this is considered top tier. Duan Xiaomei pointed blankly. It was over there. She pointed to the rock directly in front of them and said, Behind that rock. Hearing this, Zhang Xintai and Zhen Xuanyu were also stunned. Nangong Chun picked Duan Xiaomei up and spun her around, praising her. Wonderful, you did so well. The little girl spread her arms and said, Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm getting dizzy. He didn't notice the little girl's words and continued to spin her like a top, laughing loudly with joy. The little girl grew dizzy from being spun, her eyes seeing stars. He was still happily excited, spinning even faster as he said, So you're my good luck charm? Seeing this, Zhang Xintai cried out helplessly. What? Behind the rock? I climbed all the way to the mountaintop to find it. Zhen Xuanyu patted his arm and sighed, I'm so tired. Then the two of them also looked at Duan Xiaomei, relieved, and smiled. They said, Well, all's well that ends well. A bonfire was set on the ground. Duan Yuxuan was there, praising, You have some good luck, old man. Sit cross-legged and begin circulating your qi. Nangong Chun sat down, closed his eyes, and placed his hands on his abdomen, following Duan Yuxuan's instructions. From now on you must prepare yourself, for you are about to experience extreme pain. A flow of qi coursed through his body. Duan Yuxuan raised an arm, drew a circle, and pressed a point on Nangang Chun's back. He grimaced in pain. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating agony. A stream of blood foamed from his hand. Duan Yuxuan continued to channel his energy to heal him. Painful groans and screams were endless. Over there, Zhang Xintai was also woken up by the noise. But Duan Xiaomei and Zhen Xuanyu were still snoring without a care in the world. At night, the screams gradually faded and silence returned. A second later, the scene shifted and a bright sky appeared over Duan Yuxuan's estate. Sunlight pierced through the treetops. In that estate, Nangang Chun was still sitting cross-legged, circulating his qi. Duan Yuxuan stood by, watching over him, and asked, "How do you feel? Can you feel your internal energy returning?" He replied, "I feel like I've recovered a part of it. A full recovery will take years, maybe even decades." With his hands behind his back, Duan Yuxuan looked at him and said, "But in any case, thank you sincerely. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have." Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan replied, "It wasn't me. It was the child, the kind and lovely Duan Xiaomei." Duan Yuxuan walked and said, "I only lent a small amount of my strength." Nangang Chun thought in surprise. How suspicious. Is he truly a descendant of the martial god? Speaking of the martial god, he was once the public enemy of the entire martial world. He was definitely a great villain. So why does his descendant possess such pure internal energy? That morning, as the sun's rays bathed the land and butterflies danced in the shade of the trees, a man was tirelessly regulating his breath, healing himself. Nearby, Zhang Xintai and Zhen Xuanyu were watching to see how he was recovering. Zhang Xintai looked at the focused Nangang Chun and said fearfully, "If we dare to speak out of turn now, we'll definitely lose our lives." Suddenly, Nangang Chun opened his eyes, and a flash of blue energy shone, illuminating the entire sky and making the two men quickly cover their eyes in fright. Stunned for a moment, Zhang Xintai and Zhen Xuanyu had yet to recover their senses. Zhang Xintai was so frightened he was somewhat dazed, unable to believe his eyes, thinking, Is this the Sword King?" Then Nangang Chun stood up, looked behind him, and said with a smile, "I could already feel someone's presence, so it was you two. I never thought I'd one day circulate my qi in front of others. How embarrassing." Zhang Xintai and Zhen Xuanyu walked over to him and said, "Hey old man, you don't have to be so sensitive. I circulate my qi from time to time too, you know." Nangang Chun put his hands behind his back and walked away angrily, saying, "You bastard, do you think we're the same?" Zhang Xintai pretended to be friendly and said, "Come on, we're all the same kind of people." Zhen Xuanyu looked at him and thought helplessly, "What a madman." Zhang Xintai asked, "So shouldn't the scoundrels who brought the old master to this state start being on guard?" He recalled the people who had harmed him and said, "My strength hasn't recovered that much and I'm still not sure who the mastermind is, so nothing will change," he replied. "But we have a rough idea of who it is, don't we?" "Of course. If that's the case, this matter also concerns the peace of the Wulin Alliance." Then he closed his eyes and thought, "I'm not sure who's behind this, but he will definitely regret it." He thought angrily, "Because I will hunt him down to the ends of the earth, even if it takes decades. For a gentleman's revenge, a few decades is not too long." Suddenly, a sound startled the three of them. There was a loud crash. Nangang Chun seemed to have a bad feeling. It was at Duan Yuxuan's place, where a group of people were surrounding him. They said, "Hey, are you the one who lives in that estate?" Duan Yuxuan replied calmly, "What if I am?" They were surprised that he showed not a shred of fear. Then they drew their swords to challenge him. Duan Yuxuan closed his eyes and sighed. "Looks like I have to deal with these stubborn fools again." A majestic, resonant voice rang out. "You bunch of bastards, are you so shameless as to prey on an unarmed man?" They answered, "Who are you?" It was the demonic cult leader, Su Daohei, who jumped down and said, "Small fry like you don't need to know." They said angrily, "What small fry, you old geezer?" Su Daohei leaped into the circle and stood with Duan Yuxuan. He was furious upon hearing that and asked, "Well, what old geezer, you bunch of small fry?" Then they attacked him, and he caught the sword blade with just one hand. He roared furiously, "You dare cause trouble here? Are you looking to die?" Then he attacked, severing the man's head with a single slash. Blood splattered everywhere. Crows cawed in the sky and a powerful force emanated from him. The strangers couldn't withstand it, exclaiming, "Don't push me." Su Daohei rushed forward swiftly, taking them down one by one with his fists. Seeing this, Duan Yuxuan was a little stunned and also found it somewhat amusing. In an instant, Su Daohei had dealt with everyone, while Duan Yuxuan just stood there watching him fight. As he watched, he assessed. He looks like a martial arts master, but if he intends to fight with his fists, why is he still holding a sword? Is this his idea? He laughed smugly and said, "This body is second to none. I am the greatest under heaven." Duan Yuxuan looked at him silent. Then he turned and walked away without looking back or saying a word to Su Daohei. He too was surprised and didn't understand. He said, "Hey, wait, that guy." Duan Yuxuan still ignored him and kept walking. He chased after him, shouting, "I told you to wait." He ran in Duan Yuxuan's direction, his blood-stained hand about to touch him. Suddenly, Duan Yuxuan raised his fist and punched him in the face. Blood spurted out. He still didn't know what had happened. "Is this what I get for being a good Samaritan?" A heavy punch landed squarely on Su Daohei. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious on the spot. Duan Yuxuan looked at him angrily without a word. He thought, "Now what should I do?" That morning at the estate in Hunan, Zhang Xintai and Zhen Xuanyu looked helplessly at the man who had just been knocked out by Duan Yuxuan. They asked in surprise, "What happened here?" Duan Yuxuan threw Su Daohei to Zhang Xintai and Zhen Xuanyu, saying, "Carry him inside." Surprised, they wondered, "But what kind of person did you just bring back?" Nangang Chun came out and asked, "What are you all arguing about?" Zhang Xintai and Zhen Xuanyu replied, "Ah well, the master of the house just went out for a bit and brought this guy back." They hoisted Su Daohei onto their backs, groaning as they walked. "Ah, he's heavy as lead." Nangong Chun noticed the unconscious man. He looked on, still not understanding what had happened. Nangong Chun asked curiously, "Did you run into some trouble? How did you run into him?" Judging by his appearance, he must have been through a tough fight. Duan Yuxuan crossed his arms and recounted, "I ran into him while on a walk. He saved me." Nangong Chun asked in surprise, You were saved? Were you ambushed or something?" Nangong Chun broke out in a cold sweat and said, "This situation is very similar to when we had that conflict with the Wind Sword sect. Do you have many enemies in the martial world?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "I'm not sure, it depends on how you look at it." Duan Yuxuan explained calmly, "Looking back, it has always been like this. The bunch of scoundrels we dealt with before, their target wasn't me, but this estate." Zhang Xintai suggested, "Master of the house, tell me where you were ambushed." "I'll go investigate." Duan Yuxuan recalled the chaotic fight from before and replied, "There's no need, it would be useless for you to go. Their bodies are mangled beyond recognition." Zhen Xuanyu asked, "Then master of the house, can this person you brought back really be trusted? He could also be in league with the enemy." Duan Yuxuan thought for a moment and replied, "No, it doesn't seem like it." He then asked, "So are we just going to leave him be? If he tries to make us hand over the estate again, won't this trouble just repeat itself?" Duan Yuxuan pondered for a moment, then said, "I don't know. Right now I can't be certain if his target is this estate or the people in it." Duan Yuxuan said, "With all due respect, doesn't that person also live in this estate?" Zhang Xintai followed Duan Yuxuan's gaze toward a fellow who attracted even more enemies than himself. They all looked at Nangong Chun. He looked back at them at a loss for what to say. Then Nangong Chun smiled and lowered his head. "Since you've put it that way, I have no defense." Duan Yuxuan crossed his arms and looked at him as he bowed his head in admission, then sighed. Duan Yuxuan said, "Don't worry, whether it's true or not, I won't kick you out." After hearing this, Nangong Chun looked at Duan Yuxuan in surprise, not expecting him to be so kind. Duan Yuxuan said in a clear voice, "You are the one who came to this estate and said you wanted to become family with me. As the master of the house, it's my duty to step up and handle any trouble." Upon hearing this, Nangong Chun's jaw dropped in surprise, not expecting a stranger to treat him so well, like family. Zhang Xintai also looked at him, and listening to Duan Yuxuan's words, he too nodded in approval, his face beaming. A smile also appeared on Nangong Chun's face. Nangong Chun asked with a smile, "So do you hate trouble?" He immediately replied, "I don't." Then they happily walked into the house together. At that time in Duan Yuxuan's estate, Duan Xiaomei was very curious about the person her father had brought back. She approached but had to shy away because of the foul smell coming from him. Nangong Chun asked with a smile, "Does he stink?" Duan Xiaomei replied, "Yes." Duan Xiaomei asked innocently, "Is he a beggar?" He replied, "I don't know, but based on his appearance, perhaps he is." The little girl bravely volunteered. "Then we must first get him something to eat. He'll feel better if he eats something. It was like that for me before too." She remembered Zhang Xintai, who had said goodbye to her back then. "Uncle is going to the store to buy things." "Oh, but come to think of it, Uncle Xintai isn't home right now," Xiaomei thought. He smiled, "We don't need Xintai. He'll eat anything you bring him, even tree bark and grass roots, right?" The little girl replied happily. "Really? Can I go cook?" He replied, "Of course." The little girl ran off excitedly, saying, "I'll be right back." He smiled, watching the adorable Duan Xiaomei, and responded, "All right." Duan Xiaomei ran off in a flash. He smiled at the little girl's receding back, then his expression suddenly changed and he turned back to look at Su Daohei. He said, "How much longer are you going to pretend to be asleep? If you keep this up, you're going to wet your pants. You bastard, you're ashamed, aren't you? Don't tell me you were defeated in a single blow. There's no other way you could have ended up in this state. With just one move. Tisk tisk, if I were you, I'd be too ashamed to even lift my head." Nangong Chun sneered, not expecting that the man known as the Ghost King could be taken down with just one. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Daohei couldn't stand the provocation any longer and leapt up, shouting, "I was just caught off guard." Su Daohei realized something was a bit off, while Nangong Chun was surprised he cared so much. Then Su Daohei awkwardly and sheepishly turned his face away, pretending nothing had happened, and said nothing. But Nangong Chun kept looking at him, staring intently at Su Daohei, making him too embarrassed to look him in the eye. Then Nangong Chun said mockingly, "Tisk, how pathetic," he retorted. "That blow pierced right through my protective chi like poking through a piece of paper. What the hell is that guy, breaking my technique with just his fist? Does that even sound reasonable? I can't just sit back and take this. If I don't get revenge on that bastard, my name isn't Su." Nangong Chun smiled and advised him, "Just drop it, old friend. It's not good to make a scene where there are children." Su Daohei said angrily, "Damn it, you righteous old fool. I'm about to spit blood from anger and you can just stand there grinning?" Su Daohei shot an angry glance at Nangong Chun. He asked, "Wait, what happened to one of your arms?" He looked down and replied, "Ah, about that." Su Daohei said angrily, "Have you gone senile, old man? Who can understand an explanation that trails off like that? Explain it to me clearly." Nangong Chun explained with a smile, "When you stand at the peak for too long, it's understandable for something like this to happen." Su Daohei said, "You look." He seemed to realize something and then fell silent. Only then did Su Daohei click his tongue and say, "Tisk tisk, how can so many years of veteran experience look so pathetic now?" Nangong Chun smiled and said, "You should say I'm lucky because my internal energy has already recovered." Su Daohei stood up and asked, "You were hit with chi-scattering poison?" He replied, "It's highly likely," Su Daohei said seriously. "Then I'm quite looking forward to meeting the person who could bring the renowned Sword King to this state, but never mind that, we'll deal with that later. There are more urgent matters at hand, right?" Su Daohei picked up his sword and asked, "So you tell me, where is that bastard now?" Nangang Chun tried to dissuade him. "If you keep being this stubborn, you're really going to get into big trouble." Before the words were out of his mouth, Duan Yuxuan walked in and said, "I thought you'd be laid up for a few days to recover. Who knew you'd look so energetic now?" Su Daohei was startled and turned to see who it was. "So it's you bastard." Su Daohei drew his sword, took an attack stance and rushed toward Duan Yuxuan. Just then he instantly dodged Su Dao's move. Su Daohei was astonished by Duan Yuxuan's agility. "He vanished?" Su Daohei thought, bewildered and in disbelief. Then a voice called out, "Grandpa." Su Daohei turned his head and saw it was Duan Xiaomei bringing him food. Duan Xiaomei held out the food in her hands and said, "Grandpa, please have some of this." Su Daohei froze, too stunned to speak. At the same time, Duan Yuxuan appeared and said, "Drink it all. This is your punishment for swinging your sword around recklessly in my home." Duan Suwei looked up at her father and said, "Punishment? This isn't a punishment. It's delicious. I tried it myself." Su Daohei was taken aback, then sheathed his sword and thought to himself, "That's right, I shouldn't have swung my sword in front of a child." Su Daohei looked at the little girl and asked, "Little miss, did you make this for me yourself?" He knelt before the little girl and said with a smile, "I'm so happy. Thank you, little one." Duan Suwei froze in surprise for a moment, then a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. He laughed happily, holding the porridge Duan Suwei had cooked, and said to her in a friendly tone, "My name is Su Daohei." Duan Suwei smiled cheerfully and replied, "My name is Duan Suwei." He chuckled and said, "That's a lovely name." Afterwards the little girl happily hugged her father while Su Daohei began to drink the porridge she had personally made for him. Duan Yuxuan, however, just looked away coldly. At that moment Su Daohei, having just finished the energizing hot porridge, felt comfortable and pleasant. His stomach warm, he burst into laughter while Duan Suwei stared at him bewildered. Then Su Daohei suddenly fainted, his eyes spinning like tops. Duan Suwei cried out in alarm, "Hey, hey, Uncle Greatbeard." Just then, inside Duan Yuxuan's residence, Duan Suwei let out a sigh. While taking care of Su Daohei, she said, "But it was delicious when I tasted it. Why did Uncle Greatbeard faint after drinking it?" Then she wrung out a towel and placed it on his face. Suddenly, the little girl noticed something. A smell was coming from him. Duan Suwei decided, "All right, I'll help Uncle shave off some of his beard. Because at school my teacher taught us that you have to stay clean and hygienic when you're sick." Then the little girl began rummaging through a cabinet for something. Then she found a blade. She looked at his bunch of grapes-like beard and decided to shave it for him. She excitedly thought to herself how amazing she was shaving it so smoothly. After a while she was finally done and let out a sigh of relief. With the blade in one hand and his shaved-off beard in the other, she looked at Su Daohei. Then she continued to shave. She was sweating as she shaved. Then she remembered something. "Ah, that's right, I almost forgot. I have to go to the market with Daddy to buy things today." And so the little girl quickly ran off to get ready. At that moment in Nangang Chun's room he was reading a book. As he read, he thought, "To defeat the leader of the demonic cult with a single punch. His level of mastery is likely beyond my imagination. Could he be on par with the three sages?" He continued to ponder quietly when suddenly a sound caught Nangang Chun's attention. Zhang Sante, who was cooking, heard it too. The man wiping things also heard it. They immediately ran over. The three of them burst through the door and asked what happened. Suddenly they all froze in shock. A silence fell over them, and the sight was so ridiculous they couldn't help but laugh. All three of them burst out laughing, exclaiming, "My heavens, how did you end up looking like this?" Su Daohei cursed furiously, "You bastard, stop laughing." This new look of Su Dao's was the masterpiece of none other than Duan Suwei on the bustling street. Duan Suwei pulled on Duan Yuxuan's hand, pointing at the candied haws. One skewer of candied haws for Duan Suwei and one for Daddy. Suddenly she remembered Su Daohei, her Uncle Beard. "Oh no!" She suddenly yelled to the vendor, "Boss, give me 10 skewers." Hearing this, the vendor turned to her in surprise and said, "If you eat that many you'll get sick." Duan Suwei quickly retorted, "It's not just for me. I have to share them with the uncle." Duan Yuxuan paid with a sigh of resignation. The vendor happily took the money. "Thank you. Take care." The little girl happily carried a bag of candied haws back. Seeing her so happy, he asked curiously, "Do you like that old man so much that you're bringing back this many candied haws?" The little girl answered him sadly, "Yes, with this many I can apologize." He looked at the little girl in surprise. As they neared home, Duan Suwei immediately dashed straight into the house. He mulled over the little girl's apology in his mind. "This child is talking about something I don't know." Suddenly the little girl called him from inside. "Daddy!" Hearing his daughter's call, he immediately went inside to see what was wrong. "What is it?" Inside, the house was under attack and could collapse at any moment. Along with it came the voices of people trying to stop someone. "Calm down. This old geezer is hitting people." "What old geezer? You're dead today." Su Daohei was furious, shouting as he swung his sword, "Who dares to touch me?" Zhang Sante recalled how Duan Suwei had frantically pushed him aside and hurried away. "I think I know who it was." Zhang Sante stepped forward to mediate. "Calm down. That beard was so ugly, you should be happy it's gone, right?" He roared in anger. "Do you have any idea how much effort I put into growing that beard, and you dare say that?" Chencha remained calm and said with a smile, It's just a beard, why are you so angry? Su Daohei was beyond furious and grabbed a pair of scissors. Let me snip at your beard and see how you react. Chencha couldn't help but sigh. Heavens, this is a mess. The house continued to be destroyed without a second thought. It was then that Duan Yuxuan finally spoke up to stop them. What do you think you're doing? Seeing he had returned, the men were overjoyed and ran towards him. Mansion Lord, save us, he opened his arms and asked. I'm asking you what happened. That man, Su Daohei, sneered at him. Ha, at killing intent, you're no ordinary person as expected. To fight me, Su Daohei, you need at least this much. Let me see, are you trying to ambush me again? It won't work this time. He coldly snapped at the man. You will be punished for destroying this residence. This statement enraged him even more. Punishment? Do you know who I am to dare speak like that? He said coldly. I don't want to know, nor am I interested. The only thing I care about is this residence. Beside them, Zhang Sante shouted angrily. That's right, what are you trying to do to our mansion, Lord, you old geezer? Su Daohei just flicked his finger, and an attack shot towards Zhang Sante, but he easily blocked it. Sante didn't understand what had happened. What? Yuxuan calmly crossed his arms, so short-tempered. Trying to kill someone over such a small matter? The man flew towards him in a rage. No martial artist would tolerate such an insult. Yuxuan watched him fly towards him but remained motionless. Unless they're a martial artist as weak as you, empty vessels make the most noise, yet you have the gall to call yourself a martial artist. How shameless. So utterly humiliated by Yuxuan, the veins on his forehead bulged. Then in the face of my power you'll be nothing, right? Spoken to like that by the man, he readied himself to receive his technique. If you insist, I'll play along. Come on, I will teach you some more manners. Hearing him say this, the crowd was stunned. Su Daohei crouched down to gather his strength, then leapt up violently, creating a small crater where he had been standing. You were the one who told me to go first, he sneered, unleashing a continuous flurry of attacks at him. He smugly thought to himself that this fellow must be scared, but all he saw was him standing still, not even catching when he made his move. He clutched his stomach, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees. Only then did he speak. You must be surprised, but it's too early for that now. Seeing the smile on his lips, the man gritted his teeth and cursed. Bastard, he beckoned provocatively. You'll have to repair this residence you destroyed with your own hands, so don't you worry, your limbs will at least remain intact. Su Daohei angrily unleashed a series of powerful sword strikes, their force so great it caused explosions and continuously destroyed the ground. But Duan Yuxuan was able to block those attacks effortlessly. Seeing him so calm made the man feel insulted, and he roared in anger, Are you looking down on me? To him, this wasn't looking down. The opponent was just too weak. He easily countered, snatching his sword and delivering a heavy palm strike that made him spit blood on the spot. This time, Duan Yuxuan had truly infuriated Su Daohei, forcing him to use his ultimate technique, Heavenly Demon's Advent Steps. When Zhang Sante saw that it was the Heavenly Demon's Advent Steps, he hugged Duan Suwei tightly, feeling incredibly worried for him. However, Duan Yuxuan fearlessly went forward to meet him, facing him calmly. Seeing him like this, the man praised him. Your spirit is commendable. After speaking, he fiercely swung his sword at Duan Yuxuan, but the strike was quickly blocked by him and rebounded back onto himself. The attack was immediately reflected with immense force, causing Su Daohei to be hit and severely injured. At this point, he clearly recognized that he had been utterly defeated and conceded. After the fight, it was already late. Nangong Chun approached Duan Yuxuan and asked, The residence is in ruins. Are you all right? Of course this isn't all right for me. Seeing this, he said, That's why you need to learn some restraint even if you were provoked by that old scoundrel. But because the other party wanted to harm his family, he could no longer stand by and watch. He stopped mid-sentence, looking intently at the ground, realizing that it seemed another new guest had arrived. Seeing the footprints, he stepped forward to examine them and asked, Are you going to chase after them? No, it's too late now. But it doesn't matter. If they dare to come here again, I'll definitely be able to catch them. For now, we need to fix this residence. Elsewhere, Manhua was drinking wine while asking his subordinate, By the way, how are things going? The assassin answered in fear, This lowly one has lost all contact with the men who were sent out. Hearing this, Manhua assumed it was the Sword King's doing, but the assassin immediately denied it, saying that after investigation his men found that it was not the Sword King's martial arts. They had all been killed with extreme cruelty. If it had been the Sword King, he wouldn't have been so ruthless, based on the traces of heretical arts left behind. The subordinate concluded that it was the work of the heretic cult. So you're saying the leader of the heretic cult is hiding in that residence? Did you eliminate everyone living there? But the assassin replied, We haven't yet identified their origins, so our men haven't, so you still failed to eliminate them in the end. Seeing this, he said, It doesn't matter. My order was only to eliminate the Sword King. He thought to himself, Is that old geezer really dead? Therefore Manhua said, Forget it. Withdraw from Hunan and head directly to Anhui. Go and smash the Nagung family's plaque for me. After the battle, the residence was a scene of utter chaos. Su Dao's eyes were shut tight. Seemingly hearing a sound, he opened his eyes. Sitting beside him was Duan Suwei, the little girl looking at the man with flushed cheeks. Duan Suwei spoke, asking softly, You're awake? Su Daohei glanced at the little one and began, You little brat. Before he could finish, the little girl started waving her arms and legs as if overjoyed. I'm Duan Suwei. Su Daohei sat up slightly. I know. Duan Suwei held a teapot she had gotten from somewhere with both hands, her eyes sparkling as she asked him, "Would you like some water?" "No, not giving up." The little one brought over a bowl of hot soup. "How about something to eat then?" Su Daohei hesitated for a moment but refused again, and his refusal plunged the entire room into silence. Little Duan Suwei hesitated. I then." To Su Dao's surprise, Duan Suwei suddenly bowed deeply. She shouted loudly, "I'm sorry." Su Daohei asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Her next words seemed to strike a chord with the bearded uncle. "Actually, I'm the one who cut off your beard," he replied. "What?" Before him, the little girl remained in her bowing posture of apology. Her voice was still loud. "But I didn't mean to. It looked too messy, so I just wanted to trim it a little." Su Daohei cast a glance at Duan Suwei, then he spoke, much to the little girl's delight. "Forget it, it's in the past. You forgive me?" Su Dao's face darkened comically as he said, "Don't smile. When a child makes a mistake, they must be punished." He pointed a finger to the corner of the room and said to the little girl, "Go kneel over there and raise your hands." Duan Suwei asked with her chubby face, "Really?" "Of course. When you make a mistake, you must be punished." The tall Su Daohei crossed his arms, his expression serious as he ordered the dejected Duan Suwei to carry out her task. "Go on, hands up." Little Duan Suwei sobbed, listlessly kneeling in the corner. Her sobbing seemed to make Su Daohei waver a little. But it wasn't long before he was drawn in by the little girl's light laughter. He looked at Duan Suwei. "Weren't you about to cry just now? Why are you suddenly laughing?" Little Duan Suwei replied with a smile. "But no one has ever dared to punish Duan Suwei like this before, so I think it's interesting." Hearing her say this, he also replied, "Sigh, they spoil you too much. If this continues, what will you become when you grow up?" Duan Suwei, still holding her hands up, hummed noncommittally. Then she smiled playfully and asked in return, "A beauty." As a result, Su Daohei sentenced Duan Suwei, "Continue kneeling." In the evening, the residence was still quiet. In one of the rooms, Su Daohei sat facing Duan Yuxuan. In the awkward silence, he spoke first. "Say something, will you? Are you going to keep this up? Is this a battle of wits or what?" "Ah." He continued with a frown, "Ha, if you won't speak, then I will. Who are you?" "A martial arts master." "Where do you come from?" Hearing this question, Duan Yuxuan just gave a disdainful smirk and replied, "Where am I from? It might be hard to understand, but it is the place where I have existed and continue to exist." Faced with this cryptic answer, Su Daohei cried out impatiently, "What, are you playing riddles with me now?" Something caught Duan Yuxuan's eye, making him raise the corner of his mouth slightly. His attention fell on the sword by Su Dao's side, gleaming in the sunlight. He spoke, "A fine sword." Hearing this, Su Daohei seemed somewhat pleased. He held up his own sword. "Of course, this is the sword passed down through generations of cult leaders." His gaze suddenly sharpened. "This sword belongs to Taigong Shen." These words, Su Dao's heart leapt in shock. How did he recognize this ancient sword? Before Su Daohei could think further, Duan Yuxuan, who was across from him, was already getting up. "Never mind, just focus on recovering for now. We still have a lot to do. You have to repair the residence you destroyed, don't you?" Before he could finish his question, Su Daohei behind him had raised his voice, saying repeatedly, "Damn it, weren't you the one who destroyed it? Your memory is really short." Duan Yuxuan didn't take his words to heart and just glanced back. "Oh, and shave the rest of your beard, it looks too messy." Behind him, Su Dao's face turned dark with fury as he roared, his appearance utterly comical. "What messy, you bastard?" It wasn't until Duan Yuxuan left that Su Daohei calmed down enough to think. He possesses extraordinary martial arts that don't match his age, and he can instantly recognize the sword of the three sages. There are too many strange things about him. Outside, Zhang Sante was carrying a bucket of washed clothes. Suddenly he saw Nangang Chun open the door to a room in the residence, and the door shut with a bang in front of him. He took clumsy steps, hugging a pile of clothes as he scurried towards the door. With a sly smile on his face, he thought, "What are these old geezers plotting?" Before he could overhear much, a deafening burst of laughter erupted from the room. Su Daohei was roaring with laughter. "So he's a descendant of the god of war?" Su Dao's booming voice continued unabated. "Right, that must be it." This left Zhang Sante puzzled. What's going on? That afternoon, the entire residence echoed with the boorish laughter of that old scoundrel Su Daohei. Suddenly, droplets of water fell from the sky, soon turning into a downpour. The sound of someone's footsteps could be heard in the rain. In the drizzling curtain of rain, the figures of a woman and a man appeared, walking under an umbrella. A hand rested on the door of the prison. Stepping through that door, a group of people was already seated inside, and in the very center was an old man with a golden nose ring. The attendant beside her offered to help, but Nangang Duanhui flatly refused. "It's fine." She stepped forward and stood tall before the man. "Is this the one?" The man's eyes widened and his tongue greedily licked his lips as he roared at Nangang Duanhui. "Ha, what an honor! Who would have thought I'd see such a beauty in Anhui? Come here." Before he could finish, the sword at Nangang Duanhui's waist was already unsheathed, severing the man's wrist. Her face was as cold as frost, her eyes glinting with a cold light as a spurt of fresh blood sprayed across the floor. The old geezer held up his severed arm, wailing and crying out loudly. Ha, can't you even take a joke?" As he spoke, his face turned savage, bearing sharp fangs. "Such a boring woman." As if continuing the old man's words, the other people in the room simultaneously let out strange, wild laughter. Ha, was the leader joking? "I thought you were serious. You truly are our leader." Hearing these words and laughter, Nangang Duanhui thought to herself, "What's so funny about being locked in prison for ambushing the Nagong family? This is too strange. It seems these bastards have another objective." Suddenly a loud shout came from behind her. "Miss," turning to look at the doorway, the attendant from before shouted, "Something terrible has happened to family head." Hearing this, Nangang Duanhui immediately walked out, sword in hand. "What happened to father?" the attendant continued. "The family head," his next words made Nangang Duanhui's face turn cold, "has been kidnapped by unknown assailants." Nangang Duanhui's cry of shock echoed through the prison, her voice shrill. "But father was kidnapped." Immediately, rage surged through her. Her face turned icy as she looked down and questioned her attendant. "Have you dispatched a rescue party to pursue them?" the man replied. "The clan leader and the elders have already assembled a team and set out." Nangang Duanhui's grip on her sword tightened. Her face fell as she cast a cold gaze back into the prison, thinking, "These guys, could it be that the reason they're still so brazen is because—" The leader in the cell burst out laughing, his mouth wide open. "To think someone could kidnap the head of the Nagong family. I don't know who did it, but they're truly remarkable." Nangang Duanhui tightened her grip on her hilt and rushed up to the old geezer, the tip of her sword stopping just before his eyes. She announced coldly, "I won't let you get away with this." But the bastard remained arrogant, his eyes wide, his ugly mouth grinning. "Do you think you have time to worry about that now? Think about it, everyone in your family is out looking for your father. Isn't this place empty now?" As he said this, his sharp fangs bared even more. "Who's going to protect this place now?" Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion rang out behind Nangang Duanhui. She and her attendant immediately spun around on high alert. Another loud boom followed. Nangang Duanhui's eyes widened, her pupils shrinking to a dot. What before her was a scene of chaos, with flames and billowing smoke dancing in the air, shaking the very heavens. Over here, a man was stroking his clean-shaven chin, with his new look devoid of a beard. Su Daohei rested his chin in his hand, his eyes staring at a single point. Then he abruptly stood up, opened the door, and walked out. His huge frame walked along the courtyard corridor, his gaze looking outward. Qingyun Pavilion. Shifting his gaze elsewhere, Su Daohei thought to himself, "Asterisk, that righteous old geezer." A memory surfaced, a conversation between him and Nangang Chun. "Qingyun Pavilion, what a boring name. He. And is Motian Pavilion any better?" Su Dao's attention focused again on the overly extravagant and magnificent pavilion. "They really want the whole world to know there's a newly established family here. Who would think this is an ordinary residence, but it's none of my business anyway." His feet moved swiftly along the edge of the pavilion as Su Dao's thoughts continued. "I'm returning to the demonic cult soon anyway. I have to go back as soon as possible since I left without saying goodbye." Suddenly, what did he see in his line of sight? A black-haired man suddenly appeared before Su Daohei. "What is a stranger loitering here?" The next second the man revealed his true nature, his utterly comical nature, as he roared, "You, how dare you come in here? You must be a thief." In contrast to Zhang Santei's demeanor, Su Daohei simply replied coolly, "What nonsense are you spouting? How can you call a guest a thief?" Zhang Santei, though furious, looked utterly ridiculous as he retorted, spittle flying, "Don't give me that, we don't have any guests right now. What are you talking about?" Faced with such a Zhang Santei, Su Daohei simply let out a small sigh. "Kid, stop messing around." His anger flared, flames igniting on his ladle as Zhang Santei danced before him. "Fine, it looks like you won't understand until you've had a beating." In less than 2 seconds his appearance changed to that of a tattered man holding a ladle collapsed on the floor. Just then Nangang Chun appeared as if descending from the heavens, shouting, "You?" Su Daohei shifted his gaze and said with a slight frown, "Don't misunderstand," he started it. But in truth, Zhang Santei's well-being was not the white-haired old man's concern. The old man said, "No, that's not important. Are you really Su Daohei?" To Nangang Chun's question, Su Daohei frowned again and affirmed curtly, "Of course it's me. Who else could it be? Why are you all coming to bother me so early in the morning?" Poor Zhang Santei was spread out in the middle of the courtyard, but the two of them continued their incessant conversation. "Haha, without the beard you actually look quite manly. You should have shaved it off long ago." Su Daohei roared again, "Shut up, that beard was my pride." And poor Zhang Santei lay there, sighing, "Damn it, that hurts like hell." Interrupting the two's endless argument was a calm male voice coming from a distance. "Well now, this is a pleasant surprise. That's Duan Yuxuan, and behind him is Zhang Xintai, while Duan Xiaomi is running excitedly toward Su Daohei. Wow, Grandpa, you look so much more dignified like this." Faced with such an adorable little girl, Su Dao's demeanor seemed to soften. The old man and the little girl went back and forth, one asking, the other answering, "Ahem, is that so? Do I look better like this?" You looked good with a beard too, but I like how you look now even more." The little girl turned her adoring, star-struck eyes to the unamused men and asked, "Doesn't everyone agree?" At that moment, poor Zhang Xintai couldn't seem to take it anymore. He doubled over, whining, "Forget all that. I'm dying of pain over here. Hurry up and heal me." Su Daohei, his face an unreadable mask of ice, raised a hand to his chin. "HMPH, I beat you to a pulp and you can still sit up. You're tougher than you look." With that he turned his gaze to Duan Yuxuan and said something that left Zhang Xintai dumbfounded. "Hey Lord Duan, how about you let me handle his training?" Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan paused for a moment, then asked curiously, "Why would you want to do that?" Su Daohei continued nonchalantly, "His mind is a mess. I'll help you discipline him properly." Meanwhile, Zhang Xintai was in a panic. His face turned pale as he looked back and forth between the speaker and his own lord Duan Yuxuan. What nonsense are you spouting? What did I do wrong?" Seeing their expressions, Duan Yuxuan was speechless for a few seconds before unexpectedly breaking into a smile as radiant as the morning sun. "That sounds like a good idea. Duan Yuxuan and Su Daohei stood before the pitiable Zhang Xintai like two cold, merciless phantoms casually conversing. But he'll be a lot of trouble for you. Are you sure about this? It's fine. I specialize in whipping troublesome fools into shape. Zhang Xintai cried out with a long face, my lord? But the farce didn't last long. The arrival of a voice made Zhang Xintai's expression change drastically. Hong Yun came running out of nowhere and appeared before them. My lord, I have bad news. Duan Yuxuan stood before Hong Yun, who was bent over, panting heavily from exhaustion, and asked, what's happened so early in the morning? It's like this. Hong Yun's voice came out in ragged breaths. It's about the task you assigned me. Duan Yuxuan asked, the matter in Anhui I asked you to observe. Hong Yun, still out of breath, gasped, yes, and it also concerns the Nangong family. He paused for a moment before continuing. I heard that the Nangong family has been annihilated. Hearing this, Nangong Chun froze completely. What? Manhua kowtowed respectfully before the blood demon. This subordinate greets you, my lord. The blood demon, who had deep red hair, shot him an icy glare. You didn't come all this way just to spout nonsense, did you? Manhua was terrified. And no, my lord, it's about the Nangong family. He reported respectfully, though his voice trembled with fear. As per your command, the Sword King has been assassinated. Murong Huan has been installed as the new leader of the martial alliance, and the Nangong family is now on the verge of collapse. The blood demon sneered. Ha, then emphasized. On the verge of collapse, not already collapsed? His voice carried a chilling, murderous aura so terrifying that it made Manhua break out in a cold sweat. If you would just give this subordinate a little more time. Before he could finish, he was sent flying by a single blow from the blood demon. Letting out a pained cry, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The blood demon turned and advanced on him, step by step. Didn't I order you to eradicate every last member of the Nangong family? You can't even handle a simple task like this, he continued his slow, menacing approach. Amidst the searing pain, he suddenly realized he could still withstand it. I'm still alive. The blood demon cast a cold, deadly glare at Manhua. This is your last chance. Go and finish off the rest of the Nangong family. As if grasping a life-saving straw at the edge of an abyss, he quickly and obediently replied, as you command. The moment the words left his mouth, he fled in absolute terror. The blood demon stared ahead with a fierce gaze and mused, this time will be different. In the past I reached the pinnacle of power, but I was never hailed as the strongest. He punched the air and laughed maniacally. That will not happen again. The scene changed. Elsewhere, Duan Xiaomi shouted with delight, wow daddy, there are so many big trees. Duan Yuxuan smiled indulgently and replied, yes there are. He noticed Nangong Chun and Su Daohei. What's wrong with you two? The two old men seemed very uncomfortable, sitting stiffly with their arms crossed. Su Daohei glanced at Nangong Chun and cleared his throat. Ahem. Too many people know who I am. I had no choice. Seeing Su Dao's smug look, Nangong Chun could only stare at him helplessly. Duan Xiaomi chattered happily to Duan Yuxuan. Daddy, that's the demon sky soldier mask. He's the only one who can rival the swordsman of Mount Jun, you know. Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan crossed his arms and looked at Nangong Chun with a deadpan expression. Birds of a feather really do flock together. At his words, Nangong Chun was flustered. What's that supposed to mean? He then snatched the mask from Su Daohei. I have to take this off, it's too embarrassing not to be outdone, Su Daohei retorted angrily. What are you doing, you old fool? Weren't you the one who suggested this in the first place? I don't see what's so embarrassing about it. And so the two began to argue. The demon sky soldier sounds so cool, I'm the one who should be ashamed. Zhang Xintai seemed to notice something and turned to report to those inside the carriage. My lord, there's a strange group of people up ahead. He lifted the curtain and looked out to see a group of commoners surrounded by men with swords. A farmer bowed his head in agony, begging the man before him, for heaven's sake, please, just let us go. He turned to Nangong Chun. HMPH, it's your time to shine. Hearing this, Nangong Chun shot to his feet. What did you say? He replied. Doesn't the swordsman of Mount Jun always step in to right injustices? If the swordsman of Mount Jun is here, then the demon sky soldier should make an appearance too. Hearing this, Nangong Chun could only reply, fine, at that. Su Daohei said decisively, there's no need for the swordsman of Mount Jun to get involved. With that he dashed out, sword in hand. He landed with a powerful thud, causing the group before him to warily draw their swords and threaten. Who are you? Su Daohei smirked triumphantly, then swiftly took down the entire group. The farmer was in awe of what he had just witnessed. He bowed joyfully. Thank you, my lord. Su Daohei ignored him and instead pressed his sword against the farmer's neck, which made the man panic. Ha, my lord, what are you? Su Daohei questioned him. I saved your life. You think a simple thank you is going to cut it? Seeing this, Nangong Chun helplessly stepped forward to intervene. What do you think you're doing? How does this make you any different from those bandits? Su Daohei disagreed, retorting, I saved their lives. What's wrong with collecting a little reward? Nangong Chun replied angrily. The demon sky soldier wouldn't do this. Just then the farmer was drawn to Duan Yuxuan. He paid no mind to the two men arguing beside him, or the farmer cowering in fear. He simply walked over, picked up the money pouches and said nonchalantly, quite a haul today. The farmer beside him asked helplessly, My lord, what are you doing? At the same time, Zhang Xintai called out happily from a distance, My lord, haha, I've already tied them all up. He picked up a money pouch and said, Good, keep an eye on them. We can turn them into the authorities for some money. Yes, sir. The farmer stared dumbfounded at the man before him, unable to comprehend. These people are freaks, I need to stay as far away from them as possible. After looting a hefty sum, the group went to eat, all in high spirits. Duan Xiaomi and Zhang Xintai were stuffing their faces, their mouths full of food. The sight left the farmer dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this? It turned out that just moments before, Duan Yuxuan had looked at him and ordered, "Are you also headed to Anhui?" "Perfect, we can travel together. You can provide us with food and lodging as payment for saving you." The farmer looked helplessly at his empty coin purse and cried with a long face. Sob, sob, my hard-earned money. Behind him, the table was a mess of empty plates and cups. Duan Yuxuan sighed. "HMPH, this inn is worse than I expected." Hearing this, the farmer quickly and nervously replied, Next time we'll definitely pick a better place." He nodded. "That's better. What do you know about the situation in Anhui?" The farmer stroked his chin, thinking. "Ah, you mean the attack on the Nangong family? That was a huge shock, but considering the Blood Gang's recent actions, it was somewhat expected. When it comes down to it, it's because the Nangong family failed to do their duty," he pressed. "The Blood Gang," the farmer replied. "They appeared out of nowhere recently, and their origins are still a mystery. Their influence is so great that they managed to control all of Anhui as soon as they showed up, but won't the Martial Alliance deal with them soon?" Zhang Xintai said, bewildered. "There's too little information. The Alliance can't make a move yet, even with the Nangong family's future on the line." The farmer nodded. "Yes, but we'll be in Anhui soon. We can see for ourselves then." He, Duan Yuxuan, wiped his hands after a satisfying meal and replied coolly, "There's no need to see for ourselves. It has nothing to do with me anyway." Duan Yuxuan gently wiped a food smudge from Duan Xiaomi's cheek. "We're just going there for fun. Seeing the sights and eating our fill is good enough for us." With that, he indulgently picked up Duan Xiaomi, whose belly was round and full. Gazing up at the night sky, a thought crossed his mind. "Anhui is just over this mountain. I wonder what it's become after 1,000 years. The next morning the group arrived in Hefei, the capital of Anhui province, which was bustling with people and full of life. The farmer happily bid them farewell. "Well, I'll be taking my leave now," and with that he ran off cheerfully. Su Daohei sighed in disappointment. "What a letdown, and after we were so good to him," he replied. "Don't worry, we'll see him again soon." Su Daohei was surprised. "See him again? Did you divine the future?" With his hands behind his back he gazed into the distance. "Not the future. The wind is whispering to me." Su Daohei looked baffled. He whirled around to face Nangong Chun. "Old man, do you feel the wind?" Nangong Chun chuckled. "The wind? I don't feel a thing." Su Daohei said, "That brat is clearly talking nonsense." Hearing this, Duan Xiaomi puffed up her cheeks, jumped forward and shouted, "It's not nonsense, everything Daddy says is true." Su Daohei replied playfully, Yes, I'm sure it's true for a little girl like you." Xiaomi clenched her fists in anger and retorted, "It's not. Uncle Zhang and Uncle Zan also know what Daddy says is true. If Daddy says someone will die, they die. If Daddy says a dog is a cat, I'll believe him. If Daddy says dog poop is a divine medicine, I'll eat it right away." Su Daohei looked helplessly at the little girl before him. "Dog poop?" He shot a cold look at Xuanwu and Zhang Xintai. "What do you two think? Are you eager to eat some dog poop?" Xuanwu replied helplessly, "If it is the Lord's command," but Zhang Xintai yelled in outrage, "Are you crazy? I'm just kidding. Let's find a place to rest. The sun's about to set, isn't it?" He looked back at the group behind him. "It looks like there's a lot to do. I'm looking forward to tomorrow morning." Just then, Nangong Chun suddenly said, "Then until tomorrow morning, allow me to take care of our food and lodging." Nangong Chun looked at everyone. "I know a good place to stay." When they arrived, Duan Xiaomi's mouth fell open in excitement. "Are we really sleeping here tonight?" Before them was an incredibly grand and magnificent place. Nangong Chun strode forward, leading the group. "This is the #1 inn in Anhui. I have an acquaintance here." Su Daohei crossed his arms and said, "So what, you can't even talk to them?" An attendant greeted them warmly. "Welcome," Nangong Chun asked. "Do you have any rooms for us to rest?" "What kind of room are you looking for, sir?" A private courtyard would be nice." As he spoke, Nangong Chun took out some silver and handed it to the man before him. It left the man dumbfounded. "He gave me 5 taels of silver and said he wants a private courtyard." He trembled at the weight of the silver. Seeing this, Nangong Chun patted his shoulder reassuringly. "I'll take you to the courtyard right away." Hearing this, the people around them began to whisper. A private courtyard costs 1 tael of gold for a single day. How terrifying. They must be showing off their wealth, but aren't those the masks of those heroes that kids like? Those guys must be crazy. Once they arrived, he said hastily, "This humble one will take his leave now." Nangong Chun looked at the group. "You take this room. The Lord should have the best one." "Wow, this inn is amazing." Duan Xiaomi jumped for joy. "I'm going to brag to Jinrong when I get back," Nangong Chun said happily. "I'm glad you like it. This is the Yellow Dragon Inn, famous even in the capital." Just then there was a knock on the door. Nangong Chun answered curiously. A voice followed. "I am the manager of this inn, here to pay my respects." Nangong Chun replied, "Come in. It is my honor to host you. I will do my best to esser." Before he could finish, Nangong Chun said, "Is this how we greet each other?" With that he took off his mask. The manager was stunned. "Just as I suspected. The leader of the Martial Alliance is still alive." Nangong Chun replied, "Don't call me that anymore. It's been a while since I left that position. Remember to keep the fact that I'm alive a secret." The manager bowed his head. "Yes, you can rest assured. Is the reason for your return related to the Nangong family's troubles?" the Sword King. Yes, do you know anything about that matter? That's a long story. Would you mind if I recounted it in detail, my lord? Duan Yuxuan replied coolly. It's fine, speak. The manager began to tell his tale. I understand the story began 2 months ago. By the time he finished, day had broken. So that's how it is? Nangang Chun was lost in thought. The Blood Gang, he pressed on. Is there any way to find their base? This humble one truly does not know. Please forgive me, my lord. Nangang Chun chuckled. No need to apologize. I shouldn't have asked. I've kept you for so long. Go back and rest. The manager bowed happily. Yes, this humble one will take his leave. Please rest as well. Duan Yuxuan stood by silently, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The little girl Duan Xiaomi let out a long yawn and looked at Yuxuan. He looked at Duan Xiaomi with affection and said gently, You only dozed off for a moment and you're already awake? He thought for a moment, then made a decision. All right, everyone, get some rest. I'm taking Xiaomi out for a walk. At the word walk, Duan Xiaomi's eyes lit up and she cried out, Yay! Seeing this, Zhang Xintai immediately said, I'll go with you. Not to be outdone, Xuanwu chimed in. Me too. However, Su Daohei suddenly kicked out, making Zhang Xintai cry out in pain. Su Daohei looked at him and scolded, Where do you think you're going? You stay put. Ha ha, what ha? Kneel down quietly and stop acting pitiful. Zhang Xintai knelt down resentfully. Yes, master. The market was disappointingly quiet. Xuanwu said, It's so quiet. Duan Yuxuan turned to him. There's no lively atmosphere at all. It seems the foundation they've relied on for so long has truly crumbled. Duan Xiaomi looked at the group of people carrying swords and tugged on Yuxuan's sleeve. Daddy, so many people are carrying swords, he replied gently. Hee hee, you'll run into martial artists no matter where you go. You saw plenty in Yueyang, didn't you? Duan Xiaomi clasped her hands nervously. But they weren't this scary. Xuanwu asked, Are they wanderers? He replied, Maybe, maybe not. He continued coolly, With the Nangang family just destroyed, these people are probably here looking for opportunities. Duan Xiaomi was a little confused by his words. Then her eyes lit up when she saw a doll stall. She exclaimed happily, It's a demon sky soldier doll. Grandpa will love this. She hugged the doll tightly in her arms, beaming with excitement. He looked at Duan Xiaomi with a helpless expression. You seem happy. He turned and asked the stall owner, How much is this doll? 3 gold coins, 7 copper coins. Is this the one? Duan Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the end, he couldn't resist the little girl's cuteness and gave in. Thank you for your business. He looked at the stall owner and asked, By the way, do you know where the Nangang family's estate is? The stall owner was taken aback. The Nangang family estate, my lord, what are you going there for? He replied. It's the most famous place in Anhui after all. I wanted to see it. Hearing this, the stall owner warned him in a hushed voice. But are you crazy? Whatever you do, don't go near there. We can't see the Blood Gang, but they could pop up anytime, anywhere. He replied nonchalantly. If there's a problem, I'll take care of it myself. Just tell me where it is. The stall owner replied helplessly, Just follow this main road and you'll get there. But if you value your life, it's best you don't go. A few days ago, a lot of people gathered near there and they all ended up dead. Duan Xiaomi asked with some trepidation, Daddy, are we really going there? Seeing the little girl's uneasy expression, Duan Yuxuan patted her head to reassure her. Don't worry, we won't go. Duan Xiaomi pouted. Really? Yuxuan affirmed. Really, really. Then he took the little girl's hand and walked away. The stall owner behind them didn't forget to shout a reminder, If this is your first time in Anhui, there are plenty of other places to see. Go anywhere else, just not the Nangang estate. He acknowledged the warning and left with Duan Xiaomi. The little girl held her beloved doll, grinning from ear to ear. That night the little girl was deep in a sweet slumber. He gently tucked Duan Xiaomi in, and then Yuxuan strode over to where Nangang Chun and Su Daohei were waiting. Seeing him, Nangang Chun asked, Is she asleep? With his hands behind his back, he replied, She is. With Zhang Xintai and Xuanwu here, she'll be fine. Are you really going? He asked. He replied decisively, Yes, it's time to go to the Nangang family estate. Elsewhere, Nangang Duanhui was fleeing for her life. She glanced back and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness they're not following anymore. Logically, the Martial Alliance should have already sent troops to wipe them out, but I haven't received any news. It seems they're deliberately ignoring it. That means there's a traitor within the Martial Alliance. In that case, running to the Martial Alliance for help would be suicide. I need to find another place, somewhere I can stay alive and plan for the future. Suddenly, she thought of Duan Yuxuan and Duan Xiaomi. That's right, why didn't I think of it sooner? I should go to Yueyang now, one of the Blood Demon's commanders, who was missing a hand, demanded angrily. We've captured the Nangang family members and their patriarch, but you managed to lose Nangang Duanhui, one of his subordinates hastily explained. She's hiding like a rat, so my men can't find a trace of her. The commander thought for a moment. A headache building. Where did you lose her? The subordinate replied. Somewhere between Hubei and Jiangxi. She won't go to the Martial Alliance. She's a smart woman after all. Seeing the alliances in action, she must have realized it's no longer safe there. If that's the case, where would that little rat hide? The commander picked up a large wine jug. Even if she flees to the ends of the earth, she can't escape my grasp. I'll catch her sooner or later, so she's not the problem. The important thing now is to take over Anhui as quickly as possible. How is the task I assigned you going? Hearing this, the subordinate reported proudly, You don't need to worry about that. After the Nangang family fell, many factions have either gone into seclusion or joined us. At this rate, Anhui will be completely in our hands within a few months. The commander didn't seem satisfied and looked rather angry. Months, that's too slow. Who knows what could happen in that time? We need to finish this as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. I understand, the commander continued to drink, then asked, any other news to report from Ennui? It may not seem like a big deal, but there are reports of a strange group appearing in Ennui recently. The commander asked unexpectedly. A strange group, the subordinate tried his best to describe them. They're currently staying at the Yellow Dragon Inn. 2 of them are wearing masks. Masks, yes, the masks of the swordsman of Mount Jun and the demon sky soldier. Hearing this, the commander froze for a moment, then burst into scornful laughter. Haha, just a bunch of clowns then? With that, the commander gave a cunning smile and ordered, go and investigate those fellows. He slammed the wine jug on the table. People who hide their faces are the most suspicious, but just keep an eye on them. Don't let them know they're being watched. Now that the Nangong family has fallen, it would be bad to anger the 10 great sects if anything else goes wrong. The subordinate bowed his head in acceptance. Go and be quick about it, the commander added. It's time to use the Nangong family members in our cells as hostages. Yes, my lord, the subordinate will take his leave. The commander continued to drink, a savage smile on his face. He thought of the blood demon. The annihilation of the Nangong family was his lordship's will. Anyone who dares to stand in his lordship's way will be met with nothing but death. At that moment, Nangong Chun, Su Daohei and Duan Yuxuan had reached their destination. The scenery, the houses, everything had been reduced to a scene of utter ruin and desolation. This is a terrible sight. It seems the enemy was numerous. They not only used sleeping drugs, but the attackers were also highly skilled. He looked at Nangong Chun and asked, the Blood Gang, can either of you think of any other names? Nangong Chun replied, I'm not sure. He mused, this place is even more tragic than I imagined. Suddenly, he seemed to spot something and hurried over to a pile of rubble. Nangong Chun gave a strange, bitter smile. Hey, Su Daohei stroked his chin, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Duan Yuxuan scouted the surroundings, then approached Nangong Chun. We're somewhat fortunate. It seems not everyone was killed. Hearing this, Nangong Chun shot to his feet in utter shock. How did you know? Duan Yuxuan pointed to the ground. There are drag marks here, and looking at the bloodstains, you were right. Su Daohei stood by with his arms crossed, suddenly sensing the sound of many footsteps approaching. He held out a hand. It seems we have company. No sooner had Su Daohei spoken than a group of people in cloaks and red masks appeared on the roof. Their leader questioned them irritably. How did you find this place? Duan Yuxuan looked at them and thought, red masks, is that the emblem of the Blood Gang? Nangong Chun glared at them with murderous eyes. Why don't you explain what you're doing here? Hearing this, they exchanged a look and nodded in understanding. Since you don't want to answer, we'll have to resort to force. With that, they all drew their swords at once, preparing to advance. Su Daohei and Nangong Chun looked at them with a mixture of contempt and provocation. Duan Yuxuan stood to the side, a faint cold smile on his lips. Let me enjoy an interesting fight. Su Daohei replied, this is obviously a one-sided fight, it's sure to be boring. He shook his head. Rather than letting it be one-sided, we should try to make it more interesting. There's no point in killing them, so be sure to leave them alive. Immediately, a chaotic melee erupted between the two sides. Nangong Chun and Su Daohei were fighting a group of strangers. The enemies, numerous as they were, launched an attack on the two men. Suddenly, they spun around, forming whirlwinds. Both Nangong Chun and Su Daohei were surprised, unsure of what they would do next. The shadow step asterisk, they wondered. Just then, one of the men appeared behind them, ready to strike. As he launched his sneak attack, he thought impatiently, dealing with a one-armed man like you should be a piece of cake. After the attack, they smirked and said, what a boring end. Before the words had even left his mouth, a sudden blow sent the man crashing to the ground. His companion behind him was also stunned. Nangong Chun revealed himself. The men who had been gloating and looking down on the Sword King were already on the floor. The remaining enemies were terrified. Before he could even register what had happened, one trembled and thought, what just happened? Nangong Chun held his longsword, a cyan aura surrounding him. He said, I may only have one arm, but it's more than enough to crush insects like you, so you two had better watch out. Su Daohei followed suit, attacking the men and making short work of them. Su Daohei watched Nangong Chun with interest, full of praise for the Sword King. Tisk, tisk, I didn't think the old geezer still had it in him. Though he's lost an arm, he's still a long way from matching me. After it was over, Su Daohei grabbed the mask of their leader. Su Daohei said, the shadow step is the footwork of the Black Sword Society. It vanished long ago. What is your connection to that society? The stranger replied. Do you think we'd tell you? Su Daohei threatened. Oh, it seems you're in a hurry to die. As he was about to finish the man off, Duan Yuxuan walked over and stopped him, saying, wait. With his arms crossed, Duan Yuxuan said, we should at least leave one of them alive. Hearing this, Nangong Chun laughed and replied, does that mean I can't kill them all? Duan Yuxuan said, try it if you've given up on finding your family. Nangong Chun smiled and replied, it seems I have no choice. The fight came to a sudden halt under the enemy's watch. Nangong Chun did not press the attack. He lowered his sword and planted it in the ground. He patted his chest and said, before we continue, allow me to introduce myself. I am an old man from the countryside, known as the Swordsman of Junshan. The men burst out laughing. They thought it was a joke and asked, the Swordsman of Junshan, what is this old man rambling about? The old fool. Nangong Chun replied, this old man's sword is a very violent thing. They were all stunned by his words. Nangong Chun advanced on them and said, it seems I have no choice but to become violent along with it. Su Daohei asked, what's going on now? Suddenly, they leapt up, their appearances becoming more menacing. Duan Yuxuan said, a martial art that strengthens the body, but it's incomplete. Do you think you can win? Nangong Chun answered. I don't know anything about a body-strengthening art. As he turned to speak to Duan Yuxuan, a large, burly man had already rushed in front of him, ready to attack. At that moment Nangong Chun added, but that's a redundant question. Then a loud crash was heard as the massive man struck repeatedly in his direction. Unexpectedly, however, Nangong Chun was no longer there. He had leapt up and was attacking the man from behind. With a single move he tore the man apart like a loaf of bread sliced in two. Nangong Chun then landed, and the other men roared in anger, "Bastard, get him together!" At that moment Nangong Chun took an attack stance. He unleashed several slashes of sword light to both sides, a display of magnificent skill worthy of the Sword King. After he was done he stood firm as his sword spun back into his hand. Nangong Chun said, "Come on, you little mongrels." Then a huge sea blue explosion erupted, sending dust, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. After the massive explosion the men, unable to withstand the attack, fell to the ground, gasping in pain. They thought, just where did these strange people come from? Just then their eyes shot open in shock. He couldn't move. The man asked in pain, Who are you?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "I have many things to ask you." Then, unable to bear it any longer, they passed out as a voice said, "Now you just rest for a while." With a piercing scream, the ground was stained with blood and a few fallen teeth. The man, his face swollen and eyes squinted from the beating, remained stubborn. Kill me." Su Daohei laughed. "Why would I kill you? You won't be dying until that bastard gives up the location of your headquarters," the man said through his pain. You think I'll talk?" Duan Yuxuan, standing to the side, said, "HMPH? Is this all the demonic sky army is capable of? How disappointing." Hearing this, Su Daohei said angrily, "If you're not going to help, then get out of my way." Fury flashed in Su Dao's eyes and killing intent radiated from him. He pinched the man's mouth and said, "All right, now you're going to suffer." Su Daohei threatened him menacingly. "Let's see if you can keep your mouth shut after you lose a few more fingers and toes." The next morning, Duan Yuxuan's group went to investigate. They saw footprints on the ground and a recently extinguished campfire. Nangong Chun said, "Did that guy give up this location?" Duan Yuxuan remained silent and continued forward. As he walked, he observed and analyzed. Even though it's just a small mountain, this is still a frequently used path. To dare use this place as their headquarters, what a bunch of arrogant fools. Nangong Chun looked at Duan Yuxuan and said, "This place doesn't look like they've stayed here at all. It seems that guy tricked us." Duan Yuxuan replied, "No, we can't see them because of an illusion art." Nangong Chun asked in surprise. "An illusion art?" Duan Yuxuan said. "Didn't you mention some kind of body-strengthening art earlier? And now an illusion art? First, let me ask you a question." Duan Yuxuan said, "Have you ever seen illusion arts or talismans?" Nangong Chun replied, "This is the first I've ever heard of them." Su Daohei agreed, "Me too." Su Daohei asked curiously, "Aren't talismans just for exorcising ghosts and demons?" Duan Yuxuan explained, "Illusion arts are a type of martial art that disturbs the mind. When combined with talisman arts, they can create zombies or summon demons. That's why in the past they were considered dangerous arts that had to be eradicated by the world." Su Daohei asked in shock. "Eradicated," Nangong Chun replied. "Besides these, are there any other martial arts?" Duan Yuxuan answered. "There are also those who use Qigong." He asked curiously, "What is that?" Duan Yuxuan explained, "It's a martial art that allows one to release their internal energy without any weapon. Many have tried it in the past, but to this day no one has mastered this ultimate skill. It's only considered common knowledge." Su Daohei said in amazed disbelief, "You seem to know a lot about these things." Nangong Chun laughed. "So you're saying we don't even know this common knowledge?" Duan Yuxuan replied. "There was a time when all this was just common knowledge," he urged them on. "Let's keep moving. We've spent too much time on idle chat." Duan Yuxuan said, "Let me think, it should be right around here." He suddenly drew his sword and slashed at something. Instantly an invisible wall cracked open, to the astonishment of Nangong Chun and Su Daohei. Behind the wall was a group of people. Duan Yuxuan scanned the area and warned, "There are quite a few of them." Nangong Chun blurted out in disbelief, "Duan Yuxuan, are you some kind of monster?" Su Daohei analyzed. "With abilities like these, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a martial god, would it? Is this really something a human can do?" Duan Yuxuan then stepped forward. He observed for a moment and said, "It seems the people of the Nangong family are inside." Nangong Chun remained silent upon hearing this. Su Daohei, however, laughed. He drew his sword and said, "Then let's take care of this place." A huge noise shook the entire forest. The men inside were startled, not knowing what had happened. One of them shouted, "What's going on all of a sudden? Has the illusion barrier been broken?" They ran over, saying frantically, "Go check on the situation." "Yes, sir." Footsteps pounded as chaos erupted. They went to check the barrier and were shocked to find it shattered. They exclaimed in surprise, "Did they just force their way through with martial arts?" They said to the others, "What are you standing around for? Seize them." They drew their swords and bellowed, "A bunch of cowards." Nangong Chun's eyes widened, his entire body emanating killing intent. They felt a terrifying power and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Nangong Chun strode forward, radiating intense killing intent. Overwhelmed by Nangong Chun's aura, the man tensed up, his body trembling and his teeth clenched. As Nangong Chun walked past him, his body went rigid. He couldn't move, nor could he fight back. He couldn't utter a single word as Nangong Chun passed him by. He asked, "Just how tired of living are you to dare provoke the Nangong family?" Su Daohei crossed his arms and laughed. "That's right, a bunch of ants." Hearing this, the man felt his own spirit crushed. Cold sweat dripped down his back. He lowered his head before finally drawing his sword and saying, I don't care who you are, but you clearly don't value your own lives. Su Daohei pointed at him and laughed. Ridiculous, you fools can't even assess the situation. The man glared at him and took an attack stance. Not one to be outdone, Su Daohei drew his sword to meet him. Meanwhile, Nangong-chan had already gone inside. It seems the Nangong family members are inside. What does he plan to do? Of course he would enter the cave himself. As he walked into the cave, he touched the walls. He raised his hand and looked at it, thinking, are the children being held in a place like this? For those with injuries, this is the worst kind of prison. I tried to remain calm, but the sight before me. Suddenly an attack from behind interrupted his thoughts. The man tried to kick Nangong-chan, but his leg was severed in an instant. He screamed in pain, alerting the others, a group of hideous monsters who were now heading toward Nangong-chan. He thought, I don't know what this body-strengthening art is, but they don't even look human anymore. Nangong-chan held his longsword, watching them and readying himself for an attack. They ran toward him, raising their hands to strike. Nangong-chan, longsword in hand, said, you will pay for what you have done. He then leaped up, and a long streak of light like a rocket flew past. Wherever it went, enemies fell. Soon they were all struck down. Nangong-chan turned his head and glared at them furiously. I won't spare a single one of you. He then charged forward to attack again. Meanwhile, in another area, Su Daohei was stepping on their heads. He stomped on their faces one by one, pushing them down. Su Daohei said, this body-strengthening art or whatever, is this pathetic level of skill even worth using such a dark art for? He then continued to attack them with his sword, cutting them down effortlessly. They fell before him in droves. Wherever he went, they collapsed. At that moment, one of their comrades was hiding on the other side, furious. He rushed out and shouted, who the hell are you? Why are you getting in our way? He thought. That Lord granted us power enough to defeat even the Nangong family. Who are these people? How is this possible? I can't fail. I have to think of something. At that moment, Duan Yuxuan was standing under a tree, simply watching in silence. The man looked at Duan Yuxuan and thought, that's right, if I don't have enough men, I'll just take that guy hostage. He ordered, seize that man for me. They obeyed. Yes, sir. They then rushed to capture Duan Yuxuan. The man said smugly, it's your own fault for standing there like a log. They leapt up to attack, intending to take him hostage. Seeing this, Su Daohei felt pity for them and said, tisk, tisk, are you serious? Seeing that he was about to be surrounded, Duan Yuxuan said with confident amusement, you're quite clever, aren't you? He praised them. One moment they were smug, and next they saw their men already in pieces, a gruesome sight of severed limbs. The man said in shock, what? Cold sweat began to form as he stared in disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible, he thought, trembling. I obtained the power I'd always dreamed of and was about to grasp everything, but I never imagined it would all crumble in the blink of an eye. I can't accept this. Su Daohei wasn't too surprised by the scene. He had expected such an outcome. Duan Yuxuan, however, had his eyes half closed with a bored expression. This wasn't enough to excite him. Then they saw another taller man. They said, that one has really gone mad. This is a side effect of the body-strengthening art. Well, now there's no point in capturing him for questioning. Duan Yuxuan said, then let's end this. The man charged at him wildly. He leapt into the air, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the force of his jump. Duan Yuxuan rushed toward the madman, who raised his hands to attack him. No, he intended to crush Duan Yuxuan with both hands. Seeing this, Duan Yuxuan struck his jaw with an uppercut using a single hand. He sent the man's head flying with just one punch. Su Daohei, who witnessed it, broke out in a cold sweat. Truly astounding. Duan Yuxuan's eyes were sharp, devoid of any warmth, cold and merciless. While chaos reigned outside, the members of the Nangong family were being held captive inside. Suddenly, Nangong Duanwi's father sensed something. A powerful technique was approaching. As everyone lay there dispirited, a figure appeared, calling out to a young man. The loud noises grew closer. The guards didn't know what was happening, asking in confusion, what's going on? He asked Nangong Duanwi's father. Have reinforcements finally arrived? He said. The sound is strange. Don't let your guard down. The soldiers heard screams for help and ran to check on the situation. Just then, Nangong-chan arrived, striking them down one by one. Nangong Duanwi's father asked in shock, what is happening? He saw a glimmer of hope. Nangong-chan, he said, heavens, you should have at least left one alive. He recognized something. Could that voice be, Father? A commotion arose among the prisoners. What? The Sword King is still alive. That appearance and way of speaking. Is it really the Sword King? Nangong-chan raised his sword and warned, step back. Not understanding what he was about to do, they let out a confused ha and moved back. At that moment, Nangong-chan swung his sword twice, and all the wooden bars fell with a crash. The Sword King's power was truly terrifying. Nangong Duanwi's father ran over, shouting, Father? Nangong-chan remained silent. He continued to call out, Father, do you know how long your son has searched for you in despair all these years? He was shocked to see that his father's other arm was missing. He trembled with anger and asked, Father, your arm? Who did this? Nangong-chan pushed his hand away. I am not your father, just an old man who calls himself the swordsman of Junshan. Nangong Duanwi's father said in astonishment, Father, what are you? Another subordinate also stepped forward and bowed to Nangong-chan. I am Elder Nangong-jung. Don't you recognize us? Nangong-chan continued to deny it. I've already said it. I am the swordsman of Junshan, just an old man from the countryside. I only came here to save you by chance. The two then looked at each other in confusion. They thought, Father, you devoted your entire life to the Nangong family, yet now you pretend not to know us? Is it because you've grown disillusioned by the Nangong family's decline, or is it you wish to retire from the martial world this way? As he thought this, he continued to call out, "Father, are you planning to just leave and abandon us all?" He then knelt down. Nangong Chun was surprised and turned back around. Nangong Duanwi's father knelt, bowing his head in a plea. "I beg you not to leave. Please stay with us, the family needs the Sword King." Everyone looked at him with hopeful eyes. He sighed. Nangong Chun replied, "Stand up. If the Sword King were here, he would scold you relentlessly. You have all managed well these years, and that is enough to satisfy the Sword King. If it's broken, fix it. If it can't be fixed, build a new one. If you work hard, something like this won't happen again." Nangong Duanwi's father remained kneeling, refusing to get up, he said, but the Nangong family. He then looked at the masked Nangong Chun, imagining that his father was smiling at him, and thought, "This is probably what the Sword King would want to see." He looked at Nangong Chun with resignation and said, "Yes, we understand." They then picked up their swords, tied up their hair, and regained their resolve. Nangong Duanwi's father said, "Elder, let's break out and find a place to hide. I will do my best to uncover the mastermind." Over on the other side, Su Daohei was searching for something. He said in frustration, "These guys are good at hiding. I've been searching forever and haven't found anything of value. If you hadn't killed their leader, things wouldn't be this complicated." Duan Yuxuan laughed. "If you had handled things cleanly, how would they have found their way to us here?" Su Daohei, still searching helplessly, said, "At this rate we won't be able to find the mastermind, will we?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "That seems to be the case." Suddenly Duan Yuxuan noticed someone approaching. It was Nangong Chun. "Sorry to keep you all waiting." Su Daohei walked up to him and said, "Old man, did you have a happy reunion?" He replied, "I just went to say my goodbyes." Su Daohei said, "You look relieved. I take it you said everything you wanted to say." Duan Yuxuan crossed his arms and said, "Then I suppose our business here is concluded." Nangong Chun had a request. "Lord, forgive my impertinence, but could we go to one more place?" Duan Yuxuan asked. "Where?" He answered. "Henan. No matter what, I need to go to Henan to see that Murong Huan." Meanwhile another person walked into the cave. He surveyed the scene. The sword marks are clean. 2 outside, 1 inside, a total of 3 intruders. To think they could so easily defeat my men who used the body-strengthening art and even rescue the prisoners from the Nangong family. Is their strength comparable to the 10 great masters? No, perhaps. The intruder was the Sword King. So the Sword King has been alive all this time and he even has help? He crushed something in his hand in a fit of rage, then turned to leave. He snapped his fingers and other subordinates appeared from the shadows. He commanded, "Suspicious individuals have broken in. Find them and bring them to me. I will make sure they die without a burial place." At that moment in an inn a man raised his hand to order more. "Waiter, 2 more plates of buns." Just as he called out, others also raised their hands to order more. "Us too will have 3 plates. The owner came out and looked on, thinking with some surprise, "Asterisk, a lot of people are ordering buns today." Suddenly a voice of praise caught the owner's attention. "My, the little one can really eat. Just watching her makes me hungry." It turned out that in the distance, Duan Sume was eating buns non-stop with her hands, devouring them as if she'd never get full. The owner walked over to Duan Sume, surprising her as she ate. "So it's because of this little girl?" Seeing him approach, Duan Sume greeted him happily. "Ah, you're here." The owner was also happy and asked the little girl before him, "I am. Are the buns that delicious?" Duan Sume looked at the fragrant buns in front of her and replied cheerfully, "Yes." Seeing the little girl so much happier than before, the owner thought with relief, "She was so down just a moment ago, but she's much more cheerful now." Just a while ago, Duan Sume had been sobbing sadly. Daddy and Grandpa left Duan Sume behind. The owner had come over to comfort her, soothing the little girl. "Don't be sad, they'll be back soon. You were sleeping so soundly, they just didn't have the heart to wake you." Duan Sume still hadn't shaken off her sadness and continued, "Did everyone think Duan Sume was a bother, so they left me behind?" Knowing that words wouldn't console her, the owner offered her something to eat. "Do you like buns?" As soon as she heard the word food, Duan Sume's eyes lit up. Buns? The owner watched her eat so heartily and thought happily, so that's what it was. Duan Sume ate 1 bun after another, exclaiming excitedly, "The buns here are 100 times tastier than the ones in Ankong." Seeing her eat so happily, the owner felt his own mouth water and replied, "Oh, 100 times, thank you for the high praise, little one." As the two were chatting happily, someone suddenly caused a disturbance, smashing things and shouting, "Seriously, what's all the noise? You have time to play with that little brat. Then why aren't you letting us in? All the tables are full and we're still standing here. What do you take us for?" They saw Ma Zhongkong sitting motionlessly to the side, not daring to do anything, which frightened them. "What's going on? Wait, isn't that Ma Zhongkong? Look at that sword. That's him, all right." The owner, in a difficult position, could only say to the men, "My apologies, esteemed sirs, but this child is the daughter of a distinguished guest. Her situation is different from yours." The men ignored the owner's explanation and shouted, "What's that supposed to mean? What do you take us for? How dare you treat us like ants?" But when Ma Zhongkong spoke with chilling, killing intent, the man was forced to shut his mouth. "Quiet. No more trouble." Seeing Ma Zhongkong stand up, emanating a murderous aura, the man immediately trembled with fear and lowered his head. "This subordinate pleads guilty." He walked over and stood directly in front of Duan Sume, who stared at him in surprise. Just as Ma Zhongkong was about to reach out, the owner stepped forward worriedly to stop him. "Wait." But he simply pointed and said, "You've got something on your face, little one." Hearing this, Duan Sume broke into a happy smile right in front of him. Oh, you're right, thank you. The owner watched the scene, completely in disbelief. How could it be that the great Ma Zhongkang has a soft spot for children? Ma Zhongkang lowered his guard and introduced himself to Duan Sume. My name is Ma Zhongkang. Are the buns delicious? Duan Sume, completely unguarded, replied cheerfully. Ah, my name is Duan Sume. The buns here are really delicious, but then Ma Zhongkang said something cryptic that Duan Sume couldn't understand at all. I see. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open, startling the owner. It was Yu Zan and his group returning. This atmosphere feels off. What happened? Seeing her father, Duan Sume happily ran to his side. Eddie, the owner also stepped forward and said worriedly, it was nothing serious. More importantly, have you finished your business? Nangang Chun stepped forward and answered for Yu Zan. Haha, it's all done thanks to you. Someone will be delivering a few things to this inn, will be troubling you. The owner, trusted with the task, replied, yes, leave it to me. Yu Zan said nothing, simply holding the little girl as he left, leaving Ma Zhongkang and his man to look at each other in surprise. Any idea who those people were? Ma Zhongkang just watched coldly as the father and daughter departed. Who knows, I've never seen them before. After returning to their quarters, Yu Zan learned the man's identity. Ma Zhongkang is the fellow carrying the giant sword. Zan Wu confirmed it for him. That's right, he must be the Wolf King. Yu Zan found this amusing. The Wolf King, an interesting title. Are they the ones following in the footsteps of the Black Society? Zan Wu explained further to Yu Zan. I don't think so. He's said to be a righteous man in Lanyang, but for someone like him to come here is truly suspicious. After hearing this, Yu Zan lost interest. It doesn't matter as long as they don't get in our way. Besides, I've done what I came to do. Let's prepare to leave. Receiving the order, Zan Wu quickly responded, yes, Lord. With nothing else to attend to, Yu Zan went out alone to gaze at the moon in contemplation. Ever since the families who practiced evil arts were purged, those arts have long since been lost, and their existence is known to almost no one. They should have vanished, but why have they reappeared now? Who has recreated them? Though my mind is still filled with troubles, I find this rather interesting. The connection between myself and the martial world, which I thought was severed, has once again grown stronger. Finally, after a few minutes of thought, he made his decision. Let's go to Hunan. The next morning everyone set off for Hunan. Zhang Xintai, receiving the sudden order, asked in confusion, hey, why are we suddenly turning around and going to Hunan? I want to go home. Zan Wu ignored him and answered coldly, it is the Lord's command, we have no choice. As the group traveled, Zan Wu seemed to notice something and thought with a hint of vigilance, that's Ma Zhongkang. Upon seeing the man, Zhang Xintai angrily demanded, why are you blocking the road? Are you trying to get hit by the carriage? Ma Zhongkang spoke to the two with killing intent. I was going to let you pass, but I've changed my mind, not willing to back down. Zan Wu warned, you'd best change your mind again. Ma Zhongkang sneered fearlessly, you don't even know my purpose. What are you trying to talk me out of? I just have something to ask. Put down your sword. Still wary, Zan Wu drew his sword and said, something to ask? Ma Zhongkang's tone grew heavier as he asked the group, do you know anything about the 20 ghosts? After a long journey, the group stopped to rest and replenish their energy for the road ahead, having eaten something delicious. Duan Sume smiled happily and said, hee, that was so good. Seeing her so happy, Ma Zhongkang praised her, what a lovely child. I have a daughter around her age too. Please forgive my rudeness back at the inn. Yu Zan, not wanting to dwell on it, said, don't worry about it. Now tell me more about the bodies of those nomads turning into zombies. Entrusted with the task, Ma Zhongkang immediately began his story. Those who died are known by the name of the 20 ghosts. Hearing the group's name, Yu Zan found it strange. The 20 ghosts, Ma Zhongkang explained. They are people who often wear bizarre clothing and ghost masks. Hearing this, the two realized they had been mistaken for them. It seems we were mistaken for them. We do wear some strange masks ourselves. Ma Zhongkang, realizing his mistake, said, but speaking with you directly like this, I'm certain you are completely different from them. Cleared of suspicion, Yu Zan said, well, thank you for that. After listening to the tale, Yu Zan grew thoughtful. Bodies turning into zombies, is this the devil-devouring art again? Zhang Xintai went to inspect and was also puzzled. Does a technique that can turn people into zombies really exist? Yu Zan confirmed it while stroking his daughter's head. That's right, it is also a type of evil art. The masked man was surprised to hear this and exclaimed, an evil art, but we in the demonic cult have never had such an art. Yu Zan was also a bit surprised. I see. So you don't know anything either? But he understood, as it was something from long ago. In any case, it did exist in the past. Yu Zan continued to explain, it is an evil art that can devour an opponent's internal energy. A strange martial art belonging to the Black Wind Divine Demon. He died after battling the Sky Demon for 3 days and 3 nights. The man in the mask had his own thoughts after hearing this. To be able to fight one of the 3 absolutes for 3 days and 3 nights? I've never heard this story before, Nangang Chun added. The Black Wind Divine Demon, it's astonishing that such a figure once existed. But the strangest thing now is the recent continuous appearance of countless mysterious martial arts. Yu Zan looked at Ma Zhongkang and said, it seems you know nothing about the 20 ghosts. We'll be on our way then. Thank you for your time. Holding Duan Sume, Yu Zan bid Ma Zhongkang farewell. After Ma Zhongkang left, Yu Zan also made a decision and said to Duan Sume, I have somewhere I need to go. Not wanting him to leave, Duan Sume pulled on him to stay. Where are you going again? Where's Daddy going? Can't you tell me? Yu Zan comforted his daughter. You must stay with Uncle Zhang Xintai and Uncle Zan Wu. If you want anything to eat, just ask them to buy it. Daddy will be back soon, so don't be too sad. Though reluctant, Sume could only say goodbye. Okay, then you have to come back quickly, Daddy. Yuzan promised his daughter. Alright, it won't take long. Holding Sume, Nangang-chan also asked Yuzan, where do you plan to go? But Yuzan only gave a strange reply. I just want to confirm something. The two could only bid him farewell. What could it be? Have a safe trip. Elsewhere, Ma Zhongkang was struggling to escape his pursuers. Damn it, I've been searching for so long and found nothing. Now they've gathered to hunt me down, and all the men I brought with me have turned into zombies. They are definitely from the 12 ghosts, but our martial arts are useless against them. How are we supposed to defeat them? Unexpectedly, while Ma Zhongkang was distracted, an attack struck him, causing him to fall without even a cry of pain. Lying in agony, he shouted, "What in the world are you things?" Then something else unexpected happened. A sword flew through the air, felling one of the creatures with a single strike, but Ma Zhongkang remained on guard. It was Yuzan who had arrived just in time to save him. From the feel of it, when I cut down the first one, they aren't human, he said. I was wondering how strong they were, but they're just walking corpses. Ma Zhongkang, still not knowing who it was, asked warily. Who are you? Yuzan advised him. If you can't move, then just lie still. I'll take care of them. Looking at the creatures writhing on the ground, Yuzan said contemptuously, a corpse that can use the devil-devouring art. I don't know who's behind this, but they're quite something. Still in disbelief, Ma Zhongkang shouted, a corpse that can use the devil-devouring art? What do you mean? Just then, Yuzan was suddenly hit by a flurry of attacks from one of the creatures, and was then surrounded. Seeing the dire situation, Ma Zhongkang thought, he'll die if they keep swarming him like that. No, I have to help him break free, but that was not the case. At that moment, Yuzan erupted with power and fought back. Not bad then, with just a fraction of his strength he soared into the air and defeated them all. Watching him, so powerful in the air, Ma Zhongkang exclaimed in amazement, didn't he just get hit? How did he do that? Not wanting to delay, Yuzan dispatched them all with a single casual move. A subordinate standing on a tree jumped down to engage Yuzan but was powerless. Seeing this, another subordinate turned to flee, thinking, who is that guy? How can he defeat the vicious 12 ghosts? I have to report this immediately. But Yuzan had already noticed and gave chase. Are you in such a hurry to run? You're the one who was giving those corpses orders, aren't you? After defeating the 20 ghosts, Yuzan effortlessly subdued their commander as well. Before the leader could escape, he was struck by a fatal blow from Yuzan and collapsed to the ground. He looked down coldly at the man before him. Tell me who your master is while I'm still willing to talk, or I'll make you suffer unimaginable pain. Don't even think about escaping. He glared at him with sharp eyes. Yuzan looked down from his superior position, his aura overwhelming, and interrogated the man struggling on the ground. The body-strengthening art, the devil-devouring art, and the corpse-refining art, all of them are evil arts unheard of in this era. Who are you people? The man trembled with fear, shrinking back weakly. He stammered, I don't know anything, but Yuzan's eyes had clearly seen through the truth. He glanced at the man's weapon, and in an instant he made his judgment. A shaman. The leader of the 20 ghosts was horrified to hear the word shaman. And faced with the powerful enemy before him, he grew deeply worried. Damn it, that's the one piece of information I wanted to hide most. At this point, I have no choice but to go all in. He reached for his weapon and threw it at Yuzan, hoping to create a distraction, then fled with all his might. If I can't beat him, I'll just have to run. I can settle the score with them later. He naively thought he could escape, that he could get away from this enemy of immense power. He was stunned by a fatal attack that came without warning, one that no one could have anticipated. My body, it won't move. And with that, he was utterly defeated. Ma Zhongkang, who had witnessed the scene from the side, was also in shock. He mulled over the incredible events that had just transpired. I can't believe it. To think he didn't even touch the man's body, yet this was the outcome. He looked up at him with reverence. There are truly heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. Yuzan wrung out his clothes by the lake, trying to rid them of the smell of blood. He gazed at the lake's surface as a memory flashed through his mind, making him feel as if he had returned to the past. He then quickly and neatly put his clothes back on. I've killed them all. None of them would talk, so I didn't get any more information, he thought to himself with his hands behind his back. One of those men must have been a shaman. Sorcery, the body-strengthening art, the devil-devouring art, the corpse-refining art, if you consider them all together, could they really be the descendants of the blood demon? It doesn't matter who they are. If a shaman is involved, then I should be able to get answers at the Martial Arts Alliance. Did I come here just to relax, only to get myself into more trouble? He let out a faint smile. Suddenly a voice called out from somewhere, My lord, you're here. He looked up. Who are you, my lord? My name is Ma Zhongkang. He spoke with a sincere and slightly reverent tone, then knelt submissively before Yuzan. Please allow this subordinate to follow you, my lord. He sighed. Follow me? Are you serious? He affirmed with conviction. Yes, I have been searching for a master worthy of my lifelong loyalty. Our meeting must be the work of the gods, allowing me to follow you, my lord. He watched him decisively, contemplating. He looks strong enough, but his skill is about on par with Zhang Xintai's. I have no reason to bring two Zhang Xintai with me. Then he turned away coldly. No, this greatly confused Ma Zhongkang. He didn't give up, shouting after him desperately, My lord, wait, you said you were going to Hunan, right? He replied yes. In an excited tone he said happily, In that case, please just allow this subordinate to accompany you to Hunan. I will prove to you that I can be useful. His persuasive reasoning caught Duan Yuzhan's attention. He thought for a moment before replying, "Fine, but only to Hunan. Once we're there, if I find you useless, you must leave," he answered quickly and excitedly. "Yes," he looked at him with a mix of resignation and annoyance. "It would be a pain if he started clinging to me like Zhang Xintai." "Oh well," he followed happily behind him, affirming decisively, "A promise is a promise. I will keep my word," he sighed in resignation and looked at him. "Show me the fastest way to Hunan." "This way, my lord. Once we cross this mountain range, we can head straight for Hunan." "Understood." And so a night passed and a new morning dawned, filled with the songs of birds and clear skies. Nangang Chun looked at Su Daohei and asked in confusion, "Why on earth did the Lord leave?" Su Daohei replied, "No idea, he's always so secretive, never willing to share what's on his mind." Nangang Chun mused, "Come to think of it, if he was willing to leave Duan Sume behind, it must be for something very important." Su Daohei retorted irritably, "Are you a fool, old man? He went alone, obviously because he was afraid Duan Sume would be in danger." Not to be outdone, Nangang Chun shot back, "Did you even understand me? That's exactly what I meant. It's because he ran into something dangerous," and so the two began to bicker. "What are you calling me stupid, old man? I never said that, but it's good that you realize it yourself." Their bickering made Zhang Xintai and Zan Wu, who were standing by, look on with weary annoyance. Suddenly, Su Daohei looked toward Xintai. "You old men are always beating around the bush. This is why you righteous folks live such miserable lives. Xintai, you agree, don't you?" Xintai jumped, startled, of course. He stammered fearfully, "Those righteous types are so annoying." Then he let out a dry laugh, terrified that saying the wrong thing would earn him a beating like the one he got on their first day. Zan Wu could only cast a sympathetic glance at the man beside him. Nangang Chun sighed provocatively. "What? The demonic cult is full of a bunch of brainless thugs who always act recklessly. No wonder they've been so reviled for so long." In the end, Zhang Xintai, the only one who had been outside the argument, couldn't escape the mess. Nangang Chun glanced at him. "Zan Wu, you agree, don't you?" He let out a confused "Ha, of course. Everyone knows the demonic cult is full of idiots. Ha ha." Su Daohei looked at Zan Wu, displeased. "Aren't you from an unorthodox faction? By rights shouldn't you be siding with the demonic cult? How dare you switch sides?" Zan Wu jumped up. "What does an unorthodox faction have to do with the demonic cult?" Su Daohei pointed at him. "What are you talking about? This is why the unorthodox factions are all a bunch of troublemakers. Duan Sume is good to them, but one day she'll get stabbed in the back." Nangang Chun nodded. "You've got a point there." And just like that, the two made up and united against Zan Wu. The unorthodox factions only exist thanks to the demonic cult and the righteous faction. "Ha, it's been a while since we've agreed on something." He agreed. Zan Wu stood by, trembling with rage, but was helpless. "You old fool!" Suddenly a clear voice rang out. "Everybody stop fighting!" Duan Sume stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Su Daohei and Nangang Chun. "You two uncles as well, or I'll tell Daddy." The two old men were a little embarrassed in front of Duan Sume. All right, we're sorry, Duan Sume." The little girl turned to look at Zan Wu. "Uncle Zan Wu, you stop fighting too." He cleared his throat with a harumph. The little girl said cheerfully, "Okay, let's all prepare dinner together." Zan Wu looked at the little girl, exasperated. "All right." Meanwhile, in Hunan, Nangang Duanhui panted, crying out in frustration, Why aren't they here at a time like this?" She stood there helplessly, having arrived only to find Duan Yuzhan and Duan Sume gone. "After all the trouble I went through to get here, how can no one be home? Oh, this won't do." A wave of hunger washed over her, making it impossible to think of anything else. Nangang Duanhui shouldered her fishing rod. "First, I need to fill my stomach." At that moment, Nangang Chun and Su Daohei were chatting over food and drinks. Su Daohei complained, "He's certainly late." Nangang Chun was a little worried. "Do you think he got lost?" Hearing this, Su Daohei immediately retorted, "Impossible. How could a man who can fly directly here get lost?" A whisper came from a nearby table. "I heard that Lord Jian Shi is now trapped in Zhao Luo." Hearing this, Su Daohei grew genuinely curious. "What on earth is that Jian Shi fellow up to? His reputation is even worse than mine now." Nangang Chun replied, "Who knows, but rumors are just rumors after all." Though he said this, Nangang Chun couldn't help but ponder inwardly. With rumors spreading like this, what is the Murong family doing? I can't believe he's using the power of the martial arts alliance just to serve his own family. A lovely voice interrupted his thoughts. "I'm back, uncles." Duan Sume was perched playfully on Xintai's shoulders, waving a candy in her hand as she greeted the two. The little girl ran into Nangang Chun's open arms and he welcomed her happily. You're back?" Nangang Chun asked Zan Wu about the situation outside. "Nothing special. It's quiet as always. Doesn't seem like anyone is plotting anything." "I see. What do you plan to do now?" "Well, first we have to wait for Lord Duan to return before we can decide." Zan Wu nodded. "True." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Zhang Xintai." The door was kicked open and the shout came again. "You bastard!" A group of strangers appeared, spewing insults. "Fancy meeting you here. This must be your unlucky day." Su Daohei watched the group before him with his arms crossed. "Who are these guys?" Zhang Xintai replied. "Well, I do have quite a few enemies with deep grudges against me." Beside him, Nangang Chun just chuckled with interest while Duan Sume grew very worried. Where did Uncle Zan Wu go? Seeing this, Nangong Chun comforted Duan Sume. Don't worry, he'll be fine. However, his words didn't seem to calm her fears. But it looks dangerous, Uncle Zan Wu. Just as Nangong Chun turned to carry Duan Sume aside, the little girl had already nimbly jumped out of his arms. Let's wait outside. On the other side, the leader of the aggressive group was losing his temper. Come on out, we're settling all scores today. Before he could finish, the little girl had already blocked Zan Wu's path. You're not allowed to hurt my uncle. The leader was taken aback. What, you little brat, do you even know who you're protecting? It seemed it wasn't just the other party who was surprised. Zan Wu was also a bit taken aback. The little girl said loudly with confidence and bravery, It doesn't matter if I know or not, Uncle Zan Wu is Uncle Zan Wu. The leader was furious and roared, You little brat. He then drew his weapon. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by a fatal blow from the front and thrown backward. A cold voice came from behind him. You dare shout at my daughter? Duan Yu Zan's sudden appearance stunned everyone. Duan Sume cried out in surprise. Daddy! Duan Yu Zan walked forward, a chilling, killing intent emanating from him. The noisy scene had drawn a crowd and whispers began to spread. Zhang Xintai is just walking around in broad daylight. Isn't the Martial Arts Alliance going to do anything? If he doesn't cause a public confrontation, the Martial Arts Alliance won't bother with an unorthodox martial artist. But isn't he already dead? I heard that too. There were rumors he was seen in Hunan, but I never thought he was actually alive. Duan Yu Zan glanced at the crowd. Quite a gathering. Zhang Xintai felt a pang of guilt and lowered his head. It's my fault. Duan Yu Zan looked at him. It's fine. Life needs a little excitement to be interesting. But never mind that. What's your plan now? Everyone's attention is on Hunan just as you intended. Nangong Chun answered. I want to verify the truth of these rumors, but from what I've heard, this matter is likely not simple. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I've heard enough to be fairly certain. That's why I need to get inside the Martial Arts Alliance. Duan Yu Zan crossed his arms and looked at him. Is that feasible? Nangong Chun replied. There is a secret passage in the Alliance's main hall, known only to the past leaders of the Martial Arts Alliance. I see, but to get there we'll have to deal with these guys outside first. Hearing this, Ma Zhongkong patted his chest confidently and said, Leave it to me. Beside him, Zan Wu immediately said, No, I'll do it. Duan Yu Zan scanned the group, then made his assessment. HMPH, he looked at Xintai. This one is dumber than I thought. Then he glanced at Zan Wu. This one is somewhat useful. Finally, he looked at Ma Zhongkong. This one is useless but somewhat reliable. He made his final decision. All of you go, let's see if you've improved at all. As you command, Lord, it won't take much of your time. And so the two left quickly, leaving only Xintai behind. He stared at him. He had a look of displeasure on his face. I have to go too. Dao Hatch, standing beside him, looked annoyed. Haven't you learned anything from me? Give it a try. Come on, if I make a move he'll die. A warrior must live and die by their sword, so why are you so afraid of death? Tam Tai scratched his head and gave a foolish laugh. But my only duty is to be the estate master's chef. As soon as he finished speaking, he was given a beating. In the end, he still had to swagger out, though he was incredibly dissatisfied. Nam Kung Zan looked down with King Ling Mujiang Kang standing there. Few dared to make a reckless move. Look, all the former Ronin had already left. Don Yu Huyan replied, Understood, but what about the others? Nam Kung Zan answered. Then we'll have to see how formidable the remaining ones are. Don to Mi, curious, came to the door to watch. Amidst the tension, a shout suddenly rang out. How dare you cause a scene here? Tuyen Vu and his opponent both froze. They couldn't help but be curious about the voice. A monk approached and warned, Have you forgotten that this is the territory of the Martial Arts Alliance? The monk's face was stern as he looked at them. The other man quickly made an excuse, claiming that Tuyen Vu was a warrior from an unorthodox faction. There are many people here who have a grudge against him, so on behalf of everyone Before he could finish, the monk exposed his deceitful words. If you intend to point your sword at him merely for personal fame and gain, then Muk Hao must stop you. He turned to the crowd and asked, Who here has a grudge against this man? Step forward and I will help you clarify right from wrong. Hearing the monk's words, the crowd fell silent. Seeing that he had failed to achieve his goal, the man's face turned red with shame, and he stormed off with his companions. Tuyen Vu looked at the monk. Thank you for speaking up for me. Otherwise a small matter would have escalated. The monk clasped his hands and nodded, indicating it was nothing. He then observed, You all are indeed a strange combination. The king of Ling with the little twin swords and I do not know the other, but you don't seem very close to one another. Tam Tai, having been figured out, could only scratch his head and look away. Tuyen Vu asked, Did you come here because of us as well? But the reply was a denial. No, this humble monk simply does not wish for conflict to erupt at the foot of the Martial Arts Alliance. Furthermore, I have heard that although the little twin swords comes from an unorthodox faction, he has also contributed a great deal to the righteous faction of the martial world. Thus, arresting an innocent man is truly unreasonable. He looked around again. It seems there is nothing left to do here. He then turned to leave. In that case, this humble monk will take his leave. This place is protected by the Martial Arts Alliance and the Shaolin Temple, so please refrain from causing trouble. A cloud of dust rose, and in a nearby empty space someone had already appeared. The newcomer was Yu Huyan along with two others. He remarked, He's an interesting junior. Tuyen Vu reported, The aura around him is truly terrifying. Miss Zan opined, If he is Muk Hao from the Shaolin Temple, then he is a candidate for the next abbot. but Tadao Hatch just laughed. He still just looks like a bald donkey to me. The scene cut to their home at dusk. Jiang Kang was meticulously polishing his massive saber until it gleamed. Tu Yinvu was no less diligent, carefully maintaining his longsword. He secretly observed him, to think he was the little twin swords. He had heard that he was once the leader of an unorthodox sect. What on earth was he doing here? Just as that Muk Hao fellow had said, this group was truly bizarre. More importantly, it seemed the concept of righteous versus unorthodox factions didn't exist within this group, and those two old men gave him an unusual sense of pressure. He turned to Tam Tai, who was biting into an apple. "Let me ask you something. Who are those two old men?" he answered mysteriously. "If you knew, you'd probably faint." "Never mind. Anyway, are you really planning to join us?" At this he puffed out his chest. "I will serve Master Don until my death. This sword of mine will sever the heads of all his enemies." Tu Yinvu now spoke up as well. "Ma Jiang Kang, right, aren't you busy managing those Ronin? Why do you want to join us?" He didn't want to answer. "My business is none of your concern." The two glared daggers at each other, sparks flying. Tam Tai stood to the side, munching and watching the drama unfold, wondering what was going on. Were they competing for the position of #1 guard? He smacked his lips and chimed in. "It has nothing to do with me, but don't forget that I'm the one Master Don trusts the most." Tu Yinvu was extremely displeased and said angrily, "What are you rambling about?" And so the room filled with the clamor of scolding. Just as everyone was still making a racket, a figure appeared at the door of another room. Yu Huyan opened the door and entered, carrying a sleeping Don to Mi in his arms. He said softly, "Hunan is quieter than I expected." Ms. Zan in her room felt that something was very strange. Tadao Hatch wasn't convinced and asked, "How would you know?" He observed. "Isn't it because it's too quiet? We've only seen a few members of the 10 great sects and we haven't run into anyone from the 8 great families either. I think I'll have to go into the Martial Arts Alliance to have a look." Tadao Hatch grew excited upon hearing this crazy idea. "Are you serious? You really want to go into the Martial Arts Alliance?" Seeing Tadao Hatch's sparkling eyes and bright smile, he asked helplessly. "Conversely, you're not planning to go, are you?" His true intention exposed, he immediately put on the air of a great hero. "Of course I have to go. What do you think I came all this way for?" Kung Zan thought for a moment and assumed he was doing it to protect Don to Mi at the inn, but unfortunately his thought was refuted. Tadao Hatch waved his arms and said loudly, "I wanted to see what the Martial Arts Alliance was like inside, so I went through all the trouble of traveling from Henan to Anhui and then to Hunan." Zan exposed him. "Wasn't going to Anhui your idea?" Tadao Hatch shouted. "It doesn't matter, I've still come a long way. Besides, if the rumors about Murong Hatch Van are true, I want to see how you'll deal with him." He sighed. "You're so stubborn there's nothing I can do. Anyway, it would be hard to make you sit still." Hearing this, Tadao Hatch laughed heartily. "Good, that's more like it. How could you possibly go without me?" he noticed. "We're talking so loudly, yet Don to Mi is still sleeping soundly, isn't she? It's still early, so she must be very tired." Yu Huyan shook his head. "No, she's asleep because I struck her acupoint." He was very curious as to why he would do that. He gently placed the girl on the bed and explained, "Because tonight will likely be very noisy." Before he could ask any more questions, a noise came from outside. Hearing the sound, he suddenly grew worried. Did something happen outside? Not far away was a large house, dust and smoke billowing out. Both Tadao Hatch and Kung Zan looked over. "Isn't that the direction of the Martial Arts Alliance?" Swords were drawn as Murong Hatch Van and his son rushed outside to check. Hatch Van shouted frantically, "What is this uproar? I'm asking you, what's going on?" His son hesitantly answered his father. It seems the 10 great sects are trying to take over the Martial Arts Alliance." The answer his son gave made him exclaim in fury, "What, those ants dare? Anyone who dares to oppose me will die without exception," Murong Hatch Van screamed. "Where is that bastard Ho Duong?" his son stammered. "That, your son has looked everywhere, but he is nowhere to be found." He clicked his tongue. "I really can't trust anyone." At that moment a loud voice called out, "Leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, step down immediately. The Martial Arts Alliance doesn't need a leader who is lost in splendor and debauchery." The clan's patriarch stepped forward and said, "You wretched ants, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, will you? Fine, try and force me to abdicate." The battle was fierce, but Hatch Van seemed to have the upper hand. He raised his sword to strike. "Die?" Yu Huyan arrived. So that guy is Murong Hatch Van?" Nam Kung Zan clenched his fists upon seeing the scene before him. How could this be? Inside, a girl was crying, hugging the corpse of the patriarch who had been slain by Hatch Van. "Father, please open your eyes. You can't leave like this, father." Nam Kung Zan gritted his teeth and thought, how could the Martial Arts Alliance have become like this? Inside, Hatch Van approached the girl and raised his sword high. "If you're in so much pain, then you can go and join him." At this moment, Nam Kung Zan could no longer hold back and swung his sword. Hatch Van's son stepped forward to block for him, but he couldn't stop the powerful slash and was gravely wounded. Hatch Van frowned. "You there, who are you? You dare point your sword at me? Do you know who I am?" Nam Kung Zan calmly said, "I am the swordsman of Mount Jun." He thought in astonishment, "Wait, that voice, it can't be. How could I not recognize the one who has always stood in my way? This aura and spirit can only be Nam Kung Zan. It can't be anyone else." He laughed loudly. "You barely escaped with your life and now you're rushing to your death again. If that's what you want, I'll gladly oblige." Tadao Hatch asked. "Old man, can you handle this?" he replied. This is something I must end with my own hands, so I hope no one interferes. Who would have thought that the leader of the martial arts alliance who guides the righteous path would have fallen to such a level of depravity? In the name of the swordsman of Mount Jun, I cannot turn a blind eye. Hearing this, Murunghach Van jeered. Ha ha ha, how childish. Are you wearing that mask to put on a funny show for me? His son reminded him. Father, be careful. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Huyan threw a stone at his face and he fainted on the spot. You shouldn't be nosy during such an interesting fight. With no one to interfere in the courtyard, only Hatch Van and Nam Kung Zan remained. He spoke up. You think you can beat me with just one hand? He replied confidently. Of course, at this moment his expression was as if it were showing through his mask, a mocking look, as if taunting that from childhood to adulthood. I have never once beaten him, but this time things will be different. Hatch Van charged forward to attack first, and Nam Kung Zan retaliated with sharp sword strokes. The two of them continued to exchange blows wildly. Murunghach shouted, You have nowhere left to run. He remained calm and said nothing, which enraged him even more. Stop looking at me with those eyes. I'm not so weak as to need your pity, Nam Kung Zan said. Your heart has become completely rotten to the point where there's no turning back. He gritted his teeth in anger. Trying to lecture me again. Well, let me teach you a lesson first. He gathered his energy and swung his hand in a powerful slash. You say my heart is rotten, look at yourself. Are you any different from me? The shockwave from the ultimate technique was so immense that it kicked up a cloud of dust. Nam Kung Zan was also injured and had to retreat. He panted to catch his breath, but the sword in his hand had shattered into pieces. Kung Zan looked at Hatch Van in disbelief. His internal energy had changed in an instant like a new form of worldly chi. How could such an oppressive, evil energy flow within a human body? Murunghach Van didn't let him rest and immediately advanced to attack. His eyes had turned red, and his sword stabbed straight into Nam Kung Zan's shoulder, fresh blood trickling down onto the ground as a result. Kung Zan's sword was broken in half, and even his life was hanging by a thread. The old man sat on the ground looking at Murunghach Van's mocking face, and he knew. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He won't stop unless I'm dead. In other words, one of the two will be the loser and end their life here. Murunghach Van was ecstatic. He raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. Nam Kung Zan knelt helplessly. Is this the end? He closed his eyes, waiting for death to come, when another figure suddenly appeared, speaking in a deep voice. A hand reached out and caught Murunghach Van's sword, then gently crushed it, deforming the blade. Seeing this, the old man struggled to break free but could only watch helplessly. The person casually tossed the sword high into the air. Its shape had been reduced to nothing more than scrap metal. That was an impressive fight, but it ends here. Nam Kung Zan was also very surprised by the sudden appearance of this person. A man like Murunghach Van would naturally not give up. He moved his feet. Ends here. He walked to a corpse, picked up a nearby sword and pointed it at Don Yu Huyan. Who are you to have a say in this? As he spoke, a strange power emanated from his hand, enveloping the entire sword. He charged fiercely toward Don Yu Huyan. I can't give up this golden opportunity just because of some nobody. Then he leapt high into the air, raising his sword. Die! His eyes had turned black. They were no longer the eyes of a human but the eyes of a demon. He roared, but just as he reached Don Yu Huyan, a punch landed squarely on his face, sending him flying. Don Yu Huyan continued his assault, leaping up and striking him repeatedly, leaving him no time to react. How can this be? Murunghach Van bit his lip in pain. Not a single one of my sword strikes can touch him. It's impossible. Even the Sword King couldn't do this, but then Don Yu Huyan's voice suddenly rang out. You're overthinking things. Murunghach Van opened his eyes to see Don Yu Huyan's hand in front of him. Furthermore, your techniques are too simplistic and boring. Seeing this, his son was stunned. Looking at his heavily injured father, he ran over and called out, Father, are you okay, father? But the man he called father was no longer conscious. His eyes turned black and he directly finished off his son. Don Yu Huyan also noticed the strangeness about him. The sinister energy I sensed earlier seems to be coming from you. Who taught you that? The old man refused to say a word. You think he'll talk, you can just die. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew forward. Don Yu Huyan dodged to the side in time but was not completely unscathed. Seeing this, the old man sneered and raised his sword again. Don Yu Huyan remained very calm in the face of it. You get one move, I get one move. The man's son tried to pull his father back. Father, please wake up, I'm begging you to stop. But he didn't stop, not until his foot accidentally stepped on a body lying on the ground. He turned his head to look and asked, How did you get hurt? Wake up. Murunghach Van went to embrace his son. How did things turn out like this? Answer your father. It seemed only his son's death could bring him back to his senses. Don Yu Huyan walked over, sword in hand, and said, Fool, wasn't it you who struck him down with your own hands? Murunghach Van looked confused. What? Then a memory flashed through his mind, the image of his son being killed by his own hand, leaving him speechless. He let out a scream of agony. A rainstorm began to fall, and his body collapsed with it. Don Yu Huyan was about to go and teach him a lesson when Nam Kung Zan stopped him. Stop. Don Yu Huyan turned and asked, You're not going to kill him anymore? But the man stood up and advised, Let's go back. From now on, just let him live with his regret. Murunghach Van was now unconscious, lost in the pain of losing a loved one. The others standing by commented. As expected, those from the righteous factions are no good. Don Yu Huyan stood still and looked at the old man. Although he very much wanted to strike him down, he had to agree. He can't cause me any more trouble anyway, let's go back. And then, after the rain, the sun came out again, back to last night when the rain was still falling relentlessly. Murong Hatch Van carried his son's corpse on his back and walked into the forest. Even though his body was covered in injuries and walking was so difficult that he fell, "You should have just killed me too." His eyes welled with remorseful tears, and he thought to himself, "Nam Kung Zan, with that pathetic sympathy of yours, you've insulted me yet again. You say I have nothing left? Wrong. I still have my killing intent for you. I still want to tear you into 100 pieces." His entire body seethed with murderous aura. Suddenly a voice rang out, "It seems your eyes are already filled with darkness." The one who approached was a man with fiery red hair that stood out against the night sky. Those eyes belonged to the blood demon. He stared at the old man. Did you just feel both a hatred that made you want to dismember your enemy and an overwhelming sense of fear at the same time? Murong Hatch Van was a bit surprised. "Who are you?" But this man extended a hand toward him as if to entice him. "Who I am is not important. Come with me and I will help you eliminate the gloomy darkness within." The next day the city was bustling with the sounds of laughter and conversation. Little Doan to Mi puffed out her cheeks in a pout. "I didn't even get to visit the Shaolin temple." Nam Kung Zan comforted her. "When we get home I'll show you even better things. We'll take a boat and travel far across Donjing Lake." Hearing this, Doan to Mi got excited. Really, that sounds like so much fun. But she still wanted to experience a tour of the Shaolin temple once. Don Yu Huiyan asked her, "Are you that sad? Here, to make it up to you, I'll give you this." He handed her a small pagoda which made her so happy she forgot about what happened earlier. She held it in her hands and showed it to everyone. "Look, Grandpa, it's the Shaolin temple." Tadao Hatch from behind excitedly asked him, "Where did you buy this? I want one too." Don Yu Huiyan replied, "I made it myself." After he said that, Tadao Hatch froze with a look of disbelief. "What, this?" Don Yu Huiyan had to repeat himself. "I made it myself." Hearing this, Tadao Hatch said, "Then make one for me." But the answer was no. Tadao Hatch wondered why. Don Yu Huiyan, with a deadpan face, delivered a heart-piercing line, "It's too much trouble," which made Tadao Hatch cry. "After everything we've been through together, you have the heart to refuse?" Trong Tam Tai, standing beside them, whispered, "I have an idea." Hearing this, Tadao Hatch's eyes showed distrust. Will it really work? But he still went forward to make a deal. "Sell it to me. I'll give you 10 silver coins." Don Yu Huiyan immediately agreed. "All right, I'll make one for you later." This reply made Tadao Hatch think he had misheard. That easy? He then took out exactly 10 silver coins, lamenting, "Good heavens, it's not good for a warrior to be obsessed with money." Don Yu Huiyan calmly replied, "How can I raise a child without money?" Seeing that what Yu Huiyan said made sense, he quickly bought a candy for the little girl. Trong Tam Tai spoke up from behind, asking, "Come to think of it, has the task the old master said he needed to complete been done yet?" He and Trong Tam Tai hadn't gone with them the previous night because they had to protect Doan to Mi. Trong Tam Tai continued, "I saw it was pretty chaotic yesterday." Nam Kung Zan dodged the question. "I'm not sure, nothing really happened." But Trong Tam Tai still felt a bit suspicious. The old master even went with the estate master. It's impossible that nothing happened. Seeing how secretive he's being, it must have been something big. Could it be that he killed the Martial Arts Alliance leader? Before he could finish his sentence, Nam Kung Zan cut him off. "You seem to have an itchy mouth today, don't you?" As he spoke, he clenched his fist, making cracking sounds that made Trong Tam Tai tremble all over. He said, "It's clear that nothing happened yesterday." But in his heart he thought, "Nothing my foot. They must have torn down the Martial Arts Alliance." Seeing their happy family scene left him with a myriad of questions. Heavens, how are they going to deal with the aftermath now? It's at times like these that they need me, Trong Tam Tai, to step up and bear the burden. Trong Tam Tai looked at his posture, speechless. Trong Tam Tai was still lost in his own thoughts. "Without me, I don't know what kind of mess this estate would become." Actually, Trong Tam Tai saw it. "Even from a distance yesterday I saw the Martial Arts Alliance burn to ashes. I'm afraid the martial world is about to fall into great chaos." The next day, the rain continued to fall relentlessly. The Tang family of Sichuan sat sipping tea, a pipe in their mouth. To think the Murong family would collapse just like that. "It's all over." The Peng family of Hebei said right after. "It was unavoidable, wasn't it, because the sword god went too far this time?" Following that was the Wangfu family. Even so, for the 9 sects and 1 clan to attack the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance was clearly not right. The Yan family of Shenzhou felt, but now both the Sword King and the Sword God have disappeared. The Martial Arts Alliance is more unstable than ever. Then the Peng family of Hebei asked, "How has the Zug family been recently?" It seems he is still searching for the Sword King. "I have already sent a message, but it seems he has no intention of coming to negotiate with us. It would be difficult for him to accept standing on our side." The old man held his teacup and smiled. "By the way, it seems we'll have to call ourselves the 5 great families instead of the 8 great families now. The martial world has fallen into chaos, so we have gathered here to stabilize things." The Tang family of Sichuan would not let this matter rest. Regarding the 9 sects and 1 clan, they dared to look down on us and even tried to bring down the sword god. "I think everyone here agrees that we can no longer let them be." He made the announcement and everyone agreed with this opinion. "All right, let's assume we have all reached a consensus. I am here today to announce that we will abandon a martial arts alliance that is no longer functional and establish a new alliance under the name of the Heavenly Blade Association." The scene changed to the sky where an eagle's sword, a letter tied to its leg. The Heavenly Blade Association, what on earth are these people thinking? Nam Kungzan read the letter with a bewildered look on his face. To Dao Hatch continued, right now the righteous martial world is divided into two factions. Those who follow the 8 great clans will be called the Heavenly Blade Association. Ma Jiang Kong added, and those who follow the 9 sects and 1 clan will be called the Martial Arts Alliance. Trong Tam Tai said, on the surface it seems peaceful, but over time these two powers will become increasingly hostile. Old Master To Dao Hatch goaded from the side. This is all your fault for saving Murong Hatch Van. I told you that you should have killed him. Don Yu Huyan, holding a deeply sleeping Don To Mi in one arm, was listening to the conversation even with his eyes closed. They had made a mistake in saving Murong Hatch Van. The first mistake was making an enemy of someone with that much power. The second mistake was letting that person fall into the hands of the 9 sects and 1 clan. If they could have captured him and investigated his crimes, the 8 great clans wouldn't have allied to become the Heavenly Blade Association as they are now. Just thinking about it felt truly interesting. Don Yu Huyan smiled with excitement. Suddenly, Trong Tam Tai's voice rang out. Manor Master, we have arrived at the estate. He was sweating with fear as he spoke. Something is very strange. Hearing that, everyone went outside to look. Smoke was rising from the kitchen. Nam Kungzan, wearing his mask, went out first. This old man will go and see. Don Yu Huyan did not stop him. As you wish. Trong Tam Tai was a little worried, so he also went down. Estate Master, can't we go together? But Don Yu Huyan trusted the old man very much. Just let him go. Nam Kungzan went to knock on the door. He had just stepped inside for a moment when he was seen climbing over the wall, running for his life. To Dao Hatch looked at his panting figure. What's wrong, old man? The old man was drenched in sweat. He suddenly grabbed Don Yu Huyan's hand and pulled him along, making him curious. He only heard the old man say, compared to me you are more suitable. Seeing this, Don Yu Huyan could guess who was in there. Don Yu Huyan calmly walked inside. That old man actually ran away? Unbelievable. This damp atmosphere. Was someone bathing in there? Thinking of that possibility, Don Yu Huyan couldn't help but feel annoyed. This is a place I built for Don To Mi, yet someone dares to bathe in another person's house. I will absolutely not forgive that person. But as soon as he stepped inside, the figure of a young woman appeared. It was Nam Kung Don Hu. She froze for a few seconds when she saw someone approach, and only when she heard Don Yu Huyan's voice asking, what are you doing here, did she realize and let out a loud scream. A while later, she was still in a sullen state, not saying a single word. Don Yu Huyan asked, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Namding Chun looked over with tears in his eyes, yet sipped his tea with great interest. You think so? I was so surprised I ran off. I never expected you to just open the door like that. What business did you have while someone was bathing? Are you peeping on a young lady in the bath? I never would have guessed. Su Daohei watched his expression and unconsciously placed a hand on his chin. Was he planning to marry his granddaughter off to him? Namding Chun continued to tease. I'm asking you, was she pretty? Come on, tell me. Su Daohei turned his attention to Duan Yuxuan, wanting to see his reaction, but would that blockhead fall for it? Namding Chun kept prodding. A righteous young man like you probably wouldn't dare commit such a sin, would you? It's a sin that would make you responsible for a young woman's entire life. That little sister, Duan Xiaomei, walked over. Grandpa, Sister Duanhui has something to say. Nangong Duanhui lowered her head and said sincerely, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to barge into someone else's home. I called from outside for a long time, but no one answered, and I had nowhere else to go, so I'm sorry. Duan Yuxuan also felt his actions were improper. I'm also sorry for opening the door while you were bathing. Nangong Duanhui kept her head down. It's all right. Women of the martial world don't fuss over minor details. Over at the table, Namding Chun, one of the old men, trembled with anger upon hearing his granddaughter say that. Nangong Duanhui continued, actually I was planning to leave. My body has gradually recovered, and I'm also worried about my family. Duan Yuxuan spoke up. I know, because the Nangong family estate is now nothing but a pile of rubble. Hearing the name, she looked up. You've been to the Nangong family estate in Anhui? Duan Xiaomei appeared, holding the commemorative statue her father had made for her. Yes, we've been to Henan. Look, this is a souvenir my father made for me. But Nangong Duanhui paid it no mind. The Nangong family. What did you say happened to the Nangong family? Duan Yuxuan didn't hide anything and told her everything. All the buildings have collapsed. It will take time to rebuild. But that wasn't what she wanted to hear. I don't care about that. I only care about my family members. Did you hear any news about them? Duan Yuxuan recounted. I heard that the warriors of the Nangong family disappeared after annihilating the Purple Blood Brigade. At this, her eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. That's wonderful. They're all safe. I can rest easy now. But then she realized something was amiss. Wait, that voice. She turned to look at the masked old man, thinking to herself, is that grandfather? Nangong Duanhui asked softly. Grandfather, is that you? Namding Chun pretended not to know her, looking away. What is the young lady talking about? I don't understand. But she was certain she couldn't be mistaken about the voice. What happened? How did you end up here? And what's with the mask? Looking at his granddaughter before him, he could no longer lie to the child. This matter. Nangong Duanhui suddenly hugged the old man tightly, saying joyfully, this is wonderful. I knew you were still alive. The old man replied gently, girl, you're hugging me too tightly. Her tears continued to fall. Looking at her relative, she choked out, "Grandfather, it really is you. Why didn't you contact me?" Duan Yuxuan and Duan Xiaomei watched the grandfather and granddaughter reunite, then stepped outside. The little girl Duan Xiaomei scolded him, "Daddy, you're so mean." Duan Yuxuan didn't understand why his precious daughter would say that. "What did I do, exactly?" Duan Xiaomei was very clever. "You should have told her sooner. Then she wouldn't have had to cry so hard," he retorted to the little girl. Her grandfather didn't want to say anything, so how could I? Some things in this world can't be hidden and some things shouldn't be. If the truth was meant to be revealed, now was the time, the little girl asked again. "Will her grandfather go back now?" he replied. "I don't know, it's up to them to decide," but the little girl had already thought of a solution. "Daddy, you should marry sister. That way her grandfather will become my grandpa too." Duan Yuxuan teased the little girl. "Do you like having a grandpa that much? It seems my little Xiaomei loves her grandpa more than her daddy." The little girl retorted, "That's not true, I love Daddy the most in this life." He asked her again who she liked more, but her answer was still, "Daddy." The two walked and talked, the atmosphere very harmonious. Soon night fell. Duan Yuxuan sat alone by a grave, a wine jar in hand, pouring it out as he recalled the first time he met her. It was an incredibly ironic scene. He had his sword to her neck. "Ridiculous. You attacked me, called me a demon, and now you want me to spare your life," the woman said. "That's because I was foolish, but I don't want to die yet." And he, just a proud youth back then, believed that as a warrior who had taken up the sword there was nothing more shameful than begging an enemy for mercy. For some reason the girl before me was trembling and begging for her life. The scene was utterly ridiculous to me at the time, yet also a little interesting. A woman who would later become one of the three saints, known as Sword Heaven. After I spared her, I gave her a name. Nangong. We first met at the South City Gate, so I gave her that name. I never thought she would use it, and that it would later become part of the Nangong family. Duan Yuxuan took a sip of wine. But fate is truly interesting. 1,000 years have passed, yet that connection doesn't seem to have ended. Namging Chun and the Nangong family, Su Daohei who inherited the true teachings of Tian Wuguang, Zhang Xintai who founded Wudang. They didn't just leave those traces behind. Even now there's the wind-conquering divine demon art, curse-strengthened body, heaven-defying body fortification, and the demon-absorbing art. If there was one person who would teach these techniques without hesitation, I can only think of one. If that's the case, perhaps that fellow's descendants are still alive. Karmic ties of the past continue to this day, impossible to escape no matter how one tries to hide. Duan Yuxuan sighed sorrowfully and gazed at the distant sky. I must go to the Central Plains again. Early the next morning, a new day began. Zhang Xintai looked confused. "What do you want me to do?" The two stood on the training ground, swords in hand, facing each other. Duan Yuxuan ordered, "What? Fight." Zhang Xintai was on the verge of tears. "A sudden fight? Are you serious? You're not actually going to kill me, are you?" Nangang Duanhui started to get angry. "Exactly, how long has he been training? How can he fight me? The one I want to fight is you, not this frail-looking guy." Duan Yuxuan sighed, exasperated. "A warrior never lets their guard down. If you can't apply what he's taught, your own preconceptions will lead you to be defeated by this frail-looking guy. Now begin," one Shichin earlier. Nangang Duanhui made a suggestion. "Can I spar with you? I'd like to learn from your martial arts." Seeing her determined expression, one would have thought he'd agree. But Duan Yuxuan turned his face away. "I refuse. I don't think you can learn anything from me." Nangang Duanhui didn't expect him to say that. "Are you trying to run away?" Duan Yuxuan was unconcerned. "Think whatever you want," she followed behind him, nagging. "You're afraid of me, aren't you? Just fight me." Duan Yuxuan still didn't change his mind. "I don't care what you think of me. I don't want to engage in a meaningless fight. If you want to fight, go ask your grandfather." So she said, "The gap between my grandfather's martial arts realm and mine is too wide," but she didn't know that his realm was far higher than her grandfather's. Duan Yuxuan thought of a solution. "Alternatively, I can arrange for you to fight someone else." Hearing this, she grew curious. "What? Fight someone else? Is there anyone highly skilled in martial arts here?" And the person he chose was none other than Zhang Xintai. That guy stood there with a sword looking goofy, which made Nangang Duanhui ask, "What is this? I get that he thinks I'm not strong enough, but how can he make me fight someone who's only been learning martial arts for a little over a year?" But Duan Yuxuan's voice rang out, warning her. "I can guarantee you won't be able to beat him. He may look like that, but his martial arts are not to be underestimated." Zhang Xintai pointed to himself with great confidence. "Let's begin. I'm going to teach you a lesson." Nangang Duanhui was enraged. "You have a death wish, don't you? I won't hold back." With that, she charged straight at Zhang Xintai. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaomei and old Namging Chun were happily fishing nearby. Soon a day passed. The sun was setting, but the fight between Zhang Xintai and Nangang Duanhui was still ongoing. Both were drenched in sweat. She thought, "What is going on? I should have been able to take him down in one move. But I haven't managed to land a single hit on him, and his attacks are too random. It's impossible." She attacked again, but it still had no effect on Zhang Xintai. Duan Yuxuan could see she was starting to get impatient. Namging Chun watched his granddaughter and blurted out, "That kid is her nemesis." Nangang Duanhui was filled with the determination to win. "I've trained diligently in swordsmanship for so many years. I will not lose to a fledgling like him." Then her determination paid off. Her move just grazed Zhang Xintai's body, scaring the daylights out of him. "I almost died." Nangang Duanhui was still not satisfied. "I didn't actually hit him. Zhang Xintai hid behind cover and shouted, "Are you really trying to kill me? Isn't that cheating? Manor Lord." Duan Yuxuan praised him. "You dodged well, you're still alive." Nangang Duanwei's hand was still trembling because she had unconsciously poured all her strength into that last strike. Duan Yuxuan teased, "At this level you won't die, it seems this match is over." Suddenly, Nangang Duanwei fell to her knees, her eyes weary. "My last strike, it's impossible for someone like Zhang Xintai to dodge that." "How could he?" Duan Yuxuan added fuel to the fire, "a scoundrel who's worse than a third-rate warrior." Zhang Xintai was stunned speechless. He also advised her to give up the idea. "In that case, don't even think about fighting me. Go do something useful, prepare breakfast." Zhang Xintai took the order and left. Night fell, stars twinkling. In a forest, an elder holding a torch approached several corpses. How strange. That elder was the strategist of the demonic cult. "There are no signs of a struggle," a subordinate next to him agreed. "Yes, there are no traces. There are about 20 mummy-like corpses. Most of them were first-rate warriors or experts from the demonic cult, not people who could be defeated easily. At first I thought they were ambushed, but after examining the clues on the ground I can't find any sign of an ambush. It's as if their hearts just naturally stopped beating." The old man raised a hand to his head. "I must catch the culprit before the cult leader returns. When it rains, it pours." Murong Huan and the Heavenly Blade Association stirring up trouble for the Martial Alliance is already giving me a headache. I don't know what stance we should take from now on. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind blew and a bizarre figure grabbed the subordinate's head and twisted it back. The figure sneered, then casually sent another person to the afterlife. The old man looked at the approaching figure. "Who are you?" Could his power be comparable to the cult leaders, or perhaps even greater? Before he could recover from his shock, a figure spoke. Kneel instantly. The old man's body obeyed the command. He ordered, "From now on I am your master, and all of you are my subordinates." That person was the Blood Demon. Besides the Heavenly Blade Association, which was centered around the 8 great families, there was the Martial Alliance, with the orthodox 9 sects and 1 gang at its core. It was once a unified system, but now it had split into the Heavenly Blade Association and the Martial Alliance, plunging it into an unprecedented crisis. After Murong Huan stepped down, the Fist Saint Chai Jin became the new leader of the Martial Alliance. Wanting to overcome this crisis, he sent an envoy to the Heavenly Blade Association to propose a merger. However, the heads of the 8 great families firmly refused. This caused the conflict between the two sides to deepen day by day. The opposition between the two powers led many warriors from the Martial Alliance to leave and join the Heavenly Blade Association. As a result, the Heavenly Blade Association grew in size, while the Martial Alliance weakened. Taking advantage of this weakness, a force lurking near the Huashan sect in the Central Plains was waiting for an opportunity to attack. It was reported that these were evil masters known as the Moke. Duan Yuxuan watched his young daughter Duan Xiaomei happily eating candy with her friends. Elsewhere, Namging Chun looked at his gloomy granddaughter and asked, "Are you upset?" But she just said, "I'm sorry I lost. How could this happen? I'm from the Nangang family." He began to speak. "Martial arts is not just about strength, but also about adaptability. Your sword techniques and footwork were not suited to dealing with Zhang Xintai. Duanwei, your sword is fast and agile, but that's just what you learn from observing and imitating me." The old man slowly sat down. "No matter how fast the sword is, it's useless against a faster opponent. Just like before, you are still too green," Nangang Duanwei said. "I'm sorry." Then she covered her face as tears streamed down. "Have brought shame to the Nangang family. Because of me, the honor our family has protected for 30 years is ruined. And it was in front of you, grandfather. I worked so hard to prevent this from happening." Just then, Namging Chun's words startled her back to her senses. "You don't need to be so sad, and you don't need to apologize to me. All of this will become your experience." As he spoke, the old man patted her head and looked at her. "It's okay, it's okay." Nangang Duanwei hugged the old man gratefully. Zhang Xintai looked at himself in the mirror. "What do I do? I'm too handsome. I actually defeated Nangang Duanwei of the Nangang family." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He threw a series of punches at the air, striking cool poses. "And I thought I had no talent for martial arts, even though my attacks aren't as good as Nangang Duanwei's. This is enough for me to make a name for myself in the martial world." At this thought, Zhang Xintai felt life was wonderful and was ecstatic. The little girl, Duan Xiaomei, thought in confusion, "Zhang Xintai is so weird." Meanwhile, at the Martial Alliance, the establishment of the Heavenly Blade Association has caused too many changes. Although the disciples of our Huashan sect have fought hard to resist, we have also suffered considerable losses. The speaker was Elder Li Ming of the Huashan sect. Half of the Shaanxi region has already been occupied by the Moke's forces. If a full-scale war breaks out, it will be a battle for the life or death of Huashan. And there's more bad news. As you all know, they have allied with the North Sea, so Washan's strength is not enough to match them. Elder Hu Gong of the Wudang sect added, "The Huashan sect situation is indeed critical, but we in Wudang are also preparing our forces to guard against the movements of other powers, especially the demonic cult, so it's difficult for us to lend a hand. Wudang's situation in Hebei is not much better than Washan's. The Martial Alliance's power is waning, and even Green Forest Island is stirring. It takes a lot of effort just to keep them in check. Right now, perhaps only the Shaolin Temple is doing all right." Chai Jin asked only one question. Is there any movement from the Heavenly Blade Association? Li Ming replied, no particular movements yet. Without a leader, it must be difficult for them to reach a consensus. Chai Jin raised a hand and stroked his beard. True. Have you found the location of the Zhugyuan family? Li Ming reported, we are currently tracking them in Hunan. Chai Jin proposed a solution. If we can win over the Zhugyuan family, we might be able to overcome the current situation. Only the wisdom of the Zhugyuan family can sway the 9 sects and 1 gang and the 8 great families. Without the Zhugyuan family, the Heavenly Blade Association is just an empty shell. The Shaolin Temple will send people to support Huashan. The elder listened and bowed. Thank you. Back at Duan Yuxuan's home, Nangang Duanhui asked her grandfather, are you really not going back? The old man chuckled for a moment, then replied, I've already made up my mind not to go back. Besides, I'm no longer the Sword Emperor or the Alliance leader. She tried to change his mind. If you were there, maybe the Heavenly Blade Association would join forces with the Martial Alliance again. You've only been gone for 3 months. 3 months is not a short time. Besides, this is what they wanted all along. The Martial Alliance and the Heavenly Blade Association have always pursued different ideals. It's impossible for them to cooperate now. She looked at her grandfather's expression. Suddenly, the old man said, you should go and forge your own path. Then he looked out the window where he saw a scene of Duan Yuxuan playing with his little daughter, then a scene of 3 people playing chess, and also a scene of Zhang Xintai practicing his sword. The old man fell into thought, and Nangang Duanhui also sensed that he had developed deep feelings for the people here. Oh, poor Master Chai Jin, he just became the alliance leader and already lost your support. Hearing her say this, he was a little surprised. Are you saying you want to stay here with me? She then shouted. You're here, so how could I leave alone? The grandfather and granddaughter looked at each other and smiled. In a forest, the sound of someone's footsteps could be heard. The blood demon and Manhua were deep in the woods. After walking for a while, the blood demon spoke. It seems you have something you want to say. Manhua stammered in reply. No, it's just, the blood demon understood immediately. You're curious about why I saved Murong Huan, aren't you? He's still very useful, and he can become even stronger. Do you know how to make him stronger? Manhua couldn't remember clearly, only that it required suitable weapons and martial arts as well as the so-called heavenly talisman, but the blood demon gave a different answer. No, it's through anger and jealousy towards a certain person. That's called killing intent, and he has it. With him around, the martial world will become nothing but a wasteland. Manhua was startled to hear this. The martial world a wasteland, my lord blood demon, don't you wish to rule the martial world, control it? Indeed, but to me, control or destruction, it's all the same in the end. To hold it in my grasp, I must first destroy everything related to it. Besides, if things are too peaceful, it's no fun. Manhua's hair stood on end. After the death of the Sword Emperor Namging Chun, Murong Huan became the new alliance leader. Since then, the factions within the orthodox path have nearly fallen apart, and the Moke, the pillar of the unorthodox sects, seized the opportunity to act. The orthodox forces will not be able to act in concert as they once did. They will be helpless for a while. Could it be that Lord Blood Demon foresaw and arranged all of this? He had another question. Was sending the Bloodwind Divine Demon to the demonic cult also for this reason? The Blood Demon laughed. Correct. You learn quickly. My Advent Curse technique combined with that boy. Although his body is a bit different from the last one, he is powerful enough. There's no doubt about that. I want him to drag a certain someone out from the mortal plane. Manhua was confused. A certain someone, the blood demon didn't answer, but the image of Yuxuan appeared in his mind. Who could it be? How will the seeds I've sown sprout and grow? Elsewhere, the sky was clear and the air was fresh. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops as 2 voices were heard. We've looked everywhere but can't find him. Maybe he's not in Hunan, the person next to him said with certainty. Impossible. He must be here. If we find him, we can bring him back to the martial world. Hearing this, the girl showed her attitude. Yes, I know. You've repeated that 100 times. The old man holding candy looked helpless. It saddens me to see my daughter like this. The head of a great family, yet she doesn't worry about managing it like I do. I wonder how annoyed she would be if she saw this. Both the Martial Alliance and the Heavenly Blade Association are looking for me. They'll surely find it strange that I'm also looking for some unknown person. So I must find that person quickly. If I can't, the old man looked at his daughter, who was still happily eating candy. Oh well, it's been a long time since I had a chance to go out with my daughter. I'll just treat it as a family bonding trip. Suddenly the girl turned around. Father, a chill ran down the old man's spine. What is it? She then posed a question. You're not trying to run away from all this trouble and give up, are you? And you were just thinking that it's been a long time since you had a chance to go out with your daughter and that this would be a good chance for some family bonding, right? The old man looked away, surprised that she had guessed everything so accurately. Who does she take after being so sharp? Suddenly, there was a sound. A large fish was reeled in and the father and daughter were stunned by its size. Then they realized, wait, there's someone nearby. How did I not sense any presence at all? And the one fishing was the little girl Duan Xiaomei. But unfortunately, the little girl slipped while reeling in the line and fell into the water, causing the 2 to run over in a panic. Are you okay? By the time they reached her, the little girl had already swum out of the water, and she said with a smile, a failure. But when they saw that the result was an entire basin full of fish, they were both stunned. A failure? You call catching this many a failure? The little girl said humbly, I didn't catch many today. The little girl pouted because her father and grandfather didn't go fishing with her. Seeing the little girl, the old man seemed to understand something. I know why, it must be embarrassing to lose to a child. Suddenly, the little girl asked, "Are you two going to Duan Xiaomei's house to play?" This stunned the two of them. "There's a house here," the little girl replied innocently. "Yes, this is Duan Xiaomei's home." Hearing this, they thought, "We looked around for a long time just now. Wasn't there only a lake? Could this child be homeless, living nearby, making a living by fishing, taking on responsibility like an adult? Heavens, how could anyone exploit such a small, adorable child?" At this thought, the old man ground his teeth in anger. "Little one, where is your home? I have a few words for your father." The little girl still didn't understand what was happening. "Did Xiaomei say something wrong?" The old man knelt down and said, "It's not your fault. You're trying so hard to grow up. For an adult to treat a child like this, they must be scolded. Take us to your home." So the little girl led the father and daughter into the house. The moment they stepped into the main hall, the two were stunned by the grandeur of the house. In his room, Duan Yuxuan also sensed that guests had arrived. Duan Xiaomei's voice rang out, "We're here." Ma Zhongkang greeted her. "Young miss, you're back, and these two are—" The little girl introduced them. "They're guests." She also pointed at the magnificent house behind them, saying that was her home. Leaving the two of them stammering, Ma Zhongkang led the two to meet the master of the house. The old man secretly sized up the man before him. "Why do I sense the air of an expert from this man? And what's with this manner? That little girl is even called young miss. Judging by her treatment, it seems she's not being exploited. Was I mistaken? This manor is probably no simple place. Even the servants seem to be martial arts practitioners." The old man looked at Zhang Xintai, who was sweeping the floor. He had a lump on his head and was grumbling as he swept. "If only those buns would never run out. Oh wait, it would be even better if I had silver." Then he saw a figure hurry past. Who was that? Why does their back look so familiar? Just then a voice rang out. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my home?" Duan Yuxuan asked, tilting his head. The old man quickly remembered he had finally found the person he had been searching for so long. "That's right, it's you." He also knew that Duan Yuxuan probably wouldn't remember him, as a long time had passed. He introduced himself first. "I am from the Zug family. Duan Yuxuan, I have been looking for you." Duan Yuxuan then asked, "What for?" The atmosphere between the two instantly fell silent. The girl looked at her father and thought, "Father is looking for this man to build a strong martial world, isn't he? He must believe that if he can recruit this person, he'll be one step closer to achieving his goal." My father has now left the Murim alliance to find a successor for Sword Emperor Nangang Chun, but the situation is vastly different now. The righteous faction has splintered, leaving no suitable place for him to return to. The Murim alliance will surely try to win my father over, but doing so would mean making enemies of the three leaders of the Heaven and Earth Society. My father is trying to remain neutral, so the best decision for now is to find a replacement for the Sword Emperor. Duan Yuxuan said, "Many have tried to kill me in the past. This is the first time I've seen someone go to such lengths to find me. If you have no other business, you should go back. This is not a place for you." The Zug family head hurriedly clutched at Duan Yuxuan's sleeve. "Do you enjoy wine, young master? What do you think of this 50-year-old vintage of Shaoxing wine?" The old man happily presented the wine jar. "This is a rare vintage I chanced upon during my travels in Hunan. I never thought it would come in handy like this. Please understand my earnest intentions." Duan Yuxuan finally relented. "Come in, there's no harm in listening." Seeing this, the old man clasped his hands and bowed, thanking him repeatedly. He silently thanked the little girl who was truly his lucky star. Soon dusk fell and the room was bathed in the evening glow as everyone ate, drank, and laughed together. Only the Nangang grandfather and granddaughter hid behind a thicket. Why was the Zug family head here? And he was drinking, it looked so delicious. Nangang Chun wore a look of indignation. There was fine wine and all sorts of delicacies, but why did that fellow get to sit there and enjoy it all? My love for wine is no less than his. Nangang Duanhui tried her best to calm him. "Grandpa, please calm down," the old man, still seething with killing intent, said. "Of course, I am perfectly calm." Watching the scene, Duan Xiaomei guessed, "It seems the person head Zug Yuan is looking for must be Master Duan." The old man turned and asked, "Looking for someone?" She explained, "That old gentleman said he received help from a great master last time. That was how he discovered his exceptional abilities and became determined to bring him to the Murim alliance." The old man smiled, though he was inwardly annoyed. He wants to take that man to the Murim alliance? What a waste of good wine. Meanwhile, Duan Yuxuan was enjoying himself. "The wine is good." As Zug Yuan refilled his cup, he said, "Thank you for your praise, young master." He couldn't deny the wine's excellence. It wasn't easy to find such a fine vintage around here. Even Su Daohei praised it lavishly. "This truly is fine wine. But I haven't forgotten that you two have been in Hunan all this time looking for me. And why are you willing to give me such fine wine?" Zug Yuan's daughter was a little frightened. "Father and I never mentioned staying in Hunan for a long time. How could he know?" Zug Yuan also got straight to the point. "The reason I came to find you and brought you this fine wine is simple. I want to build a good relationship with you." Night fell and the sky grew cold and dark. Little girl Duan Xiaomei was hugging her teddy bear, deep in slumber. Duan Yuxuan stood at the door, seeing his guests off. "The next time we meet, I will bring even better wine. I look forward to it." When he stepped back inside, Nangang Chun spoke up. What did those two, Zug Yuan and his daughter, want here? Duan Yuxuan was a little surprised that the old man was still there. He handed the wine jar to the old man. Have a taste. Nangong Chun quickly produced a cup. The taste was indeed excellent. But I suspect this is more than just a good drink, he said. This is truly exceptional wine. Nangong Chun was more curious about what the uninvited guests had said. Duan Yuxuan recounted, they said they want to protect the righteous path of the martial world with us, but I wasn't very interested at the time. Despite all the proposals Zhuge Yuan made, are you not at all concerned with creating a world filled with justice and peace? Duan Yuxuan didn't want to get dragged into it. I don't see what protecting the righteous path of the martial world has to do with creating a world of justice and peace. Besides, according to you, what's in it for me if I help you? Zhuge Yuan had suggested fame, but Duan Yuxuan considered fame the most useless thing of all. He gazed at the sky, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind before he ran outside. He left the old man sitting alone in the room. Where are you going so suddenly? Duan Yuxuan walked straight ahead. Don't follow me. He turned back to warn the old man, if you can, don't leave this place. Nangong Chun also realized something was wrong. The wind rustled outside as Duan Yuxuan stood silently before a grave. A voice rang out, is this the place where 3,000 remains are buried? Duan Yuxuan knew who had come. I didn't expect you to show up. The corpse control art that appeared recently was your doing after all. Blood Demon, I distinctly remember cutting off your head. I'm surprised you're still alive. He looked at the enemy before him. 1,000 years have passed, and there's no one left in the world I know, so I was feeling a bit bored. Beheading you a second time should be quite entertaining. The Blood Demon looked at him with a scornful laugh. Even after all this time you haven't changed one bit. How interesting. I knew you'd be like this, so I've prepared plenty of entertainment for you. With that, he picked up a wine jar and poured its contents onto the ground. Duan Yuxuan said, the heaven-defying grand art, the Blood Demon continued. That's right, you know your stuff. The art of transferring one's soul into another's body. It requires the blood of 500 boys and 500 girls all under the age of 10. It took me a great deal of effort to find this suitable body. Duan Yuxuan stared at the man. To save his own life he had sacrificed so many children. Even after 1,000 years his cruel nature hadn't changed at all. The Blood Demon's hand continued to pour the wine. I never thought we would meet again after all these years. Perhaps this was all arranged by those immortals you despise so much. Did they guess that you are the only one who can stop me? The Blood Demon? Duan Yuxuan was puzzled. What do you mean? As the last drop of wine fell, he said. Have you ever considered that the 1,000-year seal you thought you broke was actually undone for you by those same immortals? Duan Yuxuan scoffed, a wave of energy emanating from his body, but the Blood Demon dismissed it as a trick to scare children. Stop it. You can't do anything to me now. Duan Yuxuan remained calm. It's been a while. Have you learned how to joke? The Blood Demon waved his hand and a tree snapped in two. You see, everything has changed. Just as his attack was about to strike Duan Yuxuan, a deafening explosion erupted. Duan Yuxuan walked out of the smoke, his arms crossed over his chest. I was actually forced back half a step, Duan Yuxuan thought to himself. The Blood Demon was very pleased with this result. He stood high on a tree admiring the scene. This is the first time I've ever seen that expression on your face. You're no match for me now. Duan Yuxuan gritted his teeth. What are you plotting? The Blood Demon wanted to make a bet. Let's play a game of chess to see who is the strongest and most formidable. Using the righteous, unorthodox, and demonic factions of the entire Central Plains as our pieces, you and I will have a grand wager. The Blood Demon looked at Duan Yuxuan smugly, while Duan Yuxuan glared back with killing intent. Excellent, the Blood Demon said with delight. Now that's the expression I know. He stood arrogantly on the tree, looking down at Duan Yuxuan, and laughed. I'm so proud that I could provoke you. Duan Yuxuan remained silent, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. In an instant he drew his blade and attacked the Blood Demon, severing his head from his body. But strangely, his neck regenerated in a moment. The Blood Demon laughed triumphantly. Yes, just like that. To die and die again, this is our shared destiny. The Black Wind Divine Demon has been released. Upon hearing this, Duan Yuxuan was taken aback. The Blood Demon smiled sinisterly and said, Can you stop it? Duan Yuxuan silently watched the flames swirling around the Blood Demon. Then he vanished before Duan Yuxuan's eyes. Duan Yuxuan frowned silently, not saying a word. Back at Duan Yuxuan's residence, the sounds of Zhang Xintai's training could be heard as he practiced with Duan Xiaomeiwei. The other two seemed to be sparring with each other, or perhaps just arguing because they couldn't get along. Elsewhere, Nangong Chun and Su Daohei were leisurely sipping tea together. Duan Xiaomeiwei was playing happily with Duan Yuxuan. The little girl ran to her father to show off her new achievement, shouting, Dad, look! Duan Yuxuan watched the little girl play happily from inside the house. A smile touched his lips as he watched the scene, but his expression suddenly did a complete 180. He remembered the previous night, recalling the Blood Demon. He determined that the aura, the presence, and the tone of voice were definitely not a dream or an illusion. That man was definitely the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon cult was once able to dominate the Central Plains entirely due to his arts, so his claim that the Black Wind Divine Demon had been released was no empty threat. Duan Yuxuan fell into deep thought. He sat tensely, thinking, I must find that man. Nangong Chun was sipping his tea when Duan Yuxuan suddenly approached and called out, Hey, who is the master of the largest private bank in the Central Plains? After a moment's thought, Nangong Chun replied, The master of the largest private bank in the Central Plains would have to be Man Haoyang of the Wanjin Merchant Guild. Duan Yuxuan asked, Man Haoyang? Nangong Chun answered, He's no longer with the Murim Alliance it seems, but many factions still operate on his money. His power comes from the immense wealth he has amassed from running the Wanjin Merchant Guild. Duan Yuxuan listened intently, responding, I see. Nangong Chun looked at the pensive Duan Yuxuan, guessing to himself, I don't know what this fellow is thinking, but that expression on his face is unsettling. Duan Yuxuan asked, how much money has the Wanjin Merchant Guild made? Nangong Chun replied, I don't know about that. Why are you suddenly interested in merchant guilds? Running a merchant guild is completely different from managing a manor. You must have an encyclopedic knowledge of the outside world and frequently deal with all sorts of people. Nangong Chun sized up Duan Yuxuan and commented, I don't see you having any knack for running a merchant guild. Duan Yuxuan looked at Nangong Chun awkwardly. Who's doing what? Who said anything? Then he turned away, saying, all right, I understand. Seeing this, Nangong Chun still tried to dissuade him. Hey, where are you going? Don't tell me you're thinking of starting a merchant guild. Ha, if you are, you'd better give up that idea right now. Duan Yuxuan said, mind your own business. He then continued, speaking of which, why haven't you returned to the demonic cult? Su Daohei pointed at himself and asked, are you talking to me? Yes. Once I've taken everything I can from you, I'll go back. Is there a problem? Duan Yuxuan pressed on. HMPH. In that case, have you been in contact with the demonic cult? Su Daohei stroked his beard. Are you referring to the periodic reports? Now that you mention it, there hasn't been any news recently. A fellow named Dongfang Zhu is supposed to contact me. But now that I think about it, it's been a month since I last heard from him. After saying this, Su Daohei thought to himself, being here, I lost track of time and forgot. It is indeed strange. Then he asked Duan Yuxuan, but why would someone like you who is indifferent to the demonic cult suddenly ask about this? What's wrong? Is there a problem? He answered, not really. Su Daohei laughed. Ha ha ha, don't worry. My demonic cult has 100,000 followers and those foolish righteous faction fools have already split into two. Those unorthodox factions are just a motley crew. Who would dare challenge us now? Even the ever-arrogant lord of Martial Emperor City, Yu Wucheng, fell by my hand. Su Daohei asked him, are you looking for a fight with me? Duan Yuxuan turned away. Not interested. If you're bored, go play with Duan Xiaomeiwei. Then Duan Yuxuan turned his head to look at something. He gazed at Zhang Xintai in the distance and Zhang Xintai noticed Duan Yuxuan looking at him. Seeing this, he hurried over and came before Duan Yuxuan. Duan Yuxuan asked Zhang Xintai, I didn't call for you yet you came. Zhang Xintai smiled and confidently patted his chest saying, these days I know what you want just by looking in your eyes, master. Duan Yuxuan replied, I have a task for you. He responded to the order, yes, I, Zhang Xintai, will risk my life to complete this mission. Duan Yuxuan said, make a trip to the demonic cult. Hearing this, Zhang Xintai felt his heart sink. It seemed he had spoken too soon. He said nervously, you mean the demonic cult, the place where Su Daohei is from, but it takes 4 months to get there by carriage. Duan Yuxuan said, you don't have to go to the demonic cult's main headquarters. Just get to the vicinity and gather detailed intelligence on them for me. Remember, be as detailed as possible. Even if it's a groundless rumor, bring it back to me immediately. Zhang Xintai breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank heavens, he said excitedly. Yes, then I'll start by gathering information on the lower 5 gates and search everywhere. Duan Yuxuan replied, good. Take Ma Zhongkong with you if you can't get information. Use force. I will take responsibility. Duan Yuxuan handed him a money pouch. Here are the expenses. Zhang Xintai thought in surprise. The master is actually giving me money. This must be a very important matter. Then he asked Duan Yuxuan, where are you going, master? Duan Yuxuan replied as he walked away, you don't need to know. Then Duan Yuxuan thought again. The first patriarch of the demonic cult was the Black Wind Divine Demon, but his followers, having witnessed his cruelty, rose up against him. One of the 3 sages, Taigong Shen, who was later known as the Heavenly Demon, became the faith of the cult's followers. After a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and 3 nights, Taigong Shen ultimately emerged victorious, and the Black Wind Divine Demon was forgotten by all. So the only place the Blood Demon would go after being resurrected is likely the demonic cult's main headquarters. I must find him and kill him again. At that moment at the Golden Ring Merchant Guild a man was loudly welcoming a guest. Welcome sir, this is the Golden Ring Merchant Guild. He was thinking on the verge of tears of joy. Finally a customer, he said. Thank you for visiting our Golden Ring Merchant Guild. He was startled. The visitor was none other than Duan Yuxuan. He walked in and said, it's been a while. Why did you set up your guild in such a remote place? No wonder I walked in circles and couldn't recognize it. He looked at Duan Yuxuan, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, why is this guy here again? He trembled with fear. He bowed and said, It's you, great hero. What brings you to my humble merchant guild? Duan Yuxuan replied. This place of yours is too run down. Is this really a merchant guild? It's old and gloomy. Duan Yuxuan asked, is there a reception room here? He asked, who is the guest? Duan Yuxuan replied, I am the guest. Hearing this, he said, then please, this way. They served him tea and snacks. He said, all right. Looking at your current situation, it seems the guild isn't doing too well, he replied. Because most of the business in Hunan is controlled by the Wanjin Merchant Guild, and most of our business partners have been poached by them. If we don't follow their orders, this is what becomes of us. After hearing this, Duan Yuxuan asked, so how does one grow a merchant guild? He answered, well, of course you need money. You also need reputable trading partners to conduct stable business. Duan Yuxuan asked, if I wanted to establish a merchant guild in Yueyang, what's the first thing I should do? He explained, in Yueyang you say. Ah, may I ask why you're asking? Also, the reason for your sudden visit is, Duan Yuxuan replied coldly. Just answer my questions. He thought for a moment and then answered. Well, the most famous thing in Yueyang is its wine. Duan Yuxuan looked at him and said. Wine, he continued. Yes, the famous Donjing Lake is right next to it. So many people drink there. We can trade with the Haoshan family and take advantage of this. Duan Yuxuan heard this and asked, and what does the Haoshan family have to do with it? He then replied, it's a family that was once famous for its winemaking. They don't produce wine anymore due to some unpleasant rumors, but if they could start making and selling it again, it would surely be a huge success. There are still many people who can't forget that taste. They practically prostrate themselves at the family's gate begging to buy just one jar. Then he added, of course, that's assuming the taste hasn't changed. Duan Yuxuan clicked his tongue in approval and asked, I see, what's next? He then said, other products would be difficult as other guilds are already handling them. Silk, rice, salt, all the profitable goods are taken. And then there are spices and rare treasures. These are commodities handled exclusively by the Wanjin Merchant Guild and they are all sold at exorbitant prices. After listening, Duan Yuxuan took out a pile of gold coins. He asked in surprise, what is this? Duan Yuxuan replied, a reward. He handed it to the merchant and said, take this, go to Yueyang within 10 days and create a merchant guild that surpasses Wanjin. He was shocked and shouted, why you want me to create a merchant guild that surpasses Wanjin? Duan Yuxuan turned and said, if you want to do it, come to Yueyang within 10 days, if not, give this money to the Yueyang County Magistrate. He chased after Duan Yuxuan saying, and no, it's impossible. Great hero, how can someone as lowly as me accomplish such a grand task? Duan Yuxuan replied, the lowlier a person is, the harder they must fight to climb up. Who wants to remain at the bottom for their entire life? He watched Duan Yuxuan's retreating back and said, gee, great hero, couldn't you give me some time to think about it? He replied, the more you think, the smaller your courage becomes. You can't make big decisions without courage. The longer you take to decide, the more time you waste. Hearing these words from Duan Yuxuan, he seemed to have an epiphany. Duan Yuxuan encouraged him. I hope to see you again in Yueyang, he said in confusion. He didn't even give me time to think. Then he looked at the gold coins Duan Yuxuan had left behind. He left this much money and just walked away. It seems he wasn't joking. He looked up at the sky thinking, what on earth is happening? Over there, Duan Xiaomeiwei was trying hard to cook under everyone's watchful eyes. They were all stunned. Duan Yuxuan asked, what is this pile? Duan Xiaomeiwei said enthusiastically, it's fine. I think it's delicious. Nangang Chun looked at the pile of charcoal-like substance on the plate and thought, this girl's cooking skills are truly terrible. After finishing her creation, Duan Xiaomeiwei said happily, eat up. Oh, and it's not a pile, it's stir-fried vegetables. I've been practicing cooking since Xintai isn't here. What do you all think? Do you like it? Duan Yuxuan bravely picked up a piece. Zhen Yu quickly tried to stop him. Master, it's dangerous. As soon as he picked it up, it scattered in the wind, probably burnt so badly it had turned to ash. Afterward, everyone stared at the pile, speechless and sweating profusely. Duan Xiaomeiwei comforted them. It's okay, eat it, everyone retorted. What are you talking about? On a remote mountain, a carriage lay overturned and damaged in front of Zhang Xintai and his companion. Zhang Xintai said furiously, those bastards, they tricked us. Ma Zhongkong was equally angry, blaming him. It's all your fault. You didn't pay the carriage drivers, made them do all sorts of odd jobs and even sent them hunting. What driver would put up with that? Zhang Xintai said. Who would have thought it would be like this in the Central Plains? Ma Zhongkong said, it's clearly because of you that the drivers resented you enough to smash the carriage like this. Good heavens, what a cursed fate. Why did I ever accept the mission to escort this guy? Zhang Xintai refused to admit fault. He replied, if you don't want to do it, go back. I'll be fine on my own, Ma Zhongkong said. I would have gone back long ago if I could, you bastard. Zhang Xintai shot back. You dare insult me like that, Ma Zhongkong retorted. You can't do anything right. I don't know why the master entrusted this to you. The two bickered back and forth. Would it be any better if it were entrusted to you? Want to try me? I even beat Nangang Duanhui. Shut up. Where did Zhang Xintai and Ma Zhongkong go? Duan Yuxuan said, I sent them on an errand, without Zhang Xintai to cook for them. They ended up eating buns. Nangang Chun asked, is it okay to send them? Duan Yuxuan replied, nothing has happened yet, but I expect something will soon enough. He gazed out the window watching Zhang Xintai practice his martial arts. Meanwhile, Nangang Chun and Su Daohei thought for a moment, their expressions freezing. At that moment in Ma Dezi's residence, he heard the news that Zhang Xintai was still alive and slammed his fist against the wall in anger. He said furiously, that bastard, he's still alive? The eye he stabbed me in when he fled a year ago still hurts. I thought he was dead. Find him, you must find him. How did he survive? Who saved him? Find every last one of them and bring me their heads. They cupped their fists and said in unison, as you command. Ma Dezi thought to himself, a brat who was only fit to be a dog dares to bare his fangs at the master who raised him. This time I'll make you understand that whether you crawl or fly, you'll always be beneath my feet. Duan Yuxuan crossed his arms and said, coming to me like this means you've made up your mind, right? The merchant from the guild bowed his head and said, yes, I will follow any instructions you give, he replied. I didn't call you here to give instructions. I'm not familiar with running a merchant guild, so I will only provide the operating funds. The rest is up to you. He looked up in surprise and replied, can I really decide everything? Duan Yuxuan said, do you not believe my words? He replied, "Ah no, it's just that it feels like I'm dreaming." Duan Yuxuan crossed his arms and said, "If you want to dream, go to sleep. What's in front of you now is reality. You need to tell the difference." He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, master. However, there is one thing I would like to ask." Duan Yuxuan replied. "What is it?" he asked fearfully. "Are you truly aiming to surpass the Wanjin Merchant Guild?" Duan Yuxuan answered nonchalantly. "Of course." Hearing this, he said, "Among all the merchant guilds in the Central Plains, the Wanjin Merchant Guild is undeniably number one. They control 70% of the market." Duan Yuxuan said, "Then we just have to take it from them." After hearing this, he thought to himself, "He's right, martial artists and merchants are the same. The weak will always have everything taken from them by the strong, be it money or their lives. However, the positions of the strong and the weak are also always changing." Duan Yuxuan said, "Everything will change, including your position. It will rise higher and higher, so you need to become tougher." He bowed his head in submission and replied, "I understand." He looked at Duan Yuxuan and thought, "Everything is proceeding smoothly, just as I wished. With him, I feel like any unrealistic expectation could come true. It's not just a belief he and I share, but a sense of certainty I can't explain." Then he lowered his head happily and said, "I am at your service from now on." Duan Yuxuan replied, "All right, first, go to the Yamen and find Hong Yunjiang. I've already found a suitable location nearby to establish a merchant guild. I'll let you decide on the name." "I assume I don't need to tell you what to do next," he replied. "You can rest assured, great hero." Duan Yuxuan said, "All right, if anything comes up, find Hong Yunjiang or me." He lowered his head and replied, "Yes, sir." Then Duan Yuxuan went out for a stroll. As he walked, he thought to himself that it had been a long time since he'd seen Hong Yunjiang, but there was no real need to meet unless something specific came up. Suddenly he stopped. He saw a figure and looked at the burly man, thinking, "That guy looks a little familiar. Where have I seen him before?" The man was looking in another direction while Duan Yuxuan was still trying to place him. He decided to let it go. If he couldn't remember, the man probably wasn't anyone important. Then the man shouted, "You bastard!" He charged at Duan Yuxuan, running fast as he rushed toward him. His face was contorted with savage fury like a monster, and he swung violently. Unfortunately for the road, while Duan Yuxuan dodged the blow, the pavement did not. It shattered. With just one hand, Duan Yuxuan blocked the sword, which was larger than a cutting board. He said, "You dare draw your weapon in broad daylight," the man said furiously. "You've forgotten me this quickly?" Duan Yuxuan paused, trying to remember. After a moment it hit him. "Ah, it's that fool." Duan Yuxuan raised a hand, already gripping the man's neck. He lifted the man's entire body into the air and slammed him hard onto the ground. This time the man took the hit, and unfortunately, the road didn't escape unscathed either. A single move from Duan Yuxuan had utterly crushed him. Stunned, he was sent tumbling to the ground before he could even react. Defeated by Duan Yuxuan in a single move, the man lay helplessly on the ground, glaring up in fury. Duan Yuxuan pinned him down with his foot, preventing him from getting up. Duan Yuxuan praised him. "Your eyes seem sharp. As expected of a martial artist, your gaze is always keen, but if this is the extent of your skill, forget about revenge. You're just wasting your time." The man cursed at Duan Yuxuan furiously. "You son of a bitch, I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan's own anger flared, and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, the man fell silent, silently wondering if he was about to die. He clenched his fists, thinking, "Is this the hopeless end for Ma Desi of the martial world?" Duan Yuxuan lifted his foot and said, "I don't know what you're plotting, but if you're so set on gritting your teeth and seeking revenge, shouldn't you improve your skills first?" Duan Yuxuan walked away, thinking that his hands didn't need to be stained with more blood. Ma Desi trembled in fear. Duan Yuxuan continued, "So don't ever appear before me again." Later, Zhang Xintai asked, "Huh, you ran into Ma Desi?" Duan Yuxuan replied, "What about him?" Zhang Xintai answered, "Yes, if that's the case, he must have been after Duan Sume. The poor fool to think he ran into you, Manor Lord." Meanwhile, Ma Desi could only punch the wall in fury, shouting loudly. Someone had given Ma Desi information about Duan Yuxuan. Although this person wasn't widely known, he had some reputation in the area. It was said he lived near Dongjing Lake, a 2-hour journey from Yueyang, but no one knew his exact location. He asked with a furious, resentful glare, "Is that all?" "That's Wawang Cheng." He told Ma Desi that a little girl and a strange old man were sometimes seen there, and it seemed Zhang Xintai was there as well. Ma Desi asked, "That bastard is there, are you sure?" The man from Wawang Cheng replied, "I've asked everyone there. There's no doubt. The description of one of the men matches him perfectly." Ma Desi replied. "Show me the way," he said angrily. "Whether it's the little girl or the old man, I'll take care of all of them." Duan Yuxuan asked, "This Ma Desi, can you kill him yourself?" Zhang Xintai thought, "Knowing Ma Desi's character, he'll never give up on a grudge. It's impossible. The Manor Lord didn't foresee this. But instead of dealing with it himself, he's asking me. There must be a reason I haven't considered." Duan Yuxuan saw Zhang Xintai standing there without answering. He said, "Well, I'll ask again. Are you strong enough to kill him?" Zhang Xintai broke into a sweat, too afraid to answer. He said, "If it were in the past, I definitely couldn't have done it. Back then, my internal energy was no match for a master of a completely different caliber like him. But after a year, if you ask me if I can win now, then of course, you have nothing to worry about." Duan Yuxuan walked away saying, "I trust you." Zhang Xintai watched him go and replied, "Yes, sir." Then he thought, "Ma Desi, I wonder how long it'll be until I see him again. If I can kill him, it will prove that my skills are improving day by day." He drew his sword. I will train even harder until that day comes. Later, when Nangang Chun learned that Duan Yuxuan had left Ma Desi to Zhen Quan Wu, he asked him, is this really all right? Ma Desi is a well-known expert in Wawang Cheng. Nangang Chun looked at Duan Yuxuan, who then asked, were you two eavesdropping? Nangang Chun and Su Daohei laughed awkwardly, trying to cover it up. What are you talking about? Duan Yuxuan said, just let the kid handle it himself. Su Daohei, holding little Duan Sume, laughed in apparent agreement. That's right. A man has to walk his own path. Then Su Daohei added, from what I know, that Ma Desi used to be Zhen Quan Wu's master. Now fate has them crossing swords. It's hard to imagine what happened. Nangang Chun chimed in. In any case, it's not a good thing for Wawang Cheng to show up here in person. Whether Zhang Xintai wins or loses, Wawang Cheng won't just stand by and watch. For the three of us, killing Ma Desi is as easy as crushing an ant. The problem is the chaos that would follow. The 4 sects and 7 great families won't sit idly by. They will make an enemy of all of Hunan. Under the leadership of Wawang Cheng, if they send their elites to avenge Ma Desi, it will surely unleash a storm of blood. In other words, this problem is even bigger than the last one. After listening, Duan Yuxuan pondered for a moment before saying, HMPH, I suppose we have to go this far just to make our presence known. Nangang Chun fell silent upon hearing this. Then he said, something is definitely going on. I can't believe you're actually thinking of getting involved in the martial world. Duan Yuxuan thought to himself, even when I do nothing, misfortune follows. No matter how much I cut down or drive away, it never disappears. How long has it been? Even though I only took half a step back, this interesting feeling excites me. Then his heavy footsteps retreated. He smiled and said, it should be fun to have my name ring throughout the martial world once more, shouldn't it? Then he turned and said, stop fooling around and get back to work. The two of them asked angrily, what are you talking about? Nangang Chun watched him thinking, I don't know why, but this feels like letting a tiger loose among sheep. Nangang Chun watched him, sweating with worry. He thought uneasily, how is this going to turn out? Meanwhile, Ma Desi was eating appetizers and drinking, sitting quietly in thought with his cutting board-sized sword. The tavern owner sighed and complained, how long is that guy going to sit there? He'll kill someone at the slightest glance. The rumors have spread and now no customers dare to come in. At least he's paying his bills right, yes, but it's still worrying. For the past few days that group has been roaming all over Yueyang making a racket, so no one dares to go out. If Yueyang falls into their hands, our business is finished. This area will become a place everyone avoids. Should we contact the authorities? Forget it, even Hong Yunzhang can't do anything about martial artists like him. Ah, when you put it that way, to ordinary people like us, there's no difference between a martial artist from the 4 sects and a sword-wielding bandit. I'm really scared. I never thought the fall of the martial arts alliance would lead to this. Suddenly, Ma Desi shouted, blood dripping onto his hand. He said furiously, you idiot, do my words sound funny to you? He grabbed a stranger who said fearfully, spare me. Ma Desi said angrily, spare you? I told you I'd kill anyone who came in and disturbed me. The man trembled and said, I didn't hear. I'll leave right away, he replied. Too late. With that, he did something that made the man scream in agony. Meanwhile in the yamen, someone called for Hong Yunzhang. Hong Yunzhang asked, what is it? The man said. There's another disturbance at the inn, he replied. Ha, causing trouble again so soon? How many times has it been? Why on earth are those people from the 4 sects causing a scene here? Have you found out the reason? A soldier reported. Anyone who gets near the inn where they're staying is immediately cut down, so even the nearby merchants are terrified. As a result, no information has gotten out. Hearing this, Hong Yunzhang asked with a headache, how many bodies have there been? If these bastards want to cause chaos, they should do it somewhere else. The soldier asked, should we arrest them? Hong Yunzhang said, they are martial artists from the 4 sects, and from Wawang Cheng no less. Wawang Cheng is known as a pillar of the 4 sects. If we're not careful, we can't afford the consequences. Then Hong Yunzhang thought of Duan Yuxuan. If only the Manor Lord were to appear now. But could the martial artists from Wawang Cheng be connected to Zhang Xintai? I wonder if this is because of him. Everyone in the martial world knows he has a grudge with Ma Desi over the incident in Henan. Suddenly, a soldier reported, sir, you have a visitor. Hong Yunzhang thought, asterisk, a visitor? I don't recall any important matters. It was Duan Sume, he said in surprise. Duan Sume, the little girl replied. Hello, uncle. He picked up the little girl and asked, what brings you here? The girl said, father sent me. He was surprised, not understanding why Duan Yuxuan would send the little girl to see him. Under the night sky, Duan Yuxuan gazed into the distance. Nangang Duanhui watched his back and sighed deeply. She watched Zhang Xintai's receding figure. Su Daohei and her grandfather Nangang Chun were following behind Duan Yuxuan, and all she could say was that it felt like they were heading into a brawl. Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan immediately turned to retort, it's wrong to say we're ganging up for a fight. This time it's just a chance encounter. Nangang Duanhui was not one to back down. She immediately shot back, but right now we're all radiating killing intent. What's the difference between us and a gang of thugs? They arrived at an inn. Someone asked curiously, is this the place? Everyone stood at the entrance scouting it out. Zhang Xintai said warily to the group, I can sense many presences inside. Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan showed no fear at all. He smiled, thinking to himself, it seems they're waiting for us. Zhang Xintai scanned the surroundings and said, I've felt eyes on us ever since we left the manor. It seems they sensed our presence long ago. He looked at Duan Yuxuan, who had his head tilted up, and continued, his subordinates must have already told him we've come to Yueyang. Suddenly a loud shout drew their attention. The bastard continued to watch Duan Yuxuan's group and yelled, you've kept me waiting so long my throat's gone dry. It was Ma Desi. He was looking down at them with an unfriendly smile. Duan Yuxuan looked at him and asked probingly, his tone laced with sarcasm, you seem to be in high spirits. Still holding a wine bottle, he continued with a scornful laugh, this won't be like last time on the street, you fool. He looked at everyone standing below and continued, so let's make a bet. His proposal puzzled Duan Yuxuan. A bet? Ma Desi went on. We're going to be betting our lives anyway, so we might as well have some fun with it. Hearing this, Zhang Xintai immediately asked, what are you planning? Ma Desi grinned and said, right now my men have surrounded all of Yueyang. Zhang Xintai's face darkened as he asked, so what? Ma Desi continued. Although there are still a few people in the inn. As he spoke, he threw something over. It was a human head which rolled to a stop right in front of Duan Yuxuan's group. They were stunned, hesitating for a moment. This, he laughed loudly and bellowed. Scared, are you? This is what happens to the commoners who tried to drive me away. Nangang Chun said angrily, do you have any idea what you're doing? Ma Desi crossed his arms and laughed. Of course I do. I'm well aware. I'm going to kill every last one of them, including that runaway brat, he continued. Oh, I just remembered. He glanced at them and went on. You seem to have hidden a little girl in the yamen, haven't you? As Duan Yuxuan and Zhang Xintai looked up at him, he continued, come on, let's begin. If you dare draw your swords against me, Yueyang will become a sea of blood. Do you want to compete in numbers, or will you lay down your swords and quietly accept your fate? Meanwhile, Duan Yuxuan was thinking. Seeing that he didn't answer, Ma Desi laughed. Why don't you answer? Duan Yuxuan looked up and analyzed. Upstairs are the martial artists. Downstairs are innocent people who have nothing to do with this. In that case, with that he drew his sword and slashed toward where Ma Desi was. The blade gleamed coldly in Duan Yuxuan's hand and suddenly everything collapsed around a stunned Ma Desi. He broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell is this? He can make this place collapse with a single slash? Is this a trap? Ma Desi thought in fear. HMPH, am I just going to let him go? Will this work? That old man was right. I just need to go up, check and capture him. Ma Desi thought, are they here for me, not to save the people? If so, do I need to run? Suddenly, a hand landed on Ma Desi's shoulder from behind and a voice asked, is that the one you were talking about? Duan Yuxuan looked up without a word. Wang Cheng smiled as he looked down. Ma Desi smiled smugly. That's right, I forgot I brought Wang Cheng with me. He's a once-in-a-century genius who helped my father build his power. He's a renowned master of the unorthodox path, one of the 10 strongest of Wang Cheng, and a match for my father. I went to great lengths just to get his help in capturing that Zhang Xintai. The man asked him, is he strong? Ma Desi replied. Strong. He's the one who beat me on the street, Wang Cheng exclaimed. Oh, young Master Ma, this is interesting. Good thing I haven't warmed up recently. This should be fun. Nangang Chun looked up and asked, isn't that Wang Cheng? Su Daohe replied, yes, what's that guy doing here? Duan Yuxuan heard this and asked, someone you know? Nangang Chun replied, I know of him. I taught him a lesson a few times when he was younger. Su Daohe chimed in with a laugh. You too, I was just thinking I wanted to kill him. Up above, Wang Cheng watched and thought, who are these people to be so brazen? I can't recognize them with their masks on and they're not emitting any aura. It seems they're just shameless braggarts. How pitiful, still deceiving themselves, unaware of their fate. From below, Duan Yuxuan said, not running away, you should hurry and run. Wang Cheng looked at Duan Yuxuan and thought, asterisk, that guy looks quite young, but being able to subdue Ma Desi is something to be proud of. Still, to me he's just a diversion. Wang Cheng said, let the bet begin. He took a firework from his robe, lit it, and it shot into the sky. Afterward, Ma Desi, filled with confidence now that he had backup, charged forward and said, follow me if you have the guts, he thought. They definitely won't let my men run wild all over Yueyang. Some of them will chase me. I'll lure them out one by one and kill them slowly and painfully. Ma Desi smiled smugly, thinking, this is the price for daring to provoke Ma Desi of Wang Cheng. You will pay dearly. Seeing this, Su Daohe crossed his arms and asked angrily, really, we could have just caught him. Why let him go like that? Duan Yuxuan clapped Zhang Xintai on the shoulder, called his name, and then said, go, bring me back his head. Following Duan Yuxuan's command, he went to hunt down Ma Desi. Su Daohe asked, you're letting him do it himself? Duan Yuxuan replied, yes, he exclaimed in surprise. You're insane, Duan Yuxuan replied. Thank you for the compliment. Then Duan Yuxuan said, then let's split up. In this situation, there was only one option. To split up. A silence fell over the group as everyone understood the weight of this command. Nangang Chun was the first to volunteer. Then I'll go in that direction. Su Daohe stood up next. I'll go that way. With 2 people left, he asked, so where are you planning to go? Nangang Duanhui immediately answered, Su Daohe will go where they have the most men, and you will go to the yamen to protect Duan Sume. Then that means the place where Lu Qianxi disappeared is the red light district, right? Duan Yuxuan seemed a bit impatient, waiting for her answer. Finally he asked curiously, is Lu Qianxi that terrifying? Nangang Duanhui was startled and denied it. How could that be? He exposed her bluntly. How could it not be, especially for a naive girl like you? She answered cleverly. I'm not naive. Why are you comparing me to others? Duan Yuxuan explained briefly. For the past 10 years that person has been famous throughout the Central Plains. He began to recall. She's quite formidable, I should say, because she wasn't born with the kind of talent you have. She overcame everything with hard work, After hearing this, Nangang Duanhui stormed off in a huff. Duan Yuxuan, however, remained unfazed, just standing there. The scene shifts to a place bathed in moonlight. From under the eaves came a scream. Is it right for you to harass innocent people? You villains will be punished by Modian Jun of the Zhang family of Hunan. Su Daohei thought to himself. By doing this our family's reputation will spread far and wide, right? In any case, there seem to be a lot of rats here. This should be a little exciting, shouldn't it? Just as he finished the thought, an assassin leapt down from above. Su Daohei laughed smugly again, feeling excited. This is fun. The assassin clearly hadn't realized the danger he was in, his sharp gaze peering out from under his mask. Then his blade sliced through the air, preparing for a furious strike. Sparks and killing intent burned in his eyes. I don't know what the Manor Lord is thinking, but he's making things more interesting, so I have even less reason to leave. Meanwhile, in a nearby courtyard, a subordinate spoke timidly. Captain, attacking civilians seems to violate the martial artist code. However, the higher-ups had a different view. Kill anyone you encounter without mercy. The order that had been given must be obeyed. Just then, another person hummed leisurely. How impressive. It looks like this old man will have his work cut out for him. A man in a light-colored robe stood in the wind, and the group immediately recoiled. Even the leader couldn't hide his panic. Nangang Chun asked softly, "Are you planning to go in there?" He looked closely and saw that the old man's treasured sword was already stained with blood, and his gaze immediately became wary. Nangang Chun announced, "If you want to enter, you'll have to step over this old man's dead body, and it seems you won't be able to do that." The leader was trying hard to remember. According to our intelligence, Zhang Xintai and the Manor Lord Duan Yuxuan were the opponents to be wary of. The rest were supposed to be trash. It seems our information was wrong. A group of assassins began leaping to high ground. Nangang Chun watched them calmly. Then let's have a little sword dance together. Back on another side, Zhang Xintai was still on his knees, his breathing growing heavy. The situation forced him to struggle to his feet to face his opponent, who was just standing there leisurely observing. Lu Qianxi spoke. "I thought Duan Yuxuan would come, but it's you who gave you the nerve," he couldn't help but say sarcastically. "I'm more than enough for the likes of you. There's no need to bother the Manor Lord." Lu Qianxi's expression grew more disgusted. She now realized what had felt strange. This man was no longer in his right mind, but why was he looking elsewhere just now? Lu Qianxi gritted her teeth in anger. "Bastard, you dare to look down on someone like me?" The dangerous tip of her sword was about to pierce him. As he dodged, the sharp blade still managed to leave a cut on Zhenquan Wu. Ma Ying also warned. "You dare to boast? Is there something wrong with your head? I really don't understand why father sought you out. I never liked your type from the start. It looks like I'll have to cut off your head and give it to father as a gift," he shot back angrily. "Madman. As expected, someone like you could never accomplish anything great on your own." Veins bulged on Ma Ying's forehead. "Still talking tough when you're about to die. I'll show you what a painful death is," Lu Qianxi said with great interest. "Let's gouge out his eyes first. They make me uncomfortable. Killing him right away would be no fun." While he was still caught up in his vile schemes, a brilliant flash of light suddenly struck his face, and a single blow sent him flying into the sky. Below, Zhang Xintai had steadily risen to his feet. The body then fell heavily to the ground behind him. Both sides, friend and foe, were instantly stunned. Lu Qianxi didn't know what had just happened, but her instincts told her to look up quickly. Duan Yuxuan had appeared there, standing steady. His appearance immediately made her retreat. Nearby, poor Nangang Duanhui had been left behind, unable to keep up with his speed. Returning to the story, he spoke coldly. "I'm standing right here, and you still haven't recognized me." At this, Zhang Xintai let out a soft sigh of relief, while Ma Ying grew even more furious. Duan Yuxuan pinned his body with his foot, which terrified Ma Ying. He had been subdued so easily. He walked up to him and said, "I told you not to show your face before me again." He tried to retort. "Aren't you worried about your daughter? My men will kill everyone. I've already ordered them to attack the yamen. Your daughter right now hasn't had time to." He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Just then a hand appeared in the treetop. Su Daohei emerged with great interest. "So this is where you were. Why did you stop playing hide-and-seek?" Ma Ying panicked. "Why is everyone here?" Su Dao's tone grew more scornful. "Look at you, frozen in fear. Ma Ying, the person you trusted, has also been defeated. What do you plan to do now?" On the other side, Lu Qianxi was in agony. "Stop kicking me." Ma Ying heard more bad news. "Those men of yours have been utterly slaughtered by me." He was inwardly shocked. "What is that old man talking about? I sent 50 men to Yueyang and they were wiped out in less than an hour. Or is this old geezer lying?" he yelled. "This can't be true. The men I brought are powerful warriors. How could they lose to the 5 of you? This is absurd, impossible." "That's right. You must be lying to me." A second later, he was startled to hear a voice. "Why have you stopped? Go and do what you must." As he spoke, Duan Yuxuan shook his leg and added nonchalantly, "One's fate must be decided with one's own hands." The next moment, Zhang Xintai raised a hand to wipe his face. Meanwhile, Ma Ying was fighting 2 masters at once. However, Nangang Chun and Su Daohei seemed to be toying with him, which enraged him further. This group had clearly been hiding their true strength. Just then, Ma Ying's gaze wavered. Zhang Xintai was lunging down with all his might, and he was trying to throw him off. Everything infuriated him. Why did Qi Wucheng and father bring back someone like you? The scolding from all those years ago rushed back to his mind. All you do all day is call me lord. It's so annoying to hear. Zhang Xintai was now grown up. I once saw you as my lord, but you treated me worse than a dog. Now I have found a lord more worthy of my loyalty. He wants me to present him with your head, so I will kill you with my own hands." The more Ma Ying listened, the more disgusted he became. "Come at me if you dare, you brat. I'll show you the meaning of pain." He saw that with every spin a fierce gale was whipped up. Even so, Zhang Xintai charged forward without hesitation. The vortex was gradually emitting a golden glow, and his eyes already showed a clear killing intent towards Zhang Xintai. He then swung his weapon horizontally, but Zhang Xintai ducked in time. His gaze quickly found an opening. Ma Ying's back was now to him, completely unguarded, so he swiftly moved behind this weak point. Ma Ying gritted his teeth. On the other side, Duan Yuxuan was watching intently, but the groans from below distracted him. Lu Qianxi was still groaning the same words. "Stop kicking me." He looked at the other man with disgust in his eyes. Finally, Duan Yuxuan agreed. "Fine." He unceremoniously kicked him away. The weak body flew right towards Nangang Chun and Su Daohei. The impact made him spit out a large amount of blood. Just then, the taunts began again. "We meet again. I really should have killed you sooner," Nangang Chun chimed in. "My thoughts exactly." Facing their predatory gazes, Lu Qianxi was terrified. The two figures in front of him lit up. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Do you know who we are? You never should have gotten involved in this." Lu Qianxi felt the familiar aura and couldn't help but shiver. The demonic emperor and the sword emperor, what are they doing here? A brief flashback. A 20-year-old Ma Ying was incredibly arrogant. "Get up, brat. You fainted after just one hit. I've taken far worse beatings than this. I don't know why father brought this kid back. If you're dead, I'm leaving." After confirming no one was around, he made his move. Zhang Xintai quickly grabbed a nearby sword. His men shouted in panic, "Lord, behind you!" Although Zhang Xintai was just a weak child, he had the guts to pick up two swords at once. He felt a chill run down his spine after seeing it. When did this weak child's pupils start to emit a dazzling yellow light? Now Zhang Xintai could fight without mercy, while Ma Ying felt irritated. The bastard's gaze always disgusted him, but he noticed something was different from before. Despite being suppressed by him, the boy always charged forward fearlessly. He was trying to thrust his sword forward again, while his other arm was still locked in a stalemate with him, which made him feel a sense of fear. The move was incredibly precise, as if aimed directly at a weak spot. Several more rounds of swordplay ensued, a seesaw battle with the clash of metal ringing through the air. The greatsword had to exert all its strength again to avoid being knocked down by the sword's blade. Ma Ying couldn't help but stare blankly at his own blade, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, this kid is a daredevil. But what's going on? There's a huge disparity in our strength." He felt his sword arm growing weak and cursed a few more times. Across from him, Zhang Xintai was also exhausted. Ma Ying couldn't help but wonder, what is that Lu Qianxi still doing? Then he lightly lifted his foot and kicked an object away at top speed. The target in front wobbled and flew off, and he seized the opportunity to shoot out like an arrow. Lu Qianxi landed limply in another spot. Nangang Chun also casually held his sword. He directly smashed the hilt into the enemy's forehead. The blow sent Lu Qianxi flying again, seemingly in Duan Yuxuan's direction. As he was about to land, he quickly reached out to catch him, then cleanly kicked the human ball in the head. It was Su Dao's turn now, who saw a piece of cloth fall out. At this point, Nangang Chun had already drawn his sword. Laughter rang out. "I haven't played like this in a long time. Looks like we have pretty good chemistry, huh?" In his mind, all Lu Qianxi wanted to scream was, "Just kill me." Back on the other side, Ma Ying asked irritably, "What are you laughing at?" He simply told him, "Lu Qianxi is no match for them. They are warriors that someone like you can never defeat. It would be useless even if you brought all the forces of Martial Emperor City." He retorted with a sneer, "How can those guys compare to Martial Emperor City?" Ma Ying gritted his teeth and delivered a frontal slash. That massive slash was a stark contrast to his slender body, but Zhang Xintai still maintained a provocative expression. However, Ma Ying had no intention of holding back. His immense power was about to strike Zhang Xintai's chest. A small gash cut across his thigh, and even his arm was sliced by the sword energy. The people on this side had switched to watching the show. "That bastard's getting serious. His moves are completely different from before, right?" Su Daohei also commented. "Is that his full strength?" "He's just using both hands," he replied. "No, a warrior usually only uses 70% of their power and hides the remaining 30. It seems he's now using that hidden 30%. In contrast, Zhang Xintai confidently found an opening. The surroundings instantly turned crimson. His sword had pierced the enemy, but it only left a scratch on his cloak. The shadow in front enveloped Zhang Xintai's face. Ma Ying looked at him smugly. "Got you." And Zhang Xintai found that he couldn't pull out the sword he had thrust. He used his internal energy to make his muscles clamp down on the sword. In that case, everything was for naught. Ma Ying unleashed a sword gleam with all his might. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. "Am I going to die?" A gash appeared on Zhang Xintai's chest, blood pouring out continuously. His feet were off the ground, kicking and struggling in the air. Even so, his determined gaze did not waver in the slightest. Zhang Xintai was still trying to think. "But if I really die today," he realized something. "Hesitating because of pain is a luxury I cannot afford." Ma Ying switched to taunting him. "Using your lord's command as an excuse for your own despicable actions, don't you feel ashamed?" As he spoke, he prepared to launch another attack. He raised his greatsword high. Zhang Xintai still used his lightness skill to charge forward. The two were about to clash again. He had completed the final swing of his blade, making him think, "Today At that exact moment Zhang Xintai also knelt behind him and declared, "I will kill you." In another place, Duan Xiaomei and Zhang Hongyun were playing at an official's residence. Back in the battle, drops of crimson blood splattered on the ground. The gash on his back was like a floodgate, letting scalding blood pour out. The two figures, one standing, one kneeling, remained still for a few seconds. Zhang Xintai's face was covered in blood. Ma Ying's deep red aura was still burning, but the next second his tall body began to tilt, and the circulating energy gradually dissipated. The person behind him fell. Zhang Xintai remained kneeling, but underneath it all was an incredibly triumphant smile. The strength supporting his body was also exhausted. Both enemies lay on the ground, but Zhang Xintai's consciousness was still clear. "I won. I defeated Ma Ying. I might die, but I've completed my mission. I have no regrets now." Only then did Nangang Chun speak. "Looks like he's about to become a corpse. What should we do? He killed Ma Ying. This is tantamount to declaring war on Martial Emperor City." Duan Yuxuan commanded coldly, "Just send their bodies to Martial Emperor City." The two old men looked at him in confusion after hearing this. So Duan Yuxuan asked again, "Did you not hear me clearly?" He first pointed at Ma Ying, then at the detestable Lu Qianxi. Duan Yuxuan said word by word, "Send the bodies of those two to Martial Emperor City." The scene shifts to northern Yueyang, Hunan province. Someone is speaking. "Is this the place?" The lord of Martial Emperor City, Qi Wucheng, sighed lightly. After looking around he asked, "It's too noisy. Is someone dead?" On the ground were bodies that had been cold for a long time, and a few others over there were in the same state. Qi Wucheng commanded coldly, "This was likely the work of warriors. Go investigate." But he already had a hunch. It might have been Ma Ying. "If it weren't for my friend's request, I would have driven that guy away long ago." He was very sincere. "I can't contact my eldest son. He ran off with the family's warriors. Can you help me find him? No matter what mistake he's made, he is still the eldest son of my Ma family. If you're willing to help, I would be eternally grateful." He clicked his tongue to himself. Since a friend asked, I have no choice but to go myself. Afterward, Qi Wucheng went to a tavern. A waitress said respectfully, "Please have some tea, sir," but she immediately froze for a few seconds. He took out a coin and said, "It's too noisy outside. Tell me what's been happening recently." The scene cuts back to Duan Yuxuan's residence. Zhang Xintai had just woken up. "Am I still alive? I thought I was dead." From outside the door, a pair of small feet walked in. As soon as he said thank you, he thought to himself, "She must have been the one taking care of me these past few days." Duan Xiaomei replied kindly, "I wanted to. But big brother, why are you injured? Father said you fell while climbing a mountain." The little girl's scrutinizing gaze flustered him. Duan Xiaomei added, "But this wound doesn't look like you got it from a fall. Grandpa said so too. It's too suspicious." Zhang Xintai made an excuse. "Actually, I bumped into a very sharp rock." The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "I thought you'd been in a fight. I'm glad you weren't. Fighting is bad. Father always says that if you still fight when you're grown up, it just means you're not mature enough." Zhang Xintai wondered to himself, "Does she really believe I wasn't in a fight? He's such a good fighter, yet he'd say something like that to a little girl?" The door was pushed open again. Both of them jumped and looked towards the door. Duan Yuxuan walked in response. "Lord, Father," back on the other side, a man was reporting, "This is all the information we've found." He gently set down his teacup. "What you found is similar to what the waitress said. Although I knew Ma Ying was a reckless fellow, I didn't expect him to cause so much trouble just to capture that Zhang Xintai. He even dragged Lu Qianxi into this. So where are they now?" The subordinate hesitated for a long time. "Well, it's said that the two of them and their men are all dead." After hearing this, Qi Wucheng felt the atmosphere grow heavy. The air outside was still fresh, but the conversation in the courtyard was exceptionally grave. The subordinate elaborated, "Rumor has it that this was the work of the Zhang family west of Yueyang, and their fame has spread far and wide because of it." Qi Wucheng felt a headache coming on. "I've never heard of such a small family by Danjing Lake. Even with all the commotion between the Tianxia Guild and the Wulin Alliance, I never thought trouble would come from a minor family. How dare he touch someone from Martial Emperor City? As a member of Martial Emperor City, I must teach them a lesson. Should I just kick the door down?" Just then a sweet voice rang out. "Father was right, we really do have a guest visiting our home." The little girl looked at him with a very cute posture. Qi Wucheng was also stunned for a long moment, his gaze fixed. "A child?" Duan Xiaomei spoke very politely. "Hello sir, Father invites you in. He said you shouldn't do anything strange out here." He asked in surprise, "Your father told you there was someone outside?" Thinking of this, Qi Wucheng was a bit surprised. "He knew I was here, yet he sent a child out to greet me?" Then Qi Wucheng ordered, "Take me to him." The little girl replied innocently, "Follow me." The big one and the small one started walking along the brick path in the courtyard. Meanwhile he was sizing the place up. From the outside this manor looks ordinary, but the inside is different. It doesn't look like a newly established family at all. The landscaping is meticulous and the sculptures and architecture are exquisite. What kind of person is the master here? After a while, Duan Xiaomei said cheerfully, "Father is over there in that pavilion by the pond. This is grown-up business, so I won't disturb you." Afterward the little girl skipped away somewhere else. Qi Wucheng could only think one thing. That child is truly unusual, but his attention shifted again. "But why are those two playing Go? I'm already here." The next second, Qi Wucheng immediately covered his entire body with spiritual energy. A pressure that could blow away dust emanated from him, and the oppressive aura quickly reached the go-board, but another second later he immediately felt fear. Countless streams of spiritual energy rebounded, all aimed at Qi Wucheng alone. Only then did Duan Yuxuan give the command, "Don't do anything foolish, sit." He was still lost in a daze. My internal energy was crushed in an instant. Is he a great reclusive master? Then Qi Wucheng also approached him. As soon as he saw him, Qi Wucheng demanded, "Was it you who killed Ma Ying and Lu Qianxi?" But the man only met him with an icy chill. Duan Yuxuan paid him no mind. Focusing only on his game of Go, Qi Wucheng grew impatient and urged him again. "I'm asking you a question, hurry up and answer," he spoke faintly. "Are you deaf? Didn't I tell you to sit down?" The moment he finished speaking, his figure vanished. A second later, Su Daohei had pushed his head down. He gripped him so tightly that Qi Wucheng couldn't move. Seeing him stop struggling, Su Daohei dusted off his hands, finally willing to be quiet. Qi Wucheng also recognized the voice. He took the initiative to ask, "It's been a long time, 10 years, right?" Qi Wucheng clicked his tongue a few times. "As I thought, there's no way those two could have died at the hands of someone like Zhang Xintai. You're the one pulling the strings behind this," he thought to himself. Although I was a bit careless, there was indeed no trace of his aura. The title of demonic emperor is well deserved. Just then, laughter came from behind him again. "What's this old geezer doing? Is this how you treat a guest?" Nangong Chun had now revealed his face for him to see. Qi Wucheng immediately panicked. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" He just smiled faintly and replied, "Long time no see." Qi Wucheng's beliefs were beginning to crumble. How is this possible? What on earth is going on here? Why are the leaders of the demonic cult and the orthodox faction here at the same time? A bad feeling rose in his heart. "Are you planning to join forces and declare war on us? Who on earth is he?" Nangong Chun answered briefly. "Why don't you ask our manor lord yourself?" He was preoccupied by that title. It was only then that he noticed the young man sitting on the other side of the Go board. On the other side, Duan Yuxuan was still leisurely playing Go. Qi Wucheng looked up and thought blankly. "Manor lord?" At the same time he suddenly recognized him. "It's him." Qi Wucheng quickly composed himself and confirmed inwardly. "It really is him." The moment he finished speaking, he drew his sword ready to strike. Seeing this, Duan Yuxuan could only sigh helplessly before speaking calmly. "I bet you don't even dare to draw that sword." After hearing this, Qi Wucheng thought angrily. "His aura is preventing me from even drawing my sword. Who is he? How can he do this?" After a moment, Duan Yuxuan spoke again. "What happened to Ma Ying is a bit of a pity, but because of it, my confidant was able to grow. For that I am very grateful." Hearing this, he exploded. "Damn it, what the hell are you?" In response to his anger, Duan Yuxuan calmly replied, "I am the lord of this manor and the father of the child who brought you in." At that, Qi Wucheng's anger burned even more fiercely. "Bastard, you won't give up until you're at death's door, will you?" As he spoke, he channeled his energy again to draw his sword, but because the other's aura was too powerful, Qi Wucheng couldn't draw it no matter how hard he tried. Despite this, he resolved, "I must draw this sword from its scabbard." The moment he finished speaking, Qi Wucheng let out a powerful roar. Seeing him struggle, Duan Yuxuan said, "Didn't I already warn you?" Nangong Chun and the others stood to the side, chuckling as they listened. At the same time, Qi Wucheng saw a rock in front of him. His body suddenly tilted and his head plunged towards the rock. But before he could stop himself, Qi Wucheng slammed his head into it. The sharp pain shot to his brain, stunning him. Only then did Duan Yuxuan slowly speak. "I already told you. Why don't you understand?" Qi Wucheng couldn't be bothered to answer, just wondering what the hell is this place, but that's not important. What's important is how. The moment their eyes met, he instantly understood. Duan Yuxuan looked at him and commented, "You seem pretty stubborn." Without another word, Qi Wucheng charged straight at him. Just as he was about to reach him, Duan Yuxuan quickly stepped aside and dodged. Seeing this, Qi Wucheng thought blankly. He dodged. Meanwhile, Duan Yuxuan thought nonchalantly. Not bad, his swordsmanship is on par with Nangong Chun's. He thought this guy had nothing going for him besides that impulsive energy. Thinking of this, Duan Yuxuan said, "I see now why Nangong Chun and Su Daohei would ignore unorthodox factions like yours. Your swordsmanship is mediocre, yet you act like a hooligan. You even think like a child, and you dare call yourself a warrior." Hearing these words, Qi Wucheng gritted his teeth in anger. He lunged at Duan Yuxuan, roaring, "Let's see how long you can keep that tough talk up." Faced with this, he remained perfectly calm. In fact, just as Qi Wucheng was about to reach him, Duan Yuxuan had already made a move in secret. His power was so immense that Qi Wucheng had to retreat several steps to evade it. Just like that, Duan Yuxuan had decided the outcome of the fight with a single move. Qi Wucheng was utterly astonished by this turn of events. The person before him was still that cold, taciturn man. Qi Wucheng thought to himself, why does someone like him even exist in this world? From within the swirling dust, a hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Yuxuan's eyes. Meanwhile, Qi Wucheng was thinking, I have always dominated the world with my strength, but now I'm like a mouse trembling before a hunting snake. While he was lost in thought, Duan Yuxuan suddenly spoke. Are you afraid? He turned his head and asked himself in utter astonishment, when did he get behind me? Immediately after, a piercing scream echoed through the entire forest. Seeing his friend roaring with laughter, Nangong Chun said, Stop laughing, look at what a sorry state he's in. The moment he finished speaking, he himself couldn't help but burst out laughing. But this guy, Nangong Chun, was still laughing uncontrollably. But Duan Yuxuan spoke up, Interesting. You're saying he is Qi Wucheng? Su Daohei was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down his face, but he still replied immediately, "That's right, that's his name. Oh man, that's hilarious." Then he said, "I've met many people, but I've never seen anyone like you, a Grand Master fleeing without a fight." As soon as he finished, Duan Yuxuan added, "Is this the best the unorthodox masters can do? If so, it seems the unorthodox factions are about to disappear again." The moment he finished speaking, Nangong Chun lamented. "What a fool," Su Daohei chimed in. "Looks like he's using all his strength to survive. He must have realized the gap in strength between him and the Manor Lord." Duan Yuxuan, on the other hand, remained silent. After a while he sensed something and thought to himself, "I'm suddenly a little worried. I wonder if he can get it done." The scene switches to the demonic cult. Surrounding this place are the heavenly mountains, vaster than the imperial palace. It's rumored that over 100,000 people live here, which is why the demonic cult is often called the 100,000 demonic disciples. The interior of the demonic cult is built like a giant circular maze. The closer one gets to the center, the more one encounters the core forces and organizations of the cult. However, contrary to many rumors, the outskirts of the demonic cult are where people who don't know martial arts gather, forming a village. At this moment, a pair of hurried footsteps finally came to a stop. As soon as Zhang Xintai saw the scene before him, he exclaimed, "We're finally here." Catching a glimpse of his weary face, Zhang Xintai didn't stand on ceremony, plopped down on the ground and asked, "Are you tired?" As soon as Ma Zhongkong answered, Zhang Xintai, as if waiting for those words, immediately said, "Let's sit down and rest for a bit. I can barely keep my eyes open." Hearing this, he let out an annoyed tisk. Then Ma Zhongkong finally spoke, "You seem quite determined. Anyone else would have needed 10 lives to survive this." He then asked, "I've heard that line several times. What do you think will happen next?" He pondered for a moment, then answered hesitantly, "I don't know either." Hearing this, Zhang Xintai said, "From what I've observed, the outskirts of the heavenly mountains are no different from an ordinary village. Merchants do business, farmers till the fields, and occasionally a few scoundrels run around, but you find those everywhere." Then Ma Zhongkong replied, "That's true, but something still feels off." This made him feel utterly powerless. Seeing this, he explained further, as expected of the King of Waves, "I've been to many places, including here before. This area is usually managed and patrolled by demon followers, but now there's not a single person in sight." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xintai fell into deep thought. A moment later, Ma Zhongkong proposed again, "I think we should go a little deeper." "What do you think?" He immediately shot back with suspicion. "Are you serious? You know as well as I do that only demon followers can enter the inner areas." However, the look on his face was unusually serious. Seeing this, Zhang Xintai let out a long sigh. Finally, he had to compromise. "Fine, have it your way, but if anything happens, I'm making a run for it." Ma Zhongkong immediately agreed. The scene shifts elsewhere, where an arm is locked in iron chains. In the dim light, a bound figure suddenly appears, suspended in midair, endlessly repeating broken words, "I will kill you." Standing opposite him was none other than the Blood Demon. Hearing Manhua ask, "Is this all right?" he glanced sideways. After a moment, the Blood Demon finally replied, "Of course. Is there anything else unusual?" he said hesitantly. "The situation doesn't look good. It seems he's on the verge of going mad." The Blood Demon confirmed this, saying, "That's right, he's been broken ever since he witnessed his own son's death." Hearing the man incessantly talk of killing, he said, "Yes, you must take his life. That's the only thing a failure like you can do." A strange smile crept onto the Blood Demon's face as he softly commanded, "Rise. Find a way to kill him. You have reached your limit and can improve no further. No matter how much a rabbit grows, it's still just a rabbit. So do you know how to become stronger in a situation like this?" Manhua was speechless at the sight before him. Then, with a savage expression, the Blood Demon held up a blade and said, "It is to die and be reborn. Serve me. You will be the perfect stage I'm preparing for him, unlike the riffraff in the martial arts world today who only know a life of comfort. I want a stronger, bloodier martial arts world. So be reborn." As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move. A sharp pain shot through the unfortunate man, causing him immense agony. But after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he continued to mutter, "I will kill you." The Blood Demon was taken aback, not expecting such a reaction. He found that he had changed too much. Just like the current martial arts world, he could still clearly remember the sight of him laughing while covered in blood. How could he be so calm and lifeless now? What on earth had made him so dull? Finally, he ground his teeth and said, "I don't like this one bit. It was time to return to that era 1,000 years ago when everything was drenched in blood." Then the Blood Demon thought with a smile, yes, he would definitely love it. "We were born for this." Elsewhere, one of Duan Yuxuan's subordinates spoke slowly, "Yes, this is the place. This is the residence of the Hu Yan family, famous for brewing Shaoxing wine." He commented softly, "I'm afraid even a beggar wouldn't bother staying in a place like this." Hearing this, the man could only force a bitter smile. Duan Yuxuan suddenly recalled the sweet words of his subordinate Jin Enhe, who had said this was the most famous wine in Yueyang brewed by the Hu Yan family. If we could distribute this wine, we could surely close the gap with the major merchant guilds. For a family famous for selling wine to have fallen to this state, something major must have happened, Duan Yuxuan thought. Just then, Jin Enhe called out toward the inside, "Is anyone home?" Seeing only silence, he wondered aloud, "How is there no one here?" Then Jin Enhe politely added, "We are from the Dan family of Hunan." Suddenly a hesitant voice asked, "Who are you?" Duan Yuxuan turned to see Hu Yanzi. His face was cold and he said nothing to her. After a moment Duan Yuxuan finally spoke slowly. "And who are you?" Hu Yanzi replied hesitantly. "I asked you first." He immediately introduced himself. "I am Duan Yuxuan." "He's so tall," she thought to herself. Then she replied, "I am Hu Yanzi, the owner of this house." Duan Yuxuan then said, "I thought this place was deserted." She immediately retorted, "That's a very rude thing to say." A second later, Hu Yanzi turned to leave decisively, tossing a final remark over her shoulder. "Never mind, now explain yourselves before I report you to the authorities for trespassing." The scene shifts elsewhere, giving off a warm feeling. A tea set was neatly arranged on the table for guests. Duan Yuxuan crossed his arms and commented, "This place isn't half bad." She immediately said with displeasure, "Could you please stop commenting on everything?" Hearing this, Jin and he tried to mediate. "Let's not argue." A moment later he added, "There's a strong smell of medicinal herbs here. Are you planning to open an apothecary?" Hu Yanzi replied faintly, "My family was originally a family of apothecaries. We only became famous because of our wine." Duan Yuxuan was perplexed. "Then why don't you continue brewing wine? Your financial situation would improve," she replied. "Many people have told me the same thing, but I will not brew wine again. I won't let my family suffer because of it again." As she finished speaking, Hu Yanzi was lost in thought. "That's right, it's been a long time, but the fear is still there. Will they one day remember this place and come looking for us again? Besides the fear, the anger in my heart boils just as it always has." Then she spoke sadly, "My parents died because of that so-called wine, so please, I don't want to hear another word about wine." Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan's expression changed, but he quickly showed his understanding, saying, "I understand." As he took a step, Duan Yuxuan began to speak. "From what I've heard, the wine brewed by the Hu Yan family is the best in the Central Plains." Hu Yanzi immediately retorted, "That was in the past. The best wine brewing family now is the Zhu family." This time, Duan Yuxuan did not respond, merely standing in front of several wine vats in contemplation. Seeing this, she spoke hesitantly. "Ah, that." Although he heard her voice, he remained motionless. A second later he reached out, picked up the gourd ladle floating inside and brought it to his lips for a taste. After a moment he suddenly said in an evaluative tone, "It's not as good as I imagined, but it's not bad. The Zhu family's wine is indeed much better." Hearing this, Hu Yanzi shouted, "That wasn't brewed to be compared to the Zhu family's," Duan Yuxuan then added. "But it can still be used for evaluation, can't it?" Finally he turned to face her and said decisively, "Brew wine." Fearing she might refuse, he also promised, "I will make your dream come true." She immediately replied with sarcasm, "And how would you know what my dream is?" Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan smiled smugly and said, "Isn't it obvious? Don't you want to make the Zhu family disappear from the face of the earth?" The scene changes. The weather was exceptionally clear today, and soon after they returned to Duan Yuxuan's estate. Seeing him, Duan Duomi greeted him happily. "Father, you're back," he replied gently. "Yes, I am." He then opened his arms to catch the little girl who leapt into his embrace. Duan Yuxuan also whispered a reminder, "Say hello, child. She will be our guest starting today." The little girl spoke obediently. "Hello, big sister. My name is Duan Duomi." She replied, "Hello, little sister. I'm Hu Yanzi." She then asked, "Who exactly are you?" Duan Yuxuan replied faintly, "Can't you see, just a father with over 100 children." Hu Yanzi was highly skeptical. "Is that all?" Then she looked up and wondered to herself, "What is this estate? It's frighteningly large, which means this man is extremely wealthy. It seems even bigger than the imperial palace I saw when I was a child. And I actually followed this person whom I don't fully trust. Will this become my new home?" Hu Yanzi thought sorrowfully. Just then a deep male voice suddenly let out a few curses. It was Si Daohei. He shouted irritably at Zhang Xintai, "Take her to that building over there and give her a good bath. The stench is unbearable. I can't take it anymore." Upon hearing this task, Zhang Xintai asked, "What, you want me to bathe her?" Hu Yanzi quickly denied it loudly. "I can bathe myself." Then she asked him, "Where's the room? I need to put my things down before I go wash up." After settling in, Hu Yanzi thought, "Never mind, I should just get rid of the idea of this being my new home. I'll leave as soon as I'm done brewing the wine." Suddenly, Duan Duomi appeared from behind her, leaving her a bit surprised and confused. The little girl asked innocently, "Big sister, what are you doing?" Hu Yanzi replied, "I'm inspecting the ingredients for the medicinal wine." Duan Duomi let out an "oh," which made her think, "This child is so cute." Lost in her thoughts, she then heard Duan Duomi's excited proposal. "Then let me help you," the little girl suggested with an indescribably innocent expression. Surprised, Hu Yanzi asked back, "You want to help me brew wine?" She then praised her inwardly, "So adorable." Duan Duomi spread her arms and answered affirmatively, "Yes, I want to try." Hearing this, she thought, "Is this what it feels like to have a little sister? I'm not sure if I should teach a child to do this. But then again, I also learned to brew wine since I was a child." With that thought, Hu Yanzi said, "You can help, but no sneaking a taste, okay?" Duan Duomi replied obediently, "Okay, I'll only help." A moment later, the big and small figures were heading out hand in hand to gather ingredients. Nangong Chan and his group watched from a distance, laughing and saying, "We should have stopped her." The old man began his assessment. "Is she a descendant of the Hu Yan family? Her constitution looks good. She has a promising future. I heard this family is most famous for its wine, right?" Hearing this, Nangong Chan asked, "But is it really okay to let Duan Duomi be with her?" On the other side, Hu Yanzi remained blissfully unaware that she was being discussed. Duan Yuxuan had been silent the whole time, simply observing quietly. Finally he said softly, helping others can be a wonderful experience sometimes. Over there, the little girl was asking excitedly, are we going to start now? Hu Yanzi replied, let's see, let's go find the herbs first. Hearing this, Duan Duomi cheered with excitement. Yay! The little girl ran ahead confidently, saying, I'm really good at this. It was only then that Hu Yanzi noticed her surroundings. She wondered to herself, how are all these herbs which should grow deep in the mountains everywhere here, and why aren't there any apothecaries here gathering them? Hu Yanzi crouched down, observing quietly and thinking, I just need to take what I need. Just then she was suddenly stunned by something. What amazed her was the sight of Duan Duomi deftly gathering herbs. Hu Yanzi smiled and thought, she's so cute, picking everything whether it's an herb or a weed. That's understandable. Living in such a large estate, she probably never had to do this sort of thing. She suddenly felt a little jealous. Before long the sky was tinged with the pale orange of dusk. Duan Duomi proudly showed off her haul. I picked so much? Hu Yanzi immediately replied. That's a lot, aren't you tired? The little girl replied that she wasn't. She picked up the herb basket and marveled inwardly. This is so much. I suddenly feel like I picked too little. Despite this thought, Hu Yanzi praised her. You did a great job, Duan Duomi replied. It's because I often come here with father. At the same time she picked up an herb from the little girl's basket and thought in astonishment, wait, these herbs, their roots are all intact and perfectly clean. She flawlessly shook off all the dirt. If these were sold at an apothecary they would surely fetch a high price. After a moment Hu Yanzi spoke again. We should head back. This is enough, Duan Duomi replied obediently. Okay, I'm hungry too. Afterwards she muttered to herself hesitantly. I've been picking herbs for so many years, yet I'm not as good as a little girl. Is she just lucky or… The scene shifts back to Duan Yuxuan's vast estate. The fresh scent of herbs quickly filled the room. Hu Yanzi grabbed a handful of herbs and said, let's add this part in. When she turned around she heard Duan Duomi say, Big sister, can you teach me how to brew wine please? Hu Yanzi was a little surprised and asked back, you want to try? The little girl smiled innocently and replied, I want to give it a try. Hu Yanzi had no choice but to instruct her seriously. All right, but you're not allowed to sneak a taste, you hear me? Duan Duomi answered obediently. I'll give it to father to drink. Only then did she say with relief, that should be fine then, let's begin. The scene shifts to 10 days later. The first batch of wine was finally ready. Duan Yuxuan spoke coolly. Is it done? She replied, I'm very confident about this wine. I brewed a lot, so if you think it's good, feel free to sell it. Hearing this, he just replied faintly, is that so? Meanwhile, Nangang Chun and Si Daohe were waiting anxiously outside the door. Hu Yanzi watched him taste her wine, feeling extremely nervous. She then asked herself, why do I feel so nervous? After tasting it for a moment, Duan Yuxuan finally admitted, this one is indeed better than the last, but that's only because the ingredients were good. Your skill is still the same. Hearing this, Hu Yanzi's face fell as she let out a dejected oh. When he finally added, I mean there's no change, she completely lost it. But Hu Yanzi also had to admit to herself that the wine was better because of the high quality of the herbs used, but she hadn't expected him to pick up on that. Just then Duan Yuxuan added, if this is all you've got, it's not worth paying a high price for. She was speechless, while Nangang Chun excitedly said, let me have a taste. Just then Duan Duomi's voice rang out, father, try the one I made. Duan Yuxuan asked back in surprise, you learned to brew wine too? The little girl replied confidently, yes, I worked very hard. Hearing this, he said, then I'll try your wine. The moment Duan Yuxuan pulled out the stopper, a fragrance filled the entire room. The sweet aroma of the wine stunned Nangang Chun and Si Daohe, who had been crestfallen from the previous poor-tasting wine. Duan Yuxuan, who hadn't expected much, was also dumbfounded. Across from him, Hu Yanzi stood frozen, looking up in astonishment in the distance. Little Duan Duomi saw this and beamed with joy, immensely proud of her creation. Nangang Chun and Si Daohe were now both clamoring for a taste, but he flatly refused them. No, this is mine, they shouted in protest. Hey, don't be so selfish, we just want a small sip. Meanwhile, Hu Yanzi still hadn't recovered from her shock. Impossible. If what I just smelled is correct in that jar of wine. Just then, Si Dao's excited voice rang out again. This thing could be ranked among the 5 great wines. It's one of the 5 best wines I've ever had. Nangang Chun chimed in, laughing heartily in agreement. While he was still marveling at how good the wine was, Duan Yuxuan was already urging impatiently, hand it over once you're done. Unexpectedly, Hu Yanzi also stepped forward and requested, may I have a taste as well? He had no choice but to reply reluctantly, just one sip you can. As she tasted the wine, she thought, what will it taste like? The aroma is perfect, but the flavor might be. However, the moment the wine touched her lips, Hu Yanzi's eyes widened in amazement. She felt as if she were floating in the air, the fragrance of peach blossoms blooming all around. This taste, after she finished her sip, Hu Yanzi lowered her head, speechless. She walked silently towards Duan Duomi, then, to Duan Duomi's surprise, Hu Yanzi tightly grasped the little girl's hands with eyes shining like stars. Hu Yanzi stammered, teach me. The scene shifts to 1 month later. At the Zhu family residence, a skeptical voice suddenly rang out. What did you say? Zhu Wenyuan asked. Hu Yan family is brewing wine, the subordinate asserted with great certainty. I am sure of it, he asked hesitantly. What did you say? That place was already? Hearing this, the man paused for a beat, reached into his cloak as if to retrieve something, and then reported in detail. The one on the left is the wine the Hu Yan family is now famous for, selling for 10 taels of silver. The one on the right sells for 2 taels of silver. Zhu Wenyuan was doubtful. Is this really the Hu Yan family's wine? But on the surface he asked, what's the difference between the two? The subordinate answered respectfully, they are of different grades. The one on the left is expensive, but there isn't enough to meet the demand. I hear high-ranking officials are willing to pay a premium for it. After listening for a moment, Zhu Wenyuan asked again, are you certain it's the Hu Yan family's wine? He immediately replied, I'm certain. After hearing this, he picked up the flagon on the right and took a drink. Immediately, Zhu Wenyuan's gaze turned exceptionally sharp. His face darkened as he immediately thought of Hu Yanzi and cursed inwardly, damn it, it's that girl. Zhu Wenyuan's hand reached for the flagon on the left and poured another cup. This time he took a small sip to savor it. Unlike before, probably because it was pricier and more acclaimed. Afterwards, Zhu Wenyuan pondered, the wine on the left clearly has the taste of the old Hu Yan family's wine. No, perhaps it's even better than before. The one on the right is decent but not as good as it used to be. Legend has it that the emperor himself once visited to taste their wine and could never forget the flavor. If the Hu Yan family is revived, it will be very dangerous. Thinking this, he asked, who is doing this? The subordinate was too slow to react, blankly uttering, sir? Then Zhu Wenyuan roared like a madman. Who in the world got the Hu Yan family to brew wine and who is distributing it? Hearing him, the subordinate obediently answered, it's the Golden Ring Merchant Guild. Zhu Wenyuan asked skeptically, that small merchant guild from Changsha? He confirmed, yes. Then he ordered, investigate this matter thoroughly. The subordinate acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, Hu Yanzi was asking herself sorrowfully, why can't I do it? I've made some progress, but that's all. I can't catch up at all. Suddenly, Duan Yuxuan appeared and asked, what are you sad about? She reminded him coolly, excuse me, but please make some noise when you approach. He ignored her and continued to ask, is it because you can't brew wine like Duan Duomi's? Only then did Hu Yanzi confess, no matter what I do, I can't make wine like hers. From the type and amount of ingredients to the brewing time, I've done everything exactly the same. Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan gave her a meaningful look. Then he began to speak. Duan Duomi is a special child. She is full of emotion, shows great love for those around her, and always puts her whole heart into what she does. Hu Yanzi heard this and asked, so what? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? A second later, he added, and she's lucky. She heard this with a blank expression, completely baffled. Just then, Duan Yuxuan continued, it's not just luck. She possesses heavenly fate, so everything she does turns out well. Hu Yanzi even thought, heavenly fate? Are you just bragging about your daughter? What is this all about? Then he spoke quietly. You can't create a wine that surpasses it by just imitating, so isn't it better to try and create something that is uniquely yours? After a moment, it dawned on Hu Yanzi, something uniquely my own. Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind, but by then Duan Yuxuan was no longer there. Hu Yanzi whispered in astonishment, what? He vanished? The scene shifts to the dead of a silent night when the sound of a conversation suddenly broke the quiet. Weren't you planning to just watch from the sidelines? The other person replied. I was just pointing out something simple. Si Daohei laughed lightly and replied, that's right, it's obvious if you think about it for a moment. After speaking he added, but it's true that someone is scheming just as you predicted. Duan Yuxuan guessed nonchalantly. It must be the Zhu family. He continued walking as he said, it seems Duan Duomi's wine worked. I didn't expect them to react so quickly. Si Daohei replied, they're getting desperate. The more the news spreads, the more the Zhu family's position will be shaken. Afterwards, Duan Yuxuan asked, and what about Jin Enhe? Si Daohei immediately answered, he's doing a great job. He's only selling Duan Duomi's wine in small amounts, so the price keeps rising, but it still sells very well. Hearing this, he just replied faintly, is that so? After a moment, he added, he has many flaws, but he's also an excellent merchant. I really don't understand why he's only leading such a small merchant guild. To his surprise, Duan Yuxuan replied with just two cold words, good luck. Si Daohei thought helplessly, I guess this guy had his eye on him from the moment they first met. It's truly terrifying. His eyes seem to be able to see through to the essence of things, to immediately identify the talents and gifts of others. This is an ability that neither I nor Nangang Chun possess. Who on earth raised him? Unparalleled martial arts, profound knowledge, the experience to see through to the essence of things, and that commanding presence. Any one of these abilities would be enough to dominate the martial world, yet he possesses them all. At this point, I'd believe it if someone told me he was a war god. After a moment he asked, what do you plan to do next? He replied that he would call for Hong Yunzhang and have him taste Duan Duomi's wine. Si Daohei immediately yelled, what? Why, you'd rather give it to him than me? Duan Yuxuan corrected him. I mean, we're sending the wine to the prince's mansion. Only then did it dawn on him. Si Daohei secretly speculated. The Zhu family supplies a large amount of wine to the prince's mansion. Is his plan to cut off their massive source of income by seizing the market? Thinking this, he spoke with great determination. All right, I'll go at once. Duan Yuxuan responded coolly, good, as he walked away. Si Daohei suddenly felt like he was running an errand. As if guessing his thoughts, Duan Yuxuan inwardly denied it, thinking that was just his own feeling. The scene shifts to the next day. At the Zhu family estate, a terrified scream rang out. What? The subordinate stammered. I mean, Zhu Wenyuan cut him off. What do you mean? He was utterly shocked to hear that the Huyan family was now sending wine to the prince's mansion. Zhu Wenyuan questioned loudly, "How is that possible? We've already cut off all their supply channels to the prince's mansion." Faced with his fury, he answered hesitantly, "Well, you know Hong Yunjong, right? He reclaimed Changbai Mountain, retrieved the golden Buddha statue, eliminated countless bandits, and on top of that he is deeply trusted by the imperial court." He immediately replied, "Of course I know him, but why would that guy?" Just then the subordinate spoke up, "Actually, it seems the Huyan family has reached some kind of agreement with Hong Yunjong." This news left Zhu Wenyuan completely stunned. The scene shifts to the inside of a carriage where a conversation suddenly started. "You mean all I have to do is deliver this to the prince's mansion, right?" They were talking about the very jar of wine brewed by Duan Duomi that had recently gained so much fame. Before long, the item was delivered to the agreed-upon location. Hong Yunjong spoke happily. "I've heard the news recently as well. They say the once-fallen Huyan family has been revived and is selling that famous wine again. I've been searching everywhere for a taste, but to no avail." "I didn't expect that kind of liquor to come from your manor, sir," Duan Yuxuan answered without hesitation. "That's right, but it wasn't brewed by the Huyan family. It was Dan Sumi's work." Upon hearing Dan Sumi's name, he froze and asked, "What, Dan Sumi?" Hong Yunjong thought to himself, "That girl has learned something new again. I must make her my daughter-in-law in the future." At the same time, Duan Yuxuan added, "Jin and he will go with you. He'll be in charge of the merchant guild's affairs. You just need to introduce him to the prince." Hearing this, he replied, "All right, don't worry. Leave it to me." Then Hong Yunjong silently added 3 more words in his mind, "father-in-law to be." Who knew that Duan Yuxuan would then say, "Oh, one more thing. With the Golden Ring Merchant Guild's strength, they won't be able to find decent guards, so I'll send Zhang Xintai along. That should be enough, right?" Hearing this, Hong Yunjong shot up in surprise. "When you said we'd be traveling together from now on?" It was at that moment that Jin Enhe spoke. "Greetings, County Magistrate." Hong Yunjang's face paled as he muttered to himself, "I thought this was just a simple matter of delivering some liquor, but he's even sending Zhang Xintai as a guard. Just how dangerous is this journey going to be?" Only then did he realize he had once again been dealt a bad hand. Duan Yuxuan was sitting quietly when he suddenly sensed something. He asked in surprise, "I didn't call for you." Nangang Duanhui replied, "I'm going too." This greatly puzzled Duan Yuxuan. How could she answer so calmly, "Because I don't like to do things sloppily"? He had expected to be refused, but to his surprise, Duan Yuxuan sighed and said, "Fine, this is for the best." This made Nangang Duanhui overjoyed, and she smiled as she thanked him. A moment later, Duan Yuxuan instructed, "We have enough people now. Be careful on the road. The liquor you're transporting may not be the Huyan family's official product." But he was cut off before he could finish. "Please wait." Hu Yanji rushed over, panting for breath. Hong Yunjong began to take notice of her, thinking, "Is that woman from the Huyan family?" Duan Yuxuan, however, asked coldly, "It's quite lively today. What brings you here?" Hearing this, Hu Yanji looked up and then asked in a doubtful tone, "Is this shipment of liquor really for the prince?" He nonchalantly confirmed that it was. At this, Hu Yanji lowered her head and thought for a long while before continuing, "In that case, please take this jar of liquor as well." Duan Yuxuan's interest was suddenly piqued. "Let me see it," he said. Then under Hu Yanji's expectant gaze he took a sip. However, after tasting the liquor, Duan Yuxuan's expression didn't change at all. To everyone's surprise, he then commented that the taste was completely different from Dan Sumi's. Hu Yanji thought to herself, "From his expression I can't tell at all whether it's good or bad." Just then, Duan Yuxuan's voice sounded again, "It's delicious. This is honey wine, isn't it?" She immediately replied happily, "Yes, I added some honey. Is it acceptable this time?" Duan Yuxuan commented, "It's different from Dan Sumi's liquor, but this is also good enough to be proudly called the Huyan family's new brew." She was ecstatic to hear this. Suddenly, Hong Yunjong and Nangang Duanhui poked their heads out, wanting to taste the new liquor. The moment he smelled it, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Nangang Duanhui immediately said, "Wait, let me go first." Hong Yunjong immediately retorted, "Miss, finders keepers, all right?" Meanwhile, Duan Yuxuan thought to himself, "Dan Sumi's liquor is very special, but this honey wine is also a fine drink. Moreover, the honey wine has a richness that Dan Sumi's lacks. I never thought a single type of liquor could possess such a flavor. How peculiar." Then Duan Yuxuan silently mused to himself, "Honey wine. I used to drink it alone under the moon, but now, looking at this lively scene before me," he didn't say it out loud, but his heart was filled with bliss. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Duan Yuxuan's face. He waited a moment before saying, "All right, don't delay any longer." Set off. Everyone obediently complied. The scene shifted to the demonic cult's dungeon. Heavy panting could be heard continuously. Zhang Xintai sighed wearily. "God, I'm going to die. These bastards, even if we snuck in, treating us like this is too much." Lying beside him, Ma Zhongkong responded, "I told you not to come," he interrupted excitedly. "My perfect plan to infiltrate the demonic cult and gather intelligence," the man retorted. "Perfect. Because of your plan we were discovered immediately, and have been tortured for days." Finally, he muttered, "What do we do now?" Zhang Xintai replied weakly, "What else can we do?" "Escape, of course." Hearing this, the man asked in shock, "Escape? It's a miracle we're even alive and lying here." Annoyed, he said, "It's all your fault for bragging about being a supreme master, yet you couldn't even put up a fight." Ma Zhongkong immediately retorted, "You lunatic, who knew they were going to spray disorienting powder?" but the other man continued, "What did you say? Aren't you a supreme master? You should have neutralized the poison immediately." By now, Ma Zhongkang's face was blue with rage. "You're the one who went around announcing Lord Su Dao's name and got us looked down upon, aren't you?" Zhang Xintai, refusing to back down, kicked out his leg. "So what? You have to mention that name to get them to reveal any information," the man shot back. "Reveal what? The moment they heard the Lord's name they went crazy and attacked us on the spot." At this he finally calmed down and said, "It is strange. The members of the demonic cult have always been loyal to their leader, no matter how suspicious they were. They didn't even question us properly before beating us up and locking us away. Something is definitely wrong." After hearing this, Ma Zhongkang also began to analyze the situation. "Come to think of it, you're right. If we really were the cult leader's trusted aides, how would they plan to answer for this?" He then said, "What did you eat today to be speaking so sensibly?" Before Zhang Xintai could answer, a strange sound came from behind them. He asked in alarm, "Is there someone else in this cell besides us?" Then Zhang Xintai asked impatiently, "Why are you only making a sound now?" Dong Fangju asked, coughing. "Don't you know?" He immediately and warily replied. "Know what?" The old man spoke with effort. "You know the cult leader, don't you? I'm asking you." He answered hesitantly. "The cult leader? You mean Lord Su? We know him, of course we know him." At this, Dong Fangju asked joyfully, "Is the cult leader still alive?" Zhang Xintai naively replied, "Of course, he's as hale and hearty as ever. He's been showing off his skills all over the place recently." At this, the old man sighed in relief. "That's good, what a relief." Ma Zhongkang secretly assessed the situation. "There's no killing intent. That means he's not Lord Su's enemy, so how could a person like this be locked in a cell?" Then Zhang Xintai asked directly, "Who are you?" The old man answered without hiding anything, "I am Dong Fangju." A second later, Dong Fangju added, "I was once the grand emissary of the demonic cult." Ma Zhongkang repeated his name in a shocked whisper while Zhang Xintai scoffed to himself. "His name is Dong Fangju?" In contrast to his flippancy, Ma Zhongkang asked seriously, "If you are Dong Fangju, then weren't you once the grand emissary of the demonic cult?" Hearing this, Zhang Xintai spoke in a panic. "This is insane. What the hell is going on? Lord Su is alive, but the demonic cult's grand emissary is locked up in here. This doesn't make any sense." Ma Zhongkang's face suddenly darkened as he commanded, "Speak. Has there been a rebellion?" Across from them, Dong Fangju's coughing grew more violent to the point of coughing up blood, which greatly alarmed the two men. Zhang Xintai cursed impatiently. "Damn it, the door won't open." Ma Zhongkang replied calmly, "If a few knocks could break it, we would have been out of here long ago." At this point he asked anxiously, "Then what should we do? At this rate, that old man is going to die." The man observed for a moment before asking, "Luckily there are no guards around, but that also means this place is extremely sturdy. Do you know of any way to break it?" Dong Fangju answered with difficulty. "The iron used to build this cell is specially made. It cannot be broken without the heaven reversal art." Zhang Xintai asked in surprise, "We can get out with that." He plopped down on the ground and advised, "Don't waste your energy. Just sit down. There's only one person in the entire Central Plains who can use that art." He immediately asked, "Only one? Who is it?" The answer was Lord Su. Ma Zhongkang then added, "The heaven reversal art is a skill passed down only to the leaders of the demonic cult from generation to generation, but Lord Su is in Hunan right now, so we're stuck here." To their surprise, Zhang Xintai said calmly, "Not necessarily. I can use it too." As soon as the words left his mouth, a cyan flame appeared in his palm. A second later, the light enveloped Zhang Xintai's body. Before Dong Fangju could even wipe the blood from his mouth, he was stunned speechless. Seeing this, Ma Zhongkang was also dumbstruck with shock. Once he came to his senses, the old man's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, "That's the heaven reversal art. How do you know it?" Zhang Xintai replied coolly, "Who else? Lord Su taught me." Dong Fangju was even more shocked to hear this. "Taught by the cult leader?" He then confirmed, "That's right, but it wasn't that easy. I was forced to practice until I passed out, then practiced again after waking up. After repeating this a few times, I somehow learned it." The old man asked doubtfully, "The cult leader bestowed such a grace upon you. He even taught you the heavenly demon reversal art?" Zhang Xintai thought, "What grace? It was pure torture." A second later, he froze and asked himself, "Wait, heavenly what?" The two men heard Zhang Xintai ask, "Don't tell me this is the heavenly demon divine art?" Dong Fangju then scolded angrily, "You learned it without even knowing what it was?" The scene shifted to the next morning. A person was lying leisurely sunbathing. That person was Su Daohei. He was feeling extremely bored. Su Daohei muttered to himself out of boredom, "Zhang Xintai isn't here, and both Zhang Xintai and Nangang Duanhui are out. The only fun left is pinching this little girl's cheeks." Dan Sumi, disturbed in her deep sleep, frowned in displeasure just as he was teasing the little girl. Duan Yuxuan suddenly appeared behind him. "You seem quite free today, don't you?" Su Daohei stopped and replied, "That's why I said you should have sent me. It's so boring staying here," he retorted. "Don't you look like you're enjoying yourself?" A moment later he cleared his throat and asked listlessly, "By the way, when is Zhang Xintai coming back? It's been too long. It's so boring without him." He replied coolly, "He'll be back soon. They're surely still safe." Then Su Daohei commented, "What makes you so confident in that guy who only knows lightness kung fu?" At this, Duan Yuxuan replied, "That's why you taught him, isn't it? Your heavenly demon divine art." Su Daohei, having been seen through, fell silent with no more complaints. After a long while he continued, "As expected, I can't hide anything from you. Yes, I taught him, but only a few moves, he asked calmly. Are you planning to take him as your disciple? Su Daohei immediately jumped up. Am I crazy? Is something dangerous really going to happen? Messing with the Golden Ring Merchant Guild is troublesome enough. But the real problem is the Yu family, Duan Yuxuan then asked. You know a lot about the Yu family, he answered honestly. I once sent a few people there to do business, but the results were not as expected. Hearing this, he asked curiously, What do you mean not as expected? Su Daohei continued grimly. None of the people I sent ever came back. There's something about that place that you can't touch lightly. Then Duan Yuxuan asked, So you plan to have nothing to do with them? He shook his head vigorously and complained, I'm old. Why would I start a war? War only drains the energy of the young. As he spoke, a murderous smile suddenly appeared on his face. But I have to avenge those who died, don't I? If I get a chance to act without restraint, I'll wipe both the Golden Ring Merchant Guild and the Yu family from the face of the earth. Faced with his aura, Duan Yuxuan was at a loss for words. After a moment, he reminded him in a low voice. Contain your killing intent. Dan Sumi is still sleeping. Only then did Su Daohei come to his senses. Oh my goodness. The scene shifted to the front of the Tian Shan demonic cult as the sun was gradually setting. Heavy footsteps and weary panting could be heard. At this moment, Zhang Xintai and his group were hiding behind a rock wall, watching the demonic cult members anxiously scurrying about. Someone shouted an order. They must not be allowed to escape. Catch them no matter what. Seeing this, he turned back and said, Damn it, if this keeps up, we'll be caught soon. Why are they chasing us so relentlessly? Ma Zhongkong replied calmly. No prisoner has ever escaped from the demonic cult's dungeons. This is a major event that will go down in history. Of course they're going to investigate it to the end. At this, Zhang Xintai secretly calculated. The situation is not good, but we haven't left the Tian Shan Mountains yet. We have to think of something. A second later, Dong Fengju's violent cough sounded one after another. He suggested with difficulty, Leave me behind. Hearing the old man's voice, he asked, You're awake? Don't give up. If we can get to our manor, you might still be saved. But Dong Fengju didn't answer. Instead, he instructed, Listen, if you see the cult leader, tell him never to return to the demonic cult. There's no reason to come back anymore. Hearing this, Zhang Xintai asked in alarm, Don't come back? What does that mean? The old man immediately explained. All those who were once loyal to the cult leader have been slaughtered. The demonic cult is now in the hands of a man named Blood Demon. The sound of hurried footsteps continued. Ma Zhongkong and Zhang Xintai were running at lightning speed, the earlier ease now gone from his face. Zhang Xintai recalled asking, Really? The demonic cult is controlled by someone else now? Dong Fengju had replied wearily. It sounds unbelievable, but it's the truth. Go now. Tell the cult leader that there has been a betrayal within the demonic cult. Faced with the old man's sudden clarity, Zhang Xintai realized it was a final burst of life before death. Is this old man still lucid? He thought, then asked, Just how strong is this blood demon? Dong Fengju coughed a few times before answering, If you keep running northeast, it will be difficult for you to escape the Tian Shan Mountains. Hearing this, he asked, Then what about you? The old man replied, I won't last much longer anyway. I'll only be a burden to you two. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Fengju urged them, I'll buy you some time. Go now. Faced with the old man's determination, Zhang Xintai was at a loss for words. After a moment, he finally said, I know this is useless, but I will definitely avenge you. Hearing this, Dong Fengju showed a bitter smile, then said with satisfaction, Please take care of the cult leader. Back in the present, Zhang Xintai cursed as he ran. Those lunatics, they're completely insane. How long are they going to chase us? Ma Zhongkong added. I don't know, but are you all right? You seem to have lost a lot of blood, he retorted. Aren't you in the same boat as me? Then Zhang Xintai added, Damn it, I can't die in this godforsaken place. Finally, he declared, Even if I have to die, I'll die as a grumpy old man next to Dan Sumi first. Ma Zhongkong wholeheartedly agreed. The scene shifted to a room elsewhere. Zhu Zhenhe spoke with a refreshed air. Is this the liquor you were talking about? Han Yunzhang bowed his head respectfully and replied, Yes, my lord, would you like to try some? He was secretly delighted. I heard someone offered a bounty of 2 taels of gold per bottle for this liquor. I'm so lucky. But what he said was, All right, but who is that standing next to you? He replied. My apologies for not introducing him. This is the head of the Golden Ring Merchant Guild. He's the one distributing the liquor for the Huyan family. As soon as he finished speaking, the man spoke up. A pleasure to meet you. I am Jin Enhe. Zhu Zhenhe replied with a mix of surprise and delight. You're the one who introduced this liquor to the world? He replied respectfully. Yes, our merchant guild was fortunate enough to have a servant from the Huyan family. If your lordship desires it, I can have some sent to your residence at any time. Zhu Zhenhe was very pleased to hear this and replied, That sounds wonderful, but I can't let you send it for free. Good liquor tastes best when you pay for it. Next time I will wait to buy and savor it myself. Hearing this, the two men glanced at each other and then said in low voices, We did it. Prince Yang has an extraordinary relationship with the emperor. He's known for his integrity and is never swayed by personal feelings or private interests. This might be the perfect opportunity to supply liquor to the emperor. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhenhe was still praising it wholeheartedly. This is truly fine liquor. It's well worth its weight in gold. Afterwards, he even invited them. Come, don't just stand there. Have a drink with me. Liquor is best when shared. Hearing this, they hurriedly thanked Zhu Zhenhe. The scene shifted to the Zhu residence, where a panicked cry rang out. Failure? Zhu Wenyuan slammed his palm on the table in fury. Did you just say it was a failure? His subordinate immediately replied. Yes, they have already delivered the Huyan family's liquor to the residents, he cursed angrily. Didn't I tell you to stop them no matter what? Use assassins, use any means necessary, he stammered as he reported. About that, we did send assassins, but they were all found dead. Zhu Wenyuan was stunned to hear this. He then added, also according to a report from the reconnaissance office's spies, they also saw Nangang Duanhui and Zhang Xintai. Zhu Wenyuan asked in surprise, Nangang Duanhui and Zhang Xintai, how could they be there? They are both renowned masters, the subordinate immediately replied. According to the intelligence we've gathered, both of them are at the Hunan Dan family in Yueyang. He froze and asked, the Hunan Dan family? When did such a family appear? The subordinate spoke coolly. My lord, do you remember the recent rumors circulating in Yueyang and Changsha about the masked gentleman of the sword and the old man, the heavenly demon lord? He replied, I've heard of them. They say that whenever anyone causes trouble in the area, those strange old men show up to deal with them. Then the subordinate added, according to intelligence from the lower 5 sects, that seems to be their residence. They call themselves the Hunan Dan family. In other words, the Hunan Dan family is definitely backing the Golden Ring Merchant Guild. It dawned on Zhu Wenyuan, where did this bunch of nobodies come from to dare to bother me? Wait, what about the young lady from the Huyan family? He stammered. There's no news of her at the moment. But seeing his subordinate's hesitation, he guessed she was also at the Hunan Dan family. HMPH, Hu Yenji, capture her first. Send notices to the various merchant guilds in Hunan, apply pressure. No, destroy the Golden Ring Merchant Guild. The subordinate immediately took his leave respectfully, then asked, what about the Hunan Dan family? Zhu Wenyuan ordered in a deep voice, contact the Slaughter Pavilion. The operation must be covert, he thought to himself. The Slaughter Pavilion is the #1 assassin organization in the Central Plains. They claim they can even kill the Emperor as long as the price is right. His roar suddenly echoed, leave no one alive, kill them all, the subordinate immediately replied. I'll see to it at once. The scene shifted back to Duan Yuxuan's manor. Blood dripped from a strong hand. Su Daohei stood steadily in the center while everyone else had fallen. He spoke faintly. I hear the Slaughter Pavilion is a gathering of the cruelest assassins. Just then Nangang Chun dragged over another unfortunate assassin and said, that's right, they suddenly attacked today. After speaking, the old man sighed. Some say this is the #1 assassin organization in the Central Plains. How interesting that these fellows would dare to set their sights on this place. Hearing this, Su Daohei replied, the Zhu family seems very angry, but there's no clear evidence that it was their order. Nangang Chun replied calmly, we don't need evidence, it's obvious. The old man beside him laughed and remarked, the righteous path is always like this. By the way, how dare they send such trash to the manor where Dan Sumi is? At the mention of this, a murderous glint flashed in Su Dao's eyes. Hearing this, Nangang Chun felt the same emotion and thought. The two simultaneously unleashed their power and said in unison, this is intolerable. Elsewhere, the rain grew heavier. A group of strangers had now caught up to where Dongfangju was. Seeing them, the old man, far from panicking, showed a faint calm smile. Dongfangju said, his breath thin, you finally come. Before him stood Wen Zhoushui, the leader of the demonic cult Shadow Platoon. Dongfangju spoke coolly, the Shadow Platoon you led is the cult leader's life's work, is it not? Your current position is also thanks to the cult leader. I can forgive the others, but the betrayal of the Shadow Platoon and you, I cannot accept. Wen Zhoushui simply lowered his gaze and replied coolly, you know it too, don't you? In the demonic cult, only the strong survive. At this, Dongfangju replied dazedly. I know, but even if you use the belief in strength as your excuse, you can't deny that you betrayed the master you served your entire life in an instant. Is that blood demon really that strong? Stronger than our cult leader? Wen Zhoushui replied in a respectful tone. I dare not comment on the strength of the current cult leader, and his benevolence towards his subordinates is something the former cult leader could not compare to. Hearing this, Dongfangju laughed mockingly. Former cult leader? Finally, the man asked sharply. I'll ask one last time. Where is the former cult leader now? A strange look of contemplation and hesitation flashed in Dongfangju's eyes, but even so, he lowered his eyelids, determined not to reveal a single word. Dongfangju suddenly recalled the past when he had chased after the demonic cult leader, asking, where are you going again? Are you going to leave the main mountain in my care all by myself again? Su Daohei had answered calmly, didn't I say I'd be back soon? I heard a strange manor has appeared in Yueyang. I'm just going to check it out and I'll be right back. Isn't it the cult leader's duty to seek out the hidden masters scattered throughout the Central Plains and prove our strength? Yet he had still tried to make him stay. You can't just leave like this. At least tell me when you'll be back. At that, Su Daohei had reassured him, what are you worried about? Isn't the main mountain safe with you here? I trust you, my dear friend. While I'm away, I'm counting on you to look after the demonic cult. Hearing this, Dongfangju's anxious heart immediately calmed. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and agree. Back to the present, Dongfangju recalled that time and couldn't help but laugh. Then he suddenly made up his mind and said, do it now. Take my life. Across from him, Wen Zhoushui thought, damn it, what a waste of such talent. But in the end he still swung his blade and ended Dongfangju's life. Blood splattered, mixing with the rainwater in the cold mud. The murmurs of his subordinates could be heard. He really killed the Grand Emissary. but Wen Zhoushui paid them no mind. Instead, he coldly commanded, "Hurry and pursue the ones who escaped with him. They must know the whereabouts of the former cult leader." Not daring to disobey, the subordinates answered in unison. Meanwhile, he thought to himself that he had wasted too much time. Dongfang Ju, that bastard, wasted so much of my time. This must have been part of his scheme. It was a mistake to lock him up and torture him from the start. I should have tried to persuade him instead. The irreversible physical torment he suffered made him give up his life so easily. But for now, I must first hunt down those who escaped. Before long, a crescent moon was hanging high in the sky. Ma Zhongkong and Zhang Xintai stared at the scene before them, dumbfounded and panting heavily. Exhausted, he muttered to himself in astonishment, "What on earth is going on? That guy dealt with the pursuers faster than I did." A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could he be stronger than me? Suddenly, Zhang Xintai crouched down among the fallen bodies. He then pulled out a string of copper coins and held it out to Ma Zhongkong, much to the latter's bewilderment. "What are you doing?" he replied with a laugh. "Just checking to see if there's anything useful. You head east and just keep going." Ma Zhongkong asked warily. "What then? What are you going to do?" Zhang Xintai answered frankly, "We need to shake them off first, right? I'll head in the opposite direction and then catch up later. You go on ahead. Don't get yourself killed." As soon as he finished speaking, he set off, ignoring Ma Zhongkang's curses from behind. Seeing this, Ma Zhongkong muttered a curse. "Damn it, what is he thinking?" Before long, Zhang Xintai had run a great distance, he thought to himself. That cylinder they were carrying is clearly a signal flare, used to signal when a target is found. I'll get as far away from this godforsaken place as possible, set it off to lure them in, and then use my expert lightness skill to escape their encirclement in an instant. Thinking this, Zhang Xintai sighed to himself, "I'm truly a genius." After running for a good while, he finally stopped, gasping for breath. "This should be far enough," Zhang Xintai said to himself. Suddenly a voice rang out without warning. "Far enough for what?" As soon as the voice faded, Wen Zhoushui descended and sat calmly on a rock in front of him. He spoke in a dangerous tone. "I followed the sound of the wind, and just as I thought, someone was here." Hearing this, Zhang Xintai was filled with alarm. He hid the signal flare behind his back. Can he really track me just by the sound of the wind? Just how terrifying are his tracking skills? Noticing his movement and intention, Wen Zhoushui advised, "Give up." Then he added, "You are no match for me." Wen Zhouzu's blunt assertion left Zhang Xintai stunned. "What?" Just a second later, blood suddenly spurted from his chest, throwing him into a greater panic. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dan Tuan Sume successfully began raising a cat. Back on the battlefield, Zhang Xintai's feet, which had been planted firmly on the ground, suddenly moved. Immediately after, he slid a long distance across the ground, trying to create a safe distance. While Zhang Xintai was now panting wretchedly, Wen Zhoushui appeared completely at ease. As he recovered, he gasped for breath and exclaimed, "That was a close call, I almost died." A second later, Zhang Xintai pushed himself up and angrily demanded, "Who are you? It's a good thing I dodged quickly, or you would have split my chest in two." Wen Zhoushui glanced at the sword he had just sheathed, surprised. "What just happened?" he wondered in confusion. "I was sure I hit him." Across from him, Zhang Xintai was still roaring. "Staring at me like that is useless. You're not my sect leader. I'm not afraid of you." At this, Wen Zhoushui finally said mockingly, "Brave words. You want to know who I am, right?" As he spoke, the killing intent emanating from him grew stronger. Finally, Wen Zhoushui uttered one last light remark and vanished in a flash. Go ask in the underworld. The next second, Zhang Xintai saw him appear right before his eyes, his face contorted in panic. Wen Zhoushui launched another attack, sending his opponent flying. This time, Zhang Xintai didn't manage to dodge and took the blow head-on. Seeing this, he said smugly, "You seem quite confident in your movement techniques," but before he could finish, Wen Zhoushui charged at him again. He unleashed his next move, but this time Zhang Xintai sidestepped, dodging half of it. He had realized his opponent was predicting his movements, so Zhang Xintai could only leap away to escape, but he was ultimately still hit by Wen Zhouzu's attack. Blood immediately sprayed backward from his arm. As he coughed up blood, Wen Zhouzu's deep hoarse voice sounded again. "If your movements are always this sluggish." As he spoke, Wen Zhoushui attacked again, flickering in and out of sight. Then he added, "Then even the fastest movement technique is useless." Hearing this, Zhang Xintai's pupils contracted violently as another powerful attack descended, shaking the very heavens. As a result, he was slammed viciously against a wall. Immediately after, Zhang Xintai could no longer hold on and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. But Wen Zhoushui wasn't finished yet. "Get up, you still have to answer my questions. Who sent you to the demonic cult? Was it your sect leader?" After speaking, he continued to ask, "Is Su Daohei there as well? What was your reason for infiltrating the demonic cult?" Zhang Xintai's response to Wen Zhouzu's questions was a long silence. Seeing that he wouldn't answer, Wen Zhoushui said, "I don't care if you don't talk. I'll just find that sect leader of yours, Su Daohei, and the rest of their group." Finally, he concluded coldly, "I'll just chop off all their heads and that will be the end of it." Dan Tuan Sume's innocent smile pulled his thoughts back in time. Wait. Despite his dire situation, Zhang Xintai didn't make a sound. A little girl's words, "Uncle Zhang Xintai, you have to come back soon," echoed in his ears. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on his face. Seeing he couldn't get any information, Wen Zhoushui said mockingly, "Have you given up? Then I'll send you on your way." Just then, a cold gust of wind suddenly swept by. He was stunned, not expecting Zhang Xintai to be able to dodge, let alone counterattack. Wen Zhouzu's eyes widened as he thought to himself, "What is this?" This is, looking at the martial art before him, he guessed, "Heavenly Demon's Return Art." Zhang Xintai's power grew stronger and stronger until he unleashed a world-shaking attack. Its power affected all living creatures in the vicinity to some degree. Thick dust and smoke billowed into the air. After a long while, the dust finally settled, revealing a figure. After his attack, Zhang Xintai was exhausted and panting heavily, but most importantly he felt an immense satisfaction. So much so that he let out a thunderous cry. "I won, you bastard." The scene shifts to the Zhu family. Zhu Wenyuan asked in astonishment, "What? The Dan family of Hunan is still intact?" "Yes, my lord," his subordinate confirmed calmly. He flew into a rage, cursing loudly. "I spent so much money on that slaughter pavilion and they didn't accomplish a damn thing. Don't tell me all that money wasn't enough." "Well," the subordinate hesitated. Zhu Wenyuan roared. "Well what, why are you always stammering?" The subordinate immediately reported. "There's news that the Changsha Inn, believed to be the slaughter pavilion's stronghold, has been completely burned to the ground." Hearing this he was so shocked he was left speechless. The scene shifts to a few days earlier. Amidst a torrential downpour, Su Dao's voice was heard. "We can't let them keep coming at us like this." Nangang Chun replied, "It seems someone has leaked information." Hearing this he fell into silent contemplation. Then Su Daohei suddenly unleashed a burst of power and declared, "It would be best to destroy their strongholds as well." The scene shifts. The weather that day had been perfectly clear without a single cloud in the sky. The scene shifts again to Duan Yuxuan's manor. He, Su Daohei and Nangang Chun were all seated around a round table discussing their strategy. "Who could be providing them with our information?" Nangang Chun began. Su Daohei stated, "There are many possibilities, but the most likely one is that a merchant group leaked the information." "Anything else?" Nangang Chun asked. He answered calmly, "There's also the lower 5 gates and the Beggars sect." Su Daohei then added, "The Beggars sect is technically part of the Orthodox faction, so unless it was someone from within the Martial Arts Alliance, they shouldn't have been able to get the information. But with enough money it's a different story. Who can escape the lure of gold?" The old man also snorted at this and fell into thought. Suddenly Duan Yuxuan spoke. "The lower 5 gates, the Beggars sect and the Slaughter Pavilion." Su Daohei immediately confirmed, "That's right, as far as I know the Slaughter Pavilion also has a branch in Changsha. I used to train assassins there myself, a group called the Silver Shadow Corps, so I know a bit about this organization. In any case I can't stand that Slaughter Emperor. If I get the chance I might as well wipe them out." After speaking, Su Daohei even showed a smug smile, then added, "So I'll go to the Slaughter Pavilion. I have a few old scores to settle." Hearing this, Nangang Chun volunteered, "Then I'll go to the Beggars sect. If we send someone else I'm afraid the outcome won't be good." Su Daohei immediately asked, "Are you sure, if you make a move on the Beggars sect, that old in-law of yours won't let it slide? The chief of the Beggars sect is one of the 5 sovereigns. He leads 100,000 members. Everyone knows he will eliminate anyone who dares to touch the Beggars sect." The old man, seeing his concern, reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll have a good talk with him." After that, Duan Yuxuan finally spoke. "Then that leaves the lower 5 gates." His expressionless face showed no change. Duan Yuxuan's faint voice sounded again. "It's not yet the hour of the ox, is it?" He then added, "This must be finished tonight, before Dan Tuan Sume wakes up." Duan Yuxuan's attitude was surprisingly leisurely. The scene shifts to a street district where lanterns hung in neat rows illuminating a patch of sky. Surrounding the area were magnificent pavilions and a brawl was happening nearby. "Hey you bastard, give it back," another person retorted. "What do you mean cheat? You lost fair and square. You made the bet, now you have to accept it." A crowd had gathered to watch the commotion. At this moment Duan Yuxuan also arrived at this place. He watched the scene quietly without a word, then turned to leave. One of the men saw him and asked curiously, "Who's that pretty boy?" Meanwhile the surrounding girls blushed quietly. This was the Yueyang branch of the lower 5 gates. Duan Yuxuan quietly walked deeper inside where people were coming and going, all talking boisterously. His sudden appearance drew everyone's attention. They whispered among themselves, "That fool has some nerve. He probably doesn't know where he is." Someone even called out, "Hey, are you lost? This isn't a place for someone like you." Blocking Duan Yuxuan's path were 2 burly men. He faced their aggression without a hint of fear and calmly asked why. They answered with fierce expressions, "Only honored guests with a prior appointment with the pavilion master can go up." Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan laughed mockingly. "Pavilion master, you mean the branch master of the lower 5 gates, don't you?" As soon as he finished speaking he added, "Hurry up and inform him that an honored guest has arrived, or don't blame me for getting violent." Hearing this they were furious. "You brat," they cursed, but before they could make a move he had already knocked them down. That was just from Duan Yuxuan lifting his foot, yet he didn't stop there, continuing to strike. In less than a second the group was beaten black and blue, and he charged straight up the stairs without hesitation. The scene shifts to the 2nd floor where the men were just as fierce. Duan Yuxuan said nothing, merely raising his fist. One by one they were beaten to a pulp. The underlings on the 3rd floor also charged forward fiercely, shouting, "We're not like those weaklings downstairs." He remained silent as always, just delivering a kick. The men were instantly severely injured, their faces swelling up. They then wisely knelt and said softly, "We were wrong." Duan Yuxuan paid no attention to the fallen men and simply walked straight ahead. He glanced over quietly and commented to himself, "Now this is more like it, their leader." Duan Yuxuan's gaze fell on the room ahead. "In there," he guessed. Without hesitation he immediately moved forward and kicked the door open. The moment he opened the door, several spinning objects immediately flew towards Duan Yuxuan. They were throwing darts. Faced with this, he didn't panic or dodge, but simply stood still and observed. A dense barrage of sharp darts flew at him relentlessly. They had only one target, but as they neared Duan Yuxuan, the swarm of darts suddenly changed direction. A flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Duan Yuxuan looked at the collapsed Tianjin on the floor and said coldly, "If you want to live, tell me the location of the master of the lower 5 gates." The scene shifts to the rugged wild mountains of Mount Heng, the main headquarters of the lower 5 gates. Inside, a man was deep in meditation, his eyes closed, appearing completely serene. Suddenly Yang Juwula opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. The moment Duan Yuxuan stepped inside, he asked, "Who are you?" Duan Yuxuan didn't answer his question, instead questioning him directly. "You are the master of the lower 5 gates, Yang Juwula, correct?" He was just about to turn and ask what he wanted when a flying kick struck him. Caught completely off guard, Yang Juwula was sent tumbling to the ground. Duan Yuxuan then walked forward and said, "You've worked hard managing this band of Jianghu ruffians. Let me help you take a rest." Yang Juwula thought in a panic-stricken daze, "What's happening? A single blow has left me completely powerless." Then he yelled, "Who the hell are you?" While coldly striking again, Duan Yuxuan uttered 4 words, "The Dan family of Hunan." Before he could react, another fist grazed his cheek. Agonized groans filled the room. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Yang Juwula grabbed his leg and begged for mercy in a low voice. "Please spare my life." Seeing this, Duan Yuxuan said contemptuously, "A martial artist begging for his life?" He immediately denied it. "What martial artist, great hero? I'm just the master of the lower 5 gates, a simple businessman who sells information. I'm no martial artist." Hearing this, he crouched down and moved closer to Yang Juwula. Duan Yuxuan gripped his chin tightly. "First, from now on, you are never to touch any information concerning the Dan family of Hunan." Hearing this, Yang Juwula nodded his head like a pestle pounding garlic and replied, "Yes, of course." The pressure from Duan Yuxuan's hand increased as he continued. "Second, I need information on a red-haired person and anyone related to Manhua." As soon as he finished, Yang Juwula replied, "I don't know about a red-haired person. As for Manhua, that information is quite valuable," but he was about to bargain when Duan Yuxuan cut him off. "Is that so? Is it more valuable than your life?" Hearing this, Yang Juwula lamented to himself, "I'm doomed." The scene shifts again to another street. Although there were many houses around, the area was deserted. In fact, most of the people had already been knocked out, with only one old man still barely standing. He cursed loudly. "You bastard, do you know where you are? How dare you be so insolent?" Nangong Chun replied faintly, "Of course I know, this is the beggar's sect, but for a 3rd-generation disciple to be the branch master, has the beggar's sect become nothing but an empty name?" Hearing this, the old man was enraged. How dare this man insult the beggar's sect? He was just getting into a stance to attack when he suddenly froze, realizing that Nangong Chun, who had been standing before him, had vanished. A second later, while he was still stunned, Nangong Chun reappeared. He gently grabbed the old man's neck and lifted him high into the air. Then Nangong Chun spoke, "Count yourselves lucky that it was I who came. If it were someone else, I doubt they would have been so merciful. I'm warning you, if you dare to sell information on the Dan family of Hunan again, you won't get off so easily." After hearing this, the old man thought in a dying struggle. For this reason alone, he destroyed an entire branch of the beggar's sect. At the same time, in another location, the streets were empty as it was late at night. Su Daohei walked forward calmly. A second later, the main doors were thrown open violently. The receptionist saw him and began to offer a smiling welcome, but before he could finish his sentence, he was sent to meet his maker. Su Daohei said with a bored expression, "If the Slaughter Emperor were here, this might at least be a little interesting. But seeing the state you're all in, it looks like today is going to be a bit dull." As soon as he finished speaking, the men of the Slaughter Pavilion swarmed in. One of them began to mock him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Since you went to the trouble of finding this place as a token of our appreciation, I'll make your death quick and painless." Faced with this blatant threat, Su Daohei commented calmly, "What a boring reaction. If it weren't for a personal matter, I would have chosen a different place long ago. I truly regret this." Meanwhile, he was thinking to himself, "There's really no need to go this far, but I must take this opportunity to eliminate all potential threats." Then Su Daohei made his move and declared, "The Yueyang branch of the Slaughter Pavilion, for the crime of trespassing on another's property without cause, will be erased from the Central Plains as of today." Back in the present, Zhu Wenyuan blurted out in shock, "The Slaughter Pavilion was wiped out? You expect me to believe that? Are you still joking at a time like this?" The subordinate immediately denied it. "No, it's all true. Their stronghold at the Jiangsha Inn was razed to the ground, leaving no trace, and there was no sign of anyone nearby. Moreover, the beggar's sect and the lower 5 gates have both refused to provide any information on the Dan family of Hunan, as have those wandering Ronin." Hearing this news, his pupils constricted repeatedly. Zhu Wenyuan began to analyze the situation. Who is secretly paying them? It must be that Dan family of Hunan. How dare those bastards betray me, even the money-grubbing lower 5 gates? Thinking this, he ordered, "This sudden change in attitude is very strange. I don't trust it. Go out and investigate. Find a way to get close to the Golden Ring Merchant Guild." Hearing the order, the subordinate obediently left. After the subordinate was gone, he fell into thought again. "It seems they're of no more use. I'll have to deal with them sooner rather than later." After a moment, Zhu Wenyuan suddenly turned and asked, "What do you think?" The mysterious person behind the door responded, "Are you asking me?" He replied nonchalantly. "Who else would I be asking?" The person replied, "I never pry into your affairs." Zhu Wenyuan retorted, "But I fund you. The least you could do is help me." When he heard the person reply that things were still in progress, he said with disappointment, "It's highly likely I'll need you to take action." Then Zhu Wenyuan looked down and muttered to himself, "Who is that guy daring to move against us? If he had any sense, he wouldn't even think of opposing me. If I catch him, I'll crush all 4 of his limbs." The scene shifts back to the Dan family's manor. Jin Enhe spoke politely. "To what do I owe the honor of a personal visit from the guildmaster?" Mai Zhongshan responded stiffly. "It's been a while." While pouring water, he said, "It has been a long time." "The last time we met was 20 years ago, I believe," the man replied. "That was the day you came to me asking for work. Has it really been that long? If I hadn't helped you that day, you certainly wouldn't be where you are today," Jin Enhe affirmed. "I remember. How could I forget?" Then he maligned him in his heart. "How could I forget how my family was treated like livestock under you?" After a moment, Mai Zhongshan praised him. "In any case, you've built a powerful merchant guild for yourself now. It's very impressive." Hearing this, he flattered the man. "It's not even a fraction of your success." Guildmaster Mai Zhongshan happily continued, "Of course not. How could you possibly keep up with me? With your meager abilities, I hear you're selling wine from the Huyan family now?" After Jin Enhe confirmed it, the man remarked, "The Huyan family's wine is indeed good, but compared to the Zhu family's wine, it's still far inferior." He laughed loudly. To his surprise, Jin Enhe retorted bluntly, "That's not necessarily true. Our wine has been selling for a higher price recently." Mai Zhongshan asked, stunned, "What, you dare to talk back to me?" He then replied calmly, "I wouldn't dare. I'm simply proud of the product I sell." Hearing this, the pleased expression on the man's face vanished completely. Jin Enhe, on the other hand, had eyes that shone like stars, filled with confidence. After a moment, Mai Zhongshan slowly spoke again. "Is that so? Since you're so confident." As he spoke, he casually threw out a line. "Then hand that wine over to me. You still owe me a favor. Consider this repayment. Ah, and throw in the Huyan family while you're at it." A stream of gleaming gold coins rolled out in front of Jin Enhe. He touched the money pouch and assessed it internally. 50 taels of gold. After pocketing the gold, Jin Enhe replied calmly, "No, this isn't even 10% of the selling price. Besides, I'm not the owner, so I can't make that decision arbitrarily." He threatened in a low voice, "I know the shop is in your name. Do you dare say it belongs to someone else? If you try to fool me, I'll see to it that you don't live to regret it." Faced with Mai Zhongshan's aggression, he remained composed. "Your words frighten me, but I'll worry about my own life, so you needn't trouble yourself. As for your life, perhaps you should be more concerned about your own." Just then, another person appeared. "It seems rather lively in here." Duan Yuxuan walked straight in and asked, "Do we have a guest?" Jin Enhe happily introduced him. "Yes, this is the guild master of the Hunan Merchant Guild, Mai Zhongshan." Then he faintly uttered 2 words, "I see." Meanwhile, the man began to speculate, "Is that person the head of the Dan family of Hunan?" Hearing Duan Yuxuan ask, "What were you two discussing?" Jin Enhe immediately replied, "The guildmaster wishes to buy all of the Huyan family's wine." Hearing this, he said with curiosity, "Is that so? For how much?" Jin Enhe glanced at the money pouch and replied, 50 taels of gold." Duan Yuxuan smiled slightly. Just then he turned and said, "I have a proposal as well." Mai Zhongshan immediately replied, "Ah, now that's more like it. What are your terms? Business is all about getting what you want through negotiation." "Ha!" Duan Yuxuan didn't take him up on it, but simply tossed a copper coin into the air. Then he said coldly, "I'll trade this for the Hunan Merchant Guild." At that moment, the man looked at the object before him and thought in astonishment, "Just 1 tael of silver." Coming to his senses, Mai Zhongshan's face turned beet red with rage. Duan Yuxuan added, "Ah, and one more condition, your life, though it's not worth much." He slammed his palm on the table in fury, shaking the wine jars and spilling wine all over the tabletop. Then Mai Zhongshan cursed 2 words, "Madman." To his surprise, Duan Yuxuan simply advised him calmly, "You'd better accept. You won't get another chance." Hearing this made him even more furious. "Are you really asking for a beating? Do you have any idea who I am?" Following that, Mai Zhongshan ordered, "Go teach that arrogant fool a lesson." Upon hearing his command, several of his subordinates appeared quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Duan Yuxuan. Faced with the sharp tips of their swords, he remained perfectly composed. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The next second, Duan Yuxuan struck, shattering all their weapons. Mai Zhongshan had not expected this at all, and was stunned speechless by the scene. Of the swords that had yet to be unsheathed, only the hilts remained. Seeing this, his men looked as if they couldn't believe their own eyes. Witnessing the scene, a triumphant, sinister smile crept across Duan Yuxuan's face. He lamented that this bunch wasn't even worth a single tael of silver. Then he thoughtfully turned and asked Mai Zhongshan, "Do you wish to continue?" Even as he was being thrown out, the man refused to give up, leaving with a threat. "I will never forget the humiliation of this day." A short while later, Mai Zhongshan and his men were on horseback heading home. One of the assassins commented, "He's clearly a master. We can't underestimate Hunan's Duan family." Hearing this, Mai Zhongshan immediately cursed in anger. "You fool, didn't you see the order from the Zhu family? We must eliminate the Golden Ring Merchant Guild. Even if we don't want to, we have to go against them." Then an assassin suddenly guessed, "Could the Zhu family be trying to betray us?" He immediately denied it. "Impossible. Do Do you know how much money we offer them in tribute each year? Besides, we've been trading for so many years, how could they just cut ties like that? Don't doubt the Zhu family. They said they're doing this for our own good. Another question was raised. But who is trading with the Golden Ring Merchant Guild? Mai Zhongshan immediately listed them off. The Ins, the wealthy of Yueyang, they all drink the Huyan family's wine. Go suppress them. Anyone who does business with the Golden Ring Merchant Guild, drive them to bankruptcy. That small merchant guild doesn't have much money anyway. Let's see how long it can last. After hearing this, his subordinates obediently complied. The scene shifts again to the rolling mountains. The weather today was exceptionally clear and the air was crisp and fresh. A shallow clear green stream wound around the foot of the mountain, accompanied by the murmuring sound of a waterfall. The scene at this moment was one of perfect tranquility. Su Daohei and Nangang Chun were leisurely fishing, enjoying the fresh air. Suddenly Su Daohei sighed out of boredom. I really don't understand what you're doing, Nangang Chun replied. Just fishing for time. He said this because their buckets were empty save for 2 small fish. Suddenly a fat large fish was reeled in before them. Duan Yuxuan happily collected his 100th fish. Seeing this, Su Daohei grew even more bored. So boring. Is sitting around wasting time also called fishing for time? Just as he was relaxing, Jin Enhe suddenly ran over to report. Something's happened. Both he and the elder Nangang Chun turned around in surprise. He shouted in a panic, the warehouse has been robbed. The money, silk and wine have all been stolen. Back at the manor, Jin Enhe reported. Lord Hong has already arrived and is personally investigating, but there were no traces left behind. After hearing this, Duan Yuxuan merely replied with 2 words, is that so? Seeing that the situation was dire, Jin Enhe immediately kowtowed and begged, please kill me. Duan Yuxuan saw this and asked, raise your head. What about the remaining money? He stammered but still answered, there's none left. In contrast to Jin Enhe's tense demeanor, Su Daohei and the others spoke with schadenfreude. Well, now you're done for. What a pity. Unexpectedly, Duan Yuxuan patted his shoulder and said, failure is something everyone experiences. I myself have grown through countless failures. Then he still emphasized, however, we can't just let this go. After hearing this, Jin Enhe opened his mouth hesitantly. At that moment the gentle expression Duan Yuxuan had while offering words of comfort had completely vanished. A moment later he continued, summon Zhang Xintai and Nangang Duanhui. Soon Nangang Duanhui's voice rang out again, is something wrong? Hey, I asked what's wrong, where are we going now? Faced with Duan Yuxuan's silence, she continued to press, can't you tell me? Immediately after, Nangang Duanhui thought to herself, what is this all about? He just said something was up and we've been walking for so long without a single word, just walking. Just as she was guessing, could it be that he just wants to take a walk with me? Duan Yuxuan suddenly spoke. The Golden Ring Merchant Guild was robbed. I heard the wine and silk warehouses have been completely emptied. Hearing this, Nangang Duanhui was puzzled. How could so much be stolen? He immediately confirmed, exactly. So we have to go find it. She was even more surprised. Find the thief or the stolen goods? Duan Yuxuan calmly uttered 2 words. Both. A moment later, Nangang Duanhui continued to ask, whether it's the thief or the goods, isn't it hard to search in a small alley like this? He answered frankly, because our opponent isn't an ordinary thief, we can't use ordinary methods to approach them. Then she suddenly parroted him. Why are you so sure? Duan Yuxuan calmly analyzed. An ordinary thief couldn't possibly move that much cargo in a single night. Nangang Duanhui listened and asked doubtfully, but aren't those just some petty gangsters' casinos up ahead? Do you really think there are criminals here? Duan Yuxuan's expression remained placid, but he suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Who knows? He placed his hand gently on the door and said, let's go in and take a look first. At that moment, the 2 of them were standing before the thieves' gathering place. As soon as Nangang Duanhui entered, she commented, it really stinks in here. As the 2 were observing quietly, a voice suddenly rang out. We've been expecting you. The person spoke politely. Please come in. A short while later, the 2 had entered a secret room. The question is, what about the intelligence? At this time, Duan Yuxuan, Nangang Duanhui and Zhu Wu were in the room. Duan Yuxuan and Zhu Wu. Seeing this scene, she wondered to herself, what is this situation? Then the man spoke again, reporting, after receiving your letter, we have done our utmost, but it was not easy. The other party seems to have erased all traces. Nangang Duanhui thought in surprise, it's the lower 5 gates, and he remarked, even the lower 5 gates can't find them. How interesting, Zhu Wu replied in trepidation. We are grateful that you think so highly of us, but some things are indeed impossible, especially on such short notice. Then he added, we have investigated the Hunan Merchant Guild. But seeing Zhu Wu stammering, Duan Yuxuan asked directly, and the result, he recounted truthfully. There were witnesses who saw them looking for trading partners, but because they were very tight-lipped, we couldn't get any deeper. Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan sensed that something was fishy. Zhu Wu immediately agreed. A moment later, Duan Yuxuan asked again, is there anything else? He stammered. There's no concrete evidence, but if you could give us a little more time. But he frankly tossed over a money pouch, refusing. This is enough. Just find out where those Hunan people are going and when they're leaving, then send word to me. That will be sufficient. After receiving the money, Zhu Wu immediately bowed in thanks. Duan Yuxuan replied nonchalantly. All right. After leaving the room, Nangang Duanhui finally asked in confusion, young Master Duan, who was that man? And isn't that too much money for so little information? He calmly reassured her. Don't worry. Then Duan Yuxuan suddenly grabbed Nangang Duanhui's wrist and urged her in a low voice, pulling her away from there. Quick, let's go. This sudden action made Nangang Duanhui blush beet red. The camera pans back to the secret room where Ju Wul spoke with some delight. Thankfully he's a reasonable person. I thought he was going to skip out on paying for the intel. He held the money pouch and estimated, this much silver is quite a bit. However, his joy ended the moment he poured out a few silver fragments and several rocks. Ju Wul froze on the spot. After witnessing the scene, a fire of rage ignited within him. Ju Wul forced a twisted smile. Just as the two were leaving that place, he let out an enraged roar, he's insane. Soon night fell. Nangang Duanhui looked at her long slender hands. She blushed because it was the first time a man had held her hand like this while walking. Thinking of this, shyness once again filled her heart. But Nangang Duanhui thought to herself, how can he be so oblivious? Meanwhile, Duan Yuxuan was in a serious discussion. Do we have the intel on the Zhu family? She thought irritably. Maybe I didn't need to come along in the first place. Why did he have to drag me along? On the other side, Zhang Xintai reported in a low voice. According to the latest intelligence, the Zhu family's head steward visited the Hunan Merchant Guild. Then he added, it was very secretive. Duan Yuxuan immediately retorted, right before my Zhongshan came to see us. Zhang Xintai affirmed with certainty. This is definitely collusion between the two sides, but there's been no movement from the Zhu family since. That's what I find strange. Meanwhile, the Hunan side had their guildmaster appear in person. Duan Yuxuan guessed, it seems the Zhu family paid to instigate this matter. Then Zhang Xintai spoke. Regardless, the Hunan Merchant Guild is preparing for a big deal. Hearing this, he asked doubtfully. A big deal? He analyzed seriously. Seeing how long they've been preparing, they're probably trying to sell the stolen goods in the safest way possible. Unexpectedly, Duan Yuxuan smiled triumphantly and replied, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. After speaking, he dropped a bombshell. Since they became thieves, we'll become robbers. Hearing this, Nangang Duanhui was stunned into silence. Zhang Xintai's expression was no better than hers. He was so dumbfounded he could only stammer, what? The scene switches to 3 days later in a forest near Changsha County where voices could be heard talking. Are they really here? Duan Yuxuan confirmed frankly. Nangang Duanhui then asked doubtfully, can the three of us handle this without leaving any loose ends? He immediately retorted, this is a large-scale merchant guild. Don't you trust me? She quickly denied it. Of course not, I just think we should make our move now. Then Duan Yuxuan bluntly refuted. No, wait a bit longer, something doesn't feel right. Nangang Duanhui was very surprised and asked, why the sudden change of heart? He then guessed, it seems some uninvited guests have arrived before us. On the other side, a group of people were still slowly transporting the goods. A conversation suddenly started. This is the first time I've seen such a large merchant guild. The escort alone is over 50 men, but why are they taking this mountain path? Wouldn't it be more convenient to take the main road even if it takes more time? That man warned in a low voice. Stay focused and be vigilant. Just because we're the Hunan Merchant Guild doesn't mean we won't be attacked, he immediately retorted. What madman would dare to touch the Hunan Merchant Guild? Only Zhang Beixi would dare to do something like that. But hasn't he already been caught by the authorities? The man's expression grew increasingly grim as he said, occasionally there are some reckless fools who don't know their place. With a merchant guild this large, even ordinary people would get greedy. As soon as he finished speaking, he reined in his horse, stunned by the sight ahead. A mournful voice rang out again. What's going on? Why is there a tree here? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, making him panic. The man immediately shouted, everyone halt! But even with the warning, it was too late. The result of the chaotic battle was the scene before them now. Corpses and the wreckage of goods were scattered everywhere. At this moment, the man immediately stepped forward to admit his mistake. I'm sorry, steward, it was my negligence. All the goods on the carts are gone. I'll organize a pursuit team right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he was even more surprised that the person opposite him said nothing. The old man replied frankly, it's all right. This stunned him. Seeing his subordinate's bewildered expression, Kang Zhu repeated, I said it's all right, he added faintly. Everything is proceeding according to plan. The scene switches again to the vicinity of Danjing Lake, where cheerful laughter suddenly rang out. We finally succeeded, Yang Zheshang said proudly. That bunch from the Hunan Merchant Guild, if we'd known they were such an easy target, we wouldn't have had to work so hard. His subordinates cheered even more excitedly. We're rich, boss. With this fortune, you're set for 3 generations for sure. Suddenly a stern voice rang out. Arrest all these robbers. Guan Ning appeared out of nowhere, charging towards them like a rocket. Yang Zheshang was stunned, thinking what? How are their officials in the carts? As they bellowed menacingly, resistors will be killed without mercy in that place of overlapping mountains and lush green trees. Duan Yuxuan's group was witnessing this scene from above. Nangang Duanhui lamented in a low voice, it might be a blessing in disguise that we were late. Someone else already made a move. If we had rushed in without thinking, we would have probably fallen into their trap. Then Zhang Xintai continued. They didn't expect bandits to arrive first, so this must have been a trap prepared for us. Duan Yuxuan, who had been observing quietly, also confirmed, that's right. A moment later, Nangang Duanhui spoke again. Thankfully, the young master noticed that the carts weren't loaded with goods but with people. I never thought there would be a county magistrate and officials inside. If we had attacked the carts, even if we could have escaped, our faces would have been unwanted posters everywhere. They're so cunning. They also knew the authorities couldn't touch them easily. At this point, Duan Yuxuan quietly admitted, I underestimated them. Seeing him turn to leave, Zhang Xintai asked, "Are you leaving?" Duan Yuxuan acknowledged with a nod and began to walk away, then said faintly, "That's all for today." The camera pans to the magnificent pavilion of the Hunan Merchant Guild, where an angry voice rang out again. "What, just a bunch of bandits?" the subordinate confirmed, somewhat fearfully. "Indeed," Kang Zu cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I thought it was Hunan's Duan family who made a move. My calculations were actually wrong. Did they not act, or did someone unexpected interfere?" "It's likely the second case. Hunan's Duan family, you're lucky this time." Then he began to ponder again. "What should I do now?" The scene switches back to Duan Yuxuan's manor. Su Daohei mocked him without reservation. "What, so you came back with nothing? You always act like you're smarter than everyone else, but you got played this time. I guess you're only human after all." Faced with his provocative words, Duan Yuxuan just lazily reminded him, "Shut up." But Su Daohei continued happily. "People have to have some flaws to seem human, right?" he retorted in annoyance. "Like that foolish head of yours?" Su Daohei subconsciously replied with a laugh. Right, just like my head." After realizing his slip of the tongue, he began to feel chagrined. Seeing the two begin to squabble, Nangang Chun advised, "All right, stop arguing, but I really didn't expect that guy to actually manage to fool you." As soon as he finished speaking, he pondered, "Could he be on par with Zhu Guan?" Duan Yuxuan stood up coldly and asked, "To that extent?" Su Daohei immediately shot back, "He did trick you after all." At this point he stopped bickering with Su Daohei and began to stroke his chin in deep thought. Duan Yuxuan muttered to himself, "Zhu Guan, isn't he the one who brought the good wine last time?" Finally he ordered in a low voice, "Summon him." Su Daohei suddenly said loudly, "Zhu Guan, we'd be better off choosing Dongfang Ju." Nangang Chun reminded him, "He hasn't even retired yet," he affirmed with certainty. "But as soon as I call, he'll come running." In the end, Su Daohei and Nangang Chun were arguing heatedly. Finally Nangang Chun said impatiently, "Fine, all right, just call him then. Without him, the demonic cult will completely fall apart. Do you really want to see that happen?" Hearing this, Su Daohei was taken aback. In the end, he could only hang his head in defeat and stopped arguing. In the past, the center of the orthodox faction was the martial arts alliance. However, as the power of the 9 sects was waning, the other pillar there, the 8 great families, had left the martial world. That was the beginning of the Heavenly Tao Society. For many years, only the martial arts alliance was known as the center of the orthodox path. But since the birth of the Heavenly Tao Society, that was no longer the case. Now, many martial artists posed another question. The Heavenly Tao Society is currently led by Pang Daoying, the head of Hebei's Pang family. Some sneered behind his back, believing that with the leader's abilities he could not unite the full strength of the 8 great families. The first challenge Pang Daoying needed to overcome to prove his leadership was to recruit the head of the Zug family as the strategist for the Heavenly Tao Society. This was like finding a needle in a haystack. To consolidate his position, he had to have the power of the Zug family. Who knows how many months had passed? It would be best if Zhu Yuan could come to the Heavenly Tao Society, but if not, there was nothing to be done. At this time in the Heavenly Tao Society, Tang Zhengyue, the head of Sichuan's Tang family, was contemplating something, and the people around him were chattering incessantly. The clamor echoed throughout the great hall. Pang Daoying was currently looking at Tang Zhengyue with anger. Since childhood he had always been compared to the Sword Emperor, as he was judged to have talent no less than the Sword Emperors. Now that the Sword Emperor was gone, he was exerting great influence within the Heavenly Tao Society. For now he temporarily follows my orders because of his position, but whenever he shows this mocking attitude, the others in the society are also influenced. What a nuisance. Zhu Yuan is a top talent I must recruit at all costs, but I cannot handle this matter alone, whether by force or by scheme. What a pity. Zhu Yuan, where in the world are you and what are you doing? The clear stream trickled by, creating an incomparably tranquil picture. Someone suddenly sidechoked Kuda. Zhu Yan complained, "I'm really going crazy just because we don't want to be caught by the Martial Arts Alliance or the Heavenly Tao Society. We have to live this miserable life in seclusion. We look no different from beggars. A clever person like you is no different from a pitiful fool in a fishing village in this situation." Suddenly, a boisterous voice echoed through the forest, "Finally found you." Zhu Yuan, the sound of that person's footsteps appeared behind Zhu Yan. She immediately became vigilant. She hadn't sensed anyone approaching, which meant this person was a master. That person was Wu Koujun, the public enemy of the martial world. He said excitedly, "You know why I'm here, right? Because you escaped from the Martial Arts Alliance's pursuit team. This day was bound to come. No need for more words, right?" Zhu Yuan could only be on high alert against Wu Koujun. Everything seemed to freeze, and only a swift gust of wind could be felt as it passed. Leaving that forest and arriving at the home of Hunan's Duan family, Duan Yuxuan directly commented, "Too slow and your sword flow is too weak." Nangang Duanhui, who had been practicing her swordsmanship, was already exhausted, her forehead covered in beads of sweat. Duan Yuxuan continued to instruct, "The Boundless Heaven sword is a style based on flow. It's actually better suited for women than men, so you must work hard to unleash its greater potential." Nangang Duanhui, panting, retorted, "What did you say? The Boundless Heaven sword is better suited for women? I've never heard that before." Nangang Chun, observing the situation from the side, thought, "It seems the Manor Lord sees something different in it." Duan Yuxuan explained softly. Within speed there is illusion. Within illusion there is flow. That is the foundation of the Boundless Heaven Sword, also known as the illusory tune of the Boundless Heaven Sword, one of the true secret techniques of Nan Julian, one of the three saints. The moment the two heard that name, they were stunned. Nangong Chun hurriedly asked, "What did you just say?" Duan Yuxuan slowly repeated, "I wonder why I call it the illusory tune of the Boundless Heaven Sword." But it was the latter part that Nangong Chun had noticed. When he mentioned the name Nan Julian, the old man was shocked. "How do you know that name?" Nangong Chun was stunned, stammering to confirm. "So the Boundless Heaven Sword. Impossible. The ancestor of our Nangong family was." Duan Yuxuan just calmly nodded in confirmation. "That's right, it was Nan Julian." Nangong Chun and Nangong Duanhui were so shocked they stood dumbfounded as if struck by lightning. Duan Yuxuan was puzzled. Why the dazed expressions? Did you not know? Of course, Nangong Chun truly did not know. He began to think to himself, "I had only heard that the founder of the Nangong family was a woman, but I didn't pay it much mind as there wasn't much information. I never thought she was one of the three martial gods who stood at the pinnacle of the treacherous martial world 1,000 years ago, one of the three saints, Nan Julian." Suddenly a cry for help came from somewhere, and a person with a staggering gait and a long trail of blood on her leg ran over. Zhu Gian spoke frantically and urgently, "Please save my father." Duan Yuxuan thought she was a beggar, but Nangong Duanhui had already recognized her. Seeing Zhu Gian's condition, she couldn't help but be shocked. She stopped, gasping for breath from running while crying. Nangong Duanhui hurried to Zhu Gian's side. "What on earth happened? Why are you here?" This was not the time for such questions. Duan Yuxuan, however, coolly watched the commotion. Zhu Gian cried out with a sob as she explained, "My father is about to die. Please, I beg you, save him." Hearing this news, Nangong Chun was greatly shocked. Nangong Duanhui hurriedly asked, "Be clear, where's your father?" Zhu Gian pointed behind her with a trembling hand. "To the south, near Danjing Lake." As if waiting for just these words, Nangong Chun immediately shot off like an arrow in the direction she pointed. Now only the two of them and the grievously weeping Zhu Gian remained. Nangong Duanhui could only do her best to comfort her, saying everything would be all right. After speaking, she went over and hugged Zhu Gian. Zhu Gian could only try to hold back her tears. Then she suddenly remembered something and asked herself, "But why is Duanhui here? And the back of that old man who just ran off looked a lot like the Sword Emperor. But didn't the Sword Emperor already pass away? Can a dead person run off to save my father?" In the forest on the green grass were patches of blood. Two men faced each other with swords in starkly contrasting conditions, and several others who had appeared from nowhere had joined the battle. Wu Kojun laughed heartily. "I heard the Zug family's martial arts were the weakest of the 8 great families, but that doesn't seem right, does it, seeing as you're still alive?" At this moment, Zug Yuan was exhausted from the fight. However, Wu Kojun had no intention of letting him go. "This is the end. You've worked so hard to flee for so long. Now be a good boy and offer me your head." Wu Kojun drew closer and closer to the weakened Zug Yuan. Without hesitation, he raised his sword high, that strike slashing across Zug Yuan's body as if to cleave him in two. Seeing the miserable sight of Zug Yuan kneeling on the ground in pain, Wu Kojun couldn't help but feel satisfied. He still offered some praise. "You were the grand emissary of the Martial Arts Alliance after all. Your reflexes are still sharp. I meant to tear you to pieces instantly, yet you still managed to dodge the fatal blow." Zug Yuan retorted, not to be outdone. "Has your sword grown dull since we last met?" Hearing this, Wu Kojun gritted his teeth. "Still talking tough when you're at death's door, you brat." That last strike made it increasingly difficult for Zug Yuan to support himself. Wu Kojun observed him carefully. In his condition, he wouldn't survive even if left alone. His gaze was gradually losing focus. One of the subordinates spoke up from the side. "Chief, you should rest. If you were to strike, you could take his head off cleanly. But Wu Kojun doesn't want that. He has other ideas. We shouldn't do it that way. We have to make him suffer before he dies." As Zhu Gian fled, the subordinate closed in on Zug Yuan. But just as he swung his sword, the arm holding it was severed. Nangong Chun's sharp cry echoed through the forest. The moment the crowd saw him, they were stunned speechless, their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. Some were so terrified they froze on the spot, unable to move. Zug Yuan instantly recognized the familiar voice. Nangong Chun stood tall and imposing, his cold, murderous gaze fixed on the group. In the silent forest, only the sound of the wind and rustling bamboo leaves could be heard. There wasn't a single martial artist present who didn't recognize that face, the long white hair, the long robe, and the single arm holding a sword. The sight alone was enough to emanate an astonishingly oppressive aura. An indescribable silence fell between the two figures. When Zug Yuan saw Nangong Chun, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. What is the alliance leader doing in a place like this? Nangong Chun remained silent from beginning to end. He turned his gaze to the men beside Zug Yuan. Wu Kujun's group grew nervous under Nangong Chun's glance. Wu Kojun thought to himself that if the Sword Emperor before him was not an impostor, he had to leave immediately. He was drenched in sweat and filled with fear, knowing full well that to draw his sword on the Sword Emperor was tantamount to suicide. When Nangong Chun finally spoke after a long silence, the first words he uttered formed Wu Kujun's name. It was as if he was confirming, "Asterisk, is that your name?" Wu Kojun instantly felt as though he were about to be pierced by that gaze. He stammered in reply that meeting the Sword Emperor in such a place, he didn't know whether to consider it a blessing or a curse. Nangong Chun simply stated, "I'm afraid your time has come." Wu Kojun had already expected this. "Yes, how could you possibly let me go so easily?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nangong Chun cut him off. At least Duan Sume got to keep an arm, didn't she? You won't be needing yours. Wu Kojun couldn't yet process this. If my head is gone, how am I supposed to walk? However, the thought was cut short before it could even be completed. The subordinate standing behind watched, jaw agape, as Wu Kujun's head was mercilessly lopped off. The sword in Nangong Chun's hand did not stop there. It rose slowly and came down in a straight line, splitting Wu Kujun's headless body in two. Without a moment's hesitation, Nangong Chun finished off Wu Kujun's men as well. Covered in blood, Zhu Guan witnessed all of this in a blur of consciousness. At that moment, I thought I was already dead and seeing a hallucination. But when he saw Nangong Chun's stern and furious expression, Zhu Guan knew he was not mistaken. That was without a doubt the true Sword Emperor. And then there was Zhu Gian's emotionless, rigid face. 10 days had passed since the incident when Nangong Duanhui ran up to Zhu Gian, panting as she asked how she was doing today. Zhu Gian immediately answered cheerfully, "I'm fine." In her heart, however, she held other thoughts. 10 days had gone by, and the incident where her father nearly lost his life now felt like a distant dream. But something else enraged Zhu Gian even more. She was so angry she crushed a rock-hard chestnut in her hand, startling Nangong Duanhui. Zhu Gian forced a twisted smile and asked, "So you were already here last time when we brought wine, weren't you?" When Nangong Duanhui confirmed that this was true, Zhu Gian felt even more wronged. "We went through so much trouble looking everywhere for you, trying to gather any news of your whereabouts, and you just ignored us?" Nangong Duanhui was taken aback to hear that she had ignored them. Zhu Gian put on a pleasant smile and spoke a shocking sentence. "You wretched woman." After saying this, she turned and left without giving Nangong Duanhui another glance. Nangong Duanhui suddenly fell to her knees, raising her confused face to ask, "What did you just call me?" The sky above the Dan estate was exceptionally clear. Duan Yuxuan stood to one side and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Lying in his sickbed, Zhu Guan replied, "I haven't fully recovered, but thanks to your miraculous medicine my life was saved. Thank you." He was about to thank Nangong Chun by addressing him as alliance leader, but he was stopped. "I am no longer the alliance leader, don't call me that anymore," he explained. Zhu Guan looked at Nangong Chun and grew emotional again. "You're alive. You're really alive. This is wonderful." Nangong Chun walked over and patted his shoulder comfortingly. "You're alive too, that's all that matters." Zhu Guan suddenly asked, "Then are you the white-faced sword?" Nangong Chun didn't understand what he meant at first. Zhu Guan explained, "That's what many people call you. A white-haired old man with a white mask and only one arm." At that moment another person appeared in the room. Zhu Guan turned to ask Su Daohei, "Is the black-faced one the leader of the demonic cult?" He didn't speak but simply nodded in confirmation. Zhu Guan looked at the two men before him and sighed in amazement. For the two of you to appear here at the same time, if word of this got out, the whole world would probably be shocked, but he had another guess. The two top masters of the righteous and demonic factions were living under the same roof, and yet this place remained peaceful. Could it be due to this man's power? Zhu Guan's weak body still required a cane to walk. He approached Duan Yuxuan and proposed, "I am Zhu Guan. Though my talents are meager, I hope to offer you my humble services. Please take me in." Zhu Guan made his proposal frankly. "Would you be willing to take me, Zhu Guan, in?" Duan Yuxuan had no intention of letting such talent go to waste. His family lacked anyone intelligent enough to devise strategies, and it would be good to have someone fill that role. However, it seemed he had a condition. "Before you join the family, you must first prove your worth." Facing the imposing Duan Yuxuan, Zhu Guan wondered to himself whether the man would permit it. "I've never felt such a powerful aura, it's suffocating." Sweat dripped from his brow in nervousness, but Zhu Guan still responded boldly, "Then you, great hero, must also prove that you are worthy of taking in someone like me, Zhu Guan." Duan Yuxuan's gaze immediately sharpened. "So you're a clever one, and a good negotiator too, but if this is the extent of your vision then there's nothing more to discuss." With that he vanished before Zhu Guan's astonished eyes. Su Daohei was not surprised by this. That's just like him. Zhu Guan sank into disappointed contemplation. He had finally mustered the courage to say it, only to be shot down in a single sentence. But Duan Yuxuan, standing outside the door, had other thoughts. Contrary to his words, he found it quite interesting. Just then his gaze was drawn to something else outside. Nangong Duanhui was sitting outside the door, hugging her knees with her head bowed. Duan Yuxuan walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" Startled, Nangong Duanhui looked up and answered timidly, I'm just trying to sort out my chaotic thoughts." Duan Yuxuan couldn't figure out what was wrong with her, and she herself wasn't sure what was going on. She just stood up lightly and dusted off her clothes, but Duan Yuxuan still wanted to hear. "If you have something to say, just say it." Nangong Duanhui was still a bit embarrassed and was about to say it was nothing. Thinking it really was nothing, he turned to leave, which startled her into calling out to him. She yelled at him, "You know it, don't you? The ultimate secret technique of Nan Julian, one of the three sages." Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan still didn't understand what she meant. Nangong Duanhui looked at him with sincere eyes. "Please teach me. People call it the Azure Sky Phantom Sword, right? Please pass that martial art on to me." Duan Yuxuan only asked in return, "The ultimate techniques of the Nangong family are hardly inferior, are they?" Nangong Duanhui showed an unprecedentedly determined expression. "I want to become stronger, so if you know it, please, you must teach me." Duan Yuxuan pressed further, "Why do you think I know it?" Nangong Duanhui did not answer right away. Letting out a silent sigh, she said in a resolute tone, I am certain of it now. You are the martial god. Hearing this, Duan Yuxuan was merely silent, an unreadable expression on his face. A few white clouds drifted across the azure sky, and the atmosphere between the two suddenly became exceptionally awkward. Ever since Nangang Duanhui had said those words, Duan Yuxuan had been frozen like a stone. She too wondered why he had suddenly gone silent. He, on the other hand, stood like a statue with an unamused expression. Nangang Duanhui speculated to herself. This is the first time I've seen young Master Dan so troubled. Is it a secret? After a long unresponsive silence, Duan Yuxuan finally just turned away and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Nangang Duanhui immediately tried to smooth things over awkwardly. I was just joking. As he walked away, Duan Yuxuan said, I happened to learn of Nan Julian's martial arts by chance, but I can't guarantee I've mastered all of it. Nangang Duanhui, following behind, was overjoyed to hear this. That's fine too, please teach me. He said nothing more after that, only setting a time. It won't be difficult. Let's meet tomorrow morning at that clearing from last time. Seeing that she had successfully persuaded him, Nangang Duanhui excitedly agreed. She was so happy that she skipped and hummed all the way back. Watching her from a distance, Duan Yuxuan was lost in thought. He couldn't help but wonder, has she already guessed? How could she know? It's not like I deliberately hid anything, but even if I told the truth, no one would believe me. 1,000 years have passed, how can human strength resist that? Even if that fellow was a master of all sorts of wicked arts, in the end he couldn't withstand the torrent of time, and could only keep changing bodies to stay alive. That's why I was always at ease, thinking no one could ever find out. But just now, Nangang Duanhui's eyes were full of certainty. Duan Yuxuan looked up wearily. Is this another one of your tricks? You always play these excessive jokes. He stood between the vast heavens and earth, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. The scene shifted back to Zhu Yuan's room. A light footstep moved about inside. By now, Nangang Chun had told Zhu Yuan the whole story from beginning to end. Zhu Yuan now understood the situation. To think the Hunan Merchant Guild would set such a trap. Our losses this time were considerable as well. Our two most important goods, the wine and the silk, were both stolen. Zhu Yuan had another question. What about the Golden Ring Merchant Guild? Duan Yuxuan narrated. They've now hired dozens of Ronin and are defending the area around the guild headquarters. Finally, Zhu Yuan spoke up. I have a plan. Su Daohei wanted to hear it. Zhu Yuan then stated, with a single move I can not only eliminate the Hunan Merchant Guild, but also cut down everyone associated with them. Would you like to hear it? Some time later, a voice echoed in a large room. Steward, a message has arrived from the Snake Spy. The Golden Ring Merchant Guild has gathered 50 Ronin and is preparing for a large-scale trade mission. Their destination is Beijing. Kong Zhu held a teacup, puzzled. They plan to do business in Beijing? Does the Golden Ring Merchant Guild even have enough money and goods for that? The amount of silk and wine I stole last time was already huge. If their destination is Beijing, they must be planning to sell the Huyan family's wine again. Countless powerful nobles and officials gather there. They probably want to do business with that class. Currently, the wine market in Beijing is entirely controlled by the Zhu family. The last time we robbed the Golden Ring Merchant Guild's warehouse was also at the request of the Zhu family. If they dare to trade again, the Zhu family will surely not sit by and do nothing. But the strange thing is, the Zhu family hasn't made a move yet. Can I handle this myself without waiting for orders from above? I had previously planned to use a fake caravan to wipe them out, but unfortunately that plan failed miserably. And now the Golden Ring Merchant Guild has organized this new caravan as if they were waiting for this. The possibility of this being a trap is far too high. Suddenly, Mai Zhongxian rushed in from outside in a panic. He wanted to confirm the news. Those merchants from Golden Ring dare to openly go to Beijing to trade? Kong Zhu nodded in affirmation. Mai Zhongxian urged him on impatiently. Then what are we waiting for? Go and stop those arrogant bastards. However, Kong Zhu still had his reservations. But my lord, the timing is too coincidental. I'm afraid it's a trap. Mai Zhongxian immediately flew into a rage. You brainless fool, you truly deserve all the scolding you get. Don't you know when to think and when to act? Before Kong Zhu could deliberate further, he was shoved aside. Mai Zhongxian ordered recklessly, get Gao Huishan here at once, tell him to pick his men and set out immediately. Hearing this, Kong Zhu suddenly paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had only just remembered Gao Huishan. How could I have forgotten about Gao Huishan? Trap or not, I can just crush it with sheer force. Mai Zhongxian added another instruction. And about that Jian Suchin matter, we'd better sell the loot to that old fellow. At this point, Kong Zhu no longer hesitated and decided to do as he was told. He bowed respectfully to Mai Zhongxian as he turned to leave. An ethereal night sky hung over the rolling mountain range. A train of horse-drawn carriages made its way through the deep forest nose to tail. A man watched the caravan from a high vantage point and sneered. Gao Huishan pondered his deal with Kong Zhu. All he had to do was eliminate them to get 100 taels of silver. At the time, Kong Zhu's expression had been very serious. Gao Huishan didn't think the job would be difficult at all. Kong Zhu had also carefully instructed, you can let the others go, but you must kill Duan Yuxuan at all costs. Also, don't damage the goods, understand? Of course, Gao Huishan agreed to such a profitable deal. He was a man who had betrayed and fled the demonic cult. Even so, he was still listed among the top 100 masters in the land. With fists that could shatter boulders, Gao Huishan was thrilled about this easy job. In an instant he shot down from the high cliff. Gao Huishan landed lightly from a not inconsiderable height, his feet touching the ground with perfect stability. He took a deep breath and then let out an earth-shattering roar. "Which one of you is Duan Yuxuan?" The shout immediately caught the attention of the caravan. The people in the caravan were still wondering what was happening. Gao Huishan spoke again. "The one named Duan Yuxuan, get the hell out here." Before the words even faded, he shot his hands out in the blink of an eye, cleanly snapping the necks of 2 men in the caravan. The others saw this, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in terror. They dropped their goods in panic and scattered into the woods. Gao Huishan watched their pathetic retreat and laughed triumphantly. "Is this all the Golden Ring Merchant Guild amounts to? What a joke!" He asked for Kong Zhu's opinion. "Steward, shall we call this matter settled?" Looking at the results, Kong Zhu nodded in praise. "Not bad." Then he gave another order. "Send it to the guildmaster quickly." For the money, this small task was no problem for Gao Huishan. The sky today was clearer than usual and his mood felt much lighter. Mai Zhongshan greeted with a brilliant smile. "It's been a long time, Lord Jian." The chief steward of the prince's mansion, Jian Suchen, also smiled politely when he saw him. "Indeed, it has been a long time. What brings you to see me so suddenly?" Mai Zhongshan said without a hint of shame. "I was recently fortunate enough to acquire some rare treasures and I wanted to bring them for your inspection first." Jian Suchen's interest was piqued. "Then let me see them." But when he saw what Mai Zhongshan brought out, he couldn't help but be astonished. He introduced it enthusiastically. "What do you think? Wine and silk from the Huyan family. I was lucky enough to get a whole cartload." Jian Suchen stared blankly at the wine jug in his hand. This was an extremely rare treasure at the moment. "How did you get your hands on such rare goods, and how could you afford them?" Seeing his reaction, Mai Zhongshan smiled proudly. "There is nothing in this world that I, Mai Zhongshan, cannot obtain." Jian Suchen made an offer himself. "The people in the prince's mansion have been looking everywhere for the Huyan family's wine recently. There's no point in haggling. I'll offer 800 taels." Mai Zhongshan was naturally pleased with this price. "Thank you, my lord. I'll have my men move the goods to your carriage at once." Jian Suchen couldn't resist trying a pot first, and Mai Zhongshan was even happily suggesting they enjoy it while touring Donjing Lake. As Jian Suchen tasted the wine, he was ecstatic, thinking he had managed to buy the Huyan family's wine and silk at such a low price. "Last night I dreamed I had a smooth piss. It must have been an omen of wealth." But after the first sip, his expression did a complete 180. Jian Suchen angrily smashed the wine jug directly over Mai Zhongshan's head. He roared, "You bastard, you dare to cheat me. I should have known when he was bragging." Mai Zhongshan was completely baffled by the scolding, but then his nose caught a foul smell. He looked at the liquid pouring from the jug in panic. Why does the Huyan family's wine reek of piss? 1,000 questions flooded his mind. The goods we stole from the Golden Ring Merchant Guild last time were real. Could their caravan this time have been a trap? But what was the point of setting a trap? Zhongshan paid no heed to Jian Suchen's curses, lost in thought. Never mind that the deal with Jian Suchen fell through. I feel a strange sense of unease. Damn it, so this was their goal. Just then, Kong Zhu rushed in, panicked to report. "Something terrible has happened. Thieves broke into the warehouse last night and all the goods we stole have been taken clean away." The words had barely left his mouth when a wine jug smashed into his face. Mai Zhongshan was now seething with uncontrollable rage. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Bring me Gao Huishan. To dare humiliate me like this. Those Hunan bastards, I will wipe them from the face of Yueyang." Blazing flames lit up countless torches in the dead of night right before the Hunan Dan family estate. Mai Zhongshan confirmed it was their headquarters and remarked, "Just a manor in the outskirts, pointlessly large." But he was somewhat puzzled. "Why is the fog so thick? We've been in Yueyang for a while now. Why hasn't it lifted?" Gao Huishan spoke up from behind. "Can we really kill them all?" Mai Zhongshan confirmed with a conspiratorial nod, and Gao Huishan's expression gradually grew more dangerous. Then they set fire to the Dan family estate. Mai Zhongshan watched the roaring flames before him and smiled with satisfaction. He laughed sinisterly. "I should have dealt with them like this from the start. Gao Huishan, kill everyone who runs out. You can take the bodies back to feed the pigs for all I care." Gao Huishan said unflinchingly, "But they don't look like they have any intention of coming out." Mai Zhongshan was stunned for a moment, thought for a few seconds, then bellowed towards the estate with all his might, "All of you get the hell out here." After his shout, the estate's main gate remained tightly shut, then slowly creaked open just a crack. Seeing the gate open, Gao Huishan flashed a dangerous smile and cracked his knuckles ready to strike. The fog obscured his vision, but a blurry figure emerged. It was none other than Hong Yunzhang. He shouted in fury, "You there, you dare attack a government office? Are you mad?" The moment Mai Zhongshan saw Hong Yunzhang, he was dumbfounded and utterly confused. His rage now burned hotter than the torches. Hong Yunzhang gave the order without hesitation. Attacking a government office is treason, punishable by execution for all involved. Mai Zhongshan's face was rigid as he stared at the man before him, his mind roaring. What is going on? How did this suddenly become a government office? Did I fall into a formation trap? To think the Hunan Dan family had someone who could set up formations. From a distance, Nangang Chun immediately noticed Gao Huishan. "Isn't that Gao Huishan from the demonic cult?" But Su Daohe had never heard of him. Nangang Chun commented, "His skills are quite formidable. Many masters from the righteous factions have fallen at his hands." At this point, Gao Huishan also noticed the two of them. His eyes widened in surprise. What in the world is going on? They look a bit familiar, but I can't tell who they are with those masks on. Ma Zhongxian gnashed his teeth in fury, cursing inwardly. These bastards using such a despicable formation trap. He couldn't suppress his rage and ordered recklessly, "Kill them all." Even Han Yunzhang was surprised by his actions. "What, are you insane?" Ma Zhongxian roared with abandon. "We can't escape the charge of treason anyway. Kill them, eradicate them root and branch. Do you think I'd fall for a simple formation trap like this? What are you waiting for? Kill them all." His men had no choice but to obey. The two sides thus engaged in a merciless all-out slaughter. One of Han Yunzhang's men was quickly dispatched, and then another fell at the feet of Ma Zhongxian's subordinate. Han Yunzhang was shocked to see his men fall so quickly. Gao Huishan strode forward bravely and taunted, "Dealing with this small fry is no fun at all." But what appeared next made him regret those words. A figure carrying a sword rushed over at a speed the naked eye could barely follow. Nangang Duanhui appeared before Gao Huishan as if from nowhere, her intimidating gaze meeting his. The expression on Gao Huishan's face was one of disbelief. He asked doubtfully, "Aren't you Nangang Duanhui? What are you doing here? Are you working as a mercenary for the Hunan Dan family to save your already fallen house?" Nangang Duanhui didn't answer his question, merely moving her position calmly. She walked over to Duan Yuxuan's side. He looked at the crowd before him, his expression unchanged. "They're even more foolish than I imagined," then he ordered. "Nangang Duanhui, you may begin." She was a little surprised to hear that it was her turn. Seeing her reaction, Duan Yuxuan goaded her. "It seems you lack confidence then." Provoked by him, her determined expression immediately returned. Without another word, Nangang Duanhui rushed forward to engage Gao Huishan in battle. The two clashed fiercely, neither giving an inch. In the blink of an eye a sword would strike, only to be evaded by a swift movement technique. Their positions constantly shifting across the field, Nangang Duanhui wielded her sword with determination in her eyes. Seizing an opening, she attacked swiftly, landing a slash on Gao Huishan. For a moment she thought she had defeated him, but as she looked up she saw his fist. Not only was he unharmed, but he also knocked her back several steps. Struck by the counterattack, she couldn't help but wonder, why did the attack have no effect? Nangang Duanhui gradually grew cautious in front of Gao Huishan. Seeing her like that, he laughed triumphantly. Gao Huishan boasted arrogantly, "With my indestructible body, do you really think your mediocre swordsmanship can harm me?" The cloth on Gao Huishan's chest was torn, revealing the unscathed solid muscle beneath the sword mark. Seeing this, Nangang Duanhui's eyes widened in astonishment. Gao Huishan bragged conceitedly, "Are you surprised by my Vajra indestructible true body? Did you think you could hurt me with your half-baked skills?" Before his words faded, he began to limber up, preparing to counterattack. Nangang Duanhui's face turned pale with fear, and she froze on the spot. At that moment, Gao Huishan had already rushed over in an instant. He slammed a heavy fist where she had been standing. Luckily, Nangang Duanhui managed to retreat in time to dodge it. Just evading that one blow was enough to make her break out in a cold sweat. Panic filled Nangang Duanhui's mind. The Vajra indestructible true body, how am I supposed to fight that? Before she had time to think, Gao Huishan had already leapt into the air, attacking once more. But it was the same this time. No matter how fierce his fists were, they couldn't hit her. Gao Huishan, of course, did not hesitate, launching a relentless series of fierce attacks. Before striking, he taunted her. "Be proud, you get to die at the hands of the first man in the Central Plains to master the Vajra indestructible true body." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Gao Qishan's earth-shattering fist landed on Nangang Duanhui's abdomen. This time she could not dodge. Taking the full force of the blow, Nangang Duanhui collapsed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the single thought in her mind that she had lost. Gao Qishan looked with satisfaction at the unmoving Nangang Duanhui on the ground. "How unfortunate for you to be my opponent. I suppose I can show a little mercy, a painless death." The words stunned her. Then the old man threw another punch toward where Nangang Duanhui lay. Gao Qishan thought he had finished her off beautifully, but when he looked again, Nangang Duanhui's body was gone from where he had struck. As he stood there dumbfounded, a voice spoke. "What's wrong? Is your nose stuffed?" Duan Yuxuan held Nangang Duanhui in one arm, endlessly taunting Gao Qishan. "I really don't get you. Nothing is funny, yet you keep laughing. Now that I see you up close, I realize how tattered your clothes are." Gao Qishan was utterly shocked by his words. Just then, Duan Yuxuan reminded him, "Weren't you so proud of your indestructible body? How did it get a hole punched through it so easily?" Hearing this, Gao Qishan hurriedly looked down at the gaping hole in his stomach. He was completely stupefied, unable to comprehend what had happened. By the time he came to his senses, his consciousness was already fading. He then collapsed into the blood-stained crater he himself had just created. The soldiers on both sides were frozen in place by Gao Qishan's sudden fall. They couldn't believe their eyes. Gao Qishan had been defeated in a single, instantaneous blow. Duan Yuxuan, however, looked proudly at his handiwork without saying a word. A subordinate fearfully asked Ma Zhongxian, "Guildmaster, what do we do now?" But from the moment Ma Zhongxian saw Gao Qishan fall, he had been stunned speechless, his mind flooded with countless questions. A grand master from the demonic cult like Gao Qishan was defeated so easily. This couldn't even be considered a duel. I must be dreaming, however. As Ma Zhongxian was lost in thought, someone behind him raised a knee high and kicked him viciously in the head. Ambushed from behind, Ma Zhongxian fell to the ground in a daze. As soon as he regained his senses, he saw a sharp sword pressed firmly against his neck. He looked in terror at the cold, ruthless Zhang Xintai before him. Zhang Xintai reminded him in a cold voice, "Don't put up a useless struggle, it's all over." The next morning the sky returned to its usual azure blue. A line of people with their hands bound shuffled along. Many civilians gathered to watch the spectacle. They immediately recognized the battered and bruised Mai Zhongshan and began to gossip. They heard that he had attacked the authorities and even tried to fight government soldiers. When the others heard this, their indignation toward him grew. Someone said the case had been resolved by Hunan's Dan clan. Everyone was quite surprised to learn that the Dan clan was in charge. Their interest in the spectacle grew even more. Back at the Dan clan estate in Hunan, Zhu Guan was sitting in his room writing with intense focus. Meanwhile, at the residence of Zhu Wenyuan, head of the Zhu clan, a hand slammed down heavily on a table, a clear sign of its owner's uncontainable rage. Zhu Wenyuan, his face fraught with worry, demanded, "Are you telling me the Hunan Merchant Guild has collapsed? What about their assets?" The subordinate immediately reported, "I hear most of it will be transferred to the Golden Ring Merchant Guild." Zhu Wenyuan grew even more furious. Suddenly someone ran in from outside in a panic to report that something major had happened. Already seething, Zhu Wenyuan roared, "What is it?" "I dared not delay, sir. We've been surrounded by government soldiers." When Zhu Wenyuan heard this, his eyes filled with nothing but terror. He rushed to the window and peered down. Below, Hong Yunjiang's men were waiting. Zhu Wenyuan hurried downstairs shouting, "What is the meaning of this? I have government soldiers surrounded our residence. We have always been on close terms with the royal family." Seeing his arrogant tone, Hong Yunjiang glared and reminded him, "Clan head Zhu, do you truly not know why we are here today? You have committed the crime of attacking, pursuing and destroying the Huyan clan, as well as the crime of seizing another's property by force. Not only that, but your other financial crimes have also been exposed. Surrender without a fight." Even with such accusations leveled against him, Zhu Wenyuan remained defiant. "Stop your nonsense and show me the evidence." Hong Yunjiang simply stepped aside, revealing the witness, Mai Zhongshan. The moment Zhu Wenyuan saw him, his eyes widened in shock. Mai Zhongshan was in a miserable state with a sword at his neck, accompanied by a threatening voice, "Confess everything now." Scared out of his wits, Mai Zhongshan confessed everything. It was all arranged by clan head Zhu. "I was only following orders." Hong Yunjiang glared at Mai Zhongshan, demanding he explain in detail. Mai Zhongshan could only stammer out, word by word, "Under his command I led our warriors in mass to attack the Huyan clan, burn everything and slaughter anyone who dared to resist. The children were thrown into the river and those who surrendered were taken as slaves." Enraged, Zhu Wenyuan told him to shut up, but Mai Zhongshan ignored him and continued, "We not only attacked the Huyan clan, but we also attacked other merchant guilds in Hunan on his orders." As he spoke, a dart flew from out of nowhere. It shot straight into Mai Zhongshan's head, silencing him forever. Hong Yunjiang was caught completely off guard and couldn't react in time. Zhu Wenyuan's face was now as black as the bottom of a pot, filled with killing intent. Mai Zhongshan had been killed on the spot. Looking at his body, Hong Yunjiang was aghast. Has he gone mad? "So you finally made your move, clan head Zhu." Opposite him, Zhu Wenyuan was already beginning to regret his actions. "I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have killed him now. I should have kept quiet and waited to prove my innocence at trial." Zhu Wenyuan was now completely on the defensive with nothing left to argue. Hong Yunjiang immediately ordered the arrest of everyone in the Zhu clan. The others watching from the side discussed the scene below. "Can Xuanwu handle this alone?" That Zhu Wenyuan looked stronger than expected. Su Daohei also commented, "In terms of martial arts, he's even stronger than Ma Zhongkong, the so-called Wave King." Nangong Chun was worried. "And Nangong Duanhui is still injured. It would be better if we stepped in, or we might become a burden to Xuanwu," Duan Yuxuan suggested. "But perhaps we can use this to spur him on a bit." Nangong Chun considered this seriously. "Spur him on? Will that work? We want to subdue that man." But Duan Yuxuan believed it would work given enough time. After a moment, Nangong Chun suddenly looked over at the two men standing beside him. Over there, a sharp sword was caught by a bare hand. Xuanwu and Zhu Wenyuan were engaged in a fierce battle, one with a sword, the other with his fists. At this point, only Xuanwu was on the attack. Zhu Wenyuan could only dodge and parry. After a while, Xuanwu looked at Zhu Wenyuan with doubt, secretly admiring him. "This guy is much stronger than he looks." The tables gradually turned, and Zhu Wenyuan seized the initiative, launching a flurry of attacks against Xuanwu. Assailed by his opponent, he was forced to retreat step by step. Xuanwu quickly looked up at Zhu Wenyuan and immediately saw him swing a fist his way. Xuanwu was once again forced to use his sword to block Zhu Wenyuan's bare-handed attack. As he defended, he marveled at the man's incredible power. The two faced each other once more. Xuanwu said with admiration, "I never expected the Zhu clan to possess such strength." Zhu Wenyuan's power was enough to rank him among the top 100 martial artists. The other subordinates were worried about Commander Xuanwu's condition. He simply replied that he was fine. Even an outsider could see that Zhu Wenyuan was no easy opponent. Xuanwu stood his ground, with no intention of retreating. But just as he opened his mouth to answer his subordinate, Zhu Wenyuan had appeared by his side. He struck Commander Xuanwu's face with a full-forced punch. Attacked while his guard was down, he had no time to react and collapsed to the ground. The subordinates were all stunned to see Xuanwu taken down so quickly. The three observers over there also began to worry for him. But Duan Yuxuan just continued to watch in silence before finally commenting, "No, it seems things are moving in a good direction. In most duels like this, the situation can change at any moment." Many people had also come to watch the spectacular fight. Suddenly, a person appeared and asked a few questions, wanting to confirm if this was the Zhu clan's residence. After receiving confirmation, his companion spoke. Amitabha, the bald-headed Zhang Xintai calmly said to Ma Zhongkong, "We've arrived, benefactor." At that moment, Zhu Wenyuan sent a vicious palm strike at Commander Xuanwu. He swiftly dodged the fatal blow, then crossed his swords in front of his chest, guarding against Zhu Wenyuan's next move. Using some unknown technique, Zhu Wenyuan flicked Xuanwu's sword into the air. He was shocked by this unexpected move. Seizing the moment Xuanwu was distracted, he struck with a fierce two-handed palm attack. Xuanwu fell to the ground, appearing to be in great pain. Zhu Wenyuan walked over, stepped on Commander Xuanwu and deliberately pressed down hard. He said coolly, "Did you think the authorities coming would change anything? To me, you're just an insect. Remember that." He struggled to sit up, his resentful gaze fixed on Zhu Wenyuan. Suddenly, Xuanwu pulled a dagger from his robes and stabbed at his face. Unfortunately, Zhu Wenyuan dodged in time and said arrogantly, "Is there anything more amusing than watching an insect struggle?" Exhausted, he still replied, "I always thought I was strong. I lived under that illusion. Maybe you're right. In the hands of the Creator, I am just an ant. But you should know that the only one qualified to treat me this way is my lord." Suddenly, a familiar voice startled Xuanwu. "Amitabha, benefactor, you always want to be in the spotlight, don't you?" Ma Zhongkong and Zhang Xintai appeared out of nowhere in a cloud of dust. He couldn't believe his eyes and began to stammer. Ma Zhongkong looked back at Zhang Xintai without a word. Zhang Xintai, in turn, gave him a brilliant smile. Xuanwu was petrified, not knowing who he was. Before he could react, Ma Zhongkong urged him to move. Over here, Zhu Wenyuan thought to himself. That's Ma Zhongkong, but who is the monk next to him? Seeing they weren't paying attention, he suddenly charged forward. Xuanwu noticed and yelled for the two of them to be careful. Zhu Wenyuan was just one step away from defeating Zhang Xintai. Suddenly, a massive boom that shook the entire city erupted. With a dazzling flash of light, he had grabbed Zhu Wenyuan's hand, stopping his attack. Zhang Xintai's face was incomparably serene as he uttered 4 words, "Lay down your sword." Zhu Wenyuan's face turned pale. "This monk caught my attack with his bare hands." He secretly activated his inner cultivation, his expression intensely focused. Then Zhang Xintai gathered all his strength and sent a palm strike toward him. A few seconds later, Zhu Wenyuan spat out blood, coughing nonstop. Xuanwu watched intently from a distance, his face filled with astonishment. He suddenly remembered something, and his expression slowly changed. The great hand seal of the Potala Palace flashed through Xuanwu's mind as he continued to watch the intense battle between the two. Zhang Xintai's moves looked incredibly skilled, and he quickly launched a second palm strike. Zhu Wenyuan's internal organs felt as if they were being torn to shreds, causing him to cry out in pain. Seeing his chance, Ma Zhongkong rushed forward and slashed with his saber, but Zhu Wenyuan dodged. It wasn't over yet. He was then struck by Commander Xuanwu's sword. The three of them surrounded Zhu Wenyuan, and the situation became even more difficult for him. In the distance, 3 people had silently witnessed the battle from start to finish. Over here, the Black Monstrous Lord had already come up with his own plan. The afterglow of the sunset shone on the city tower, making the patterns on it stand out even more. His face was filled with anger toward Zhu Wenyuan. The Black Monstrous Lord couldn't hide his disappointment. Even after giving him a hand, it seems he still couldn't be saved. "Looks like I have no choice but to give up and report back to the master." He suddenly sent someone behind him and questioned sharply. But strangely, there was no response. In an instant, the Black Monstrous Lord was neutralized. He was captured by the stranger, completely powerless to resist. Su Daohei arrived at his destination and casually threw the Black Monstrous Lord to the ground. Without waiting for him to sit up, he asked directly, "Tell me honestly, was it you who killed my men?" The Black Monstrous Lord glared at Su Daohei and asked who he was. At a certain moment he remembered something, and his face filled with astonishment. Now the Black Monstrous Lord also knew who the man before him was, and a trace of fear rose in his heart. Su Dao's voice was dark. "When I was observing Zhu Wenyuan, I noticed he was strong, but not strong enough to kill all of my men. That means there's someone pulling the strings from behind." Nangang Chun suddenly appeared, laughing loudly. "There you are, I knew it. There was a strange fellow skulking around nearby." The Black Monstrous Lord could only stare, speechless. The old man then slowly introduced himself to Su Daohei. After listening, Su Daohei suddenly revealed a dangerous smile. "Looks like I'll have to capture this fellow and interrogate him for information." The scene shifted to waves constantly lapping against a sandy shore, like a melody lingering in the air. A warm morning at Hunan's Dan clan. Duan Yuxuan sat before the 5 of them, his expression grave. He spoke with some hesitation, his mind clearly pondering something. Duan Yuxuan stared at Su Daohei and said, "The Black Monstrous Lord is dead because you couldn't control your strength." Then his gaze shifted to Zhang Xintai and Ma Zhongkong. "And Zhu Wenyuan has now escaped." Duan Yuxuan's face suddenly darkened, his voice turning icy. "Except for those few old men, I'm afraid the rest will have to lose their heads." In that small room, Duan Yuxuan's group was discussing their next move. He asked seriously, "How do you plan to track down and capture Zhu Wenyuan now?" Zhang Xintai replied with a serene expression, "He has lost everything. Perhaps letting him go is also in accordance with Buddhist principles." The others were stunned by his words. Su Daohei didn't know what had happened and began to ask questions. Ma Zhongkong hesitated, but Su Daohei urged him on. Finally he spoke, "On our way to Tianqian, while being pursued, we chose to travel by water." Su Daohei was surprised. "You actually went to the demonic cult?" Ma Zhongkong confirmed. But our pursuers wouldn't give up. In the process we were injured and rescued by the monks of the Potala Palace. We followed them to Gansu. The monks were moved by Zhang Xintai's cooking skills. Duan Yuxuan was also curious about the story. Ma Zhongkong said with a pale face. They said if he was willing to become a monk, they would take him as a disciple. He agreed, but the fool forgot that becoming a disciple involves not just learning martial arts but also correcting one's words, actions, and character. So he was beaten by his master for a whole month. Duan Yuxuan looked at Zhang Xintai's current state and felt helpless. Suddenly a massive figure appeared before the meditating Zhang Xintai. Su Daohe cracked his knuckles and smiled. Looks like I'll have to reteach you with my pure martial arts, right? Just as he was about to make a move, Zhang Xintai claimed he was tired and asked to stop. His pupils dilated, for he knew danger was coming, but under Su Dao's hand Zhang Xintai had no chance to say another word. The sounds of fists and kicks that followed echoed throughout the city. He was now covered in faintly aching bruises. Su Daohe was still fuming. You bastard, you go out for a breath of fresh air and come back acting like you've discovered paradise. Zhang Xintai put on a pitiful expression. What happened? Why did you hit me? He was so angry he was about to go mad, wishing he could swallow him alive. Duan Yuxuan sat calmly reading a book and put in a few words for Zhang Xintai. With teary eyes, Zhang Xintai looked at him, only to be rejected by Duan Yuxuan. He was curious and immediately asked why he had let Zhu Wenyuan go. Zhang Xintai sighed. I should have been able to catch up to him. Duan Yuxuan was a little confused. He pondered for a moment and continued. But seeing the look on his face as he fled, I felt uneasy, as if someone would die if I insisted on pursuing him. He thought for a moment and finally understood the whole story. Duan Yuxuan agreed. That must be it, right? So is there anything you want to tell me? Su Daohe spoke up. Didn't you say you were going to Tianshan? Why did you come back? Ma Zhongkong remained silent. What I'm about to say might take some time, but please listen carefully. Because it's very important. He took a deep breath as if he had something difficult to say. Ma Zhongkong was breaking out in a cold sweat, his mind in a turmoil. Over here, Duan Yuxuan was eagerly waiting for him to say it himself. Su Daohe looked at Ma Zhongkong with a grave expression, growing a little angry at his delay. Suddenly, Ma Zhongkong's voice trembled, catching Su Dao's attention. He asked, enunciating each word, what exactly happened in the demonic cult on the other side, in a forest with an azure sky and drifting white clouds? Huyanji smiled. Sister, are you planning to keep working here? Danmei was still engrossed in her task. Yes, there are still so many herbs here. She suddenly remembered Duan Yuxuan's instructions, but couldn't guess his intentions. Huyanji stopped thinking about it and said to Danmei, Big sister is going over there to dig something up, okay? The little girl obediently nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Danmei's eyes widened as if she had discovered something. The cry of a small cat from a distance surprised the little girl. Danmei kept chasing the cat, trying to catch it. Terror then surfaced in the depths of her eyes. At that moment, what appeared before Danmei was actually a fox with a ferocious gaze. The fox suddenly roared and then slowly backed away. Danmei stared at it intently, her eyes still filled with regret over the kitten. The fox's mud-caked paw trembled. This small detail was unintentionally noticed by the little girl. Danmei looked at its exhausted body and thought, is it hurt? With that thought, she prepared to approach and touch the fox. It immediately bared its teeth and pounced on Danmei. The little girl screamed in fear as it slashed her face with its sharp claws. Afterward, though her face was injured, the fox still seemed unsatisfied. Danmei sat down and said in a gentle tone, You must be scared too at a time like this, right? The little girl unexpectedly took out a pouch of herbs from her robes. Danmei offered it to the fox and continued, Apply this and the pain will go away quickly. The scent of the pouch made it unable to resist lifting its head to sniff it. The little girl chatted with the fox in a very warm manner. I'm not the one who hurt you. Danmei picked up the herb pouch and showed a loving smile. The fox no longer showed any resistance and became very docile. It placed a paw on Danmei as if giving her permission to apply the medicine. The thick herbal paste soon flowed onto the fox's leg. Danmei silently observed its condition and tore off a piece of her own skirt, then carefully bandaged the fox's wound with the cloth. Finally finished, it seemed a little shy. Danmei happily stroked its soft fur. You feel better now, right? The afterglow of the sunset was gradually appearing, dyeing the treetops a golden yellow. Huyanji anxiously called Danmei's name, searching everywhere. She gazed into the distance, thinking to herself, where did that child go? The sun is about to set. Without further thought, Huyanji quickly went to search elsewhere. At this time, Zhu Wenyuan was dragging his battered feet, struggling to move forward. He was panting heavily, looking as if he could collapse at any moment. Zhu Wenyuan cursed painfully under his breath, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. He felt sorry for himself. My internal injuries are too severe. I probably can't even beat a child now. Those bastards Hunan's Dan clan, just you wait. I'll kill every last one of you. Extreme hatred surfaced in Zhu Wenyuan's eyes. With no strength left, he fell to his knees. Propping himself up with his hands, Zhu Wenyuan made a resolution. I have to find some herbs to heal my wounds. He suddenly heard voices in the distance. The thought of a wound salve immediately came to Zhu Wenyuan's mind, and at the same time he came face to face with Danmei. He stared intently at the little girl as if he had found a ray of hope for his recovery. The thought flashed through Zhu Wenyuan's mind. The thing in Danmei's hand was a wound salve. He immediately demanded the little girl hand it over. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhu Wenyuan collapsed to the ground before Danmei's astonished eyes. The little girl was a bit scared and hugged the pouch of wound salve tightly. After a long while, Zhu Wenyuan slowly opened his eyes. Still groggy, he asked himself where he was. Beside Zhu Wenyuan, Danmei was concentrating on gathering branches, seemingly planning to do something. He spoke with a weary voice, startling the little girl. "Who treated my injuries? It was me." Zhu Wenyuan then asked why, and the little girl replied innocently, "Giving medicine to the sick is the right thing to do. Why would there need to be a reason?" After hearing this, he was very surprised by Danmei's wisdom. Seeing Zhu Wenyuan struggle to sit up, the little girl immediately stopped him. Danmei walked over in a panic and explained, "Father said that when you're sick, rest is the best medicine." Hu Yanji suddenly appeared behind her, panting. She said somewhat sternly, "Do you know how long your sister has been looking for you? A child can't just run around here alone." Danmei quickly apologized. Hu Yanji's gaze shifted to another object, and she couldn't help but be shocked. The fox that the little girl was hugging idly gave her a bad feeling. Zhu Wenyuan couldn't help but cough a few times. Hu Yanji followed the sound and thought to herself, "There's someone in the cave." Her face unconsciously turned pale. Zhu Wenyuan sized up Hu Yanji, trying hard to remember. After a moment he recognized her. Hu Yanji said nothing, her expression now extremely grim. She gritted her teeth, hatred boiling in her heart. Hu Yanji trembled with anger, so much so that she could hear her teeth chattering. The dark past resurfaced in her mind. At that time, Hong Yunzhong had questioned, "What exactly did you do?" Ma Zhongxian fearfully confessed everything. "On Zhu Wenyuan's orders, I led the clan's forces. We wore masks and burned down the entire Huyan clan. All who resisted were eliminated, and the children were thrown into the river." Back in the present, Zhu Wenyuan couldn't believe the person standing before him was from the Huyan clan. He was suddenly consumed by rage and reached out toward them. Zhu Wenyuan seemed to want to do something to Danmei. "To think this child is from the Dan clan." He pretended not to recognize them, putting on a pitiful tone. At this moment, Hu Yanji drew her dagger, seeming to want to fight Zhu Wenyuan to the death. She let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the mountain forest, demanding he let go of Danmei. An unanswered question in Hu Yanji's mind was why he was here. She was terrified, knowing that a cruel man like him would never show mercy just because she was a child. Zhu Wenyuan was using Danmei as a threat. This put Hu Yanji on high alert. She quickly racked her brain for a countermeasure, cold sweat already beating on her face. The innocent little girl had no idea what was happening. Zhu Wenyuan held Duan Sume firmly, watching to see what Hu Yanji would do next. The little girl was terrified, her rosy lips trembling. Duan Sume stroked the fox's soft fur to calm herself. The fox closed its eyes contentedly, thoroughly enjoying the comfort. Suddenly it leapt up and swiped its sharp claws at Zhu Wenyuan's face, making Duan Sume turn pale with fright. The fox showed no remorse, instead raising its head high as if in defiance. The man flew into a rage and slammed his palm toward the fox. The fox was instantly and severely injured, lying motionless under a pile of collapsed earth and rock. Duan Sume hurried over, her expression panicked. She couldn't help but worry for its life. Zhu Wenyuan was still there, cursing the fox. Duan Sume's face was ashen. What was she to do now? "Your injuries are too severe." The fox whimpered continuously from the pain. The man's face was dark and grim. "If I weren't injured, you'd all be lying on the ground by now. Come back here and I'll finish you off." Little Duan Sume stepped forward to protect the fox. Zhu Wenyuan said contemptuously, "The heavens must truly be on my side, sending you to me when you can't even protect yourselves." Hu Yanji shouted at the little girl. "Run, he's not like the others, he's dangerous." "Run," Duan Sume replied with determination. "I can't leave little cat here alone." The bloody scratches on his face made Zhu Wenyuan look even more terrifying. Hearing the little girl's words, Hu Yanji's expression turned to one of utter terror, as if she had just seen something. The man saw her look and didn't understand what was happening. Duan Sume's eyes widened, and Hu Yanji motioned for her to be quiet. A roar echoed as a sharp claw appeared. A massive, ferocious white tiger was walking toward them. Zhu Wenyuan spun around in alarm, silently wondering why it was here. The white tiger headed straight for the man, looking as if it was about to attack. Hu Yanji quickly tried to think of a way to escape. Without a word to Duan Sume, she dashed forward. Hu Yanji lunged at Zhu Wenyuan, intending to take him down. Zhu Wenyuan furiously unleashed a divine palm strike at her. Hu Yanji was sent flying and crashed to the ground, writhing in pain. She struggled to sit up, her mind racing. "It's no use. I'm too weak. I'm not strong enough to fight him alone." As her spirit faltered, Hu Yanji inadvertently noticed something. Zhu Wenyuan had collapsed heavily to the ground. At some point the white tiger had devoured his head. She couldn't believe her eyes, and her face gradually turned pale. Hu Yanji's breathing was no longer steady. The gory sight of Zhu Wenyuan's mangled body left her deeply traumatized. That painful memory flooded her mind again. Back then, Hu Yanji's family was frantically fleeing a fire. They earnestly begged the soldiers to spare the poor children. With just a sharp sword, countless members of the Hu family had been slaughtered. At some point, Hu Yanji's tears had begun to fall ceaselessly to the ground. She covered her face and wept like a child. Under Duan Sume's gaze, Hu Yanji's body trembled. The little girl slowly approached, wanting to comfort her. Looking at Hu Yanji with sympathy, Duan Sume couldn't help but start crying with her. The two of them embraced tightly, weeping inconsolably. By now it was late, and the sky was filled with brilliant twinkling stars. In front of a city tower, everything outside seemed to have sunk into the silent night. Duan Yuxuan's voice was hesitant, tinged with confusion. He seemed a little puzzled. Zhu Wenyuan is dead. Was Duan Sume there at the time? Hu Yanji slowly recounted the story. The white tiger brought us back. The child was so scared she could barely walk. If it weren't for the tiger, it would have been extremely difficult to get down the mountain in such darkness. Who would have thought Zhu Wenyuan would be hiding there? It was a blessing from the heavens. I never expected to get my revenge. After hearing this, everyone was quite surprised that the man had fled so far. Duan Sume excitedly called out to Duan Yuxuan. She was still riding on the white tiger's back, pleading coquettishly for him to let her keep the animal. Duan Yuxuan's face turned red. Pressing her advantage, Duan Sume made a firm promise. I'll clean up after it, feed it, and even clean its droppings properly, okay? He flashed a brilliant smile, then flatly rejected the little girl's idea. Duan Sume was disappointed, and her little face showed she still wanted to plead with Duan Yuxuan. He taught her in a warm voice, spirit beasts are not creatures that can be raised by humans, but we can become friends with them. A child like you especially should be able to communicate with them telepathically. Duan Sume's eyes lit up with interest. The little girl danced with joy. Duan Yuxuan also told Duan Sume to get some rest early. He let Zhang Xintai, who was beside them, jump up and down in fierce opposition. At that moment, the little girl felt an immense affection for Duan Yuxuan. A building named Zhuangke was perched on the mountaintop, emitting a hazy glow. Su Daohe slowly poured wine, seemingly trying to drown some sorrow. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, My granddaughter brewed this. I've always hoped to share it with you when we reunited. How is it, sweet? The image of a smiling old man appeared in Su Dao's mind. His eyes grew moist. He was a man who was not only dedicated but also brilliant. The one who had helped him build his foundation. Su Daohe sat before the man's tombstone, his voice trembling. I've outlived you by 20 years. I never should have left the demonic cult. If I had listened to your advice, this would never have happened. Duan Yuxuan, who had been standing behind him for an unknown amount of time, deliberately responded, Life and death are determined by fate. Su Daohe retorted, paying him no mind. Duan Yuxuan probed in a low voice, Are you planning to return to the demonic cult? Su Daohe just smiled, not answering immediately. He took a sip of wine and then said, For a gentleman, 10 years is not too late for revenge. Duan Yuxuan replied gravely, Doing so would be like an egg throwing itself at a rock. Su Daohe looked puzzled and immediately questioned him. Duan Yuxuan raised his full cup of wine and commented bluntly, I mean, you're not strong enough yet. After hearing this, he cradled his chin in his hand and thought for a long time. Su Daohe shouted, But I am the demon emperor. Duan Yuxuan was perfectly calm. Your opponent is the blood demon. You cannot win, he disagreed and kept asserting his own strength. Duan Yuxuan couldn't be bothered to argue with Su Daohe and remained silent. He suddenly turned the tables and asked Duan Yuxuan for information about the blood demon. Duan Yuxuan was silent, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. A contemplative look flickered deep in his eyes. He stared at his wine cup, watching the slight tremor of the liquid. That same cup of wine suddenly reminded him of the past. The Bloodstorm demon god was gulping down cup after cup of wine while listening to a soldier's report. Due to the Potala Tower's intervention, we let 2 people escape. The old man's drinking suddenly stopped. He looked at the soldier with icy eyes. The soldier was extremely deferential, not daring to look up at him. The Bloodstorm demon god said playfully, I can't hear you clearly. Come closer and say that again. Not daring to keep the old man waiting, he quickly stepped forward. A giant hand immediately shot toward the soldier. Suddenly his hand was twisted grotesquely out of shape by the Bloodstorm demon god. The soldier fell to the ground in agony, his hand bones feeling as if they were shattered, and he screamed. As if deaf to the soldier's screams, which served as a raw accusation of his cruelty, the Bloodstorm demon god sat on his throne laughing gleefully. After thinking it all through, Duan Yuxuan turned to Su Daohe with a serious expression. He is like the founder of the demonic cult. He was shocked and wanted him to confirm it. Su Daohe exclaimed, The founder, the demonic cult has existed for over 1,000 years. Duan Yuxuan didn't deny it. Your very existence might originate from him. His face turned ashen, unable to accept this fact. Elsewhere the sky that day was clear and blue. A gentle breeze blew, making the leaves sway before they slowly detached from their branches and were carried away. A leaf landed gently on Duan Sume's face, making her cheeks flush slightly. Lying on the white tiger's back, Duan Sume woke with a start. She sat up, her eyes filled with confusion. She ran to find Duan Yuxuan, repeatedly calling out, Father. She looked around, not knowing where he was. A warm hand embraced Duan Sume from behind. If you're looking for the villa master, he has already left. The little girl turned around and asked Hu Yanji sweetly, Has father left again? She quickly confirmed it. Duan Sume pouted and said, Don't tell me he's planning to go on a long trip and leave me behind again. Hu Yanji soothed her. I heard he's going to Su Dao's place to deal with some bad guys. He might be gone for a month. The little girl was astonished and cried out loud. Time passed. Sunlight shone on the city tower that reached high into the clouds. Standing there, Duan Yuxuan could hear Duan Sumei's calls. She ran toward him with all her might, her eyes moist with tears. She pleaded tearfully, "Are you trying to sneak off on a long trip and leave me behind again? I don't want to leave you, father. Can I go with you?" She threw herself into Duan Yuxuan's arms, hugging him tightly and refusing to let go. Duan Yuxuan gently agreed to Duan Sumei's request, leaving her momentarily stunned. He looked at Duan Sumei with doting eyes, filled with immense affection for her. Duan Sumei's eyes widened and she was overcome with excitement.